Chapter 1. The Rich Man's Cashback System. In a hotel within Jiang City, Ning struggled to open his eyes, his body aching all over. The scattered garments around him and the lingering scent of roses in the air attested to the wildness of the previous night. Turning his head slightly, he beheld a stunningly exquisite face framed by wynard curls. The slight furrow of her brow lent a captivating allure to her otherwise icy demeanor. Ning could scarcely believe that he had shared an intimate encounter with such a breathtaking beauty, and he still did not know her name. At the age of 25, Ning, possessing only a modest bachelor's degree, had joined an advertising firm in Jiang City as a sales representative after graduation. After 3 years of relentless effort, he had ascended to the position of sales team leader, achieving a respectable level of success. However, just yesterday, he had inadvertently stumbled upon his superior engaging in a clandestine meeting with someone else in the office. Fearing exposure, the superior had promptly dismissed Ning. Upon learning of his termination, his girlfriend of 2 years had resolutely ended their relationship. Heartbroken, Ning had sought solace in a bar, where he encountered the enigmatic beauty. Fueled by alcohol, their conversation had led them to the hotel where they had surrendered to passion. In his half-drunken stupor, he had barely registered the details of her appearance. Now, he realized that some individuals could possess such unparalleled beauty like a rich red wine poured over ice, both intoxicating and irresistible. "Little brother, do you think I'm pretty?" A voice, sultry and teasing, jolted Ning from his reverie. He noticed the woman regarding him with a playful glint in her eyes. She draped her alabaster arms around his neck, leaning against him, her long hair cascading down. Her lips, a striking shade of crimson, resembled a ripe peach, invoking an irresistible desire to kiss her. She was simply enchanting. "Yais, you're beautiful," Ning stammered, momentarily taken aback. "Good, good," she replied with a melodious laugh, clearly pleased by his response. Relishing the softness of her body and inhaling her floral scent, a wave of heat surged within him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, surrendering once more to the intoxication of the moment. An hour later, the woman emerged from the bathroom clad in a flowing red gown, her gaze fixed on Ning, who sat at the edge of the bed, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Little brother, are you going to miss me?" Ning began, but she interrupted him. "Did we not agree last night not to inquire about each other's names? After today, let's pretend nothing happened." With that, she pressed a kiss on his cheek, grabbed her handbag, and turned to leave. Ning gently touched the damp imprint of her lips on his cheek, lost in thought. Was this where their connection ended? Ding. A strong desire detected from the host. The rich man's system is beginning to bind. It was a system. Tears welled in Ning's eyes after years of reading novels. It was finally his turn. "System, what functions do you possess?" "This system is a cashback system. As long as the host makes a purchase, they can receive a cashback reward of 2 to 10 times the amount spent. If the host spends on women, there is a probability of receiving a critical hit reward. All rewards are legitimate. The host need not worry. Rewards are plentiful. The host should spend quickly." So, it was that simple. Ning promptly prepared to rise and test his newfound fortune. As he dressed, the vivid crimson stain on the sheets caught his eye. He paused, murmuring to himself, "So that was her first time. But why?" Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he realized that dwelling on it was futile. With the system's aid, all his troubles would soon dissipate once he achieved success. Exiting the hotel, Ning first made his way to a small shop. "Boss, a bottle of mineral water, please." Ding! Host spent 2 yuan, triggering a 5x cashback, rewarding 10 yuan. Moments later, he received a notification of his cashback. "Haha, I'm rich." Ning couldn't help but laugh heartily. The shop owner stared at him in bewilderment for a while. To become wealthy over a 2 yuan water purchase? Surely this man was mad. Only after Ning's figure had disappeared did the owner slowly shake his head. Alas, what a pity to lose one's sanity at such a young age. Ning dashed toward Jiang City's largest commercial center. The distance was short, and he arrived at the periphery of the commercial district in less than 5 minutes. Turning a corner, he suddenly bumped into someone, exclaiming, "Ouch." A sweet fragrance enveloped him. How soft. This was Ning's first impression. "Oh, I'm so sorry." As he regained his composure, he finally took in the sight of the girl he had collided with. She stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, her fair skin making her delicate features even more striking, at least rivaling the enchanting woman from last night. Most notably, this girl had quite a charming allure herself. She held a phone in her hand, suggesting she was a streamer. "I should be the one apologizing, I'm truly sorry," she said. Ning was not unreasonable. Had he not been hurrying, he would not have collided with her. Moreover, the girl had taken the initiative to apologize, indicating a pleasant disposition. "Are you all right?" he asked. Upon hearing his voice, Sue Wire lifted her head. When she beheld Ning's appearance, her heart fluttered. Wow, so tall, so handsome. Chapter 2. Deposits exceed $2 million. It must be said that as a graduate from a flight attendant university, encountering handsome men and beautiful women is a commonplace occurrence. However, to meet someone as striking as Ning stirs a certain excitement within. Did I hurt you?" Ning inquired, noticing the girl's silence. "Oh, no. Sue and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose." Cheeks flushed red as she hastily shook her head. It was utterly embarrassing to be so captivated by a handsome man. "That an amp, oppose. That's good." Ning nodded. "Then I shall take my leave." All right." At that moment, Sue Wire was oblivious to the fact that her live streaming room was in an uproar. "Wow, the young man is so handsome. Amp, oppose. Am thrilled. Don't steal him, I'm excited too. Oh no. Wei and amp, oppose, is smitten, it's over. My wife is going to leave with someone else." Wei and oppose, beautiful appearances are commonplace. It's the intriguing soul that is rare. Look at me. Don't just stare at the handsome guy. Ning proceeded to the first floor of a commercial street and entered a Versace boutique. "Sir, may I ask what style of clothing you prefer? I can assist you with recommendations." A young saleswoman approached him with a smile. Despite Ning's ordinary attire, the sales staff, trained professionals from a world-renowned brand, concealed any thoughts they might have had. "Please help me find a casual outfit. Around 30,000 would suffice." In truth, Ning wished to purchase more, as greater expenditure would yield greater cashback. However, he regrettably had only 30,000 in his pocket, and his financial capacity was limited. The saleswoman's eyes brightened upon hearing his request. She had anticipated that this handsome, yet simply dressed man was quite affluent. "Certainly, sir, please follow me." As they ascended to the second floor, the selection of garments was significantly more extensive than on the first floor. Shortly, the saleswoman returned with an outfit. "Sir, what do you think of this set?" Ning nodded, finding it quite appealing. He accepted the clothing and stepped into the fitting room. The moment he emerged, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with admiration. How incredibly handsome! Gazing at his reflection, Ning felt a surge of satisfaction. They say that one's appearance is enhanced by their clothing. Adorned in this outfit, his attractiveness elevated to new heights. What is the total for this set? This set originally cost $31,800, but with a 5 discount, it totals $30,210. Thank goodness, just a few hundred shy of exceeding my budget. All right, please cut the tag. I will wear this outfit. Very well, sir. Please proceed to the checkout here. The saleswoman felt elated. A sale exceeding 30,000 meant a generous commission for her. Chime. Congratulations, host. You have spent $30,210, triggering an 8x cashback, rewarding you with $241,680. An astonishing 8-fold cashback, totaling $240,000. What a delightful windfall. The speed at which money flows and is truly unparalleled. Next, Ning made his way to Vacheron Constantin. He had long had his eye on a watch, but previously, financial constraints had rendered it unattainable. After all, it was a luxury item priced nearly $200,000, far beyond what the former Ning could have imagined. However, now he felt no hesitation. If he liked it, he would purchase it. This one, please wrap it up. Ning pointed to a Min and amp, Oppos, S-watch priced at $199,800. Sir, would you like to try it on first? The saleswoman was taken aback. It was her first time seeing someone who would buy an item at first glance. This is $199,800, not $19,800. No need. Where do I pay? As he spoke, Ning pointed to another women's watch. Please wrap this one up as well. Although the women's watch was considerably cheaper, it still cost over $30,000. Over $200,000 spent just like that. All right, I will print the receipt for you now. The saleswoman, suppressing her excitement, felt her hands tremble slightly as she packed the items. John, congratulations, host. You have spent 238,600, triggering a 10x cashback, rewarding you with 386,000. As Ning paid, the saleswoman accidentally caught a glimpse of a message on his phone. Her pupils dilated. How much is that? So many zeros. Young, wealthy, and handsome. What an irresistible combination. Sir, could I have your contact information? In the future, you can contact me prior to shopping, and I will prepare everything for you. The saleswoman batted her eyelashes, summoning her courage. Had it been the old Ning, he might have acquiesced. Yet, after encountering 2 stunning women within 2 days, and even dining with one, he was steadfast in his resolve. Though this saleswoman was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to the previous 2. Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to. Ning departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the saleswoman in solitude, harboring unfulfilled sentiments. With over 2 million in hand, Ning certainly did not wish to indulge solely for himself. As he pondered what gifts to buy for his parents and sister, a woman's voice interrupted his reverie. Ning, is that you? Are you following our Xiaoman here? Upon recognizing the speaker, Ning's expression subtly shifted, then returned to a calm demeanor. Zhao Na, it's you. And He-Man, hello. Chapter 3. The ex-girlfriend He-Man, Ning and Amp, Oppo's former girlfriend, was the woman he had spent 2 years with. Throughout those years, he attended to her every need with utmost care. He devoted approximately 70% of his salary over 3 years to her desires. Yet, when He-Man learned of his job loss, she offered not a word of concern, but rather a cold, emotionless breakup, leaving no room for reconciliation. Zhao Na, He-Man's close friend, although possessing an ordinary appearance, had a cheerful disposition and commendable character. She was the first to learn of He-Man's breakup with Ning and, upon unexpectedly encountering him, assumed he had come to seek reconciliation. He-Man shared this belief. However, when she saw Ning, she ignored his greetings, casting a disdainful glance before shifting her attention elsewhere. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Na sought to change the subject. Suddenly, she spotted a Vacheron Constantine shopping bag in Ning's hand. Wow, Ning, is that Vacheron Constantine? You must have splurged this time. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Show me what you bought. Upon hearing Zhao Na's exclamation, He-Man turned her head in confusion. Ning, Vacheron Constantine? Those 2 concepts shouldn't even intersect. While she herself did not own any, she was well aware of the exorbitant prices associated with Vacheron Constantine items, with even a single product costing 5 figures. Particularly, their mechanical watches range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even exceeding $1 million. How could someone who had just lost his job afford such luxury? With this thought, He-Man cast a contemptuous glance at Ning, saying, Ning, how did I not see it before? When did you become so hypocritical? Hypocritical? Me? Ning pointed to himself, bewildered. Noticing his lack of rebuttal, He-Man lifted her chin and arrogantly declared, Do you really think that carrying a discarded shopping bag means you can afford it? Do you even know what this is? This is Vacheron Constantine, a luxury brand with items starting at tens of thousands. Can you even afford it? You think a mere empty bag can win me back? Not a chance. Observing He-Man's victorious demeanor, Ning felt that he had truly been blind in the past. How could he have chosen such a girlfriend, and more importantly, endured her for 2 years? With a frosty gaze, he replied, He-Man, Don and Amp, Oppos, flatter yourself. I have never intended to reconcile with you. Moreover, whether I can afford Vacheron Constantine has nothing to do with you. With that, he turned to walk away, unwilling to engage in further debate. The truth is out. ISN and Amp. Amp, Oppos, it? Ning, Arn and Amp. Amp, Oppos, you aware of your own standard of living? You lack ambition and pretend to be someone you and Amp. Amp, Oppos, Renat. I truly must have been blind to have been attracted to you. As He-Man prepared to retort, a female employee from Vacheron Constantine hurried over, breathless. Excuse me, sir. Wait, you forgot your receipt. If you need to return or exchange the watches, you'll need the invoice. The sudden twist left He-Man stunned. and even Zhao Na and Amp. Oppo's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The receipt prominently displayed an amount exceeding 200,000, glaringly apparent like a sharp knife, piercing Man and Oppo's eyes, too painful to bear. Miss, are you sure you and Oppo's? Were you not mistaken? How could he possibly afford a Vacheron Constantine watch? Man forced a smile, unable to restrain her inquiry. There in Oppo's, no mistake. This gentleman purchased 2 watches, a male and a female, just 5 minutes ago, and I was the one who assisted him, the saleswoman explained with a smile. Moreover, judging by his attire, he must have spent quite a fortune. You wouldn't and Amp, Oppo's, to find anything less than several thousand. As a Vacheron Constantine employee, she was well-versed in luxury brands and recognized the Versace insignia with ease. What? Man gasped in shock. Earlier, she had thought Ning's outfit looked rather appealing, a stark contrast to his previous attire. Now, upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed Versace. But where could he have acquired such wealth? Yet, none of that mattered. All she needed was to reconcile with Ning, and everything he possessed would be hers. She refused to believe that, just days later, he could have lost all feelings for her. Besides, how did the saleswoman mention that Ning had purchased 2 watches? The female watch must have been intended for her. Yes, that's definitely it. With this thought, Man feigned a coy tone, saying, Ning, why didn't you mention you bought me such an expensive gift? How annoying. Extending her right hand, she urged, Put on for me. I forgive you. Ning was taken aback by Man and Oppo's absurdity. Her self-delusion was astounding. However, in the next moment, as if realizing something, he retrieved the box containing the female watch from the bag. Upon seeing this, Man's heart leaped with joy, her face alight with a radiant smile. Indeed, just a little effort on my part, and Ning will come crawling back to me like a dog. Ning, however, was oblivious to her thoughts and handed the watch to Zhao Na, saying, Here, this is a gift for you, to thank you for all your help in the past. Man was stunned. He was actually giving the watch to Zhao Na instead of her. Zhao Na was equally bewildered, glancing at Man and Amp, Oppo's expression before hesitantly asking, For me? Of course, take it. Ning replied generously. No, this is too valuable. I can't and Oppo's, accept it. Don and Oppo's, worry. I and Oppo's. You've been wanting to express my gratitude for a while now, and I just didn't and Oppo's, know what to buy. This will do. Ning insisted, firmly placing the watch in Zhao Na and Oppo's hands. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! The female host has spent 38,800 yuan, triggering a 100-fold cashback, totaling 3,492,000 yuan. A 100-fold cashback. But why not 3,880,000? It turned out the previous 10-fold cashback of over 380,000 had been deducted. The system was certainly meticulous, leaving no room for error. However, suddenly possessing nearly 6 million in savings was exhilarating. That watch was indeed worth it. At that moment, a girl appeared in the aisle, holding a phone, walking while engrossed in her screen, murmuring incessantly. Chapter 4. The gift of a watch. This was the second encounter with Su Wire today, and yet Ning remained captivated by her beauty. She required little adornment. Merely standing there made her the most exquisite sight. Many onlookers were drawn to her allure, not necessarily seeking interaction, but simply appreciating her from afar. Please fetch me another ladies and Oppo's watch. Around 200,000, Ning suddenly instructed the female sales associate who had yet to depart. Certainly, just a moment, sir, the sales associate replied, pleasantly surprised. She hadn't an Oppo's. Anticipated that a simple receipt delivery would yield such an unexpected opportunity. Man, of course, overheard Ning and Oppo's request and was nearly beside herself with excitement. No wonder he had gifted that watch to his close friend. He must have thought it too inexpensive. He truly is something else. I could cry. For the wedding, we should ask for a smaller dowry, perhaps 3 million along with a 200-square-meter apartment. In less than a minute, the saleswoman returned accompanied by a slightly older woman. The sales associate carried a large box containing approximately a dozen ladies and Oppo's mechanical watches. Sir, I am Tu Min, the manager of the Vacheron Constantine Boutique. Please let me know if any of these styles meet your approval. Which one is the most expensive? Yi Ning inquired, noting that they all appeared similar and opting to ask for the priciest. With a higher price, it surely must be superior. Then this one? Tu Min indicated a watch with a pastel movement. This is our brand's new release, a limited edition. At that moment, Su Wire approached, phone in hand, within 5 meters of Yi Ning. She recognized him as the handsome young man she had recently bumped into outside. Initially intending to greet him, she reconsidered upon noticing the crowd. Little streamer, come here. As Su Wire pretended to pass by nonchalantly, Yi Ning waved her over. Are you calling me? I didn't call your mother. I called you. Su Wire chuckled, joining Yi Ning, pleasantly surprised by his humor. So what is it you wish to say? Here, put this on her, Yi Ning instructed the store manager. Oh, certainly. Despite being the manager and accustomed to wealthy clientele, she had never witnessed such a scene. From the nature of Yi Ning and Appo's conversation with the streamer, it was clear they might know each other, but certainly not well. Was it truly appropriate to present such an extravagant gift so directly? If you don and Appo's want it, you can give it to me. Su Wire and Appo's head spun, and upon feeling the chill of the watch, she regained her senses. Yes, it suits you quite well, Yi Ning remarked with satisfaction. This was not mere flattery. The watch indeed appeared stunning on Su Wire and Appo's wrist. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This watch complements this young lady beautifully. Moreover, she is so lovely that wearing this timepiece only enhances her charm, the manager praised, recognizing the match. Ha, indeed. Let us proceed with the payment, Yi Ning said, handing over his bank card. Wait, what is happening here? Su Wire was still in a daze. Are you really so clueless? Yi Ning smiled. I'm gifting it to you. What? A gift for me? Seeing Su Wire and Appo's bewildered expression amused Yi Ning. Meanwhile, Man and Appo's face turned pale. Yi Ning, what do you mean by this? She could not help but question. What do you mean? You didn't think I would gift you something so valuable, did you? Do you even know what brand this is? It in Appo's Vacheron Constantine. A casual piece costs tens of thousands. Do you believe you are worthy? Yi Ning and Appo's words pierced Man and Appo's heart like sharp icicles. Yi Ning, you jerk, Man shouted. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Yi Ning replied impatiently, wishing to sever any ties with such a woman. At last, Zhao Na cast an apologetic glance at Yi Ning before dragging the nearly tearful Man away. Once they had distanced themselves, two men approached Yi Ning, handing him the receipt. Sir, the total is 268,000. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. Yi Ning accepted the receipt and offered it to Su Wire. No, this is far too extravagant. Su Wire shook her head, attempting to remove the watch. Though she adored the piece, it was worth over 200,000. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never encountered such wealth. With that amount, one could secure a down payment for an apartment in Jiangxing. She dared not accept such a gift, especially from someone she had only just met, whose name she did not even know. Having graduated from an aviation school, she had chosen not to pursue a career as a flight attendant, opting instead to become a small streamer, after being coerced by airline executives who sought to exploit her. Maintaining her integrity, she had refused, resulting in her being dismissed. Now, receiving such an expensive gift from a near stranger was hard to believe without ulterior motives. Yet, her suspicions were not entirely unfounded. Faced with such a stunningly beautiful woman, Yi Ning undoubtedly felt drawn to her. However, he would never force anything upon her. It was essential that she willingly accepted any advances. Do not worry, Yi Ning reassured, halting Su Wire and Appo's movements. Just wear it and promise me one condition in return. Chapter 5. Critical Hit Reward. Jiangnan Commercial Street. No, absolutely not. You truly are a villain. Sobi. Upon observing her demeanor, Yi Ning realized Su Wire was overthinking and promptly clarified, don't misunderstand. I merely need your assistance in contemplating what gifts to procure for my family. Is that all? Su Wire inquired with skepticism. Indeed. Really? Su Wire remained unconvinced. Yi Ning smirked. What is this? You seem rather disappointed. Or do you wish for something more? Realizing Yi Ning was teasing her, Su Wire and Appo's as cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. And no, I'm not. You wicked person. Ding. The female host and Oppo's expenditure triggers a critical hit. Congratulations on acquiring ownership of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Jiangnan Commercial Street. ISNT, that precisely where she was currently perambulating? Moreover, the Jiangnan Tower and Jiangnan Hotel at the street's end were also encompassed within this domain. Altogether, it amounted to nearly 3 billion. Ning gazed at Su Wire with fervent eyes. This woman was indeed his fortunate star. What are you planning to do? Su Wire inquired timidly. Ning chuckled. Stepping closer, what do you think? We agreed that we wouldn't. Su Wire lowered her head, her ears glistening. By heavens, what a thrilling sensation. Ning dared not provoke her further. Her allure was formidable. Were you pondering? Wherein an amp? Amp, Oppos. You suppose to help me brainstorm? Let an amp, Oppos, go. Oh, right. Su Wire lifted her head anew. I'm Su Wire. May I ask your name? They explored for nearly 2 hours, with Ning expending approximately 1 million to gather the items. He purchased jewelry and cosmetics for his mother, and some fine wine for his father. For his sister, Yi Xiaohua, who was preparing for her college entrance exams, he acquired a practical wristwatch. However, this time he did not trigger a critical hit, merely receiving a refund of around 5 million in cash. Now, Ning and Amp, Oppos, savings had reached 10 million. This was a considerable sum of cash, rare in Jiangcheng, and even more so as he owned the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. Today's shopping spree had propelled him into the ultra-high net worth echelon. After completing his gift shopping, Ning treated Su Wire to lunch. Following an exchange of contact information, they parted ways. Ning made his way to the end of the commercial street. Gazing up at the opulent Jiangnan Hotel, a surge of pride welled within him. From this day forth, this place belonged to him. I would like to book a presidential suite, Ning stated to the front desk attendant, presenting his identification. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The front desk attendant took his ID, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she glanced at Ning. Her pupils widened in disbelief. Mr. Yi. The front desk attendant bowed respectfully. The other attendants, noticing, also greeted Ning. You recognize me? Ning asked, realizing how foolish the question was. Of course. This morning, Manager Wu shared your photograph with us. Very well, then summon the manager to come here. Yes, Mr. Yi. In less than 2 minutes. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline hurriedly approached from the elevator. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiangnan Hotel. Welcome to oversee our operations. Hello. Ning exchanged a brief handshake with Wu Yuan. I'm not here to oversee anything. I simply wish to rest. Although he had rented accommodation, it was far too distant from the city center. Yet, there was no point in returning now. Having a hotel room was far more convenient than a rental. Understood, Mr. Yi. We have a presidential suite reserved exclusively for you. Allow me to escort you there. As Ning and Wu Yuan entered the elevator, the lobby erupted with excitement. Our new boss is incredibly handsome. I thought the morning and Amp, Oppos, photo was edited. With a man as young and dashing as Mr. Yi. I wonder what type of woman he prefers. Let us not speculate. He must come from a prominent family, at least someone of equal standing, right? Cough. The lobby manager interjected, please refrain from discussing Mr. Yi behind his back. Yet, as she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the elevator. Mr. Yi is truly handsome. Upon reaching the top floor with Wu Yuan, there was only an office and a suite, both designated for Ning. This is your room, featuring panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, encompassing over 200 square meters. Ning surveyed the surroundings, the suite evoking a singular impression. High-end sophistication. Quite impressive, Ning remarked appreciatively. Wu Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Yi, please take your time to rest. Should you require anything, feel free to use the phone on the bedside table. All right, you may attend to your duties. Once Wu Yuan exited the room, Ning collapsed onto the expansive bed with a contented sigh. What bliss! This is the life. The days of relentless overtime, with scarcely a few coins to his name, were finally over. Now, he could simply revel in life. However, one matter remained etched in Ning and Amp, Oppos, mind. The supervisor who had dismissed him, Wei Jie. Although he had left the company and had no further dealings with Wei Jie, Su Weier's lucky streak was undeniable. Jiangnan Commercial Street was not merely a commercial hub. It included the Jiangnan Hotel and Jiangnan Tower. The very place where Yi Ning had once worked was precisely at Jiangnan Tower. Chapter 6. Watching Su Wei and Oppo's livestream after dinner and a refreshing bath, Yi Ning opened his phone and promptly transferred 1 million yuan to his mother and Oppo's account. In less than half a minute, he received a call from his mother. "Son, why did you transfer me such a large sum? Where did you get so much money?" Yi Ma and Oppo's tone was filled with concern. Although she knew her son would not act recklessly, the sudden windfall startled her profoundly. Both of Yi Ning's parents hailed from farming backgrounds. They toiled for a lifetime to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in the county town. Even so, they lived quite well, especially compared to many old neighbors in rural towns who could scarcely afford commercial housing and were destined to reside in self-built homes for their entire lives. 1 million yuan was indeed a staggering amount. Yi Ma and Yi Ba had never encountered such wealth. Don and Oppo's, worry mom. Don and Oppo's, you know your son? I graduated and have been working while partnering with classmates in a business venture. It's thriving now, and everyone has earned a substantial share. Yi Ning fabricated a story, realizing he could not divulge the truth about the system's affairs, as no one would believe him. Besides, he could now be considered the owner of a business on Jiangnan Commercial Street, which was and Oppo's entirely untrue. "All right, my son is making money." Yi Ma and Oppo's voice brimmed with pride. "I and Oppo's LL save this money for you to use when you marry." "That and Oppo's not necessary, Mom. You and Dad should spend it. When in an Oppo's gone, I and Oppo's LL transfer more," Yi Ning replied. "Absolutely not. Your father and I are getting older and don't need much, but your sister still needs a considerable amount for university," Yi Ma insisted firmly. Yi Ning understood that his parents had been frugal all their lives and were not extravagant spenders, so he could only nod in agreement. The mother and son conversed for over half an hour before ending the call. Gazing at the night view by the river, Yi Ning felt an immense longing for his family. It had been nearly a year since he last visited. He planned to return home soon. As he scrolled through videos, a post from Su Weier, the small streamer he had recently added, caught his attention. Curious, Yi Ning swiftly downloaded the Feiyu Live app and created an account. On the Feiyu platform, Xiao Wei and Oppo's live stream was quite desolate. The streaming industry was extremely competitive, although Su Wei and Oppo's possessed a commendable singing voice. Many others shared the same talent in today's society. Moreover, her reluctance to wear revealing clothing made it challenging to attract attention. Viewers can click the follow button in the upper right corner. She encouraged, "If you enjoy my singing, please consider sending some gifts to support me." Watching the live stream data, Su Weier felt disheartened. After nearly 2 months of broadcasting, not only had she failed to earn money, but she had also spent a considerable amount on equipment and background decorations. With rent approaching, she felt she might not be able to continue much longer. Throughout her university years, she had attracted numerous wealthy suitors due to her stunning physique and appearance. Some even explicitly offered to financially support her, but she had never acquiesced. Despite her humble beginnings, she was determined not to sacrifice her most precious asset for money. "Oh dear, the little streamer is so unfortunate, but I truly have no money. I can only send a few free flowers," Yi Ning thought. "I am in decent circumstances, yet I am resolutely a freeloader. Nothing can change that. Upstairs, you are not alone. We are all freeloaders." Upon entering the live stream and noticing only a handful of viewers, Yi Ning felt a pang of sympathy for Su Wei and Oppo's. Welcome and Oppo's. Tonight Ninggu and Oppo's. Please consider following. Yi Ning promptly clicked the follow button. "Thank you and Oppo's. Ninggu and Oppo's for your support." Su Wei and Oppo's exclaimed as the chat began to fill with messages. "Is the streamer being baited? Ha! She is too naive to fall for this. Clueless streamer. I like her. I followed her. Don't deny it. This streamer is quite attractive. I hope she is not like that old lady. The streamer is not only beautiful, but also sings quite well, though her dancing, well, let an Oppo's. Let's not go there. Dancing? Ning and Appo's interest peaked. He wondered if Su Wei and Appo's could dance. Tonight, Ninggu. If the streamer dances, I'll send gifts. Freeloader, did you hear that? They and Appo's re-asking you to dance. Great Sage, quick, run. The streamer is about to dance. Peeling skin while cooking. Don and Appo's get your hopes up. With a new account, there won't be many gifts, no free flowers either. Thinking it was merely a prank, Su Wei replied, Ninggu, I think I'll just sing. I'm quite good at singing. Seeing this, Ning smiled faintly and recharged his account with 100,000 yuan. Ding. Ho spends 100,000 yuan, receiving a fourfold cashback, totaling 400,000 yuan. With the funds swiftly added to his account, he sent a 500 yuan rocket gift, once again requesting, streamer, how about a dance? As the rocket animation soared across the screen, the chat erupted with excitement. Wow, what a generous patron. I misjudged. This boss is incredible. Streamer, hurry and dance. Your benefactor is here. Su Wei felt her heart race at the sight of the rocket effect. In 2 months of streaming, this was her first time receiving such a substantial gift. Previously, the most valuable gift had been a 100 yuan airplane, but that patron had quickly asked for her contact information, their private messages rife with unsavory intentions. Though occasionally Navi, Su Wei and Appo's was not foolish. She recognized that this and Appo's, tonight Ninggu and Appo's, who gifted her a rocket, likely had decent means. While she was unsure of his true intentions, she knew she must maintain a good rapport with him. All right, Ninggu, since you wish to see, I shall perform a dance for you. Chapter 7. 100,000 rewards in order to perform a dance. Su Wei went to the trouble of changing into a Hanfu. Ning gazed at Su Wei and Appo's delicate visage on the screen, reveling in the moment. However, his enjoyment was short-lived. The reason was simple. Su Wei and Appo's dance was utterly explosive. It was not merely a stark deviation from the art of dance. It was something entirely unrecognizable. Nevertheless, this spectacle garnered a flurry of comments. Ha ha, Ninggu, are you regretting it? I was just about to head to the restroom, and now the host shows me this? Challenge. No cringe for 365 days, day 1. You say this is dancing? I can end Appo's, believe it. If you call it line dancing, I would buy that. Oh my, the host is line dancing live. Should the moderators not intervene? The interminable 2.5 minutes finally elapsed, leaving Ning dumbfounded. The movement was indeed stiff, yet the entertainment value was undeniably high, and the live stream became more popular than before. Occasionally, small gifts floated by, courtesy of other viewers. Ning opened the gift interface. Tonight, Ninggu sent Super Fire 1. Tonight, Ninggu sent Super Fire 2. Tonight, Ninggu sent Super Fire 3. Tonight, Ninggu sent Super Fire 10. 10 Super Fires. The total value amounted to 20,000 yuan. Ninggu was indeed generous, not batting an eyelash at such a sum. Yet, others mused. Ninggu must be confused. How could a little host in Appo's dance be worth 20,000? Does the boss still need a pendant? I weigh 200 gene and only need 2,000. I can break your legs. Su Wei was also astonished by the continuous stream of superfire effects. Soon, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. With 20,000 yuan in gifts, even after the platform and Appo's cut, she would still pocket 10,000 yuan, enough to cover her rent for the next month. Was today truly her lucky day? In the morning, Ning had gifted her a watch worth over 200,000, and now, that boss known as Ninggu had sent her 2,000 yuan worth of gifts. Wait a moment. Su Wei seemed to have realized something. The two characters Ninggu in the middle, was and Appo's, that Ning? She quickly took out her phone and texted on WeChat. Ning, is that you? Already reclining in bed. Ning read Su Wei and Appo's message with a smile in his eyes. It seemed the little host was not as naive as he thought. I came to check out your stream after seeing your moments. Hee, thank you for watching me, but please refrain from sending gifts. And Appo's, that's quite a waste of money. Su Wei was not one of those sheltered girls. She understood well that for many, 20,000 yuan could take months to earn. However, she was unaware that for Ning, such spending was merely a means of earning. Don and Appo's, worry, and Appo's, That's just a little money. Consider it like watching line dancing. Upon reading this message, Sue Wire gritted her teeth in frustration. Oomph. It and amp, oppos. That's all because of your mischievous request. Now you mock me. How infuriating. All right, don't be upset. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Though she said this, Sue Wire felt a flutter of emotion. She typically posted to her moments, and Ning truly came to her live stream, even showering her with numerous gifts. Was she really expected to repay such kindness in kind? The thought startled Sue Wire, causing a blush to creep up her long neck and onto her cheeks. The host glanced at her phone, her face aflame. What had transpired? I'm curious. Could it be a private message from Ningu? It must be. Woe is me. The host is smitten. I am heartbroken. Don and Oppos. Take online feelings too seriously. They are all illusory. Do I love the host? No, I adore Ningu. Oh, so it turns out they're actually a girl. As long as Ningu likes it, I can also be a girl. Shyly. Tonight, Ningu. What a ridiculous world. The internet was indeed filled with a plethora of absurd commenters. Following this, Sue Wire sang a few more songs, and Ning found them delightful, promptly emptying the remaining balance of several tens of thousands in his account. This series of actions garnered the admiration of countless viewers. He even received numerous private messages from other hosts, urging him to check out their live streams. Ning, however, paid them no mind. He did not know these other hosts, and what if the camera concealed a dinosaur behind it? He couldn't afford such a loss. Tonight, I'm done with gifting. It's exhausting. Let us dine together another day. Ning tossed out his final comment in the chat. After a brief silence in the live stream, the chat exploded with activity. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Gifting to the point of exhaustion. I wish I could be that exhausted, but my capabilities don't allow it. Are you all missing the point? The boss is going to have a meal with the host. So what? The boss gifted 100,000. Dining together seems only natural. This time it's a meal. Next time it might be something more intimate. Woe is me. My little Wei is truly becoming little Wayer. Wow, the comments here are unreal. Just as Ning set his phone down, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Sun Tao, the head of Jiangnan Mansion. May I ask if you have time to come by soon? There are some documents that require your signature. Sure, I will come by tomorrow morning. Ning had planned to visit Jiangnan Mansion the following day. In his previous position at Hongda Advertising, Wei Jia had often tried to sabotage him. Eventually, after Ning caught him meeting with his mistress, he was dismissed. Ning wondered what expression Wei Jia would wear when they met again tomorrow. He swirled his glass of red wine, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 8. Wei Jia's fear. The following morning, Ning arrived early at Jiangnan Building, a place he was quite familiar with after working there for 3 years. The building consists of 33 floors, with floors 30 to 33 managed independently by Jiangnan Building. Floors 2 to 29 are leased to various businesses in Jiangsheng as office space. Before his dismissal, Ning worked in sales at Hongda Advertising and was promoted to sales team leader due to his outstanding performance. However, due to his grievances with the sales supervisor Wei Jia, who is also the boss and Oppo's nephew, he was dismissed without hesitation. Now, with a complete transformation in status, Ning was no longer the beleaguered worker. He could now dictate the fate of Hongda Advertising with a mere word, such as the ebb and flow of fortune. Although it was still before regular working hours, the receptionist was already at her post. Upon noticing Ning entering, she immediately stood up and greeted, "Good morning, General Manager Yi." "Hello." Ning nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that Sun Tao and Wu Yuan had already informed the staff of his arrival. "Where is Sun Tao?" Ning inquired as he settled into a corner of the lounge. The receptionist, while bringing him a freshly brewed cup of tea, replied, "Manager Sun hasn't and Oppo's tea arrived yet. He might still need some time." "Very well, I shall wait here for him," Ning responded, picking up a magazine. "You can carry on with your duties. There and Oppo's. There's no need to mind me." "Understood, General Manager Yi." "Please enjoy," she said courteously. After approximately 10 minutes, Sun Tao had yet to appear, but Wei Jia made his entrance in the lobby. The moment he spotted Ning perusing a magazine, he swaggered over with a self-satisfied grin. "What a small world. I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you, Team Leader Yi," Wei Jia said, brimming with arrogance. He then shifted his tone. Oh no, my mistake. You're no longer the sales team leader. You've been dismissed. Ning shot him a glance. You seem quite pleased with yourself? Of course I am. Wei Jie boasted. My uncle has informed me that I am about to be promoted to department director. Whereas can you still find a job paying 3,000 a month? Wei Jie had never excelled academically, failing even to enroll in a college, and only after starting his career did he attend adult night classes. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for college graduates, thinking, do those graduates earn more than me? He viewed Ning as a complete failure. Wei Jie failed to consider that, without familial assistance, he might be lost in the world himself. My uncle and I have already met with the new owner of this building. Once our collaboration is finalized, my position will elevate, he boasted. Why am I even discussing this with a failure like you? We are on entirely different levels. Wei Jie shook his head, feigning regret. Unbeknownst to him, Ning and Oppo's expression had taken on an unusual intensity. New owner? Collaboration? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Wei Jie, I advise you to return. The collaboration you dream of has fallen through, Ning said leisurely. It would be wise for you to find a new office space quickly, lest you find yourself in a pitiful situation. Ha ha! Wei Jie scoffed at Ning's words. What are you? Do you think you can interfere with Manager Sun's decisions? Whether I can interfere or not, why not ask him directly? Ning gestured toward the entrance. Sun Tao, dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting a noticeable belly, entered through the doors. At the receptionist's signal, he immediately spotted Ning in a lounge and hurried over. Seeing the building and Oppo's manager, Wei Jie quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, extending his right hand. Hello, Manager Sunday. I am Wei Jie from Honda Advertising. You can call me Xiao Wei. However, Sun Tao completely ignored him and approached Ning, slightly bowing his head. Good morning. General Manager Yi. I apologize for my lateness. The mere utterance of General Manager Yi struck Wei Jie like a monumental blow, leaving him dizzy. A tempest swirled within him. Why? Oh why? Would the esteemed manager of Jiangnan building show such deference to Ning? With trembling apprehension, Wei Jie turned his gaze upon the smiling Ning. Struggling to breathe. Who exactly are you? Despite his suspicions, he clung to a sliver of hope. Please, let not be what I fear, Ning replied, his expression unperturbed. I am the new owner of Jiangnan Building, as you have just referred to me. I wonder how satisfied Manager Wei is with this revelation? No. It can end Oppo's TB. I refuse to believe it. Wei Jie shouted in despair. Manager Sun, you must tell me this is false. This is all a lie. Right, Manager Sun. We met just yesterday, and we discussed the collaboration. We agreed upon it. Wei Jie babbled, desperate for any semblance of hope. Yet Sun Tao was no fool. He had already discerned that Ning and Wei Jie were at odds. No matter the circumstances, he would not intercede on Wei Jie and Oppo's behalf. Sun Tao. Ning's voice turned frigid. Sun Tao, sweating profusely, replied, General Manager Yi, what do you require? Is what he said true? Have you indeed finalized any collaboration? Absolutely not. Sun Tao said, gently wiping his brow. Yesterday, the owner of Honda approached me about a potential collaboration, but I did not agree. So there was no agreement? Ning pressed. Correct. Then why is he still here babbling incessantly? Are you not aware that I am currently quite displeased? Chapter 9. Purchasing a car with the young streamer upon their first encounter, Sun Tao found himself in a rather uncomfortable situation, exacerbated by the presence of Wei Jie, the instigator of his distress. Filled with contempt, he wished he could kick Wei Jie out of his life. Wei Jie, get out of my sight. Tell that uncle of yours that the contract expires at the end of this month. He must vacate our Jiangnan building. Wei Jie felt as though the sky had fallen upon him at Sun Tao and Oppo's words. No. Manager Sun, Director Yi, please grant me another chance. Don't expel us. His pleas echoed in desperation. Noticing Ning's grim expression, Sun Tao made a swift decision. Security, what are you waiting for? Drag this man out. He is an eyesore. As Ning's expression gradually returned to normal, Sun Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had secured his position as general manager. Handle it yourself when the owner of Honda comes by, Ning said calmly. Understood, Director Yi. If any companies in the building are collaborating with Honda, let them sever ties immediately, or they can leave too. Yes. Following this, Ning convened a staff meeting in the building in Oppo's conference room and announced a 20 salary increase for all employees. This gesture garnered unanimous praise from the staff. Ning, who preferred to avoid management, decided to leave the arduous tasks to Sun Tao and his team. Thus, he spent several days luxuriating in his hotel suite, enjoying a life of ease. After a few days in the hotel, Ning felt a lack of fulfillment. Despite the excellent service, it paled in comparison to the warmth of home. It was time to purchase a car and a house. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed the young streamer, Su Wei. Su Wei had been in high spirits lately. Ever since she met Ning, her fortunes seemed to have improved. Her livestream audience had increased significantly, and her career was starting to flourish. Yet, she felt a twinge of emptiness from not having seen Ning for a few days. When she answered the phone, her face lit up with joy, and she quickly got ready before heading to their agreed-upon meeting spot. Ning, Su Wei playfully patted Ning's shoulder in greeting. Dressed in a light yellow floral dress that accentuated her long legs, she looked stunning with her exquisite makeup. Ning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Su Wei, however, noticed the fleeting look of astonishment in his eyes, which made her smile even broader. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Come on. I bought some extra, Ning said as he stood up. Thank you, Su Wei, accepted the breakfast, and, taking a sip of milk, asked, by the way, what kind of car are you planning to buy? She had little knowledge about cars, but presumed that someone as affluent as Ning would not opt for anything too inexpensive. A G-Class, Ning replied. Hey, why are you using such language in public? Su Wei softly admonished. You shouldn't speak like that in front of others. It's quite uncouth. Ning replied. Your mindset is rather peculiar. Upon arriving at the Mercedes dealership, several staff members were taken aback by the striking duo of Ning and Su Wei. Are they a couple of celestial beings? How stunning. Welcome to Mercedes. Sir, do you have a specific model in mind? I can make some recommendations, the store manager said, stepping forward. A G-Class Ning began, but was interrupted by a slight pain at his waist. What are you doing? Ouch. Su Wei pouted, clearly annoyed. I told you to speak properly. The manager glanced at Su Wei with curiosity before resuming his smile. Very well, sir. We just received 2 GMG models today. Please follow me. Upon hearing the manager, Su Wei realized that G-Class referred to a car model. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she caught Ning looking at her with a teasing smile. Ning, you rascal, she exclaimed, gritting her teeth in frustration. Who told you to react so adorably? Ning chuckled, ruffling her hair. The fragrant softness of her hair was intoxicating. Su Wei was taken aback by his boldness, yet found herself unperturbed, even wondering his touch feels so nice. Wouldn't it be even better if he were to caress my face? Startled by her own thoughts, she discreetly glanced at Ning, who was engaged in conversation with the manager. Relieved that he hadn't noticed her flustered state, she let out a quiet sigh. The trio entered the showroom featuring the G-Class, where 2 luxurious vehicles awaited, one in khaki and the other in black. Mr. Yi, these are the gams that just arrived today. What do you think? Very nice. Can I take one today? Of course. We can assist you in processing the registration. Without hesitation, Ning replied. Let us sign the contract. I'll take the black one. Seeing Ning's swift decision, the manager exclaimed with excitement. Excellent choice, sir. I'll prepare the contract right away. Notification. The host has spent 3 million, receiving a 7-fold return, totaling 21 million. Another 20 million have been credited. An exhilarating moment for Ning. It was his first time driving a luxury car worth several million, and while he felt a surge of excitement, he maintained a calm demeanor, being an experienced driver. In contrast, Su Wei, seated in the passenger seat, gleefully touched this and that, brimming with joy. Are you that happy? Of course. Do you think everyone is as wealthy as you? I've never been in a car worth millions before. Hee. Wait until later. I'll make you even happier. Noticing the mischievous grin on Ning's face, Su Wei instinctively shrank her neck and nervously clutched her clothing. Even happier? Chapter 10, Critical Hit Reward. A villa Ning drove Su Wei and Oppo's, to the Porsche dealership. Welcome to Porsche. Greeted a strikingly attractive female salesperson in professional attire as they stepped out of the car. Despite the manager and Oppo's repeated emphasis during training to refrain from judging others superficially, the sales staff inevitably assessed customers' purchasing power based on their attire. A wealthy young man like Ning, adorned in designer brands and accompanied by a beautiful woman, was undoubtedly a prime customer. However, the salesperson noted that Ning already had a girlfriend whose beauty and poise far surpassed her own, prompting her to abandon any aspirations of winning his affection. "Sir, do you have a particular model in mind?" the salesperson inquired softly, her voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Ning, are you really buying another car? Didn't you just purchase one?" Su Wei and Oppo's, tug at Ning and Oppo's sleeve, her voice low. To her, a car was merely a mode of transportation. Owning too many seemed wasteful. If Ning were aware of her perspective, he would certainly counter her argument. In his view, the more fine cars one possesses, the more joy they can drive. "This one is, of course, for you," he declared, having resolved from the outset to gift Su Wei and Oppo's a vehicle. Firstly, he harbored genuine feelings for her. Secondly, his financial resources were abundant. Thirdly, showering gifts upon a young lady often yields splendid rewards, especially with someone as fortunate as Su Wei and Oppo's by his side. The salesperson, overhearing their exchange, gazed at Su Wei with envy. How fortunate she was to have such a handsome and generous boyfriend. You're buying it for me." No, that's too much." Su Wei shook her head in refusal. "You already gifted me that expensive watch. I can't accept something so lavish today." The salesperson, sensing the opportunity slipping away, interjected. "Miss, you are truly fortunate. Your boyfriend is so thoughtful. You should accept his generous offer." Su Wei and Oppo's blushed, hesitating to explain herself further, remembering she must uphold Ning's dignity in public. "I just think it's too expensive. Perhaps he could save such gifts for our wedding," she suggested, glancing down. Unable to meet Ning's gaze, her toes nervously digging into her shoes. Ning observed her incredulously before comprehending her intent. He affectionately ruffled her hair, reassuring her. "It's all right. I'll get you something even better for our wedding." Su Wei shot him a playful glare, recognizing his teasing nature. This mischievous young man, while she defended his honor, he took the opportunity to jest at her expense. The salesperson, witnessing their intimate rapport, felt as though she needn't bother with lunch that day. "Are you really going to buy?" Su Wei asked, still in disbelief. "Let us just look around. These prices are too steep." As they toured the showroom, Su Wei was taken aback by the prices. She had hoped to find a car for a few tens of thousands, thinking she could gradually repay Ning. However, she soon realized that there wasn't a single model price below 400,000. "Ning, let us check out other dealerships. These are all too pricey," she suggested. Yet Ning, wanting her to select the perfect car, pointed to a model and asked the salesperson, "What about that red 911 we just saw?" The salesperson and Oppo's eyes sparkled at his request. "You wish to purchase a 911 for your girlfriend? How generous. Of course we have it, but it may take a couple of days to transfer from the headquarters," she replied eagerly. "Fine, let us proceed with the payment and ensure all the configurations are top-notch." Ning decided, already swiping his card before Su Wei could process the moment. Beep. The host has spent $48 million on Su Wei, resulting in a critical hit reward, a villa in Yunshang Longjing. A villa in Yunshang Longjing. This was the most luxurious residential complex in Jiangcheng, with villas starting at 50 million and some prestigious ones reaching 70 or 80 million. Even possessing wealth didn't guarantee acquisition. What had initially required a separate purchase now seemed resolved. "Su Wei, you truly are the luckiest. Mr. Yi, the paperwork is all completed. You can pick up the car in 3 days with Miss Su and Oppo's SID," the salesperson respectfully informed him. "Thank you," Ning nodded, noticing Su Wei and Oppo's were still in a daze. He waved a hand before her eyes, saying, "Hey, snap out of it. Let us go." He then guided her out of the Porsche showroom. After leaving, Ning found himself with 25 million cash in hand and an unexpected villa. What a delight. Once in the car, after a brief silence, Su Wei and Oppo's Her finally spoke, Ning. Why are you so kind to me? Her eyes glistened, a hint of tears threatening to spill. She admitted to herself that this man was indeed captivating. Many wealthy suitors had attempted to woo her in the past, yet she had never accepted any of their advances. Now, she realized she genuinely cherished the moments spent with Ning. Even a few days apart left her longing for him. Is this what love feels like? I really like you, Ning confessed earnestly. Su Weier's heart raced, her voice trembling. So, what you mean is you want to be with me? Seeing her shy demeanor, Ning hesitated. Though he had genuine affection for Su Weier, his heart still harbored thoughts of another woman, the mysterious figure from that fateful night. Although he did not know her name, he felt compelled to uncover her identity. Chapter 11. Su Weier's confession. Noticing Ning's silence, Su Weier instantly understood. She was no fool. Having witnessed wealthy young men surrounded by admirers during her school days, she could discern that Ning held a genuine affection for her. Yet he must also harbor feelings for other women, right? Ning, I like you. Su Weier casually brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, smiling as she added, but could you give me a little time? As she beamed, she resembled a vibrant sea of flowers, simply breathtaking. Ning shook his head, responding, No, it is I who should thank you for this opportunity. The two shared a smile, having opened up to one another. I had mentioned treating you to a meal. It and amp, Oppos, es noon now. What would you like to eat? Chinese cuisine? Su Weier replied, pulling out her phone. Can we go live? Just don't capture my face. Of course. Ning answered. With excitement, Su Weier set up her phone. Don't worry, I plan to do a food broadcast. Ever since that night, Ning generously gifted her a substantial amount. Her live stream had gained a modicum of popularity, from a mere dozen viewers. Her evenings now attracted 100 or 200, sometimes even more on lucky nights. Occasionally, some patrons would tip her, but nothing compared to Ning's generosity. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Su Weier greeted the camera. Before long, the barrage of comments began to swell. Little Weier is streaming again. We can enjoy her while we eat. Wow, is the host wearing a dress today? Let's see those legs. Show us the legs 1, 2, 10,086. Isn't it odd that no one has noticed the host is sitting in the passenger seat? What an amp. Amp, Oppos. As strange about sitting in the passenger seat. Indeed, it and amp. Amp, Oppos. That's not unusual. But who is driving? Oh my, blind monk, you and amp? Oppos. V hit the nail on the head. Host, quickly tell us who is at the wheel. As Su Weier observed the lively chatter in the live stream, she found it quite amusing. Ha! Dear patrons, can you guess who it might be? How do we possibly guess? Why don't you turn the camera so we can see? Yes, show us. Su Weier slightly adjusted the camera, capturing Ning and amp, Oppos, S face along with the surroundings. Wow, looks like a handsome young man. Host, don't keep it to yourself. I want to see his face. Didn't anyone notice? This car is a Mercedes G-Class, worth 2 to 3 million. Oh wow, it really is. Host, have you fallen from grace? Forget everything else. This car is quite stunning. Of course, it's worth millions. Even if it were a heap of junk, I'd still think it's beautiful. Host, you still haven't revealed who the driver is. Su Weier Ziepli, didn't I ask you to guess? Can't you figure it out? Really? How could we guess? Since the host mentioned it, it must be someone we all know, right? It's definitely one of the viewers. Exactly. A viewer who is also quite wealthy. Do we even need to guess? Host, you're secretly indulging. Su Weier was utterly perplexed by this comment. Indulging? Me? What does that even mean? Ninggu is everyone S. Exactly, hand over Ninggu. And don't be ungrateful. Ning glanced at the lively comments, amused by their outlandish remarks. Ha ha, what a bunch of silly netizens, he chuckled, shaking his head. Wow, Ninggu spoke. Such a lovely voice. You're still listening to the voice. I'm already reaching for the tissue. You're reaching for the tissue? I'm already smoking. You're smoking? My hands have turned to ashes. Upstairs, how can you still type? Typing with my tongue to prove my innocence. Impressive. Following the navigation, Ning led Su Weier to a private dining establishment. The layout resembled a traditional Sihiyuan, yet it was more expansive than the average courtyard, complete with pavilions and flowing streams. The ambience was serene and elegant, with picturesque scenery. Without even mentioning the cuisine, the setting, oh no, the price was anything but ordinary. Good day, sir. How many in your party? The waitress, clad in a split chong sam, moved gracefully. Just the two of us, Ning replied. Very well, please follow me. She gestured as she led them to a secluded table. As she lifted the bamboo curtain, the beautiful view of the pond unfolded like an exquisite painting. How beautiful! Su Wire exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Ning observed the corners of her mouth lift subtly, her eyes sparkling as they rested on the blooming lotus flowers on the water and Appo's surface. She resembled a water lily, competing in beauty with the blossoms. Indeed, it is stunning. Ning conjured it. Turning to him, Su Wire caught the intensity of Ning and Appo's gaze fixed upon her, warmth flooding her cheeks once more. Since the camera had been focused on her, the viewers in a live stream had witnessed every nuance of her expression. Oh, I am now certain. The host is truly in love. I feel so jealous, like I've bitten into a lemon. I haven't even seen the host eat yet, and I'm already full, woof woof. At that moment, the waitress approached with the menu. Excuse me, sir, may I take your order now? Chapter 12. Su Wire's initiative sure. Ning nodded, pointing at the image on the menu. Let us go with this 8,888 package. 2 servings, please. The waitress appeared slightly surprised, but quickly regained her composure, her smile becoming even more radiant. It was not uncommon for patrons to dine at their establishment, but it was rare for someone to order the most expensive package without hesitation. This particular package, priced at 8,888, summed over 17,000 for 2 people. Certainly not an expense most could afford. All right, please hold on a moment, the waitress said before swiftly departing. Su Wire was taken aback by the figures displayed on the menu, sticking out her tongue. Are we eating gold? Will this meal grant us immortality? Then, recalling that Ning had already spent millions that morning, she suddenly felt that this sum was trivial. Am I floating? 17,000 seems so insignificant now. What's wrong? Ning inquired, noticing Su Wire's conflicted expression. Su Wire immediately feigned a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, if this is overpriced and it doesn't taste good, I'll have a word with the manager. Ning chuckled, shaking his head at the girl's whimsical thoughts. As the appetizers were served, both Ning and Su Wire could not resist beginning their meal. The difference between them was that while Ning ate quietly, Su Wire simultaneously shared the experience with her online audience. Fortunately, they were seated in a corner, and the absence of other diners that morning meant they did not disturb anyone. Of course, the live stream was ablaze with excitement. Although many viewers could not afford such extravagant dishes as lobster and matsutake mushrooms, vicariously enjoying the experience through Su Wire was a delight. Moreover, with someone as stunning as Su Wire, the visual appeal was undeniable. The entire dining experience lasted nearly an hour and a half, not due to the portion sizes being too large, but because the dishes arrived one by one at a rather leisurely pace. However, there was no denying the exquisite flavors, at least for Ning and Su Wire. This meal was undoubtedly the most delightful they had ever enjoyed in a restaurant. Yet, if one were to seek the finest culinary delights in the world, nothing could compare to the home-cooked meals crafted by a mother's loving hands. After satisfying their appetites, Ning approached the front desk to settle the bill. Ding! The host spent 8,888 yuan and received a tenfold rebate, totaling 88,880 yuan. A rebate of 90,000 for a meal was quite impressive. But there was another one. The host spent 8,888 yuan on Su Wire, triggering a critical hit, awarding a master-level culinary skill. A master-level culinary skill. This was Ning and Appo's first experience with a skill-critical hit. Initially, he thought it was a miss, but the system certainly did not disappoint. Hey. Do not underestimate this system. Could you possibly be a villain? Your laughter is so maniacal. Your character design. Oh no, your system's setting seems flawed. In the afternoon, Ning dropped Su Wire off at her apartment complex. Go on in, and remember to pick up the car with your ID in a few days. Su Wire, with her head down, seemed reluctant to part ways, responding with a soft "oh," and remained rooted to the spot. What an amp! Appo's the matter. Are you going to miss me? Ning teased with a charming smile. I am not. Su Wire stomped her foot. Ning found it amusing to tease the girl and laughed heartily. All right, as I explained earlier. And Amp, Oppos. It's not that I can't accompany you to pick up the car. It's just that I need to return home. I haven't seen my parents in quite a while. Tomorrow was when Ning had planned to visit home, and his eagerness to purchase the car was part of that plan. I understand. You go ahead. I'll wait until you leave before heading up, Su Wire insisted stubbornly. Fine, Ning replied as he returned to the driver's seat and closed the door, ready to start the engine. Ning. Before he knew it, Su Wire appeared by the car door. What is it? Ning was momentarily taken aback. A soft, fragrant touch brushed against Ning's cheek, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. He was initially stunned, then a mischievous grin spread across his face. Miss Su, may I ask what you're doing? I'm giving you a stamp, so you won't forget me, Su Wire declared with a hint of pride. However, the crimson hue staining her ears rendered her assertion somewhat less convincing. Ning chose not to expose her embarrassment and feigned a shameless demeanor, adding, Then I must return the favor. I need to give you a stamp as well. With that, he leaned out of the window. Dream on. Hee. With a flurry of fragrant air, Su Wire, blushing, scampered into the apartment complex. Seeing her shy demeanor, Ning smiled and shook his head. This girl was truly delightful. After leaving Su Wire and Amp, Oppo's residence, Ning drove to the Yunshang Longjing Villa area. Located on the outskirts of the city, the air quality and greenery here were significantly better than in the city center. The area featured an artificial river, with the most luxurious villas designed along its banks. As Ning and Oppo's car approached the entrance, a young security guard approached him. Sir, welcome to Yunshang Longjing. How may I assist you today? Chapter 13. Critical Hit Reward. 30 shares of Feiyu Live. Yunshang Longjing truly deserves its reputation as the most luxurious residential community in Jiangxing, with security personnel of exceptional caliber. This, of course, is also influenced by the fact that Ning drives a car worth millions, which commands respect in Jiangxing. I purchased a villa here. Could you assist me in registering my license plate information? My name is Ning, he explained. Upon hearing this, the security guard and Oppo's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Mr. Yi, please hold on a moment. I will notify the property manager to assist you. In less than 3 minutes, a woman in a tailored suit and skirt, adorned with glasses and high heels, approached briskly. Her appearance was undoubtedly impressive. Anyone occupying the role of property manager at Yunshang Longjing needed to leave a favorable impression on the residents. However, in comparison to the breathtaking beauty of Su Wire, she fell somewhat short. The short-haired woman, clutching a tablet, arrived at Ning and Oppo's car window and bowed slightly. Good day, Mr. Yi. I am Luo Rongrong, the property manager of Yunshang Longjing. I am here to assist you with the necessary procedures. May I kindly request your identification? Certainly, Ning replied, handing his ID to Luo Rongrong. Within 2 minutes, after Luo Rongrong took a photograph of Ning, the formalities were completed. All set, Mr. Yi. Now, allow me to guide you to Building 7. Please follow me, she said. No need, you can sit in the passenger seat and just direct me, Ning replied. Understood. Mr. Yi, my apologies for the inconvenience. Luo Rongrong took her place beside him, and it was only then that she truly appreciated Ning's striking features, leaving her momentarily astonished despite her experiences with countless handsome men. Ning, oblivious to Luo Rongrong and Oppo's reaction, followed her directions until they arrived at a villa beside the river. We and Oppo's arrived at Building 7, Mr. Yi. Welcome home once again. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call me. I am at your service, Luo Rongrong said reluctantly as she exited the vehicle. She had noticed that Ning had not cast even a fleeting glance in her direction, which left her feeling a twinge of disappointment and insecurity about her own appearance. As he stepped through the garden and into the villa, Ning was greeted by a magnificent living room, boasting a ceiling height of at least 7 meters. The villa was arranged over 2 floors, with only 1 bedroom on the first floor, while the rest comprised reception areas and a dining room. The second floor consisted entirely of suites, complemented by a spacious outdoor balcony. Naturally, as a top-tier property in Jiangxing, This 80 million yuan villa also included a swimming pool, a standard feature for such establishments. Ning was thoroughly pleased with the property. Reflecting on his parents and Oppo's modest three-bedroom apartment, which felt cramped and outdated, he resolved to purchase a similarly grand residence in his hometown upon his return. His parents had worked tirelessly throughout their lives and deserved to enjoy the fruits of their labor. That night, as Ning aimlessly browsed videos, several private messages popped up. They were from fans of Su Wire's livestream. Ninggu, are you there? In 10 days, Xiaowei will be participating in a PK. Will you join? PK? Ning inquired. It was a competition between streamers to see which side could garner more financial support from their viewers, with the top 10 advancing to become high-earning streamers. He recognized that Su Wire likely refrained from informing him to avoid wasting his money, but now that he was aware, he felt compelled to assist. Count me in, he responded without hesitation. Subsequently, Ning recharged 10 million yuan on Feiyu Live. Ding! Viewer Su Wire spent 10 million yuan, achieving a critical hit, and earning 30 shares in Feiyu Live. Wow! As one of the most renowned live streaming platforms in the nation, Feiyu Live boasted a market value of approximately 15 billion yuan. 30% of that amounted to a staggering 4.5 billion. Su Wire was indeed his lucky star. While Ning reveled in his excitement, thousands of miles away at the headquarters of Feiyu Live in Modu, Chairman Yu Shenglong received startling news. Chairman, we've just been informed that most of our external shares have been acquired by an individual. What did you say? Yu Shenglong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Who is this person? How much did they acquire? A young man named Ning has purchased 30 of the platform's shares, came the response. Yu Shenglong furrowed his brow. He had never heard of Ning. Could he be the son of a prominent family? There is also additional information regarding Mr. Yi. Speak. Mr. Yi recently activated a private account on our platform, initially recharging 100,000 yuan, and today he added another 10 million. 10 million. Yu Shenglong was taken aback. To spend such a sum on a live streaming recharge, coupled with an investment of nearly 5 billion yuan in shares, what was his intent? How much wealth did he possess? I suspect the reason he spent so extravagantly is due to a female streamer named and Amp. Oppo's, Xiaowei, and Amp, Oppo's. How so? Because he has only ever gifted that particular streamer, and his browsing history shows no visits to other live streams. Ah, I see. Yu Shenglong was left speechless, pondering. I once believed I was wealthy, but now I realize this is what true wealth looks like. He then instructed his assistant. Ensure that the live stream room for and Amp, Oppo's, Xiaowei and Amp, Oppo's, is featured prominently on the homepage. Ah, Chairman, I've checked. That Xiaowei is merely a small streamer with a few hundred followers. Placing her on the homepage for the PK might pit her against top streamers. If she loses, wouldn't Mr. Yi be displeased? The assistant expressed concern. Are you out of your mind? Yu Shenglong slammed the table. Do you not understand? A person who spends billions will certainly not allow a small streamer to lose. Hurry up and promote her. Su Wire, who had been streaming smoothly, suddenly found her room flooded with viewers, the surge in popularity overwhelming her. It was only when someone informed her that her stream had made it to the homepage that she began to comprehend the situation. Ning was blissfully unaware of these developments as he busily prepared his belongings for the following day. Chapter 14. By Iluo the next day, as dawn broke, Ning set out in his vehicle. His hometown, Yangcheng, is a small inland city in Sichuan province, significantly smaller than Jiangxing. The journey required traversing several provinces and numerous mountainous tunnels. Ning drove along the highway, and by the afternoon, he finally entered the borders of Sichuan province. Stopping at a service area to refuel and rest, he noticed a white Ferrari 488 nearby. Standing beside the Ferrari was a girl in white, who presented a striking sight. Bai Iluo was on the phone, and beads of sweat glistened on her otherwise calm face, revealing a tempest within. She had also driven from Jiangcheng to Sichuan, though her destination was the provincial capital, Jinsheng. Unexpectedly, her car had broken down, but fortunately, it was near a service area. Had it stalled on the highway, the situation could have been perilous. Now, she found herself stranded, awaiting a tow truck, and her plans were clearly in disarray. Ning approached, catching snippets of her conversation, and asked, "Hello, do you need assistance?" As he stood before her, he finally discerned her features. Initially, he believed encountering Sue Wire and the enchanting beauty was already a stroke of luck. Yet at that moment, he realized his fortune had not yet waned. This woman was undoubtedly of the same caliber as Sue Wire, resembling a beauty that had stepped out of a painting. Moreover, she evoked a feeling entirely distinct from that of the enchanting Sue Wire and the other beauty. The enchantress was alluring. Sue Wire exuded innocence, while this woman radiated tranquility, like a lake with a delicate frost that stirred not a ripple. Bai Yiluo turned to Ning and spoke, "I am heading to Jincheng, but my car is broken down. Even if the tow truck arrives, I want and Oppos to be able to reach Jincheng in time. Well, we are headed in the same direction. I happen to be returning to Yangcheng, which is not far from Jincheng. May I offer you a ride?" Bai Yiluo remained silent, her gaze fixed on Ning for an extended moment. Ning felt a bit unnerved under her scrutiny and asked again, "Is there a problem?" She shook her head, turned, opened the door of her Ferrari, and retrieved a backpack. Without hesitation, she walked towards Ning and Oppos' Mercedes-Benz G-Class, deftly opening the passenger door and taking a seat. The suddenness of her action left Ning somewhat bewildered. Was this all it took? He dismissed the notion that this woman was merely a gold digger seeking a ride for financial gain. After all, she possessed a Ferrari 488, and her attire suggested she hailed from wealth. "When shall we depart?" Bai Yiluo inquired, peeking her head out as she noticed Ning had not yet followed. "Will you leave your car here? I arranged for it to be towed. Someone will come for it shortly. Then let's be on our way." Ning took his place in the driver's seat, and the G-Class merged back onto the highway. Along the journey, Ning perceived Bai Yiluo as somewhat taciturn. She seldom spoke, occasionally pulling out her phone to scroll before promptly putting it away. Bored, Ning sought to spark a conversation. "Ahem, by the way, I don an Oppos, to believe I know your name." "Bai Yiluo," she replied, her gaze unwavering as she stared ahead. Ning nodded. "I am." "Ning, correct?" Bai Yiluo held up his identification card, which she had taken from the side. Yes." Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. "Tell me, do you not fear sitting in a stranger's vehicle?" Ning voiced his concern. In his view, it was prudent for a girl to remain vigilant while out alone, especially someone as stunning as Bai Yiluo. One should never harbor malicious intent, but it is wise to be cautious of others. Bai Yiluo waved her phone near the steering wheel, her expression as placid as ever. Ning then noticed she was sharing her location with someone and had sent them his license plate number. "I am not foolish enough to enter a stranger into Oppos' car without precautions," she quietly explained. The two engaged in light conversation until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they exited the highway. "Let Oppos' stop here. I can easily catch a cab from here to Jincheng," Bai Yiluo suggested as they approached the outskirts of the city. Ning observed that the sky had fully darkened, with vibrant neon lights illuminating the streets. He shook his head, insisting, "No, let's see this through. It is nearly 8 o'clock. I would not feel comfortable leaving a young woman out here alone." Bai Yiluo regarded Ning with a peculiar look. Her large eyes sparkled under the neon glow. "Thank you, Ning," she said softly, her pace quickening. Half an hour later, Ning safely dropped Bai Yiluo off. "Please return home quickly. It is quite late, and you still have a journey ahead," she urged. Ning smiled and nodded before driving away. Watching the taillights of the G-Class vanish into the distance, Bai Yiluo murmured, "Safe travels." Arriving at her pre-booked hotel, Bai Yiluo gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A young woman and Oppos' voice echoed from within. "Xian, open the door, it and Oppos, it's me." With a click, the door swung open, revealing AI Xian in her pajamas, visibly relieved to see Bai Yiluo. "Illa, you finally made it. When I heard your car broke down, I was so worried. Did you not consider coming to fetch me?" Bai Yiluo teased, her tone playful. "I just got my driver's license and was too afraid to drive on highway." AI Xian admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. As her close friend, she knew Bai Yiluo's demeanor was typically calm and collected. It was unusual for her to adopt such a playful tone. "Hey, did something good happen?" AI Xian asked, her curiosity piqued. "Well, you could say that," Bai Yiluo replied, nodding. Chapter 15. The blind date with the siren. Upon returning to Yang City, the clock struck 10 in the evening. After a long day of driving, Ning found himself ravenous, and upon arriving home, he anticipated the absence of a meal. Thus, he parked his vehicle by the roadside and sought solace in a local food stall, indulging in a hearty feast. Despite his masterful culinary skills, he could not help but acknowledge that any vendor brave enough to set up shop on the streets of Sichuan at night must possess considerable talent. The offerings from even the most prestigious Michelin-starred establishments might not rival the delectable fried rice available at a humble roadside stand. As he savored his meal, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby barbecue stall where a bald, tattooed man stood before a couple, visibly enraged. "I sensed something was amiss with you lately. So this is how it is. Su Li, you're playing me for a fool?" The bald man seized a bottle from their table and, with a resounding crash, shattered it on the ground before delivering a sharp slap to Su Li and Appo's face. "You fancy this pretty boy, Don and Appo's, you wretched woman," he spat, pointing at a bespectacled man seated across from her. He then jabbed a finger into the chest of the bespectacled fellow. "Do you have any idea that she is my girlfriend? You dare to pursue her. Are you seeking death?" The bespectacled man, clearly intimidated by the furious tattooed brute, stammered, "Brother, I had no idea." Sully said she was single. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning realized the truth. The woman was indeed a siren, ensnaring hearts effortlessly. Amused, he took a large bite of his food, finding the scene more entertaining than any traditional dish. Gradually, a crowd gathered, for no significant event could deter onlookers from enjoying the spectacle. To prevent an escalation of the conflict, someone discreetly called the police, leading to the apprehension of several individuals involved. By the time Ning drove back home, it was nearly 11. Clanking his keys, he opened the door, relieved to finally be back. "Home at last," he exclaimed, taking in the familiar surroundings. Although the space was modest, it brought him a sense of comfort. "Son, why didn't you let us know you were coming back? At this hour, I thought we had been robbed," exclaimed his mother, clad in her pajamas, her face lighting up with surprise at his arrival. Old Yi emerged from the bedroom, patting Ning on the shoulder. "You've lost weight." "Hey, Mom and Dad, I missed you so much." Ning enveloped both parents in a warm embrace, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in quite some time. "At your age, you should learn to be more composed," Old Yi chided, pushing Ning away playfully. "He just got back. Why are you criticizing him?" His mother interjected, inspecting him from left to right. "My son is so handsome. Of course, just look at whose genes he inherited." Old Yi beamed with pride. Indeed, both of his parents had been renowned for their good looks in their youth, the village and Appo's, as celebrated beauty couple. "Ah, just as you returned, your third aunt mentioned something that can now be arranged," his mother suddenly recalled, hurrying off to the bedroom. Confused, Ning turned to his father. "What is going on with Mom? Your third aunt visited recently and mentioned introducing you to a girl since you just went through a breakup. Your mother agreed to it." Oldie explained. "What? I can't believe I'm being set up for a blind date." Ning exclaimed. "Wait, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Please don't bother my third aunt," he called out, but his mother was not convinced, having just heard of his breakup days prior. She believed he was merely trying to evade the arrangement. "Tomorrow it is then? It and Appo's, as settled," she said, hanging up the phone with enthusiasm. Turning to Old Yi, she instructed, "Make sure to buy plenty of groceries. The whole family will be coming over." "Mom, do you have to be so eager?" Ning sighed in exasperation. There was no changing his mother's mind. She ruled the household with unwavering authority. "You're already 25. If you don't act soon, I'll be a grandmother before you know it. You should marry quickly while your father and I can still help with the children." The older generation placed immense value on lineage, and Ning and Appo's, as parents were eager for grandchildren. With a stable income, they felt even less apprehensive. Left with no choice, Ning resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that a blind date did not necessarily equate to a romantic relationship. At the break of dawn the next day, Ning was roused by his mother's insistence. He spent the morning assisting her in tidying the house, washing vegetables, and preparing meals, with the hours slipping away swiftly. Ding dong. Davy arrived. "Son, hurry and open the door." Ning opened the door to find his third aunt standing there, flanked by three unfamiliar faces. appearing to be a family of three. The young woman at the back, possessing a hint of charm, seemed to be the protagonist of the day. "Good afternoon, Auntie," Ning greeted. "Xiao Ning, you have become even more handsome." His aunt beamed, her face alight with joy. "Come, let me introduce you," she said, guiding him toward the couple standing before her. "This is Su Li's mother and father." "Hello, uncle and aunt," he greeted politely. Then his aunt pulled Su Li, standing at the back, forward. "This is Su Li. Quite lovely, isn't she?" Ning suddenly recognized her. This was the siren he had encountered the previous night at the roadside stall. Chapter 16. Does your daughter deserve it? Could it be that he was caught in a precarious situation, lacking a backup, and expected Ning to step in as a savior? He had long perceived the disdainful demeanor of Su Li and Amp, Oppos, as parents at the entrance, suggesting they were not the most amiable individuals. Naturally, Ning had no intention of forging any relationship with this family. Before he could utter a word, he overheard Su Li's mother, with an air of contempt, remarking to his aunt, "Xiao-chun, is this your nephew? He may appear decent, but his family's circumstances leave much to be desired." Ignoring his aunt's discomfort, she turned to Ning and inquired, "Young man, aside from this place, do you own any other properties?" "There is only this one in Yancheng," Ning replied without hesitation. He was not lying. His villa was in Jiangxing. "Ah, that complicates matters." Su Li's mother feigned regret. "My daughter, Li, is naturally beautiful and has never faced hardships. As parents, we certainly hope she can enjoy a better life after marriage. Not seeking immense wealth, but at least a car and a house, free from financial worries. You understand, right?" Ning maintained a placid expression, understanding perfectly well. "And then? That and Oppos. That's good to hear. So, don't say Annie is putting you in a tough spot." He realized her words were merely a prelude to her outrageous demands, and he decided to observe her performance silently. Firstly, raising a daughter for so many years hasn't Oppos been easy. A dowry of 1 million should not be deemed excessive, right? His aunt and Amp, Oppos. S expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. They had yet to even enter the house, and already such a high dowry was being demanded. She was acutely aware of Ning's family situation and knew he could not possibly meet such a demand. But Su Li's mother was indifferent to her concerns. Secondly, the house should be at least 200 square meters, and the car need not be extravagant. Around 500,000 would suffice. A colleague child has a BMW 5 Series. It would be perfect. For now, that an Amp, Oppos, that's all. Do you think you can manage that? Su Li and Amp, Oppos. S mother crossed her arms, exuding an air of superiority. Ning Kuden and Oppos. T helped but scoff inwardly at the audacity of someone who had been through countless relationships to demand such terms. Truly, the saying holds, birds of a feather flock together. "Auntie, don't you think your requests are rather modest?" Ning's tone remained unruffled. "A 200 square meter house and a $500,000 car. These are quite paltry." The Su family had prepared for Ning and Oppos' inevitable rejection, expecting to simply turn and leave. They never anticipated that Ning would deem their requests too low. The eyes of the Su family sparkled with newfound hope as they regarded Ning, as if he were a treasure trove. "Ah, yes. What does our esteemed son-in-law think?" Su Li's mother altered her tone, adopting a seemingly amiable demeanor. "Although I seldom return to Yancheng, since my parents reside here, this house is indeed too small. I plan to purchase a villa," Ning declared. "A villa." The Su family barely registered anything else. They only heard Ning mention buying a villa. When the property deed is issued, Su Li and Oppos' name will be on it, which will be worth millions. As for the car, I already own a Mercedes G-Class parked downstairs, so I want to be buying another for now. As he spoke, Ning waved his car keys. The realization struck them that the sleek black G-Class they had seen downstairs belonged to Ning. They had been contemplating the fortune of marrying their daughter to the owner of that vehicle. How fortuitous! Su Li and Oppos' father exclaimed. "I admire your ambition, young man. Come, let's head inside. I wish to discuss wedding arrangements with my future-in-law." As they attempted to pass Ning to enter the house, he abruptly extended his arm, firmly blocking their path. The sudden turn of events startled them. "Excuse me, esteemed son-in-law, what does this mean?" Su Li and Oppos' S mother wore an awkward smile. Who is your esteemed son-in-law? Yi Ning sneered. You arrived with disdain, looking down upon me, and now that you hear of my wealth, you suddenly call me an amp, oppos, esteemed son-in-law and amp, oppos. Do you not find this utterly shameless? 1 million for the dowry, a 200 square meter house, and a $500,000 car. Do you truly believe your daughter is worthy? Yi Ning, what do you mean? How dare you look down upon me? Su Li, who had remained silent until now, was incensed by Yi Ning's words. She was not claiming to be the epitome of beauty, but she certainly considered herself attractive and worthy of more than a mere million in dowry. If she desired, marrying into a wealthy family and enjoying a life of luxury was well within her reach. Ha ha ha. Su Li, it seems the police's lesson from last night wasn't sufficient. Upon hearing Yi Ning and amp, oppos, S remark, Su Li and amp, oppos, S face drained of color. Were you present at that time? Su Li managed to stammer. Yi Ning cast her a dismissive glance. What do you think? To keep secrets, one must not act inappropriately. Su Li's parents were baffled by the exchange between her and Yi Ning, but they clearly understood the mention of the police. Li, what on earth happened? Su Li's mother demanded. Mom, please, let us just go home, Su Li pleaded. And what about the matchmaking? Her mother was still unwilling to give up, as they certainly did not wish to miss out on such a wealthy prospect. At this point, Su Li wished to disappear, desperate to escape her parents and the situation entirely. Yi Ning, indifferent to their turmoil, simply closed the door behind him. Xiao Ning, what's going on? I didn't quite comprehend what you just said, his aunt remarked, sensing the tension in the air. Yes, son, do you know Su Li? Yi and oppos, S mother inquired, placing the last dish on the table, her brows furrowed in confusion. Even old Yi, who had been silent on the sofa, turned his attention towards the unfolding drama. Chapter 17. Mo Qingqing Yi Ning recounted the events of the previous night to them. Upon hearing it, Yi Ma shook her head repeatedly, lamenting how such a beautiful girl could behave in such a manner, utterly ridiculous. Aunt San was equally taken aback. Not only were Su Li and amp, oppos, as parents peculiar, but she herself was not as simple as she appeared. I'm so sorry, Xiao Ning. I had no idea Su Li was so. Aunt San felt quite embarrassed, realizing that Su Li, whom she had recommended, was indeed such a person. It's all right, Aunt San. It's just that Su Li is quite adept at disguising her true self. Did you not notice that even her parents are oblivious to her antics? True. Aunt San chuckled awkwardly. During dinner, the group tactfully avoided mentioning Su Li, feeling somewhat disgusted by the topic. By the way, remember to pick up your sister tomorrow afternoon. Yi Ma reminded Yi Ning as she served him a piece of chicken. Although Yi Ning had previously mentioned buying a car, she did not expect her son to have purchased one worth several million. She only learned about this from the conversation between Yi Ning and Su Li's family. Reflecting on the 1 million cash Yi Ning had transferred to her earlier, she was left wondering just how much money her son truly had. All right, Yi Ning casually replied. Yi Xiaohua was currently in her final year of high school. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, their school only allowed 2 days off each month, making tomorrow her last break before the exams. At 9:00 and amp, oppos, clock that evening, Yi Ning received a call from his good friend from high school, Li Hu. Yi Zi, did you see the messages in the group? Li Hu and amp, oppos, S voice was noticeably more rugged than Yi Ning remembered. I haven and amp, oppos, T checked. Let me take a look. Yi Ning opened the class group chat, where many were discussing the upcoming reunion. Are you going? Yi Ning inquired. He was indifferent about such matters, while he maintained decent relations with his classmates. True friendship was limited to Li Hu. Thus, if Li Hu chose not to attend, he would be disinclined as well. Of course, let us go together. All right, we'll stay in touch. After hanging up, Yi Ning retired early for the night. The following day, Yi Ning remembered that he had left gifts for his family in the car. Seizing the opportunity while taking out the trash, he carried a large bundle of items upstairs. Son, what is all this? Yi Ma was puzzled to see her son return with so many items in just a few minutes. These are cosmetics for you. To wish you eternal youth, Yi Ning replied with a smile. I and amp, oppos, am old. What is the point of wasting money on these? Yi Ma muttered, though her face radiated happiness. Yi Ning then presented her with a verdant bracelet. Although Yima did not comprehend the value of jade, it was evident that this bracelet was not cheap. She gently caressed the coolness against her wrist and said warmly, "This must have cost quite a bit, right?" Seeing his mother so pleased, Ning felt a sense of joy as well. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Not pressing further on the bracelet and Appo's as price, Yima allowed the matter to rest. Indeed, the bracelet was quite expensive, nearly 500,000, yet Ning was unconcerned. Ning then placed 5 bottles of mitai before his father. "Dad, you haven't tried this, have you? How much is it?" Old Yi, with his singular passion for such things, eagerly picked up a bottle. "Not too expensive, just 50,000. Old Yi's hands trembled slightly upon hearing the price, nearly causing him to drop the bottle. 50,000 for one bottle? You must be joking." He shot Ning an incredulous glance. "Do you know that a month ago, Old Du's daughter came home and brought 2 bottles of mitai worth 2,000 each? She flaunted it for days." Ning was aware that Old Du was a resident of their neighborhood. He was quite likable, though he did have a penchant for showing off, especially with his daughter, who had graduated from a prestigious university. Let us bring a bottle to Old Du in a few days for him to taste. That would be amusing, Ning thought, observing his father's proud demeanor. Just as he was about to say something, he reconsidered. The 50,000 he mentioned was per bottle, while Old Yi interpreted it as 5 bottles for that price. Unaware of the true cost of the liquor, Old Yi might hesitate to share it if he learned the actual price. In the afternoon, Ning drove to Yangcheng High School, which was not only his sister Yi Xiaowe's school, but also his alma mater. Although classes had not yet dismissed when he arrived, several private cars were already parked along the roadside. The moment Ning and Appo's car appeared at the school gate, many parents immediately took notice. This was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a vehicle worth several million. Making an appearance in a small city like Yangcheng naturally drew considerable attention. While Ning sat in the car, scrolling through videos, his gaze was suddenly captured by a young woman dressed in a simple green dress, sporting shoulder-length hair and a petite frame. Ning could not deny that the woman was undeniably beautiful, her looks rivaling those of Su Wei and Appo's, and by law. Yet, her aura was distinct. She projected a charmingly adorable presence. More importantly, this girl was familiar to him. She was Mo Qingqing, his high school classmate and the class beauty. Indeed, had there been a school beauty contest back in their days, Mo Qingqing would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot. After years apart, encountering Mo Qingqing again stirred a flutter in Ning and Appo's heart. Which boy in their class could claim to have never harbored a secret crush on Mo Qingqing? Just as he pondered how to greet her, Mo Qingqing spotted him first and approached with a warm smile. "Ning, it's been a long time." Chapter 18. Encountering 2 young ladies, it has indeed been quite a while. "How have you been, Banhua?" Ning inquired with a smile. Mo Qingqing and Appo's expression was complicated as she replied, "I am no longer the class flower. You may call me Qingqing." She refrained from commenting on her own well-being. Throughout 3 years of high school, she excelled academically and was admitted to the prestigious Sichuan University with the highest scores in her school. After completing her undergraduate studies, she intended to pursue further education while working part-time. However, an unexpected turn of events struck her family, which was already a single-parent household. Her mother was diagnosed with kidney failure. The exorbitant medical expenses forced her to abandon her plans for graduate studies, returning to Yangcheng to work and care for her mother. Her younger sister, Mo Qianqian, was in her final year of high school and would require substantial funds for university. Could this be considered a good life? As this thought crossed her mind, the sorrow etched on Mo Qingqing's face deepened. Observing her expression, Ning quickly shifted the topic. "Do you have a younger sibling at Yangcheng High School?" "Yes," Mo Qingqing nodded. "My sister Qianqian is in her 3rd year." "How fortuitous. My little Gua is also about to take the college entrance examination. They might even be in the same class," Ning joked. "Little Gua? You mean Yi Xiaowe is your sister?" Mo Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Do you know my sister?" "Not only do I know her, but they are also quite good friends," Mo Qingqing acknowledged, feeling incredulous that her sister's close companion was Ning's sister. Life is indeed full of coincidences. After a brief conversation, the school bell rang, a sound that had remained unchanged over the years. Yes, it has always been this way, Mo Qingqing mused, a long-lost smile gracing her features. The moment Yi Shaohua and Mo Qianqian stepped out of the school gates, Yi Ning spotted them immediately. Yi Shaohua, tall and striking at 18 years old, stood at 168 centimeters, just slightly shorter than the petite streamer Su wire. In contrast, Mo Qianqian was about the same height as Mo Qingqing, around 160 centimeters, both embodying a charming and adorable presence. Without exception, they were both stunning beauties, standing out among the throng of high school students exiting the gates. "Well, I see my sister. Let us go over." Following Mo Qianqian and Amp, Oppo's outstretched finger, Mo Qingqing stood quietly like a lotus flower. Yet, the man beside Qingqing seemed vaguely familiar. "Qianqian," Yi Shaohua exclaimed, grabbing her friend and Amp, Oppo's arm. "I see someone who looks just like my brother." "Not someone who looks like your brother. I am your brother," Yi Ning retorted, rolling his eyes. His sister's obliviousness was astounding, not even recognizing her own brother. He had envisioned several emotional reunions, only for Yi Shaohua's carefree nature to shatter those fantasies. He had even prepared a gift for her, a true testament to their sibling bond. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became, unable to resist. Yi Ning playfully ruffled Yi Shaohua and Oppo's hair, creating a delightful mess. "Brother, stop messing with my hair." Yi Shaohua pouted, looking annoyed but to outsiders. It appeared she was merely being playful. It was quite peculiar. Yi Shaohua had always been carefree, easily making friends with both girls and boys in her class. She often tackled her problems independently, rarely seeking help from others, which fostered her independent character. Yet, in the presence of Yi Ning, she often resorted to playful antics, even more so than with her mother. Mo Qianqian looked on in disbelief, finding this side of Yi Shaohua unfamiliar. She was witnessing a side of Yi Shaohua that was quite endearing. "By the way, brother, this is my good friend, Mo Qianqian," Yi Shaohua introduced, pulling Qianqian closer. "Qianqian, this is the brother I often mention, ISN and Amp. Oppo's. Handsome?" Mo Qianqian appeared somewhat bashful as she softly greeted, "Hello, Yi Ning Gij," and fell silent thereafter. Had they not been close, Yi Ning might not have heard her at all. Leading the two young ladies, Yi Ning approached Mo Qingqing. Yi Shaohua cheerfully called out, "Sister Qingqing." It was evident that they were already acquainted. Upon learning that Mo Qingqing had arrived by bus, Yi Ning graciously invited the sisters to ride with him. Hearing that Yi Ning had purchased a car astonished Yi Shaohua, but her surprise escalated when they reached the majestic Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "Brother, is this Mercedes yours?" "Indeed. What do you think? Is it splendid? Where did you acquire such wealth?" Yi Shaohua questioned, her curiosity piqued. Not only Yi Shaohua, but even Mo Qingqing was intrigued. They both knew the financial circumstances of Yi Shaohua and Oppo's family. Their parents had come from a rural background, saving diligently to purchase a home in Yangcheng, albeit in an older neighborhood. Comparatively, their living conditions had worsened since their mother fell ill. In such an environment, it was astonishing that Yi Ning could afford such an expensive car in just a few years. "Of course, it's your brother's earnings," Yi Ning replied. He felt a wave of gratitude. Without the system, he might still be an underachieving wage slave, enduring the pressures of both bosses and clients in a grueling 996 work culture. He was genuinely content with his current life and deeply appreciative of the system that had facilitated his success. As Yi Ning drove towards the central hospital, he was aware that the destination for the Mo sisters was indeed the hospital. Chapter 19. Purchasing a villa inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. The mere mention of a hospital often foreshadows unfortunate events. Recalling the sorrow etched on Mo Qingqing's face during their last meeting, it seemed the situation was quite grave. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Yi Ning halted the vehicle. Mo Qingqing took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude to Yi Ning. He shook his head, indicating it was unnecessary. The two sisters alighted from the car, gazing at Mo Qingqing and Oppo's slender figure. Yi Ning Kuden and Oppo's resist leaning out of the window, calling out, "Qingqing, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. I will certainly assist you in any way I can." At his words, Mo Qingqing's delicate frame quivered slightly. She turned her head slightly and gave a gentle nod in response. As Ning and Appo's car gradually receded from view, Mo, Qianshan remarked, "Brother Ning is truly kind-hearted and remarkably capable." Mo Qingqing nodded with a faint smile, affirming that he had indeed remained unchanged. On the journey home, Ning learned about Mo Qingqing and Appo's family circumstances from Yishawa. Life and death are fates from which one can never truly escape. This burden weighed heavily on someone of Mo Qingqing's age, and it was undeniably a significant strain for her. Ning was more than willing to offer support to Mo Qingqing. However, since she did not voice her needs, he would not impose his assistance upon her, as doing so could be perceived as insincere and might hurt her pride. He recognized that Mo Qingqing was a proud girl. Otherwise, with her capabilities, acquiring funds through other means would not pose a challenge. Upon returning home with Yi Xiaohua, the family of four was finally reunited. At the dining table, Ning presented his sister with a Patek Philippe women's watch. "Wow, Patek Philippe!" Yi Xiaohua exclaimed, her delight palpable. She abandoned her favorite chicken leg and snatched the watch from his hands. She had long desired a watch, but had never had the means to purchase one. Never did she expect her elder brother not only to buy her one, but to present her with the most prestigious Patek Philippe. Ning was surprised that his sister could even recognize the brand. It seemed that today and Appo's, as high school students were more knowledgeable than they had been in his time, for better or worse. "Make sure you take care of it at school. Don't lose the watch," Ning cautioned. Their mother was indifferent to the brand and Appo's prestige. She understood just how much her son cherished his sister, and thus, the items he bought were naturally the finest. This watch, at the very least, cost tens of thousands. "Hee, I know, don't worry, Mom," Yi Xiaohua chirped, still caught up in her excitement. She hastily took a few bites of her meal before clutching the watch box and darting into her bedroom. Just before closing the door, she loudly declared, "I and Appo's full." Seeing Yi Xiaohua's energetic demeanor, their mother struggled to suppress her frustration. "This girl doesn't resemble a proper young lady at all. Old Yi, this is all your fault," she scolded, pointing at her husband with gritted teeth. Observing his father's long-suffering expression, Ning stifled a laugh. "Ning, don't laugh. You and your father are the same, always indulging your sister," their mother reprimanded. "Some matters, once they begin, cannot be avoided." The father and son exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the helplessness of manhood. "Mom and Dad, since Xiaohua is home, how about we go house hunting as a family tomorrow?" Ning proposed after their meal. This suggestion evidently brightened his parents' faces. The house they currently resided in was indeed too small, while it sufficed for their daily lives. It became exceedingly cramped during festive gatherings with relatives and friends. Moreover, this was an old community established over 20 years ago, constantly presenting various issues. Most importantly, their son and daughter were growing up. In the future, they would need a residence of their own. "All right, let us use the 1 million from Mom and Appo's car to purchase a larger home," their mother decisively concluded. In the small city of Yangcheng, the average property price was just over 7,000, meaning that 1 million could readily secure a decent unit. However, Ning felt that was still inadequate. His initial ambition had always been to acquire a villa. The next morning, Old Yi received a hurried phone call from the factory and left for work abruptly. With no other choice, Ning drove his mother and sister out together. With a clear vision, he bypassed ordinary developments and headed straight to the most expensive area in Yangcheng. "Son, why are we here? The houses here are quite costly," their mother remarked. Even she had heard of the esteemed Jing Shui Bei. If they were to buy, it should be the best. Otherwise, in 20 or 30 years, they might regret it as they had with their current home. Hearing this, their mother agreed. After all, these properties would eventually belong to her children. So it was wiser to invest in something superior. "Welcome to Jing Shui Bei." As soon as Ning parked the car, a saleswoman was already waiting by the side. Was this the privilege of driving a luxury car? "Sir, may I ask what type of property you and the two ladies are interested in?" she inquired. "A villa," Ning replied without hesitation. The saleswoman smiled and nodded, clearly unperturbed. After all, her eyes had already noted the luxury vehicle he drove, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth several $100,000. "Sir, All our villas at Jingshui Bay are riverside properties and come fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. Following the saleswoman, Yining was quite at ease, as Jingshui Bay paled in comparison to the Yunshang Longjing Villa in Jiangcheng. However, their mother and sister were awestruck by the sights, particularly upon hearing the villa prices, which felt like a heavy stone lodged in their hearts. Before you show us anything else, just tell us which is the most expensive here, Yining asserted, adhering to his principle that if one were to buy, one should acquire the most lavish option available. Chapter 20, a hundredfold critical hit, 1.5 billion in cash. Mr. Yi, the price of the villa at Mirror Water Bay number 1 is 15 million. Would you like to accompany me to have a look? The saleswoman raised an eyebrow upon hearing Ning and Appo's words. The reason she had shown him villas priced at 6 to 7 million was that this price range sold the best. Villas costing over 10 million are simply beyond the reach of most affluent individuals. Such a substantial cash flow is only feasible for those with assets worth hundreds of millions. Thus, she quoted the price first, allowing Ning to have a general idea, while continuously observing his expression. With her keen insight, she could tell that these three were clearly led by Ning. All right, let's go take a look. Seeing Ning's unwavering gaze, the saleswoman was elated. It seemed she had underestimated this handsome gentleman driving a Mercedes G-Class. Brother, are you really going to buy such an expensive house? Over 10 million. Just how wealthy are you? Yishao would tug at Ning and Appo's arm and whispered. Yima was equally astonished by her son and Appo's extravagance. Over 10 million. Just how capable was he? Haha. Well, I could easily support you for life, Ning replied, gently pinching Yishao and Appo's cheek. Ugh, who wants you to support me? Yishao was swatted Ning and Appo's hand away, feigning disgust. Little did they know, Ning currently only had a little over 16 million in cash. Yet he remained unfazed, for he had a system to rely on. The number 1 villa was a world apart from the several million yuan houses previously seen. Not only was it more spacious, but the interior decor and the quality of the provided furniture and appliances were also of a significantly higher standard. Though it still paled in comparison to Ning and Appo's villa in Jiangcheng, it was quite impressive, especially considering this was merely an 18-line small city. Mother, what do you think? Ning sought his mother and Appo's opinion. He wouldn't be residing in Yangcheng for long, and with Yishao was soon heading to university, this house was primarily for his parents. In an Appo's, a nice house, but in an Appo's, that's just too expensive. Yima hesitated in the face of the hefty price tag. Ning smiled. If you like it, then let us purchase it. It will also be convenient for hosting guests in the future. Seeing her expression, Ning knew that Yima was quite taken with the villa. Go fetch the contract. I'll buy it in full. All right, please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. The saleswoman was enveloped in immense surprise as she hurriedly made her way to the sales hall. How is it, Xiaoli? Did they buy? The sales manager eagerly awaited the news from the employee named Xiaoli. The properties at Mirror Water Bay were certainly selling well, but villa buyers were still few and far between. This was a rare big deal. It's decided. They are purchasing number 1 villa. What number? Please repeat that. The manager, taken aback, raised his voice in disbelief. Number 1, the first one. Xiaoli trembled with excitement as she took a sip from the tea poured by the manager. And Mr. Yi said he would pay in full. Number 1 villa. Paid in full. Just how wealthy is he? Quick, prepare the contract. What are you waiting for? The manager barked at the finance office staff. Once the contract was printed, the manager and Xiaoli made their way to number 1 villa. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a sales manager at Mirror Water Bay. The contract is ready. Shall we sign it now? Yes, let us do it now. Ning handed the contract to Yima, saying, Mother, I have a house in Jiangcheng. Let us put this one in your name. Ning had no intention of writing his name. The system required that the critical hit probability be used to purchase for a woman. He couldn't waste any opportunity for a critical hit. Why write mine? How about putting it in Xiaowe's name? Yima suggested. That works too, Ning agreed. Huh? No, Yishao began but was cut off. Sign it quickly. Both Ning and Yima urged in unison. Oh! Yishao pouted and reluctantly wrote her name on the contract. The manager and Xiaoli, witnessing this scene, were utterly astonished. Why would she look reluctant when the house was under her name? This was 15 million. Ding! The host, Yi Xiaoguo, spent 15 million, triggering a 100-fold cash critical hit, rewarding 15 billion. The 100-fold cashback appeared once more. Having just spent over 10 million, he was now receiving a whopping 15 billion in return. This was truly exhilarating. Thankfully, he hadn't written his name, otherwise, he would only have received a maximum of 1.5 billion. He nearly missed out on a profit of over 10 billion. After purchasing the house, Ning took Ima and Yi Xiaoguo to a shopping plaza. They bought numerous daily necessities, spending only a few tens of thousands without triggering any critical hits. On the way home, Ning's phone suddenly rang. "Brother, it's a call." Yi Xiaoguo reached forward with the phone from the back seat. "I'm driving. Could you answer it for me?" Ning casually replied. Yi Xiaoguo glanced at the screen and noticed it was a video call from a woman named Su Wire. A sly smile crossed her face as she turned the volume up to maximum before pressing the answer button. "Ning, I got the car. Come quickly and see how it looks." As soon as the video connected, a melodious and pleasant voice filled the air. However, in the next moment, Su Wire was taken aback to find that the person on screen was not Ning, but a stranger, a young beauty. She instinctively thought she had dialed the wrong number. "I'm so sorry, I must have called the wrong person." Seeing that Su Wire was about to hang up, Yi Xiaoguo quickly intervened. "Sister Wei, you didn't call the wrong number. My brother is driving. I'm Yi Xiaoguo." The moment Ning heard Su Wire's voice, he realized he was in trouble. How could he have forgotten that today was the day Su Wire was picking up the car? Especially when Yima turned around to glance at Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat, it became even more apparent. Chapter 21. Old Yi. Is it dangerous? Are you Ning's sister? "Hello, Xiaoguo. You are truly beautiful." When Su Wire learned that this lovely young lady was Yi Ning's sister, she secretly sighed in relief, grateful for the revelation. At the same time, she was astonished by the formidable genes of the Yi family. Both siblings possessed celestial beauty. It was quite extraordinary. "Ning, why are you silent?" Thankfully, it was your sister who answered. If it had been an uncle or aunt, that would have been quite awkward, Su Wire said, somewhat irritated. Suddenly, the car fell into an eerie silence, and the expressions of the Yi siblings froze. Cough, cough. Ning deliberately cleared his throat. Noticing that Ning remained unresponsive and that Xiaoguo also fell silent, Su Wire began to sense that something was amiss. Xiaoguo, could it be?" Su Wire's tone noticeably softened. "Xiaoguo, please hand me your brother's phone." Before Yi Xiaoguo could respond, Yima, brimming with joy, reached for Yi Xiaoguo's phone. Instantly, a middle-aged beauty appeared on Su Wire's screen, her features bearing a resemblance to Ning. Su Wire's face flushed crimson as she stammered, The anxiety coursing through her made it difficult to hold the phone steady. At that moment, Yima's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Wire. "What a lovely girl." And she turns red upon seeing my face. "She must be quite innocent. If you can't call me Annie, just call me Mom," Yima teased with a smile. Mom. Puffed. Ning was taken aback by this unexpected address, nearly hitting the wrong brake. Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat was laughing uncontrollably, and even Yima, typically reserved, paused for a moment, stunned by the sudden utterance of Mom. All right. Yima's heart swelled with joy, and a smile stretched across her face. Su Wire, having shouted out inadvertently, remained flushed and speechless. How utterly embarrassing. It and Amp, Oppos, S all Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos, S fault that wicked boy. For the next half hour, Su Wei and Oppos, was bombarded with questions from Yima, who seemed eager to know everything about her, almost to the extent of asking for her ID number. It was only when the call ended that Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, finally exhaled in relief. Although her cheeks still burned, she couldn't end Amp, Oppos, to help but feel a twinge of inexplicable delight, realizing that Ning and Oppos' mother quite liked her. At least she had passed the first hurdle, if marriage were to follow. Oh dear, Su Wei and Oppos, how shameless can you be, lost in your thoughts? She rested her forehead against the steering wheel of the Porsche 911, alternating between shyness and bursts of giggles. After hanging up, Yima appeared to crave more conversation. Son, this girl seems wonderful. I really like her. When will you bring her home for your father and me to meet? Ning understood that the situation had progressed to a point where, regardless of his explanations, Yima had already envisioned Su Wei and Appos, as a daughter-in-law. Thus, he could only respond, I will try my best. What do you mean by an Appos? Try your best in Appos. Yima feigned anger. Next time, if you don't bring Xiao Su over, don't even think about coming back. Ning was taken aback. In just that short span of time, his mother seemed to have forgotten him. Mom, you are too. What? Yima shot him a look. Ning chuckled awkwardly. Too understanding. Umph. Yima wore a victorious expression. Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat was doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach. Unable to sit up straight. That evening, Ning prepared dinner. Under Yima's scrutinizing gaze, he brought out dishes such as boiled pork slices, bamboo shoot chicken, and spicy beef slices, among other culinary delights. To his chagrin, despite having attained master-level cooking skills, Ning had never cooked a meal himself until now. Yet, when Yima saw the spread he had prepared, she was utterly astonished. Setting aside the taste, the presentation of the dishes was already superior to her own. As dinner time approached, Old Yi returned home and immediately removed his outer jacket before heading to the bathroom. The dishes looked delightful today, he remarked after washing his face and coming to the dining table. Yes, I made some slight modifications. Please try them and see how they compare to before. Before Ning and his sister could respond, Yima interjected, gently serving Old Yi a slice of beef. Old Yi, unsuspecting, placed the beef in his mouth. A unique blend of sauce and beef exploded on his palate. Delicious, he exclaimed, taking a sip of wine, a satisfied expression illuminating his face. How does it compare to the dishes I used to make? Yima asked, her lips curling into a smile. Though he found it odd that his wife seemed somewhat different today, Old Yi did not dwell on it for long. Moreover, the meal was indeed a considerable improvement compared to before. As a husband, he felt it only right to compliment her culinary skills. Today in Appos' dishes are quite. Cough. Ning interrupted himself, unable to suppress a cough. Meanwhile, Old Yi finally noticed his daughter, Yi Xiaoguo, subtly signaling him. Connecting the dots with his wife and Appos' unusual demeanor, he instinctively recoiled. So that is it. My dear mother, how perilous. Please continue. How are the dishes today? Yima asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. However, to Old Yi, that smile seemed cold as ice, sending chills up his spine. Today's dishes are indeed, not as good as before, he stated solemnly. Honey, perhaps we should stick to what we know. The usual is often the best. Old Yi gazed tenderly into Yima and Appos' eyes. Yima squinted with a smile. Really? Of course. Then it and Appos' settled. Let us eat and savor our son and Appos' culinary creations. Yima busily served Old Yi a chicken leg. Wherein and Appos? To you the one who said you made it? Old Yi feigned surprise. Did I say that? No. Old Yi and the siblings shook their heads in unison. After dinner, Ning leaned against the balcony railing, sipping tea. Suddenly, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw the name Mo Qingqing on the screen. Chapter 22. The reunion. Initially, Ning presumed that Mo Qingqing sought his assistance due to her mother's illness. However, Mo Qingqing merely inquired whether he would attend the reunion. Upon receiving Ning and Appos' affirmative response, she expressed her desire to accompany him. Ning readily agreed to this request. The following afternoon, Ning drove Yi Xiaoguo and, following the navigation, arrived at Mo Qingqing's residence. It appeared that Mo Qingqing and her sister Mo Qianshan had been waiting for a while. Yi Xiaoguo and Mo Qianshan, in a display of unspoken understanding, occupied the back seat, leaving the sole front passenger seat for Mo Qingqing. During this time, Ning caught a glimpse through the rearview mirror of Yi Xiaoguo wildly signaling to Mo Qianshan, a sight that left him bemused. He could not fathom why his sister, upon learning about Su Wire, still endeavored to assist Mo Qingqing in winning his affections. Did she genuinely wish for him to become a heartbreaker? Of course. That is precisely what we are. Mo Qingqing offered Ning a helpless smile before she opened the car door. Today, she donned a dress, transitioning from green to purple. Yet, regardless of the hue she chose, it could not conceal her stunning features. Who claims that cuteness holds no value in the face of sensuality? At least in the case of Mo Qingqing, cuteness reigns supreme. Brother, after you drop me and Xianshan at school, will you go on a date with Sister Qingqing? Yi Xiao would teased loudly, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Yi Ning, accustomed to his sister and aunt, Appo's playful nature, remained unfazed by her jesting. Of course, this was also due to his own thick skin. However, Mo Qingqing, being more bashful, subtly displayed a hint of embarrassment as her ears turned slightly crimson. Firstly, Qingqing and I are attending a reunion. Secondly, I need to pick someone up afterward, Yi Ning explained leisurely. He certainly had not forgotten his good friend Li Hu. Yi Ning was not one to prioritize romance over friendship. Upon reaching the school entrance, Yi Ning parked the car at the roadside. Brother, I and Appo's am off. Don't you have anything to say to me? Ye Xiao Wu inweeded. Yi Ning pondered for a moment, study hard. So annoying. Yi Xiao was stuck out her tongue and made a face, taking Mo Qianshan and Appo's hand as they walked toward the school gate. Let us go. As he watched Yi Xiao and her companion enter the school, Yi Ning gradually pressed the accelerator. Li Hu resided on the outskirts of the city in a traditional bungalow. During high school, Yi Ning had visited his home numerous times. However, Li Hu struggled academically, although he managed to scrape through a vocational college. He ultimately dropped out due to various reasons. Presently, he worked on an assembly line, barely making ends meet. Yi Ning arrived at Li Hu and Appo's doorstep and honked twice. Moments later, a man nearly 6 feet tall with a buzz cut emerged from the red iron gate. Upon seeing Yi Ning, Li Hu and Appo's face broke into a smile. Yezi, you're doing well, driving a Benz G-Class. A few days prior, Li Hu had learned of Yi Ning and Appo's new car, but he never imagined it would be a Mercedes. Moreover, it was the coveted G-Class, a dream for many, regardless of gender. Don't deny it. Think carefully and just admit you've always wanted it. Just as Li Hu was about to head for the passenger seat, he heard a melodious and familiar greeting from inside the car. Li Hu, good afternoon. Do you still remember me? Upon catching sight of the beauty in the passenger seat, Li Hu struggled to recognize her as Mo Qingqing, the school belle. He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and climbed into the back seat. Of course, I remember the class beauty. Yezi, impressive. Li Hu lightly patted Yi Ning and Appo's shoulder, offering silent praise. It was common knowledge that many had pursued Mo Qingqing during high school, yet all had met with failure. Most assumed that her rejections were likely due to Yi Ning's influence. Indeed, Yi Ning had harbored feelings for Mo Qingqing back then, but had never expressed them, remaining silent until their graduation. Li Hu had felt pity for his friend, never imagining they would end up together. Was this what they called serendipity? Yi Ning was aware that Li Hu had misconstrued his relationship with Mo Qingqing, yet he refrained from correcting him. After all, what if it truly blossomed? As the G-Class rolled into the Jinyang Hotel, a multitude of gazes converged upon it. Notably, a group of flamboyantly dressed women at the entrance eyed the luxurious vehicle with envy, wishing they could sit in the passenger seat. Li Hu and Mo Qingqing were the first to exit the car. Look, ISNT that Mo Qingqing? And that guy is Li Hu, right? The onlookers quickly recognized the two. Who could the owner of the car be? One woman, adorned with a crystal handbag, mused aloud. Her name was Yu Yao, attractive enough to garner attention, and adept at enhancing her looks. Many had pursued her during their school days, yet her affections lay with Yi Ning. She recalled confessing her feelings to him, only to receive a firm rejection, which had almost brought her tears. Now, as she reflected on those days, a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart. However, they were all adults now. Yao had recently celebrated her wedding, and such memories felt like fleeting shadows. When she saw Yi Ning alight from the vehicle, her expression shifted to one of realization. Look, it's Yi Ning, her friend Bei Shuyuan exclaimed. He is still so handsome and seems to be doing quite well. As this thought crossed her mind, Bei Shuyuan felt a pang of regret, thinking that if only she had been more proactive back then, she might have been a wealthy lady now. Of course, that notion was fleeting. The moment Mo Qingqing exited the passenger seat, All the girls realized they had no chance whatsoever. Chapter 23. Rumors. Jinyang Grand Hotel. Coincidentally, the hearts of all the gentlemen present shattered simultaneously upon catching sight of the enchanting duo, Ning and Mo Qingqing, resembling a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Although many among them had already established their own families, who could claim to have forgotten the affairs of first love? As for Li Hu, who had arrived with them, he had long been disregarded. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered at the entrance? Ning approached with a cheerful greeting. It's just that upon seeing such a handsome man and beautiful woman, we were left utterly astounded, Yu Yao remarked, a hint of complexity flashing across her face as she jested. Indeed, you two lack loyalty, sneaking off to be together without our knowledge. Bei Shuyuan chimed in. Exactly. At the very least, you should make a public announcement. What is this clandestine affair? Even Li Hu nodded in agreement with Ning. Ning could only smile wryly. Despite his genuine feelings for Mo Qingqing, they were still innocent for now. However, at this moment, clarifying the situation would be in vain. No one would believe him. As if sensing Ning and Oppo's inner turmoil, Mo Qingqing slightly leaned towards him until their arms brushed against each other. Just as Ning was filled with confusion, a soft, delicate sensation emanated from their contact, accompanied by a refreshing, sweet fragrance that wafted from Mo Qingqing. Unfazed by Ning's astonished gaze, Mo Qingqing naturally linked her arm with his. It's not too late for an announcement now. Let us not make things difficult for Ning, she said with a playful smile. I feel full already. I might as well skip this meal. You two are truly incorrigible. Not only are you secretly flirting, but you also come here to flaunt your affection. Ning, you better not try to leave standing. Yes, let us get him drunk. A group of male classmates glared at Ning, their teeth gritting in mock fury. They felt it their duty to teach Ning a lesson for the youth they once had. As laughter echoed, mealtime arrived. All present tacitly avoided discussing work or income, knowing such topics could embarrass some individuals. Besides, who could compare to Ning in terms of earnings? The conversation flowed freely, reminiscing about amusing high school anecdotes. Tales of secret crushes and youthful romances filled the air. But speaking of love, didn't we all believe that the class flower refrained from dating because of Ning? Isn't that so? Yu Yao raised her glass, her voice ringing out. Yes, indeed. Class flower. Do tell. We are all curious. I once confessed my feelings to the class flower, only to be rejected on the spot. One male classmate feigned sorrow. A friend nearby patted his shoulder. Old Nya, consider yourself fortunate. I once wrote a love letter to the class flower, but before I could deliver it, a gust of wind whisked it away. After that, I gave up. It was as if fate itself was against me. In response to the inquiries, Mo Qingqing smiled gently and then glanced at Ning, her expression unreadable. Ning felt a wave of panic as her gaze lingered on him. He too had secretly reveled in the rumors surrounding them. Not to mention, he was curious to know the truth himself. I was solely focused on my studies back in high school. Romance held little interest for me. Mo Qingqing explained with a smile. Just when everyone thought the conversation had reached its conclusion, Mo Qingqing's ears turned slightly red as she continued in a soft voice. However, I too felt shy because of those rumors back then. Even now, it remains the same. With that, she turned away, lifting her glass, leaving Ning with a captivating view of her back. Oh, so that is how it is. The rumors are confirmed. Ning, I'm truly envious of you. A chorus of voices erupted, showering blessings upon the couple. Only Ning stood frozen, reaching out towards Mo Qingqing as if trying to grasp something. Just before his fingers could touch the collar of her garment, he curled them back, ultimately letting go. I and Oppos. I'm sorry, Qingqing, Ning murmured softly. At his words, Mo Qingqing's delicate frame trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she turned back, her smile unwavering as she raised her glass to him. Ning understood her unspoken message. After clinking their glasses, he downed the contents in one go. Today, Ning had indulged significantly, and Mo Qingqing even more so. After feasting and drinking, all present staggered as they walked, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Seizing a moment to excuse himself to the restroom, Ning hurried to the front desk. Sir, Your total expenditure is 25,800 yuan. How would you like to pay? Credit card, Ning replied, pulling out a bank card. Also, please reserve 20 standard rooms for me. Considering everyone had consumed quite a bit, it was prudent to anticipate the need for accommodations should anyone require them. Certainly, sir. Beat. Host has spent 32,800 yuan, triggering a critical hit. Reward. Ownership of Jinyang Grand Hotel. The system's voice dispelled much of Ning's inebriation. Although Jinyang Grand Hotel paled in comparison to Jiangnan Hotel in Jiangcheng, trading a few tens of thousands for a hotel was an opportunity one would be foolish to pass up. One word, exhilarating. Ning returned to the table, informing everyone that he had settled the bill and arranged for rooms. Finally, amidst a chorus of farewells, the reunion drew to a close. Ning embraced the half-dazed, half-awake Mo Qingqing as they and their classmates, intending to stay the night, arrived at their respective doorways. Chapter 24. Mo Qingqing and Appo's decision. Several male classmates exchanged knowing glances with Ning before entering the room. Even Li, who leaned in to whisper a word of caution to Ning, urging him to stay safe. Get lost. Ning playfully scolded, eliciting a chuckle from Li, who before his robust figure vanished from view. The standard room contained 2 beds, and Ning assisted Mo Qingqing to lie down on one of them. Qingqing, Ning gently urged, nudging her shoulder. Wake up first, wash up, then you can sleep. Mo Qingqing, bleary-eyed, glanced at Ning and giggled before promptly closing her eyes again. It was evident that she was thoroughly intoxicated. He wondered why she had consumed so much alcohol. Her cheeks were flushed from the effects of the drink, making her look quite charming. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard, suppressing his impulse. He took a towel to wipe Mo Qingqing and Appo's face, bustling about until the early hours of the morning. After she had bathed and emerged from the bathroom, he found her deeply asleep and decided to take to the other bed, collapsing into slumber. The following morning, as Ning drifted in and out of sleep, he faintly heard the sound of running water. After a brief frown, he opened his sleepy eyes. Just then, the shower turned off and the bathroom door swung open, revealing Mo Qingqing stepping out wrapped in a towel. Her hair was damp, droplets clinging to the ends, and though she wore no makeup, she was undeniably stunning. Her fair shoulders were exposed, and her beautiful collarbone was distinctly visible. Ning found himself entranced. Mo Qingqing resembled a lotus emerging from the water, simply breathtaking. Of course, she still lacked certain attributes, as her petite frame left something to be desired. You're awake, Mo Qingqing remarked, noticing Ning staring at her in a daze. A mix of shyness and a hint of delight graced her features. Ning, last night, I didn't do anything at all, she stated, prompting an immediate explanation from Ning. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face as she nodded in response. Then, she picked up the hairdryer from the table and asked, Could you help me dry my hair? Of course, Ning replied, rising to take the dryer and moving behind her. The device felt cool to the touch, infused with a hint of shampoo and Appo's fragrance. Mo Qingqing and Appo's hair was truly splendid, remarkably soft and smooth. In fact, by the end, Ning hesitated to let go. All done, he announced, turning off the dryer and setting it down. Mo Qingqing did not turn around, but her delicate frame appeared to tremble slightly. Ning, do you think I'm beautiful? Mo Qingqing asked, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. The suddenness of her question caught Ning off guard. What did you say? He inquired, to which she repeated, Am I beautiful? With slightly more insistence. Yes, you are, Ning replied without a moment's hesitation, voicing his true thoughts. Then why? Last night, I deliberately got drunk to give you a chance. Yet you remained indifferent, she continued, turning to face him, her eyes glistening. Ning and Appo's heart raced. Could it be that taking action last night was the right answer? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. He was indeed attracted to Mo Qingqing, but he wanted it to be under circumstances where both were sober. Qingqing, I told you, if you ask, I will help you, Ning reassured her. He desired Mo Qingqing, but certainly not in this context. He wished for their relationship to be free of complications. However, I truly don't know how to approach you. Mo Ching murmured, her tone soft and almost playful. That and Appos, that's all right. Just consider a loan. You can owe me for as long as you need, she continued. 50,000. I genuinely don't mind. If necessary, 500,000 or even 5 million is nothing to me. With that, Ning promptly transferred 100,000 to Mo Ching. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Mo Ching gasped, "This is too much. I only said 50,000. Why did you send so much?" "It's not too much at all. Your mother will need some nutritional supplements for her recovery, and these things cost money," he replied. "But this is 100,000. How am I supposed to pay it back?" Mo Ching's face momentarily reflected concern. Ning grinned mischievously. "If you can in Appos, pay it back. Then don't worry about it." "What do you mean? Just think of it as a betrothal gift," he laughed. Mo Ching took a moment to grasp Ning and Appos' intent. Pouting playfully, "You're insufferable. I see you use this to charm other girls." That morning, she inadvertently caught sight of a message on Ning's phone, revealing a girl's chat. In an instant, she understood. However, she chose not to bring it up, instead saying, "Besides, who asked for 1 million as a betrothal gift?" Ning regarded her with a quizzical look. "Young lady, you simply haven and Appos, seen it yet." Just days prior, he had encountered a situation involving 1 million in betrothal gifts, with some even demanding 50,000 for a car and a 200 square meter house. As time pressed on, they both dressed, with Mo Ching finishing in the bathroom. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Chapter 25. Do you dare? Montauk King. Open the door. I know you are inside. Damn it, you filthy wretch. In the corridor, a man in Appos' boisterous shouts echoed repeatedly. Ning frowned, while Mo Ching appeared somewhat fearful. "Ning, this man is my university classmate. He has been pursuing me relentlessly, but I have never acquiesced," Mo Ching explained anxiously. Ning cast her a surprised glance and chuckled. "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid I might misunderstand? You, how annoying. Even at such a time, you still have a mind to joke." Mo Ching shot her a glare. "Fear not. Stay inside. I shall go and see what in Appos is happening." With that, Ning rose to open the door. "I and Appos, LL go with you. I want to see what he intends to do," Mo Ching said, instinctively linking her arm with Ning and Appos. Yes. Her eyes icy. Upon opening the door, they found a considerable gathering in the corridor, mostly Ning and Appos, as classmates, who had indulged a bit too much the night before and were just waking up. Among them stood a man clad in a suit with polished shoes, his appearance unremarkable. Yet his sunken eyes suggested a life of excess and poor health. Upon seeing Ning and Mo Ching emerge, Hui's face contorted with rage. "Mo Ching, I thought you were pure. Turns out you are just another." Before Hui could finish his sentence, Ning swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. "Keep your mouth clean. For every insult you hurl, I shall strike you." The heat of the blows turned Hui and Appos' cheeks a fiery red, and a sharp pain coursed through him, causing his lips to twitch. "You dare hit me? I will make you pay." Hui glared menacingly at Ning, for no one had ever dared to slap him before. "And you, Mo Ching, you chose to be with this man instead of accepting my offer of 500,000. You wretched creature," Hui bellowed, seeing Hui's continued barrage of profanities. Ning, with no hesitation, kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. Having been drained by women for too long, Hui crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen and rolling in pain. "Easy, what is going on?" At that moment, Hu approached Ning, having just been roused from his slumber by the commotion. Ning provided a brief explanation, igniting Hu's fury. "Damn, how can you tolerate this?" He strode toward Hui and delivered 2 swift kicks. Perhaps this was why Ning and Hu were such good friends. Hu never shied away from confrontation. "Kid, you are bold. My father is the general manager of this Golden Sun Hotel. If you walk out of here today, I will consider it a loss." Hui then pulled out his phone. "Dad, I was beaten up in your hotel. Aren't you going to do something?" On the other end, Gongsheng was already overwhelmed with the sudden change of ownership at the hotel and was in a foul mood. Hearing that his son had been assaulted, especially in the Golden Sun Hotel, only fueled his wrath. You didn't say who your father is? I did, but there are too many people. They are quite arrogant. Dad, you need to come here right away. All right, I am on my way. After hanging up, Huey regained his earlier bravado. You are all finished. Easy. This doesn't end amp. Oppos. Tea look good. Perhaps we should retreat? Li Hu suggested quietly. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. After all, this was their territory, and engaging in a brawl would only lead to their disadvantage. Mo Qingqing tightened her grip on Yi Ning's arm. Worry etched on her face as she looked at her. Several old classmates chimed in. Yi Ning, why not listen to Li Hu? Let us leave the hotel first. Only Yi Ning remained composed. Fear not. Just wait to see the spectacle. She then patted Li Hu and Appo's shoulder. Huzi, do you wish to become a leader? Of course I dream of it. What do you mean, Yi? Li Hu replied, puzzled. If you wish, prepare for your new position. Everyone was bewildered by Yi Ning and Appo's words, except for Mo Qingqing, whose eyes flickered as if she sensed something. I am eager to see who dares to strike my son on my turf. I shall ensure he is dealt with. Even before he arrived, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Not only had he Gongsheng arrived, but several hotel executives and security personnel had also joined him. Dad, you finally made it, Huey exclaimed gleefully upon seeing his father and the entourage behind him. He Gongsheng, upon noticing the clear slap marks and shoe prints on his son, erupted in fury. Who struck my son? Step forward. Yi Ning stepped forward with a teasing expression. What? Do you wish to seek revenge? He Gongsheng was taken aback that someone dared to acknowledge their actions so brazenly. However, when he recognized Yi Ning and Appo's face, his pupils constricted and astonishment washed over him. This person was none other than Yi Ning, the new owner of the Golden Sun Hotel. Not only did he recognize Yi Ning's identity, but the hotel executives behind him also realized that Yi Ning was their employer. Casting a discreet glance at Yi Gongsheng, they took a few steps back, instinctively creating distance. Revenge? Huey hasn't he noticed his father's grim expression and boastfully declared, Did you not hear my father's words? Today, you will be taken to the police station. You are finished. Ha ha ha. Ha, take me in. Do you dare? Yi Ning's expression hardened, emanating an unyielding fury. Pointing at Yi Gongsheng, she challenged, Ask your father if he dares. It was only then that Huey noticed the beads of sweat forming on his father and Appo's forehead, the pallor of his face, and the tremor in his lips. He was not foolish. He quickly realized that the person before him was someone even his father could not provoke. He had landed himself in grave trouble. Chapter 26. The end of Yi Gongsheng and his son. Sir, I apologize. My son has offended you. It is due to my lax upbringing. Yi Gongsheng defended himself, then directly slapped Huey, commanding, Hurry and apologize to Mr. Yi. Sir? Mr. Yi? The general manager of Jinyang Hotel actually referred to Yi Ning as Sir. It was impossible for Yi Ning's classmates not to be astonished. They could hardly fathom that this prestigious Jinyang Hotel belonged to Yi Ning. As if recalling something, their gazes turned toward Li Hu, filled with envy. They had not forgotten Yi Ning's earlier inquiry to Li Hu about whether he desired to become a leader. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was wrong, Huey said with a bitter smile, bending his knee to kneel on the ground. He was acutely aware of the grave trouble he had caused today. Not only had he coveted Yi Ning's woman, but he had even plotted to imprison Yi Ning for a few days, a vendetta that could hardly be overstated. Now, he only hoped that Yi Ning would be magnanimous enough not to implicate his father's position as general manager. His arrogance stemmed solely from his father's ability to generate wealth. Yi Ning disregarded him entirely, not even casting a glance at Yi Gongsheng. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Yi Gongsheng's subordinate and inquired, Is the human resources director present? Yes, responded a middle-aged man with a balding head. From this day forth, relieve Yi Gongsheng of his position as general manager. All personnel related to him are to be dismissed. Is that understood? Understood, sir. Upon hearing Yi Ning's command, Yi Gongsheng fell to his knees, wailing, No, please, sir. Even if I lack merit, I have labored hard. Yi Ning cast a brief glance at him and continued. Financial director? Sir, replied a woman in formal attire, appearing quite competent. Thoroughly audit Yi Gongsheng's accounts, and any evidence of wrongdoing must be delivered directly to the police. Understood. Yi Ning was incredulous that He Wei could afford to squander 500,000 on frivolities. He Gongsheng was undoubtedly embezzling funds. What nonsense! Yi Ning and Oppo's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving He Gongsheng and his son stunned as if struck by lightning. He was painfully aware of his own corruption. The falsified accounts would not withstand scrutiny. This was the first thought that crossed He Gongsheng's mind. It was over. Security Chief, during this auditing process, keep a close watch on these two father and son. If either escapes, you need not return, Yi Ning ordered. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. The security chief was sweating. This new boss, though youthful, spoke and acted with unwavering decisiveness. A tremendous pressure indeed. Oh, by the way, I noticed the former manager's son seems quite agitated. Security, make sure to cool him down. Those who perform well will receive double bonuses this month. Several security personnel, upon hearing Yi Ning's directive, gleamed with excitement as they glanced at He Wei, their faces contorted into menacing grins. What transpired next was of no concern to Yi Ning. He left with his classmates, descending to the hotel entrance. Yi Ning, one classmate said, his face tinged with embarrassment and uncertainty in his gaze. Noticing his demeanor, Yi Ning surmised something and encouraged, if you have something to say, please do. Can I possibly work at Jinyang as well? I studied finance in college and possess relevant credentials. Several other high school classmates, dissatisfied in their current jobs, also looked at Yi Ning with hopeful expressions, eager to change their circumstances. Jinyang Hotel offered attractive salaries and benefits. Who wouldn't want to join? Please refrain from discussing this with me, Yi Ning replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the group displayed disappointment, but they understood there was little they could do. Yi Ning's assistance was a kindness, while his refusal was merely a matter of principle. Employment was always a mutual choice, not dictated by unilateral desires. Seeing their expressions, Yi Ning realized they had misunderstood his intentions and smiled. What I mean is, you should speak directly to Li Hu. He is the general manager now. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with joy. It turned out Yi Ning was indeed considerate of his old classmates, proving he was not the type to become arrogant with wealth. Easy. You're not joking, are you? Li Hu exclaimed, astonished. Why would I joke? From today onward, you are the general manager of Jinyang Hotel. Li Hu never expected that a high school graduate like himself would become the general manager of the renowned Jinyang Hotel. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, Aren't you worried I might ruin the hotel? If it collapses, so be it. It's merely 2 or 3 billion, Yi Ning replied nonchalantly. To him, that amount was trivial compared to his assets in Jiang City. Furthermore, he had 15 billion in cash, making the potential losses inconsequential. He also believed that people could be cultivated, and Li Hu would gradually learn the ropes. After bidding farewell to his old classmates, Yi Ning first took Li Hu home, then accompanied Mo Qingqing to the city hospital. Are you coming up too? Mo Qingqing asked, puzzled, as she noticed Yi Ning following her after they got out of the car. Why not? Having just given the betrothal gifts, shouldn't I meet my future mother-in-law? Yi Ning said. Mo Qingqing and Oppo's face flushed, and she shot Yi Ning an irritated look before turning to walk toward the inpatient building. However, she pretended not to notice Yi Ning trailing behind. When he couldn't see her, she would occasionally smile, revealing a few pearly white teeth. Yi Ning quickly caught up, taking hold of Mo Qingqing's delicate hand, gently pulling her into his grasp. Mo Qingqing struggled slightly, but then relented, merely turning her head away. Her ears flushed with a charming hue, utterly delightful. Chapter 27. Li Qingru in the hospital. Within the confines of a patient room, a middle-aged woman sat upon the bed, a cup of warm water cradled in her hands. Her complexion was pale, revealing her illness, as she gazed vacantly out of the window. Mom, how come you're sitting up? Mo Qingqing exclaimed, hastening to her mother and Oppo's bedside. The sight of her daughter bustling about filled Li Qingru with a pang of heartache. She was acutely aware of the sacrifices Mo Qingqing had made for her sake. At times, she contemplated simply letting go, yet the sight of her two daughters, Mo Qingqing and Mo Qianqian, reminded her of the beauty of life. Qingqing, who is this? Li Qingru inquired, having noticed Yi Ning accompanying her daughter to the hospital room. Mom, This is Ning, my classmate from high school. As Mo Qingqing introduced her, Ning extended a warm greeting, placing a basket of fruit onto the bedside table. "Hello, Auntie," Ning said, to which Li Qingru nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze lingered on Ning, who possessed an undeniable charm and impressive stature. With a radiant smile, Ning seemed to embody the very essence of youthfulness, and Li Qingru silently approved. Her daughter had discernment in her choice of companions. However, she understood that Ning was more than just a schoolmate. Otherwise, why would Mo Qingqing have brought her specifically to the hospital, rather than any other classmates? Furthermore, Mo Qingqing's demeanor, while introducing Ning, suggested that her heart was already engaged. "Is Li Qingru's family present?" a nurse inquired, holding a notebook as she approached the door. Mo Qingqing promptly stepped forward. They exchanged hushed words before Mo Qingqing followed the nurse out of the room. Li Qingru and Oppo's expression shifted to one of concern. She knew well that this was regarding the various fees associated with her hospitalization. After 2 months in the hospital, Mo Qingqing had been paying medical bills nearly every week. Although her daughter never disclosed the total amount, it was certainly not a trivial sum. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the subsequent surgical expenses would be a staggering figure. Noticing the worry etched on Mo Qingqing's mother's face, Ning offered reassurance. "Auntie, please focus on your recovery. There's no need to worry about the costs." Li Qingru managed a strained smile and shook her head. How could she not worry when medical expenses flowed like water? Especially with her condition of renal failure, surgeries and kidney transplants would require a fortune. "Ning, are you also from Yangshan?" Li Qingru suddenly asked. "Yes, Annie," Ning replied with a nod, "but most of my business is based in Jiangshan, so I seldom return." Li Qingru raised an eyebrow, pondering if Ning was indeed a business owner. "Do you run your own company?" she asked with curiosity. "Not exactly. I'm involved in various investments," Ning clarified. Li Qingru was taken aback. A young man in his 20s claiming to be an investor. Could he possibly be a wealthy heir? The thought caused her expression to shift. What if Ning was not merely her daughter and Oppo's classmate, but rather someone her daughter had deceived her about? Perhaps Mo Qingqing had struck some arrangement with this Ning to cover her medical expenses? If that were the case, she would rather depart from this world. At that moment, Mo Qingqing returned with Li Qingru's attending physician. "Your mother's condition is as follows. Fortunately, you have prepared the surgical expenses. Otherwise, the consequences of further delay would be dire," the doctor stated gravely. He then turned to Li Qingru, advising, "In these next few days, encourage your mother to relax and maintain a light diet. The surgery is scheduled for 3 days from now." "Thank you, Dr. Jiang," Mo Qingqing replied, her face lighting up with hope. Her mother would finally receive the help she so desperately needed. She was profoundly grateful to Ning, who had rekindled hope for their family. "Qingqing, come here," Li Qingru said in a serious tone after the doctor departed. When Mo Qingqing approached the bedside, her mother's gaze bore into her. "Tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Ning?" "Mom, why do you ask that?" Mo Qingqing felt a flush of embarrassment. "If you are merely classmates, then where does the funding for the surgery come from?" Mo Qingqing fell silent, uncertain of Ning's feelings. She harbored affection for him. As long as he cared for her, she would not mind being one of his partners. "Ning, I know my daughter's character well. Though she appears delicate, she is resolute. It is evident that she has feelings for you. So I must ask, do you like my daughter?" Li Qingru's eyes remained fixed on Ning's face as she posed the question. Initially, Ning's feelings towards Mo Qingqing were tinged with nostalgia for first love, as well as physical attraction. However, through the past few days of interaction, he had come to appreciate Mo Qingqing's strength, especially after their heart-to-heart conversation that morning. He realized he had genuinely developed feelings for her. With a serious demeanor, Ning replied, "Annie, I do have feelings for Qingqing, and I hope you will approve of our relationship." "Very well." Li Qingru noted the seriousness in Ning's expression. She had no objections. Since both parties harbored mutual feelings, why should she interfere? Tenderly, she took Mo Qingqing's hand and said, "My dear, Ning has expressed his feelings. What is your response?" "Mom, you've already said everything. Why ask again?" Mo Qingqing's cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and indignation. Hearing Ning's clear declaration of affection brought her a sense of relief, at last. Her feelings were reciprocated. In the following days, Ning frequently accompanied Mo Qingqing to the hospital. Before long, the day of Li Qingru's surgery arrived. Chapter 28. The moonlight is beautiful as the word surgery illuminated in red. It was impossible for Mo Qingqing to claim that she was not anxious. Ning gently embraced the soft figure of Mo Qingqing, continuously offering her comfort. Rest assured, the doctors have stated that the likelihood of a successful operation is quite high. Everything will be fine. Mo Qingqing pressed her cheek against Ning's chest, and at that moment, she truly felt like crying. Had it not been for this man, she would have been at a loss on how to gather the funds for her mother and Appo's as medical expenses. Perhaps, in her desperation, she might have resorted to compromising her dignity for money. Ning, thank you so much, Mo Qingqing murmured softly, eyes closed. With a gentle pat on the slender back of the girl in his arms, Ning felt a deep sense of compassion for her. Perhaps it was only now that she could truly let go of her facade of strength and allow herself to be vulnerable in front of him. 3 hours later, the operating room finally opened. Doctor, how did it go? Ning asked anxiously. Mo Qingqing stood up, her hand gripping Ning's, palms clammy with sweat. The doctor removed his mask and, looking fatigued, reassured them, rest easy. The surgery was very successful. She will need to be observed in the hospital for half a month. But if there are no complications, she can be discharged. With a sigh of relief, the tension in both Ning and Mo Qingqing dissipated. Ding, the host. Ning has spent 500,000 yuan, achieving a critical hit, and has been rewarded with ownership of Jiangxing Kanda Hospital. Ning had previously wondered why there had been no system notification. It turned out that it was contingent upon the completion of the surgery, which was quite satisfactory. Jiangxing Kanda Hospital is the finest private hospital in Jiangxing, renowned for both its qualified physicians and its stellar reputation, even extending its acclaim to neighboring provinces. Now, Ning not only possessed 15 billion in cash, but also owned Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Building, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, a 30 stake in Feiyu Live, Yunshang Longjing Villa, and Jinyang Grand Hotel. With the addition of Jiangxing Kanda Hospital, his total assets had soared to a staggering 100 billion. He had officially become a super-rich individual worth 100 billion. When Ning and Mo Qingqing next saw Li Qingru, she was already in the intensive care unit. The two could only visit her through the window, awaiting the end of the critical period before she could be transferred to a VIP room. Indeed, Ning had upgraded Li Qingru's hospital accommodations for added peace of mind. A day later, with the danger period past, Li Qingru appeared to be in good spirits. Her complexion rosy and her recovery promising. Mo Qingqing beamed with happiness, feeling a sense of relaxation she had not experienced in a long time. After leaving the hospital, the two made their way to Yangshang High School, where they shared the good news with Mo Qianshan through the school gate. Overcome with joy, Mo Qianshan wept. Finally able to devote herself entirely to her upcoming college entrance examinations. After dinner, as the clock struck 9 in the evening, the two strolled alongside the river, the evening breeze caressing them. Yin, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Indeed, Yin, today has been the happiest day I and Appo's VE had in a long time. From now on, you will have many more days like this. Ning, could you lower your head a bit? Mo Qingqing's voice was barely above a whisper. What? Ning did not catch her words and instinctively leaned closer. I meant for you to come closer. In an instant, a soft, cool sensation graced Ning and Appo's lips, followed by a sweet fragrance. The moment was fleeting. After a prolonged silence, Mo Qingqing shyly exclaimed, "Why aren't you speaking? Is it possible that a university student like you is at a loss for words at this moment?" Ning pondered for a moment. "I can no longer bear to be apart from you." "How klitsch?" Mo Qingqing turned her head away, visibly displeased. "I love you. Too direct. My heart is eternal. What does that even mean?" Mo Qingqing pouted, at a loss for words. Ning wrapped one arm around Mo Qingqing and Appo's slender waist while the other cradled the back of her head. They kissed once more. The icy sensation of their tongues deepened their enchantment, pulling them further into each other's embrace. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Ning leaned down, whispering in Mo, Ching and Appo's ear. It's too noisy here. If you want to think of words, it should be in a quieter setting. Don't you agree? With sultry eyes, Mo, Ching replied, then find a quiet place to ponder slowly. An hour later, in a luxurious suite of a hotel by the river, Mo, Ching had fallen into a deep slumber, her cheeks flushed and a slight smile gracing her lips, sleeping peacefully. Ning gently caressed Mo, Ching and Appo's smooth back. His eyes filled with tenderness. Turning to gaze out the window, he noted that the night was deep, the moonlight bright, and indeed, this night was extraordinarily beautiful. The next day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, both Ning and Mo, Ching awoke. Mo, Ching glanced up, meeting Ning and Appo's gaze for a fleeting moment before burying her face in embarrassment. Observing Mo, Ching in this moment, Ning could not help but swallow hard. His hand ventured upward. No. Mo, Ching frowned slightly, her voice a soft protest. That hurts. Ning, sensing her discomfort, restrained his desires and refrained from proceeding. It appeared that everyone's constitution differed. Even though that enchanting girl had also been a novice, she had seemed entirely unfazed at the time. As the two exited the hotel, it was already lunchtime. On their way to the parking lot, Ning supported Mo, Ching, her steps small and cautious, occasionally punctuated by her quiet gasps of pain. Though his heart ached for her, the perpetrator of her discomfort could not suppress a sly smile. Seeing Ning's smug expression, Mo, Ching felt a surge of indignation. You naughty person, you are simply insufferable. During lunch, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Mr. Yi, this is Wu Jishu, the director of Jiangsheng Kangda Hospital. May I speak with you at your convenience? A robust voice came through the line, indicating the caller's vitality. Hello, Director Wu. Please, feel free to share whatever is on your mind. Ning maintained an unwavering respect for the medical profession. Chapter 29. The eve of departure, Mr. Yi. I have some documents that require your signature. May I inquire if you have any time recently? Ning pondered momentarily. I am currently in Sichuan province. Would it be acceptable if I return to Jiangxing the day after tomorrow? Very well, Mr. Yi. I will contact you then, came the reply. After hanging up the phone, Ning glanced at Mo, Ching with an expression of regret, remaining silent. They had only been together the previous night, and now he was about to depart, confirming his reputation as a scoundrel. Mo, Ching noticed Ning's apology. Though her heart ached, she was not a woman prone to sentimentality. It's all right. You go to Jiangxing first. Once my mother recovers, I will come to find you, she said gently. Ning was deeply touched as he held Mo, Ching's delicate hand. What a reasonable woman she was. He was determined to become a compassionate man himself. It is worth mentioning that on the eve of his departure, Ning, alongside his parents, finally carried the last parcel into the new villa. From that moment on, their family officially bid farewell to the house they had lived in for 20 years. Of course, both Ma and old Yi were sentimental individuals. After much deliberation, they decided not to sell the old house. Ning was indifferent, considering it a keepsake. After enjoying their first dinner in the new home, Ning felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His dream, after years of hard work, had finally come to fruition, allowing his parents to live in a grand villa they had once only dared to dream about. After dinner, Ning was surprised when Bai Luo took the initiative to message him. Ning, are you still in Yangqing? Yes, but I will be heading to Jiangsheng tomorrow. That's perfect. I plan to return to Jiangxing tomorrow as well. May I ride with you? Although Ning was puzzled as to why Bai Luo chose not to take a flight or high-speed train, he welcomed the company during the journey. Despite her somewhat reserved nature, Bai Luo was undeniably a stunning beauty. He promptly replied, All right, see you tomorrow. As dusk fell, Ning loaded his belongings into the car. While taking a moment to drink some water, Mo, Ching called. With her heart aflutter from her newfound love, she naturally felt a pang of reluctance as Ning prepared to leave. Ning, I miss you, Mo, Ching whispered, her voice like a gentle breeze caressing his ear. Ning felt suddenly parched. Where are you now? I'm at home. Are you coming over? Wait for me. he said before hanging up, informing his parents. He drove his Mercedes G-Class straight to Mo Qingqing and Appo's home. What could he possibly be doing at this hour? Old Yi queried, confused. Yima gave a knowing smile. What else could it be? This son of ours has many secrets. Overcome with excitement, Yi Ning made the journey that usually took half an hour in just over 20 minutes, cutting the time by a third. He even stopped at a convenience store along the way. Upon arriving at Mo Qingqing's doorstep, he rang the doorbell. Hearing the chime, Mo Qingqing's body quivered slightly. Who is it? It's me. Qingqing, hurry and open the door, he called out. As the door swung open, the two could no longer suppress their yearning and embraced tightly. No, not here. Let us go to my room. Half an hour later, Yi Ning lay on the bed while Mo Qingqing rested her head on his chest, lost in thought. She had never imagined herself being so audacious. It was utterly mortifying to have sneaked Yi Ning into her home. Sensing her unease, Yi Ning smiled and inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing." Mo Qingqing turned her head away, determined not to let him see her bashful expression. However, her flushed ears betrayed her. Noticing her embarrassment, Yi Ning felt a playful impulse. "You were so forward just now. Why are you shy now?" "Yi Ning, don't say that." Mo Qingqing protested, her shyness evident. This man was insufferable. He knew she was too embarrassed to speak, yet continued to tease her. Mo Qingqing and Appo's reaction sent Yi Ning into fits of laughter, and he pulled her tighter into his embrace. "Qingqing, once your mother recovers, you should come to Jiangsheng, and I will help you find a place to focus on your studies for the entrance exam." Yi Ning understood that Mo Qingqing had given up on furthering her education due to her mother's illness. He was determined to support her studies, as it would be a shame for such a promising student to abandon her dreams. "Thank you, Yi Ning," Mo Qingqing replied, touched. She genuinely wished to continue her education, but her current circumstances made it difficult. She did not want to reject Yi Ning's kindness, nor did she have a reason to do so. "Silly girl." Yi Ning affectionately stroked her hair. "There and Appo's. There's no need for such formalities between us. Whether you wish to pursue a master in Appo's, or even a doctorate in the future, I will support you." "Yi Ning, you are truly wonderful," Mo Qingqing murmured, pressing her face against his chest, nuzzling against him. In an instant, Yi Ning felt a surge of desire. Mo Qingqing, noticing his change, blushed deeply, her cheeks almost glistening with warmth. Yet, she did not object. Instead, she quietly wrapped her arms around his neck. In the next moment, the moon concealed itself behind clouds, and the flickering candlelight cast a soft glow. The following morning, Mo Qingqing appeared weary, having slept soundly. In contrast, Yi Ning awakened before dawn, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He carefully dressed, washed up, and even prepared breakfast himself. After sharing a meal, he wrapped up Mo Qingqing's portion with cling film. Noticing that she showed no signs of waking, he hesitated to disturb her further. With a gentle touch to her face, he quietly left her home. Chapter 30. Returning to Jiangsheng with by Yiluo after bidding farewell to his parents. Yi Ning embarked on his journey back to Jiangsheng. At 9 in the morning, he arrived punctually at the hotel where Bai Yiluo had checked in. Upon receiving his message, Bai Yiluo, well prepared, descended the stairs and immediately recognized Yi Ning's imposing vehicle striding towards him. The moment she appeared at the hotel entrance, Yi Ning instantly identified her. Her beauty and aura were simply unparalleled, standing there in serene silence. She was the epitome of breathtaking elegance. Today, she adorned a pristine white dress. Her black hair, cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisitely chiseled, embodying an ethereal beauty that was beyond this realm. It and Appo's. It's been a few days. Yet you remain as stunning as ever, Yi Ning remarked teasingly as Bai Yiluo settled into the passenger seat. She regarded him with her captivating eyes and nodded. "Thank you. You look quite handsome yourself." Her tone was earnest, as if each word had been carefully weighed in her heart. Yi Ning, familiar with her character, was taken aback by her compliment. "I never expected you to be one to praise others," he jested. "I'm not blind. I merely speak the truth," Bai Yiluo replied with a poker face. Alas, conversing with this enchanting beauty was rather dull. While she could effortlessly engage in conversation, Her responses were always devoid of excitement, a stark contrast to her exquisite appearance. "By the way, I still don't know what you do," Ning inquired, eager to learn more about this quiet woman, considering they were somewhat akin to fellow travelers. "I'm a junior at Jiangxing University," Luo responded. Ning was slightly surprised. He and T realized she was still a student. To be honest, she bore no resemblance to an ordinary student, almost as if she were a celestial being descended to Earth. If someone were to tell Ning that Luo was a fallen fairy, he might very well believe it. "Has no one ever told you that you don't look like a student?" Ning asked, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "No, why would they?" Luo replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. This was the first time Ning had seen an expression on her face. It turned out she wasn't as expressionless as he had thought, and that look was undeniably charming. "This is the feeling of infatuation." Ning took a deep breath, suppressing his fluttering heart. "You simply seem very mature, devoid of the youthful essence typical of students." "That and oppose. That's not true." Luo shook her head, resolutely stating, "I'm still the campus belle at our university. They all say I represent their youth." "But do we mean the same thing by youth?" Ning chuckled it. Naturally, Ning was not surprised by Luo claiming the title of campus belle. It would indeed be strange if someone with such divine beauty was not recognized as such. Although everyone has their own definition of beauty, some individuals resonate profoundly with the aesthetic preferences of the majority. Luo was undoubtedly one of those individuals. As their vehicle navigated into the mountainous city, the weather shifted from sunny to overcast, dark clouds gathering ominously, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing. Suddenly, a tempest arose. Leaves swirled along the highway, dust clouding the air. When the winds finally subsided, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by rolling thunder and flashes of lightning. Ning concentrated intently on the road. In such conditions, a moment and oppose. Inattention could be perilous. "There is a service area ahead," Luo pointed out. Ning nodded. Driving on the highway in such dangerous weather was undoubtedly unwise. Upon reaching the service area, he parked in a secluded corner, noticing the rain intensifying. Returning home today seemed unlikely. Fortunately, Ning had a substantial supply of food in the car, courtesy of his mother, and even a large thermos filled with hot water. Listening to his mother's advice had proven wise. By 8 in the evening, the downpour showed no signs of abating. In fact, it only grew heavier. Ning glanced at Luo beside him, realizing they would have to postpone their return until tomorrow. "Yes," Luo murmured, her gaze fixed on the droplets dancing against the windshield. Ning reclined his driver's seat and half-jokingly said, "We'll have to make do tonight. If it gets cold, you can cuddle up to me." Luo turned to look at him, her brow furrowing in contemplation before she gently declined. "Not right now." "Umita tink, Ning." She lay back down. "Not right now. So, it's acceptable later?" Ning teased, amused by her serious deliberation. He couldn't help but turn to face her, her breathtaking visage illuminating his view. Her exquisitely crafted face was flawless from every angle. They were close enough that Ning caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance of orchids. It was subtle yet lingering, much like Luo and Amp. Appo's demeanor, quiet, yet irresistibly inviting. "What are you doing?" Luo suddenly opened her eyes. Ning jolted, realizing how close they had become. I'm sorry. I was just captivated by your beauty." He chuckled sheepishly, straightening his head. Luo hummed in acknowledgement and closed her eyes once more. "Stop overthinking. Go to sleep. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." Her voice, as soothing as a gentle breeze, lulled Ning into a state of drowsiness. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed his eyes, Luo's lips curled into a slight smile, as if she were suppressing a secret. In the middle of the night, as Ning slept soundly, he suddenly felt a cold presence enveloping him. He opened his eyes to find a drenched Luo nestled against him. Chapter 31. Mutation. At this moment, Luo's delicate body was icy cold, her lips pale, trembling as she clung to Ning. Ning reached out to touch Luo's forehead. She was burning hot, at least 39 degrees Celsius. This was dire. Only a hospital could assist Luo in reducing her fever. All other methods had failed. However, for now, he needed to keep her warm. Ning rolled over to the back seat and retrieved all the clothes he had brought. Holding Bai Yiluo in his arms, he gently patted her cheek. Can you hear me? With great difficulty, Bai Yiluo opened her weary eyes. Seeing that she was still conscious, Yi Ning felt a slight relief. I'm going to help you take off your dress and put on my clothes. Is that all right? Okay. Bai Yiluo responded without any hesitation. Yi Ning wasted no time, swiftly pulling down the zipper on the back of her dress. Her flawless back, smooth as jade, was revealed, a breathtaking sight. Yet, Yi Ning had no time to admire it. He quickly removed her dress and replaced it with his own clothes and pants. After putting on a jacket, he fastened her seatbelt. Yiluo, don't be afraid. I'm taking you to the hospital now, Yi Ning reassured her as he started the car. In the torrential rain, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped along the highway. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Ning finally spotted an intersection. He turned in and soon arrived at a toll station. Following the navigation, he drove at full speed towards the nearest hospital with Bai Yiluo. Doctor! Quickly, a doctor! Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Yi Ning parked the car and hurriedly carried Bai Yiluo towards the outpatient building. What happened? A doctor in a white coat jogged over. She got caught in the rain and has a high fever, Yi Ning exclaimed anxiously. Follow me, the doctor instructed, while paying the medical fees. It seemed the system had triggered a critical hit, but Yi Ning had no time to dwell on that. After checking Bai Yiluo and Appo's temperature, it was a staggering 39.8 degrees. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Watching Bai Yiluo peacefully asleep on the hospital bed, Yi Ning finally relaxed his worried heart. This girl truly scared him this time. It was then that he noticed the system had rewarded him with 15 shares in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. After a long night, fatigue washed over him, and Yi Ning rested his head on the edge of Bai Yiluo and Appo's bed, drifting into a deep sleep. When Yi Ning opened his eyes again, Bai Yiluo had already been awake for some time. Why didn't you wake me? Bai Yiluo, with gentle eyes, replied, You looked so peaceful while sleeping. Although she had a high fever last night, the hazy memories lingered. She remembered Yi Ning changing her clothes and carrying her into the hospital. Each time she thought of Yi Ning seeing her in such a state, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Yet, recalling his anxious face as he rushed her to the hospital filled her with warmth. Yi Ning, what kind of person are you? Feeling better? Still uncomfortable? Yi Ning stood up, naturally resting his palm against Bai Yiluo and Appo's forehead. It seems your fever has subsided, he remarked, suddenly noticing Bai Yiluo and Appo's gaze fixed upon him, her eyes flickering. Realizing his hand was still there, Yi Ning quickly withdrew it, scratching his nose. I wasn't Appo's doing it on purpose. I was just worried about you. Bai Yiluo shook her head, calmly responding, It's fine. Where haven't you touched me last night? That was a special circumstance, and I did ask for your consent. Yi Ning thought Bai Yiluo was still delirious from the fever, but she was entirely aware. Moreover, did she really have to say it so nonchalantly? At least pretend to be shy. Yi Ning rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his sarcasm. He had come to understand just how brazen this woman was. Such a scenario should have been quite embarrassing, no? Whether you believe it or not. I'm actually feeling quite shy right now, Bai Yiluo replied leisurely. Yi Ning was taken aback. This woman could also feel bashful? He gazed at Bai Yiluo, noticing her calm demeanor, her cheeks devoid of any blush. He couldn't help but pout. His mother was right. The more beautiful the woman, the more adept she was at deception. What's wrong? Bai Yiluo furrowed her brow slightly at Yi Ning and Appo's reaction. Nothing. Is that what you call being shy? What a load of nonsense. Later, Yi Ning listened as Bai Yiluo explained why she had gotten caught in the rain last night. It was because she had gone out in the middle of the night to use the restroom. The wind was too strong, and even with an umbrella, she ended up soaked. She had intended to wait for her clothes to dry slowly, but fell asleep and caught a cold, leading to the fever. Although Bai Yiluo's fever had subsided, it was evident that she was still somewhat weak. Yi Ning decided they should stay in the hospital for one more night before returning the next day. Recalling the agreement with Director Wu of Jiangxing Kanda Hospital, Yi Ning called to inform him of the situation. Director Wu expressed his understanding and reassured Yi Ning not to rush. Bai Yiluo, lying on the hospital bed, listened intently to Yi Ning's conversation, surprised by his connection with such a renowned doctor. Director Wu was not someone one could meet casually. Yet Ning seemed to interact with him on equal terms. What kind of identity did Ning possess that had not been previously known in their circles? Though curious, Bai Iluo was not one to pry into others' affairs. If Ning chose not to disclose, she would not inquire further. Subsequently, Ning received messages from Mo Qingqing and Su Wire. Mo Qingqing conveyed her longing for him, while Su Wire merely asked when he would return to Jiangcheng. Yet her words hinted at her yearning. Ning replied to them both. Being handsome does attract attention. It's simply unavoidable. The next day, Ning awoke from the sofa in the VIP ward. Seeing that Bai Iluo had fully recovered, they enjoyed breakfast together before setting off once again. After a bumpy journey, they finally returned to Jiangcheng around 3 in the afternoon. Shortly thereafter, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class entered Jiangcheng University, traversing through the gazes of numerous students, heading towards the female dormitory. Chapter 32. Returning by Iluo to school, the vehicle came to a halt outside the girls' dormitory. At last, they had arrived. Ning stretched his neck, feeling utterly exhausted after the past few days. Ning, thank you so much for your help this time, Bai Iluo said, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with genuine gratitude. If it hadn't been for their chance encounter on the road to Sichuan, she would have had no choice but to return the same way. Not to mention, Ning had accompanied her to the hospital, caring for her throughout. Despite the numerous unexpected events along the way, she found the entire experience quite delightful. It's no trouble at all. After all, we are friends, Ning replied generously. Friends? Bai Iluo repeated thoughtfully. As if recalling something, she turned to him with a mysterious air. As a friend, I have a gift for you. Please close your eyes. A gift? I must close my eyes too? Ning felt a surge of excitement, wondering if, with a mix of anticipation, he shut his eyes. Soon, he heard the sound of a zipper and the rustling of items being rummaged through. A hint of disappointment flickered within him. It seemed this was not the gift he had hoped for. He had imagined that this seemingly emotionless woman might have had a change of heart, but alas, it appeared not to be the case. All right, you can open your eyes now, Bai Iluo said. As he did, he saw her holding out a sketch towards him. It was a drawing of himself, lying by the bedside, appearing to be in deep slumber. Ning was taken aback, genuinely surprised. This was the first time he had ever received such a thoughtful gift. The day you were resting in the hospital, I quietly sketched you. So what do you think? Do you like it? Ning nodded enthusiastically. I love it. Thank you. By the way, Bai Iluo suddenly looked into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Did you think I was going to kiss you just now? Cough, cough. Ning was utterly bewildered by Iluo's train of thought. One moment they were discussing the drawing, and the next she had pivoted to this topic. Although he had indeed entertained that notion initially, it was rather embarrassing that she had brought it up. Thankfully, Ning had thick skin. Otherwise, he might have found himself at a loss for words. Feigning a sorrowful expression, he replied, Yes, I was all set for it. So, are you going to kiss me? Bai Iluo slightly lowered her head, appearing to genuinely contemplate the possibility. After a long moment, she finally looked back at him. Perhaps next time. It feels a bit awkward with so many people watching. Next time? Does that mean it could actually happen? Ning had only meant to tease her, not realizing that Bai Iluo was genuinely considering it. She was indeed a remarkably earnest girl. Bai Iluo opened the car door. I'll head in first. Drive safely on your way. With her small bag slung over her shoulder, she walked away with a light step, disappearing through the dormitory entrance. What Ning did not know was that after his departure, the forum of Jiangcheng University was abuzz with excitement. Did you hear? The campus goddess seems to be in a relationship. A luxury G-Class brought the campus beauty back to her dorm. The campus goddess's boyfriend is a wealthy heir from outside the school, with pictures as proof. Various rumors circulated, all revolving around one topic: Bai Iluo, the most elusive campus beauty at Jiangcheng University. The rumors about Bai Iluo's wealthy boyfriend quickly caught the attention of her close friend, Ai Xian. With her keen eye, she immediately recognized the girl in the photo to be Bai Iluo without a doubt. In that car, wasn't it the luxurious G-Class that had picked her up when her Ferrari had broken down on the highway? No wonder she didn't end Amp, Oppos, T want to return to school with me, claiming she wanted to go somewhere else to sketch. So this was it. AI Xian scolded playfully, though a smile crept into her eyes. Her icy demeanor of a friend was finally thawing. At that moment, one of Bai Ilua's roommates also spotted the picture. Looking at the G-class, a fleeting look of jealousy crossed her face. She too possessed an attractive appearance, having been the campus beauty in high school. Countless suitors had once pursued her, yet in university, no one paid her any heed once they laid their eyes on Bai Ilua. Bai Ilua, why must everything good belong to you? Why do you attract the attention of the wealthy, while I do not? She longed to ride in that G-class, yearning to become someone of significance herself. As the rumors spread like wildfire, Ning, the protagonist of this tale, remained blissfully unaware. Strolling along the riverbank, he returned to Yunshang Longjing. Mr. Yi, welcome home, greeted the security guard as the G-class pulled up to the entrance. After a brief exchange, Yi Ning drove into the community. Upon arriving home, Yi Ning collapsed onto his bed, utterly spent from the day's events. Yet the outcome was favorable, especially with the deepening relationship with Bai Ilua. But was her mention of next time genuine? Would they truly have the opportunity to share a kiss upon their next meeting? A smile crept across Yi Ning and Damp Oppo's face as he drifted into a pleasant dream. Desiring solitude, he silenced his phone, oblivious to the flurry of notifications lighting up the device on his bedside table. When he finally awoke, he glanced at his phone, startled to see the screen flashing with 99 messages. What on earth is happening? Did the world nearly end while I napped? He mused. Could he perhaps claim the title of Dream Terminator? Opening the messages, he soon realized they were all related to Fei Yu Live. Though the wording varied, the content pointed to one event. Xiao Zhu's PK had commenced. Yi Ning slapped his forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot about this. He hastily accessed Fei Yu Live, hoping that Xiao Zhu had not lost already. That would be quite the embarrassment. Of course, even if she had lost, it wouldn't matter much. After all, he was still a shareholder in Fei Yu Live. If necessary, he could always arrange another event. Chapter 33. The Opening of 10 Emperors. $1 Million Rewards in the Magic City. Headquarters of Flying Fish Live. The senior executives of the Flying Fish platform were also closely monitoring this platform competition. Yu Xinglong nodded repeatedly at the data displayed on the screen. The planning and execution of this large-scale competition had been commendable. Given the current trend, they were on track to meet the initial expected goals, which was quite satisfactory. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and turned to his assistant beside him. Why isn't there anyone named Xiao Weier on the leaderboard? He still held a vivid impression of Su Weier. Not because of her alone, but rather due to Yi Ning, who had invested nearly $5 billion to acquire a 30% stake in Flying Fish Live. This individual likely represented a true titan. After all, who would spend such a significant sum for a woman? Chairman, I have been keeping an eye on Su Weier, but her current data is not promising. What seems to be the issue? Yu Shenglong inquired, somewhat perplexed. With such a wealthy benefactor, is there a possibility of unforeseen circumstances? It is possible that Mr. Yi has been preoccupied with something and has not been online, his assistant replied. Not only at the Flying Fish headquarters, but also within Su Wei and Oppo's live broadcast room. Fans were fervently discussing, why hasn't Oppo's, Ning and Oppo's Big Shot arrived yet? Has he forgotten? We've sent so many private messages. I wonder if Ning has seen them. Fortunately, Xiao Weier has made it past the first round. Otherwise, it would have been a total defeat. Could it be that Ning has grown weary and lost interest in Xiao Wei and Oppo's? Very likely. He may have already found someone new. Su Weier, observing the barrage of comments in her live stream, felt no particular concern. Although she had not had the opportunity to meet Yi Ning recently, they still maintained daily communication through texts or calls. Moreover, she understood that Yi Ning was not one to easily grow bored. His absence was likely due to some pressing matter. Regarding the competition, Su Wei and Oppo's initial goal was merely to advance past the first round, which she had now accomplished. The second round of competition was already halfway through, yet her progress bar barely matched the initial fraction of her opponent. The opposing streamer, Shuang, looked down at Su Weier with disdain, taunting, sister. Why hasn't your big brother sent you any gifts? Would you like me to help you out with a plane to boost your standing? Without waiting for Su Wei'er to respond, she indeed sent a plane gift her way. Shuang's fans applauded her kindness, and the screen was soon filled with a flurry of plane and rocket effects. Thank you, all you handsome gentlemen, for your gifts. I truly adore you. Sending hearts your way. Brothers on the opposing side, do come check me out. I can offer you a different experience. Shuang pouted, her words laden with insinuation. Even with just 2 minutes left on the PK progress bar, Shuang condescendingly lectured Su Wei'er, sister, I feel you are not cut out to be a streamer. You can message me privately for guidance, of course, but let's save that for another day. I still have another round to compete in. I envy you for having free time while I'm swamped. Shuang's smug demeanor infuriated Su Wei'er's loyal fans. Damn, I want to kick her. One exclaimed. Is it such a big deal to receive over 100,000 in gifts? Ning alone sent over 10,000. Ning, hurry up. Your Xiao Wei'er is being bullied. Never mind. It's obvious this match is lost. When Ning entered the live room and saw the nearly concluding progress bar, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wei'er had been on the verge of defeat, but thankfully he had arrived just in time. Congratulations to Ning for activating Emperor 1 in this live stream tonight. Congratulations to Ning for activating Emperor 2. Congratulations to Ning for activating Emperor 3. Congratulations to Ning for activating Emperor 10. Suddenly, a cascade of effects flooded the screen, leaving everyone in the live room speechless. 10 emperors. This amounted to over 1 million. Apologies for the late arrival. I just wanted to show my support with 10 emperors, Ning announced. Ning has finally arrived. After a few days, your charm remains undiminished. Ning, you truly are remarkable. I thought you might have found someone else. But now I see your love for Xiao Wei'er is genuine. I approve of this union. The Titan's nonchalance about the substantial sum was evident. Over 1 million is merely a gesture. Little streamer, regain your composure. Ning has arrived on a rainbow to claim you. Su Wei'er was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle of the Emperor effects. It was only upon witnessing the barrage of comment from her viewers that she regained her composure. Thank you to our boss Ning for activating 10 emperors. At that moment, Su Wei'er beamed with joy. Although it was connected to her advancement in the competition, more importantly, it was due to Ning's presence. When Shuang observed the arrival of the first emperor in Su Wei'er's live room, her expression soured instantaneously. However, since her total donations for this competition amounted to over 15,000, as long as the emperor did not continue gifting, she could still advance. Thus, Shuang kept silently repeating to herself, please don't send more gifts. Yet, contrary to her hopes, after the first emperor, the deluge of emperor effects continued unabated. Su Wei'er, who had been struggling to keep her gifts afloat, swiftly turned the tide in her favor. Although Shuang knew she would undoubtedly lose, she could only resort to faux sobbing to elicit sympathy. Brothers, please help Shuang. The emperor effects on the other side look so splendid. I desire them too. However, the big brother in her live room was merely a small-time businessman worth a few million, and being able to send a few thousand was already commendable. How could he possibly grant her an emperor? At that moment, an ID named Tonight Ning entered Shuang and Appo's live room. Chapter 34. Ning and Appo's. As counterattack, Shuang rubbed her eyes, convinced she was mistaken. No, indeed, it was the super tycoon across the screen who had gifted 10 emperors. He had truly arrived. Could it be that he was not merely showering Xiao Wei with gifts? This signified she still had a chance. Moreover, he was a formidable figure. If she could win him over, earning a fortune of millions monthly would be within reach. A clever plan began to take shape in Shuang's mind. Pouting her lips, she sweetly addressed him, Welcome, Brother Ning. Brother Ning, you've gifted so many emperors to the streamer. I truly envy you. I wish for some too. As she spoke, she deliberately lowered her collar slightly, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Next, she clicked on Ning's profile and sent a private message. Upon seeing the notification from the streamer, Ning scoffed, dismissing it without a second thought and casting it into the digital trash. He sent a virtual airplane accompanied by a message. Why is this streamer so unfortunate? Let me send an airplane to help you out. Also, I believe you might not be suited for streaming. Perhaps you could reach out to Xiao Wei for some guidance? Of course, today is impossible since Xiao Wei is busy advancing and 1T have time like you do. When Shuang saw the airplane Yi Ning had sent, she naively thought her private message had made an impact. However, as the barrage of comments appeared, she quickly realized Yi Ning was mocking her. Anger boiled within her. Viewers in Su Wei's livestream reacted with delight to Yi Ning's actions, exclaiming how amusing it was to see the opposing streamer nearly driven to madness by the tycoon. Is this what they call using someone's own tactics against them? I've learned something today. Brother Ning is truly charming. Streamer, you should offer yourself to him. The second round of the PK had finally concluded, and Su Wei had triumphed, soaring to the top 10 in gift rankings with millions in donations. In no time, numerous netizens noticed the livestream rankings and flocked to Su Wei's stream. Upon witnessing her beauty, many instinctively clicked to follow her. It was exceedingly rare to find a pure and stunning female streamer like Su Wei. Delighted by the surge in her follower count, she sang a few songs, officially surpassing the milestone of 100,000 followers. This success was largely thanks to you, Shenhong's directive to feature Su Wei's stream on the front page. Otherwise, it might have taken ages to reach such a number. Brother Ning, the third round of PK has commenced. Are you ready? Remove the question mark. Did you not see Brother Ning say that 1 million is merely a suggestion? Tonight, Ning, feel free. I am invincible. Did you see that? The tycoon has spoken. Can he still be called a tycoon? He is clearly a colossal figure. Upon seeing Yi Ning's statement, Su Wei understood it was an encouragement for her to continue with the PK. This round connected her with an outdoor streamer, Kai Gu, who boasted 3 million followers. The names of the viewers in his stream hinted that an entire guild was backing him, suggesting a fierce battle ahead. Kai Gu and Appo's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Wei. This female streamer was stunning. With his years of streaming experience, he could confidently say she must be an exceptional beauty in real life. This was fate smiling upon him. Not only did he wish to win the PK, but he also aimed to leave a good impression on this female streamer, hoping to invite her out once they became familiar. How delightful that would be. Kai Gu swallowed hard, feigning a gentlemanly demeanor. Hi, beautiful lady. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Wei, upon noticing Kai Gu's expression, felt a flicker of disdain in her eyes, but still politely nodded. Hello. Kai Gu, seemingly oblivious to Su Wei's attitude, continued with nonchalance. I see behind you. This is your home? Su Wei expressionlessly nodded. Receiving her response, Kai Gu casually remarked, I believe your home is rather small. Look at mine. It's just under 1,000 square feet. What do you think? Do you like it? As he spoke, he panned the camera around his home, deliberately pausing in front of the key to his Porsche 718 as if flaunting it. At that moment, gifts began pouring into Kai Gu's stream, quickly surpassing the 1 million mark with no signs of stopping. Kai Gu smirked, convinced that this innocent little streamer would not remain unaffected by his house, car, and the influx of gifts in his stream. He thought that with just a slight show of generosity on his part, this lovely lady would easily fall for him. Wow, the opposing streamer is quite nauseating. ISNT she. Really, what is there to boast about? It's just a Porsche 718. Indeed, for someone of Brother Ning Gu's stature, it might be trivial, but for an ordinary person, it could still be a cause for pride. Tonight, Ning. Indeed, there's nothing to boast about. Xiao Wei owns a Porsche 911. What? Tycoon, you can't be serious. That is a Porsche 911. Tonight, Ning. Of course not. We bought it together. Wow. Is this what it means to be a tycoon? To gift a 911? I'm truly in awe. Brother Ning is impressive. By the way, Tycoon, when will you send gifts to the streamer? The opposing side has already surpassed 100 million in gifts. Seeing Su Wei being overwhelmed by the gifts, some viewers began to grow anxious. They were not concerned about Yi Ning's ability to afford such sums. Their worry lay in the possibility that if the opposing side continued to send gifts excessively, Yi Ning might not be quick enough to catch up. If that were the case, it would be a tremendous pity to lose. Yi Ning, observing the viewers' comments, shifted his gaze toward the streamer Kai Gu, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tonight, Ning, I want to be sending gifts this round. No matter how much is sent, it's futile. I'll save it for the next round. Chapter 35. The misfortunate Kai Gu. Ning Gu, if we lose this round, there won't be a next one. Indeed, boss, you must be jesting, right? Even Su Weier was somewhat perplexed by Yi Ning's words. Could it be that he was unaware of the mechanics of the PK? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She would unconditionally support any decision made by Yi Ning. Within Su Weier's livestream, there were undoubtedly fans of Kai Ge who acted as spies. When they learned that the sole prominent figure in Su Weier's stream, Ning Gu, declared he would not be sending gifts tonight, their hearts soared with delight. So what if he was wealthy? He was still a fool, yearning for next round? Perhaps next year. The streamer Kai Ge was elated to receive this news, feeling assured of his victory. He promptly turned to Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, and said, "Beauty, it appears your big shot isn't all that impressive. How about joining my guild? We have many influential figures. If you come, I can introduce you. I and Amp, Oppos, already sent you a private message. Come visit me at my place, and we can have a more in-depth conversation." As he spoke, Kai Ge's eyes glimmered with a nefarious light, already envisioning the beauty lying in his embrace. Upon hearing Kai Ge's words, Yi Ning's expression turned frigid, and he typed on the public screen, "Who oversees the Feiyu platform? Please contact me privately." In Modu, Yu Shenglong's assistant had been closely monitoring Su Weier's livestream. After all, she was the streamer Yi Ning had personally endorsed. How could he afford to overlook her? As soon as he saw Yi Ning's message, he promptly informed Yu Shenglong. Yu Shenglong immediately commanded the operations director to contact Yi Ning personally. Within 2 minutes, Yi Ning received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Su Chong, the operations director of Feiyu Live, at the behest of Chairman Yu. Yes, I have 2 requests." "Certainly, Mr. Yi, please go ahead." "First, permanently ban the live stream of one Kai Ge and freeze his account indefinitely. Second, gather some individuals to ensure that Weier ranks first in this PK. The funds will come from the company's account. Just let me know how much is needed, and I will cover it." "Understood. We will execute this task." Sukiang Ziplit Solemni. After all, when 2 bosses gave orders, could they, as mere employees, dare to disobey? In the live stream, just as Kai Ge was about to ask Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, for a phone number, the screen suddenly went black. Before Kai Ge could comprehend the situation, his live stream was terminated. Within a minute, he found himself unable to access his account. What was happening? Cold sweat broke out on Kai Ge's forehead. After years of streaming, this was the first time he had encountered such a predicament. It was crucial to note that he had signed a contract. Failing to make it into the top 10 would result in a hefty compensation fee. Kai Ge's guild was also promptly notified. When they inquired, the staff only left a single statement: "He has provoked a true big shot." The guild leader, upon hearing this explanation, was drenched in cold sweat. Despite being a guild leader with nearly 100 million in assets, he was still worlds apart from those true magnates. As for the person Kai Ge had offended, did even need stating? He had been subtly hinting at the streamer Su Weier, clearly coveting her beauty. To dare covet a big shot's woman was tantamount to courting death. Furious, the guild leader lamented the vast sums spent to elevate Kai Ge to his current status, only to have it all unravel in an instant. Who would bear this loss? It can only be Kai Ge. The guild leader pulled out a contract, the 5 million compensation glaringly apparent. As for Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, witnessing Kai Ge and Amp, Oppos' livestream suddenly being terminated filled her with joy. Throughout those 10 minutes, she had been thoroughly vexed by him. Had it not been for the numerous viewers in her stream, she might have shut down her computer and walked away. Streamer, it seems Kai Ge has been banned from the live streaming world. Yes, an announcement has been made. My goodness, it's true. But why was he banned? Just within this brief moment, it and Oppos, as quite strange. Do you all remember what Boss Ning said earlier? Indeed, did Boss Ning foresee Kai Ge and Oppos' ban? Which is why he mentioned that this round didn't require gifts. Wake up. It's obvious Kai Ge was dealt with by Boss Ning. Don't you recall him addressing the Feiyu platform? Thinking deeply here is quite chilling. From this day forth, I truly realize that other big shots are merely inflated figures, while Boss Ning is the genuine article. Even Su Weier began to harbor doubts, promptly taking up her phone to inquire. Was it you? What do you think? How on earth did you manage it? After receiving Yi Ning's affirmation, Su Weier remained baffled. Logically, Ning hadn't sent many gifts at all. In fact, it was considerably less than those from the super guilds. Yet, how could he wield such immense influence? I hold shares in Feiyu. I'm one of their owners. How do you think I accomplished this? What? Su Wei'er could hardly fathom that Ning was a shareholder in Feiyu Live. That was a company worth hundreds of billions. How wealthy could Ning possibly be? Moreover, it appeared he was not just a minor shareholder, but a significant one capable of swaying the board of directors. You have utterly astonished me, Su Wei'er replied. Do you like it? Yes. Upon seeing Su Wei and Appo's message, Ning felt elated. Exceedingly so. He promptly opened Mo Qingqing and Appo's chat window. A series of flirtatious exchanges left Mo Qingqing blushing. Naturally, a rogue must cater to everyone. The PK continued, but with Ning having issued commands. Numerous internal personnel entered Su Wei'er's livestream, using alternate accounts to shower her with gifts. Regardless of how diligently the opposing streamer endeavored, they would inevitably lose to Su Wei'er by a considerable margin. Everyone speculated that this was yet another display of boss Ning Gu's power. At last, the PK reached its final round. Chapter 36. Yu Xinglong takes the initiative in the grand finale. Su Wei'er faces off against a prominent streamer, Cheng Sierra, who boasts millions of fans. Last year, Cheng had a strong chance at the championship, only to narrowly lose to the first-place winner. This year, she encounters the very streamer who bested her last time and achieves a resounding victory. Cheng Sierra is brimming with confidence, believing that the championship is nearly hers, especially upon discovering her opponent is a newcomer with a fan base that pales in comparison to her own. Although she finds it puzzling how Su Wei'er made it to the finals, she relishes the prospect of defeating such a weak contender with overwhelming ease. With this thought in mind, Cheng feigns delicacy in her live stream, addressing her audience. Brothers in the stream, it seems there is a formidable opponent on the other side, and I'm quite frightened. You must support me. Observing Cheng's demeanor, the viewers in her chat become flushed with excitement, rallying in support. Don't worry, once the PK begins, we will help you climb the ranks. They cheer. Yes, let us show them what we're made of and send them packing. A streamer with no fans dares to challenge someone with millions? How laughable. After several rounds of PK, Su Wei'er's follower count rises to over 800,000. Cheng is acutely aware that merely charming the audience will not suffice for their support. Without hesitation, she sends private messages to her loyal viewers. Zhang, please support me more later. Let us have dinner together afterward. Zhao, help me secure the championship, and I can wear that outfit you mentioned last time. Qian, I bought a new set of pajamas. Could you help me check the quality in a few days? Unbeknownst to the other viewers, within this brief moment, Cheng has reached out to no fewer than 20 wealthy benefactors. If Ning were to know, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of admiration for Cheng Sierra. She exemplifies the industry's standards, making significant sacrifices for her career. Just as Cheng begins to envision her victory speech, the gift channel finally opens. In an instant, the gift progress bar reveals an overwhelming disparity, a crushing 9-1 in favor of her opponent. Cheng's expression shifts to one of smug satisfaction, thinking, as expected. Just as she prepares to express gratitude for her supporters' generosity, a barrage of comments floods the screen. Wow, the opponent is incredible. We VE sent 3 million, yet we're still being crushed. What? Crushed? Cheng rubs her eyes and steadies herself for a closer look. To her astonishment, the progress bar displays a 9-1 ratio, but not in her favor. It is in fact the exact opposite. How is this possible? How could a small streamer with only a few 100,000 fans receive such lavish support? Cheng nearly loses her grip on her mouse as she quietly clicks into Su Wei'er's livestream. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Is this even humanly possible? There are hundreds of emperors among her supporters, not to mention countless other high-profile guests. The donations are so abundant that a sum of several million seems almost trivial. Who is the terrifying figure backing Su Wei'er? On Su Wei'er's leaderboard, the name Jin Yiningu prominently sits at the top, with donations reaching an astounding 10 million. This amount was amassed within just one day. Gazing at Jin Yiningu's name, Cheng is consumed by jealousy. 10 million, and in a single day. If only that had been directed toward her, it would imply that she, after platform cuts, would have pocketed 7 million today. Reflecting on her own leaderboard, she realizes that the individuals who have given her tens of thousands have all been acquired through her physical allure. At this moment, Chung feels a profound emptiness. What has she truly pursued throughout these years? The streaming industry is a veritable cesspool, and while Chung Sierra has amassed considerable wealth, she has sacrificed her most cherished values in the process. As she stares at the youthful and radiant Su Wire, a wave of self-doubt washes over her. For the first time, she feels disgusted with herself, as if she is akin to a long-soured egg, utterly repugnant. When the live stream concludes, Su Wire's gift tally has soared to over 39 million, a figure that dwarfs even Cheng's contributions. Coupled with her previous PK donations, Su Wire has amassed nearly 60 million in a single day. Her follower count has also surpassed 5 million, officially elevating her status to that of a major streamer. In that moment, a special Emperor effect appears, capturing the attention of many viewers. Wow, it's Yu Shenglong, they exclaim. Yu Shenglong is here to support the streamer. Little Wei is truly impressive. What does it mean for Little Wei to have such prominence? It is clearly a testament to the influence of the Ning tycoon. Who is this Yu Shenglong? Some ask. Just an emperor, right? Haven't we seen enough of those tonight? You don't even know Yu Shenglong? He is the chairman of Feiyu Live. Another response. Indeed, receiving gifts from the head of Feiyu Live is no small matter. Some viewers, previously oblivious, now realize the significance of Yu Shenglong's presence, especially as it is from an official account. Although Su Wire is aware that Yi Ning is a shareholder of Feiyu Live, Yu Shenglong's appearance still takes her by surprise. She is elated. Everything that has transpired is a result of Yi Ning's support. Ever since meeting him, she has been incredibly fortunate. In fact, she feels a twinge of gratitude that certain circumstances led her to relinquish her opportunity to be a flight attendant, as it ultimately allowed her to meet Yi Ning and shine in the live streaming world. Yu Shenglong types in the chat, praising the streamer and Damp, Oppo's, singing and encouraging her to continue. Su Wire responds, "Thank you for your recognition, Chairman. I will certainly strive for excellence." Yu Shenglong replies, "Yi, when are you coming to Magic City? Let us have a drink together." Jin Yiningu responds, "Absolutely, I will be there." Yu Shenglong laughs, then it's settled. The two engage in a public dialogue within the live stream, prompting awe among the other viewers. Yi Ning and Amp, Oppo's, phone buzzes incessantly with private messages, many coming from other streamers eager to connect with such a prominent figure. They yearn for the chance to be recognized by someone of his stature, hoping for a career boost akin to Su Wire's meteoric rise. However, Yi Ning remains indifferent, shutting off private messages, much to the dismay of the male streamers and the lament of the female streamers. Of course, as the PK concludes, Yi Ning proactively reaches out to Operations Director Su Chong. After all, significant funds from the company account were utilized today, and he is not one to forget such matters. Chapter 37. Meeting Wu Jishir, Su Chong initially believed that Yi Ning would take several days to procure the nearly 50 million in cash. To his surprise, immediately after hanging up the phone, the finance department reported that Yi Ning had already transferred the funds to the company's account. The ability to produce such a substantial amount of money in an instant was truly remarkable. Beep. The host, Su Wei has spent 46.5 million, earning a critical hit, and is rewarded with a school district property valued at 600 million. A school district property, and a whole building at that. This was exceedingly delightful. Yi Ning had always envied those elderly ladies who owned dozens of properties, managing a large bunch of keys, collecting rents in the morning and playing mahjong in the afternoon. Now, he could join their ranks. It was worth noting that he possessed not just one school district property for rent, but also commercial streets and office buildings. The annual rental income would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures. The following morning, as Yi Ning awoke, he received an internal call from the property manager, Luo Rongrong. "Mr. Yi, there's a package for you, which has been delivered to your doorstep. Please remember to check it." "All right, I'll be out shortly." Upon opening the door, Yi Ning saw Luo Rongrong driving a small electric cart, with several packages of varying sizes in tow. Of course, the most eye-catching was the enormous cardboard box belonging to Yi Ning. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Luo Rongrong's eyes brightened as Yi Ning appeared. Though she could not be certain if Yi Ning was the wealthiest resident of Yunshang Longjing, he was undoubtedly the most handsome. Furthermore, he was so young. If a relationship could be established, Luo Rongrong would certainly welcome the opportunity. However, Yi Ning merely smiled in greeting, signed for the package, and turned to carry the large box back inside, not even pausing to glance at Luo Rongrong's face for a moment. Am I truly so devoid of allure? Luo Rongrong pondered as she touched her smooth cheek, staring vacantly at Yi Ning and Amp. Oppos. S. Villigate. Yi Ning opened the box to reveal dozens of red property certificates, all for the same building. The thought of it was incredibly satisfying. The days of being a landlord had arrived. After considerable effort, Yi Ning managed to load the box onto his Mercedes G-Class. He also needed to visit Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital today, and, after completing his business, he planned to list the property with a rental agency. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Ning dialed Wu Jishir's number. Director Wu, where is your office? I'm on my way. At that moment, Wu Jishir was enjoying a break when he received the call. Mr. Yi, have you arrived? I'll come down to meet you. No need for that, Director Wu. Just tell me the location. I prefer to keep it informal, as if we were meeting privately. Wu Jishir felt a surge of goodwill towards Yi Ning upon hearing his words. He had already formed a positive impression of Yi Ning during their previous conversation, and after several interactions, he sensed that Yi Ning was not one to put on airs. Although Wu Jishir did not meet Yi Ning at the hospital entrance, he spotted a small, rosy-cheeked elderly gentleman wearing a white coat as Yi Ning arrived at the office building. Director Wu? Seeing that Wu Jishir seemed unaware of his presence, Yi Ning took the initiative to greet him. Upon hearing Yi Ning's voice, Wu Jishir's eyes widened in astonishment. You must be Mr. Yi? Indeed, that's me. Yi Ning extended his hand for a handshake. Wu Jishir was taken aback by Yi Ning's youth. Although he had discerned from their phone conversation that Yi Ning was relatively young, he had not anticipated him to be merely in his 20s. As they entered the office building together, other hospital staff could not help but stare. They were unaware of who Yi Ning was. But everyone at Jiangcheng Kanda Hospital recognized Wu Jishir. In fact, anyone involved in the medical field throughout Jiangcheng would undoubtedly know of him. Initially, they assumed Wu Jishir was waiting for an important figure, only to discover it was a young man in his 20s. Moreover, it appeared that Wu Jishir held this young man in high regard. They scrutinized Yi Ning's face for a considerable time, imprinting his features into their memories. In the future, they would not seek to befriend him, but they would certainly avoid antagonizing him. In the director's office, Yi Ning and Wu Jishir conversed for over an hour. Yi Ning had no intention of becoming involved in the management, so they merely discussed the fundamental direction for the hospital's future development. Most of the authority was still entrusted to this elderly gentleman. Wu Jishir felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had not misjudged Yi Ning, who was not a mercenary driven solely by profit. For instance, regarding the special medical fund for impoverished children that had previously been established, this money was essentially the funds of the owner of Kanda Hospital, which was Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos, money. Yet, without hesitation, Yi Ning resolutely decided to retain this project, even doubling the financial assistance. This gesture deeply moved Wu Jishir, a man who had dedicated decades to the medical profession. It is often said that a healer possesses a compassionate heart. Although Yi Ning was not a doctor, he endeavored to help others to the best of his ability. After concluding his discussion with Wu Jishir, Yi Ning made his way to the first floor, heading toward the restroom. Suddenly, he noticed a middle-aged woman in her 30s, voluptuous and fuming, bursting out of an office at the end of the corridor. With a furious expression, she glared at the person inside the room, berating, "Lu Hong, you accept bribes and line your own pockets. Aren't you afraid of being reported? Reported? Haha, you might as well ask who here would dare to report me?" Came a brazen response from within the office. Moments later, a man with a rotund face and a lecherous grin sauntered into the corridor, leering at the woman. "Xiao Tong, I told you, getting my signature is quite simple. First, you find a place tonight for us to have a drink and discuss it at leisure. Or have your general and come and talk to me personally." As Lu Hong spoke, a glimmer of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes, as if recalling something. Chapter 38. The arrogant Lu Hong Yining was taken aback to witness such a scene in the hospital. Indeed, in a vast forest, one can encounter all kinds of birds. A person's character is not necessarily correlated with their academic credentials. In fact, individuals with poor character and high education can pose a greater threat to society. Take, for instance, the notorious female graduate student who falsely accused an older man of secretly filming her. The incident was truly shocking. Xiao Tong felt nauseated upon hearing Lu Hong and Amp Oppo's insinuations. As the sales manager of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she had never anticipated being threatened in such a manner. What was even more infuriating was Lu Heng's audacity to covet the current chairperson of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Such a toad aspired to consume swan meat. Lu Hong, suppress your vile thoughts. Do not even dare to entertain them. Xiao Tong exclaimed angrily. Lu Heng scoffed. Oh, Xiao Tong, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the issues your company currently faces. When Annie steps down from her position as chairperson, I wonder how long you can maintain your role as sales director. At that point, do not come begging me, ha ha ha. Facing Xiao Tong and Amp Oppo's rejection, Lu Hong remained unfazed. After all, he was the head of procurement at Conda Hospital, and his father held the position of deputy director. If Xiao Tong wished to sell medical equipment to Conda Hospital, she had no choice but to seek his assistance. Given the sharp conflicts among the senior management at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he doubted Xiao Tong was oblivious to the significance of this deal with Conda Hospital. Xiao Tong, let me make it clear. As long as I, Lu Hong, do not give my approval, no one will dare to take this contract. So, you might as well give up. Oh, from your tone, is Conda Hospital your personal property? At that moment, a young man dressed in designer attire, exuding a somewhat nonchalant demeanor, approached the two. He regarded Lu Hong with a playful grin. The newcomer was, of course, Yining. Initially, he had intended to observe the situation, but upon hearing the name Anshin Pharmaceuticals, his interest was piqued. Although he was not well acquainted with the company, he had recently acquired a 15% stake, making him a shareholder. Listening to their exchange, it seemed that Anshin Pharmaceuticals was far from ordinary. Its depths were profound. While others might disregard it, Yining was intrigued. He was determined to explore this den of intrigue, come what may. Hey there, do you have any idea who I am? Lu Hong had already noticed Yining watching the spectacle. Why must he make a show of himself instead of quietly observing? Did he not see that everyone around was tactfully silent? Was he truly incapable of sensing the atmosphere? Assuming Yining was merely a recent medical school graduate seeking employment at Conda Hospital, Lu Hong felt he could easily manipulate such a naive individual, especially given that he had a deputy director as a father. Without acknowledging Lu Heng's question, Yining stepped forward with a calm smile. I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to. However, from your words, it is evident that you are unworthy of working in a hospital, let alone being a doctor. As he spoke, Yining raised his voice slightly, pointing towards the entrance of the office building. Now, gather your belongings and leave. His commanding tone attracted considerable attention, even prompting some individuals from upstairs to descend and witness the commotion. Seeing Lu Hong on the brink of fury, many silently lamented for the young man. Why provoke him of all people? However, some recognized Ning as the young man whom Director Wu had personally welcomed earlier. Smirking, they felt a sense of satisfaction. They had long harbored disdain for Lu Hong, who flaunted his father's influence. Now, it seemed that this young gentleman might just be the one to put Lu Hong in his place. Of course, no one believed Lu Hong would be dismissed. At most, he would receive a mild reprimand, for his father was the deputy director, after all. Oh, today is quite amusing, isn't it? Lu Hong mocked. To be honest, no one has ever dared to tell me to leave in my time here. Do you think your position is greater than my father's as deputy director? With an air of arrogance, Lu Hong reveled in his privilege. Having a deputy director as a father had always been his source of pride. Observing Yining's silence only inflated Lu Heng's ego further. Ha ha ha, how bold of you to tell me to leave. Now what will you say? Too scared to speak? Just a naive youth, yet so arrogant. If you can land a job at Conda Hospital, I, Lu Hong, will believe you. Yining shot a cold glance at Lu Hong and calmly replied, I currently hold no position at Conda Hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's lips curled into a smirk. He had anticipated this. The young man was clearly a fool. Perhaps he had a bit of money, thinking himself impressive. To Lu Heng, such individuals were simply dim-witted. But the next moment, Yi Ning's words sent a jolt through Lu Heng. However, I have just taken over this hospital, which makes me its owner. What? Everyone present, including the quietly standing Xiao Tong, gazed at Yi Ning in disbelief. This seemingly fresh graduate was the hidden owner of Kongda Hospital. Those who had witnessed Director Wu greeting Yi Ning earlier now understood. No wonder Director Wu showed such respect. It was not due to any fearsome background, but because Yi Ning himself was an entity not to be trifled with. Lu Heng hesitated, shaken by Yi Ning's confidence. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that someone so young could own Kongda Hospital. Moreover, his father was the deputy director. Why had he never mentioned a change in ownership? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Heng pointed at Yi Ning, veins bulging. You dare to spread rumors and cause trouble in the hospital? Do you think I want an oppose? Take action against you? Chapter 39. Discontent. How audacious of you to brazenly criticize Mr. Yi. Do you truly believe your father can protect you? As Lu Heng's words fell, a voice emerged from the stairwell, resonating with authority. Except for Yi Ning, everyone present felt their pupils constrict in recognition of that familiar voice. It belonged to none other than Dean Wu Jishu, who even addressed Yi Ning as and oppose. Mr. Yi and oppose. Mr. Yi, are you well? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Jishu approached Yi Ning and oppose. Side. The deference in Wu Jishu's demeanor validated Yi Ning's words. He was indeed the proprietor of Kongda Hospital, a man whose utterance could command their immediate departure. A cold sweat broke out on Lu Heng's back as he grappled with the realization that he had unwittingly provoked the owner. Furthermore, he had even contemplated laying a hand on him when Wu Jishu revealed his identity. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. Please, I implore your forgiveness. Lu Heng stammered, bowing repeatedly in a display of panic. Forgive? Yi Ning scoffed. I have already stated that you are unworthy of practicing medicine. Now, I demand you to leave at once. Dean Wu and your father, the vice dean, ought to investigate this matter thoroughly. If any issues arise, address them as necessary. Yi Ning lamented the presence of such parasites in every profession. They feasted upon the fruits of the people and oppose labor while wielding the power conferred upon them by the populace to indulge in their whims. Such individuals were truly unforgivable in Yi Ning's eyes. By the way, Xiao Tong, if you would kindly wait here for a moment, I need to speak with Dean Wu. I will require your assistance shortly. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong felt a flicker of surprise. She was perplexed as to why someone of Yi Ning and oppose's stature would wish to converse with her privately. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar inclinations? The thought made her cheeks flush. However, recognizing her dependence on Yi Ning, she dared not oppose his wishes. As for any ulterior motives he might have, she could only wait and see how events unfolded. Yi Ning and Wu Jishu stepped out of the office building, finding themselves beside a secluded flower bed. Initially, neither spoke, but after a prolonged silence, Yi Ning broke the quietude. Dean Wu, I hope such occurrences are singular. His expression remained impassive, yet his tone betrayed a hint of aloofness. Wu Jishu nodded, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Yi, I shall conduct a thorough investigation regarding Lu and his father. Yi Ning shook his head. You know I am not referring to that matter. Your intentions may have been noble, but I agreed to partake in this charade to assist you. Wu Jishu and oppose's heart sank, his face revealing a rueful smile. He had indeed been discovered by Yi Ning. Until this moment, he had held a high regard for this young proprietor, but now he truly recognized Yi Ning's remarkable acumen. Indeed, all of this had been orchestrated by Wu Jishu. The Lu father and son wielded excessive influence within the hospital, to the extent that even he, the dean, could not rein them in, allowing them to act with impunity and tarnish the institution's reputation. Recently, there had been a steady stream of visitors from Anshin Pharmaceuticals seeking Lu Heng, the procurement chief. Thus, Wu Jishu devised a plan for Yi Ning, the new owner, to witness their misconduct and, in turn, put the father and son in their place. Although his intentions were commendable and the outcome achieved, it was evident that he had exploited Yi Ning in the process. While Yi Ning detested individuals like Lu Heng, He felt a twinge of annoyance at being unwittingly used. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I was left with no alternative. Such a situation will not recur, Wu Jishu replied earnestly. Very well, Yining acknowledged. After their discussion concluded, he sought out Xiao Tong. Now that he had a moment to observe her closely, he noted her undeniable allure. In terms of mere appearance, Xiao Tong paled in comparison to beauties like by Eluo, but when it came to her figure, she embodied the quintessential curvaceous woman, full and enticing. It was no wonder Lu Hong held her in such high regard. At the very least, his taste was commendable. Mr. Yi, could you kindly refrain from staring at me so intently? Despite being a 35-year-old mother, Xiao Tong felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of the 20-something man. Naturally, it was his striking looks that made her uneasy. Had he been unattractive, she would have felt revulsion instead. The world is indeed a place that favors beauty. It facilitates many advantages. This phenomenon was not exclusive to modern society. Even in ancient times, those deemed handsome were often rewarded with affection, while the less fortunate were left to toil in servitude to repay their debts. Ahem. Yining inwardly chastised himself for his lack of decorum. He already had the likes of Mo Qinxing in his life, yet here he was, ogling a married woman. My apologies, he said, how about this? With noon approaching, allow me to treat you to lunch, and we can converse further? Lunch, and then to discuss what? Xiao Tong and Amp, Oppo's, cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze at Yi Ning laden with intrigue. Here stood a dashing young man, and she began to wonder if he possessed a particular penchant for older women. Yet, recognizing the importance of maintaining Kangda Hospital as a significant client, she merely nodded, hoping her fears would prove unfounded. Very well, let us proceed. After our meal, I must visit a real estate agency. Today is quite busy, Yining declared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong felt her body tremble slightly, nearly losing her balance. The mere suggestion of visiting a real estate agency before even sharing a meal sent her heart racing. Was he contemplating a more intimate arrangement? With determination, she focused on Yi Ning and Oppo's retreating figure, steeling herself for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 40. Anshin Pharmaceuticals, what would you like to eat? Yi Ning casually inquired while driving. Xiao Tong shook her head, responding, I'll leave it to your arrangements, Mr. Yi. Very well. Let us head to the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. It should be quite satisfactory. As the proprietor, Yi Ning spent nearly every day either courting women or on his way to do so. He rarely concerned himself with the affairs of his own enterprises. But since they were to dine, he might as well take a look around. No, that might not be appropriate, Xiao Tong stammered. Was this man so eager to go directly to a hotel? Once they were at the hotel dining, how could she, Xiao Tong, escape? What is inappropriate about it? The cuisine, there is quite good. You need not worry, Yi Ning remarked, puzzled. Didn't you just say to eat whatever? Was this a manifestation of a woman's capricious nature? As Yi Ning and Oppo's vehicle entered the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the security guard promptly saluted. Good day, Mr. Yi. Yi Ning smiled and nodded, feeling rather pleased. The security personnel appeared quite spirited. He was content with the hotel, clearly managed well by Wu Yuan. He contemplated granting the staff a raise next month. Xiao Tong and Oppo's pupils flickered. She was not deaf. She had distinctly heard the security guard refer to Yi Ning as Mr. Yi. Could it be that he had shares in Jiangnan Grand Hotel as well? Furthermore, the hotel was an integral part of Jiangnan Commercial Street. This suggested that Yi Ning was not merely the shadowy owner of Kangda Hospital in Jiangsheng, but also possessed property in Jiangnan Commercial Street. With this realization, Xiao Tong suddenly found this handsome man to be rather enigmatic. Just how many identities did he hold? Boss, you have arrived. Yi Ning parked the car, and as they approached the lobby entrance, Wu Yuan was already waiting for them. The tall receptionist on either side bowed, greeting, Good day, Mr. Yi. Hello, everyone, Yi Ning replied, patting Wu Yuan on the shoulder. You've done well. From next month, all employees will see their bonuses doubled. Upon hearing Yi Ning and Amp, Oppo's words, the hotel staff beamed with excitement. As long as no grave errors were committed, each employee received a monthly bonus, which was substantial. With the bonuses doubling next month, it was equivalent to receiving double pay. Such delightful news was bound to elate them. How fortunate to have such a generous boss under Wu Yuan's arrangement. A charming receptionist guided Yi Ning and Xiao Tong to an expansive private room, lavishly adorned in opulence. After discerning Xiao Tong and Appo's tastes, Yi Ning casually ordered several specialty dishes. As the receptionist departed, she cast a wistful glance at Xiao Tong, who sat opposite Yi Ning. Upon exiting, she gazed forward, feeling a twinge of sadness. It appeared that men indeed favored the voluptuous, even someone as extraordinary as Mr. Yi. Moreover, Mr. Yi's preferences were quite unique. He seemed to favor the slender. Unbeknownst to Yi Ning, this dinner with Xiao Tong would earn him the moniker of a rogue. Once the dishes were served, Yi Ning shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. I heard from Lu Hong that there are internal disagreements among the shareholders of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. What is the situation? Please elaborate. Xiao Tong had formulated numerous strategies in her mind to counter Yi Ning and Appo's inquiries. However, she did not anticipate that Yi Ning merely sought to understand the internal conflicts at Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Yi, is this truly what you wish to discuss? Xiao Tong inquired. Puzzled. What else could it be? Yi Ning frowned, uncertain of Xiao Tong and Appo's meaning. Xiao Tong let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yet the pressing issues facing the company weighed heavily on her heart. This was no secret within the industry. If Mr. Yi wished to hear it, she would oblige. Subsequently, Xiao Tong recounted the situation, while Yi Ning listened attentively, gaining a clearer understanding of the matter. It turned out that the former chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals had perished in a sudden car accident. The current chairman is the late chairman's only daughter, Annie. However, Annie is quite young, and many shareholders within the company do not respect her authority. Particularly, the second largest shareholder, Lu Jiandong, who holds a significant portion of shares, has long coveted the chairman position. He is allied with several minor shareholders to undermine Annie and Appo's standing within the company, placing her in a precarious position. Currently, Anshin Pharmaceuticals' performance is gradually declining, and an increasing number of shareholders are gravitating towards Lu Jiandong. Notably, Kangda Hospital recently expressed a desire to terminate its partnership with Anshin Pharmaceuticals, further complicating Annie and Appo's plight. Xiao Tong and Appo's intention in coming here was to re-establish collaboration with Kangda Hospital to assist Annie through this tumultuous period. Has Kangda always cooperated with Anshin? Yi Ning inquired, his mouth full of shrimp. Xiao Tong nodded. Indeed, the partnership has existed since the tenure of the late chairman, for no less than a decade. Then, why the sudden termination? Was there a quality issue? There was none. Xiao Tong hesitated, having denied it but unable to elaborate further. Yi Ning quickly grasped that this was likely Lu Jiandong's tactic to weaken Annie's position. It seemed the rumors of Lu Hong accepting bribes were not unfounded. Although Xiao Tong was oblivious to why Yi Ning was interested in the issues concerning Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she cared little. She merely wished to ascertain whether the collaboration could be revived. As long as Yi Ning made the decision, she believed that no obstruction would hinder their path. Mr. Yi, actually, Chapter 41. The first kiss. Yi Ning is not only the master of Jiangchang Kangda Hospital, but also a shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Therefore, without the need for Xiao Tong's suggestion, he would ensure the continuation of their collaboration. Xiao Tong was taken aback by Yi Ning's prompt and unwavering agreement. Not dwelling on it, she felt relieved that the partnership with Kangda Hospital was secured, while it couldn't and Appo's to entirely alleviate the issues currently facing Chairwoman Annie. It certainly eased a significant portion of the pressure. In truth, Yi Ning simply believed in keeping profits within one's own circle, as they were all in pursuit of financial gain, and he had no shortage of money at present. After dinner, the two parted ways. Yi Ning, recalling how long it had been since he last saw Su Wire, decided to invite her along to the real estate agency. Su Wire accepted his invitation with delight. Upon arriving at Su Wire's residence, he found her waiting below, already adorned with exquisite makeup. How do I look? Is it beautiful? Su Wire beamed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Yi Ning. Her smile revealed two charming dimples on her cheeks, radiating sweetness. Beautiful. I truly like it. Yi Ning couldn't and Appo's help but embrace her. Breathing in her fragrant aroma, he felt that his life had reached a pinnacle of worth. Su Wire was startled by Yi Ning's sudden gesture. But after a moment of tension, she melted into the warmth of his embrace. Ning, is this appropriate? She blushed, feeling slightly embarrassed to be in such a public display of affection. Why not? We are not yet together. This is something only a couple would do. Su Wire and Appo's voice dwindled, yet she did not release her hold on Ning. How typical. Do you wish for me to be your boyfriend? Surely you jest. Ning, fine surprise. Instantly, Su Wire and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Pouting like that, you could hang a bucket on it. I feel like crying. Come comfort me. Su Wire tilted her head, looking at Ning with an expression of displeasure. Of course, she did not believe that Ning had lost interest in her. If he had truly given up on someone, he would never mention that name again, such as his ex-girlfriend Man, whom he had not spoken of since their encounter on the commercial street. With such a character as his, would Ning actively seek her out if he did not harbor feelings? Ning chuckled, ruffling Su Wire and Appo's hair in the videos. You call me mom. Does that not imply a deeper connection than mere friendship? Oof. How annoying. Su Wire scrunched her nose in mock disdain. Yet the smile at the corner of her mouth was undeniable. Her laughter was truly enchanting. If Ning were to describe someone as pure, it would undoubtedly be Su Wire. She evoked the essence of first love. Fixated on Su Wire and Appo's bright red lips, Ning was unable to resist and leaned in. This man, how dare he sneak attack? Such a rogue. Though she thought this, Su Wire tilted her head back, slowly closing her eyes, entwining her arms around Ning's neck, surrendering to his advances. After a prolonged moment, Ning reluctantly pulled away, licking his lips with a nostalgic expression, wearing a mischievous grin. And yet you and Appo's, still laughing. It's all your fault. Su Wire shot him a fierce glare, refusing to engage with him further. You need to learn to breathe through your nose. Otherwise, you want an Appo's, to be able to kiss for long. Ning advised. Su Wire pouted, feeling slightly sour. Do you think everyone is as adept as you? Today was her first kiss. Ning, the scoundrel, had taken advantage, yet he acted innocent. Ning was at a loss for words. He certainly had the credentials to speak on such matters. Yet, why did he feel an inexplicable sense of pride? Noticing Ning and Appo's silence, Su Wire and Appo's jealousy flared. This rogue seemed to take delight in her discomfort. Though she felt a twinge of annoyance, she could not remain angry. She understood that with Ning's exceptional qualities, he must attract many admirers. If she were to be upset every time, she would have long been consumed by her emotions. By the way, what are we doing later? Ning had merely invited her out without specifying their destination. Just as she finished speaking, Su Wire saw Ning's face light up with excitement. Is that possible? Su Wire's expression froze momentarily, suddenly grasping Ning's intent. Blushing, she playfully punched him. You big-headed fool. Sometimes, she truly wished to peek inside Ning's mind to uncover what thoughts resided there. Just kidding, Ning laughed. I acquired a property and am planning to rent it out, becoming a landlord. Su Wire was not surprised by Ning's additional property. Perfect. I want to change my living arrangement. Why not skip the agency and let me rent from you? She clapped her hands in delight. Ning realized that Su Wire had misunderstood his intentions. Then I shall gift you a unit. The rest can be rented out. Su Wire's current neighborhood was indeed lacking. Moving to a better location would be beneficial. Don't you only own one property? Do you have others? I'm in a building, a whole structure. They all belong to me. Exiting the neighborhood, and amidst Su Wire and Appo's astonishment, Ning added, you can choose any unit you like, and the rest can go to the real estate company. They can assist with the leasing as well. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Let's go take a look at the property. Ning turned the car around, heading toward the school district housing. Chapter 42. The Emerald City in Jiangxing University Town. One can find an array of institutions, including Jiangxing University and Jiangxing Normal University, among several others. The abundance of students has fostered a thriving commercial environment, naturally leading to elevated housing prices in the area. The Emerald City, owned by Ning, boasts the highest property values within the university town. Each unit in the building, with a layout of approximately 400 square meters, commands a staggering price nearing 10 million. Sir, entry into the Emerald City requires the owner's consent. We can assist you in making contact. as they arrived in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The two were halted at the entrance by a security guard. Ning casually rummaged through a box and produced a property deed. I am the owner. Also, please have your property management come here. I need to discuss something with them. The guard had never encountered someone presenting a property deed from within such a large box, leading him to wonder if the entire box contained similar documents. Was this individual treating property acquisition as casually as buying clothing? Today, he had witnessed a true embodiment of wealth. With a smile, he allowed Ning to enter the community and promptly contacted the property supervisor. Upon receiving the call, the property management's first reaction was to acknowledge the presence of the individual who had purchased an entire building. The previous day's revelation had stunned everyone, and today, the illustrious buyer had personally arrived. Dressing himself neatly, the property supervisor, Liao Peng, hurriedly made his way to Building 6, his heart racing with anticipation. Ning, accompanied by Su Wei and Oppos, toured the furnished apartments, ultimately deciding on a suite on the 22nd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, a man clad in a suit awaited them. You must be bossy. I am Liao Peng, the property supervisor of the Emerald City. It is a pleasure to meet you. Before Liao Peng could finish his sentence, Ning interrupted with surprise. Liao Peng, is that you? Huh? You're Ning? Recognition dawned on Liao Peng as he realized that this individual resembled a familiar face from his university days. Initially, he had dismissed the resemblance, believing it impossible for Ning, even with his talents, to afford an entire building in such a short span. The revelation sent shockwaves through him. After all, their university was merely an ordinary institution. 3 years post-graduation, Liao Peng earned around $10,000 a month, and on good performance months, he might take home $20,000 to $30,000, a commendable feat yet. Even so, purchasing property in the Emerald City felt unattainable, let alone in Jiangsheng, which required meticulous planning. The disparity in their circumstances was difficult for Liao Peng to accept. Moreover, the woman beside Ning was undoubtedly his girlfriend, and she was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing the starlet seen on television. Ning, you're the owner of this Building 6? Liao Peng gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, Ning confirmed with a nod. Though he had anticipated this answer, the confirmation left Liao Peng feeling dizzy. This is quite extraordinary. He realized his voice trembled slightly. Never before had he felt such trepidation in the presence of Ning. It was only natural. How many could remain composed when faced with someone they knew who had transformed into a formidable figure? Let's not dwell on that. Ning replied with a mild smile. I had intended to contact property management regarding renting out my apartments. Since it is you, Liao Peng, that is even better. Ning decided to keep the units from the 20th to the 25th floors and unreservedly entrusted the rest to Liao Peng. The latter felt a swell of gratitude. During their university days, they had merely been classmates with little interaction. Regardless of whether Liao Peng was involved, Ning would have rented out those properties, but he appreciated the gesture nonetheless. As Ning and Su Wei and Oppos strolled out of the community hand in hand, Liao Peng gazed after them with envy. Now, that is the definition of a life winner. Soon after, he pulled out his phone, unable to resist sharing the news in their class group chat. Liao Peng, guess who I just ran into? Li Wei, Dili Rebia, Guli Naja, Lu Quan. Perhaps it was Ma Erja. Liao Peng, none of those. It was one of our classmates, and he even bought a property in the Emerald City. Li Wei, no way. Could it be Jiang Xian? I always thought his family was quite well off. Lu Quan, maybe it is the class monitor? Given that they had only graduated a few years prior, few among them could afford property in the Emerald City without familial support, leading them to instinctively assume it might be someone from a more privileged background. Jiang Xian, it's not me. Stop spreading rumors. Jiang Xian glanced at his phone, equally curious about which classmate could afford a residence in the Emerald City. While not destitute, his family's wealth was modest, and the thought of purchasing property there felt far-fetched. Jiang Shui, I'm still abroad. It's not me. As Jiang Xian and class monitor Jiang Shui denied involvement, curiosity buzzed among their peers. Who else could possess such financial capability? Li Bei, Liao Beng. Quit teasing and spill the beans. Liao Peng chuckled. I want to reveal the name, but it's a very handsome man. extremely handsome. Upon reading this, everyone immediately recognized who Liao Peng was referring to. Among their class, while there were a few handsome faces, only Ning possessed the kind of striking allure that could be deemed truly exceptional. Even during their university days, despite knowing Ning hailed from an average background, many admirers pursued him fervently. Now that Ning had achieved wealth, their astonishment knew no bounds. All eyes were glued to Liao Peng and Appo's message, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was unfathomable that Ning had surpassed them by such a margin. Far away, Jiang Shui, upon seeing Liao Peng and Appo's message, felt a rush of disbelief. She had harbored a secret crush on Ning, but had chosen to forego pursuing him due to his family and Appo's financial situation. She simply did not have the luxury of waiting for a man to ascend. Yet now, Ning had indeed risen to prominence. What if she had given a chance? However, Liao Peng and Appo's next words doused her enthusiasm with icy water. Liao Peng and Ning and Appo's girlfriend is truly stunning, more beautiful than those celebrities. Just as Jiang Shui prepared to message Ning, she abruptly locked her screen, hurling her phone onto the bed, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. Chapter 43. Shenxian's thoughts after resolving the matter concerning the house. Ning drove, taking Su Wire to indulge in street food at the university town. Neither of them noticed a flamboyantly dressed woman who was intentionally or unintentionally observing them, occasionally breaking into an inexplicable smile. Shenxian had a date today. Having dressed up, she passed by the snack street when she suddenly spotted a familiar black G-Class. To an ordinary person, it might not appear remarkable, but as by Ilua's roommate, Shenxian had meticulously studied the photos circulating on the campus forum. After a thorough comparison, she finally confirmed that this vehicle belonged to the wealthy heir rumored to be by Ilua and Appo's boyfriend. Initially, she assumed the owner was there to meet by Ilua, only to be surprised when a woman emerged from the passenger seat, one whose beauty rivaled that of Bai Ilua. The intimate demeanor between the two clearly indicated a romantic relationship. Shenxian felt an unusual thrill at this discovery and quickly snapped a photo with her phone. She had dated numerous boyfriends, yet few were genuinely affluent. From Ning and Appo's attire, Shenxian instantly recognized him as a young billionaire. And he was exceptionally handsome. Was he not the embodiment of her ideal man? Considering her own looks, while she may not match by Ilua's beauty, she was undoubtedly a stunning woman in her own right. She believed that, with a little strategy, she could easily allure this charming, wealthy heir. With this thought in mind, Shenxian took out her phone and dialed the number. Hello, Shenxian, are you there? I am Appo's. I'm about to pick you up in my Audi A4. A young man in Appo's voice echoed from the other end. Upon hearing his voice, a flash of disdain crossed Shenxian's face. An Audi? What was there to boast about? She had forgotten that she previously told others that only a car worth at least 300,000 would be worthy of her company. Yet, upon seeing Ning and Appo's multi-million-dollar vehicle, she promptly dismissed her earlier claims. Zhou Juanhao, they're in Appo's. No need for you to come. Let in Appo's break up, Shenxian stated flatly. Having gone through this routine countless times, Zhou Juanhao nearly lost control of the steering wheel, veering the car to the roadside, slamming the brakes. Shenxian, don't joke around. I and Appo's am not joking. How could a dilapidated car worth a few $100,000 possibly be worthy of me? Zhou Juanhao, forget it. Shenxian scolded over the phone before abruptly hanging up, gazing at Ning, who was opening the car door for Su Wire not far away. She felt an exhilarating surge within her. By Ilua, did you ever imagine your man would be eyeing another? With such thoughts, she believed she might have a chance. Shenxian did not aspire to be Ning's wife. As long as he provided her with financial support, she would willingly assume the role of his mistress. She was confident that with her beauty, no man could resist temptation. The following day, before Ning had even risen, he received calls from Wu Yuan and Sun Tao. One was the general manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and the other was the general manager of Jiangnan Tower. Their conversations pointed towards one event, a charity auction taking place that evening at Jiangnan Grand Hotel, organized by the Red Cross Society of Jiangxing. Such events typically attracted numerous representatives from local enterprises. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Ning decided to attend, naturally bringing Su Wire along as his companion. As the moon hung high, Su Wire drove a Porsche 911, bringing Ning to Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Dressed in a purple evening gown and high heels, she appeared statuesque. Ning, clad in a newly purchased Armani suit, stood beside her, resembling a pair of golden boy and jade girl. "Good day, sir. Here is your invitation. The auction is on the 9th floor." As Ning approached the entrance, a welcoming hostess greeted him with a professional smile. Upon seeing Su Wire, her eyes lit up. No wonder he asked the boss. His companion is exceptionally beautiful. It seems he is not merely interested in mature women, as rumored. "Thank you," Ning replied, accepting the invitation and leading Su Wire towards the elevator. "Hey, are you here for the auction too?" Upon entering the elevator, a young man in his 20s, sporting glasses, looked at Ning. Handsome, yet sporting a rather flamboyant hairstyle. He was clad in designer clothing, suggesting he was no stranger to wealth. Ning smiled. "Yes, I received an invitation by chance." The young man, Han Yu, appeared quite familiar with the situation and extended his hand, saying, "I'm Han Yu, here on behalf of my father." "Ning," he replied, shaking Han Yu and Oppo's hand. "This is my girlfriend, Su Wire." Han Yu suddenly recalled seeing Su Wire before and exclaimed in the elevator, "Could be that Su Wire from the Feiyu platform?" Surprised that Han Yu recognized her, Su Wire smiled and confirmed, "Yes, that's me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Han." Her acknowledgement made Han Yu, a wealthy heir, somewhat anxious. He had few hobbies, with his favorites being racing cars, clubbing, and admiring beautiful women. Ever since Su Wire gained fame in the streaming world, her live broadcasts attracted a significant audience daily. Han Yu had watched her several times, always finding her quite attractive. Yet, he had never taken any real action, as the current beauty enhancement technology was quite alarming. Who knew what sort of creature lay behind the screen? Seeing Su Wire in person, he realized his previous misconceptions. She was not a monster, but a stunning beauty. Even with Han Yu's extensive experiences, he had rarely encountered anyone who could rival Su Wire's allure. With admiration, he patted Ning on the shoulder. "Bro, you're impressive. You snagged such a stunning girlfriend." "Indeed," Ning replied with a proud grin. But his expression quickly shifted as a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him some discomfort. Chapter 44. When Ning and Lu Tianxiang arrived. They did not attract much attention. However, the stunning Su Wire beside them turned heads, captivating many with her extraordinary beauty. This evening, her presence rendered all other women inconspicuous. Among those familiar with the online sphere, a few recognized Su Wire's identity, yet few dared to approach her, especially given she was linked to a handsome gentleman. After all, those who frequented such gatherings hailed from affluent backgrounds, and they were unlikely to stir trouble. "Old Yi, what number are you?" In just a few exchanges, Ning had transformed from a brother to Old Yi in Han Yu's speech. "Ah, 7. It was only when Han Yu inquired that Ning noticed the invitation card bore a number. He had assumed seating was arbitrary. 7. Han Yu exclaimed incredulously, snatching the invitation from Ning's grasp for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was number 7. Initially, Han Yu had presumed Ning was merely another privileged youth, similar to himself, attending to broaden his horizons. It seemed, however, that Ning possessed a more formidable background. Securing a top 10 number for the auction was no small feat. Han Yu's family was a leading enterprise in Jiangxing's construction industry, valued at 50 billion, yet his father had only managed to procure an invitation number 25. Clearly, Ning's status surpassed his expectations. Su Wire intertwined her arm with Ning's as they settled into the front row. Their arrival piqued the curiosity of many in the hall. Those seated in the foremost positions were either high-ranking members of the Red Cross or representatives of billion-dollar enterprises. Was Ning perhaps the heir to an obscure billionaire's empire? "Mr. Yi, I did not expect to see you here." A familiar voice drew Ning's attention. Turning, he recognized Xiao Tong, whom he had encountered recently. Today, she donned a vibrant gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely, particularly her generous curves. "Director Xiao, hello." Did you receive an invitation as well? Yi Ning inquired with a smile. Upon noticing Su Wire beside Yi Ning, Xiao Tong understood. No wonder Yi Ning had shown a hint of desire when they last met, yet refrained from making any advances. He was accompanied by such an exceptionally beautiful woman. In her years of work, she had only encountered 2 women of this caliber, the one beside Yi Ning and Annie, the current chairwoman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Of course not. Xiao Tong replied with a wry smile. I lack such qualifications. I was sent by Director and Annie? Yi Ning nodded, comprehending the connection. Despite the challenges Anshin Pharmaceuticals faced, it was a leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, and Annie and Appo's reputation was substantial. Receiving an invitation was only logical. At that moment, an opportune voice interrupted from beside Xiao Tong. Director Xiao, do you know this beauty? Would you be so kind as to introduce us? A man, clad in designer attire and of shorter stature, was fixated on Su Wire, his gaze drunkenly enamored. Lu Tianxiang felt fortunate today. Initially reluctant to attend the charity auction at his father's behest, he had unexpectedly encountered such a beautiful woman. He had believed only Annie could stir such feelings in him. Yet here was another woman of equal allure. Currently embroiled in a tug-of-war with his father over Annie, Lu Tianxiang sought to alleviate his loneliness with Su Wire. As for Yi Ning, he had long been disregarded. In Jiangqing circles, Lu Tianxiang had never encountered someone like Yi Ning, who appeared to be merely an attractive face. The moment Lu Tianxiang spoke, Xiao Tong's heart sank. How could she have overlooked this opportunistic, rich heir accompanying her? Lu Tianxiang was notorious in their circles, known for his predatory tendencies towards innocent young women. Discarding them once he had his way. Hello, beautiful. I am Lu Tianxiang of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. My father is the general manager. He introduced himself eagerly, sensing that revealing his identity would surely win Su Wire's favor, regardless of her aloofness. However, Su Wire disregarded Lu Tianxiang's advances entirely, resting her head on Yi Ning's shoulder instead. Yi Ning reciprocated by wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulders. Huh! Lu Tianxiang was taken aback by his failed attempt, fury igniting within him as he witnessed the intimate exchange between Su Wire and Yi Ning. How could a woman of such caliber be nestled in another and Appo's embrace? He had already deemed Su Wire his own, and the thought of her in another's arms was intolerable. Miss, did you not hear my words? I am. Lu Tianxiang began, but Yi Ning turned his gaze, coolly addressing him. Are you unaware of how loud you are? Since no one is attending to you, perhaps you should be quiet? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Tianxiang slammed his hand on the armrest, rising abruptly. He had been seeking an excuse to reprimand Yi Ning, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Yi Ning regarded him with a mocking expression. Who am I? I am someone who can certainly send you packing from here. Do you believe that? Had it not been for Xiao Tong's presence, he would have relished the chance to expel this spoiled heir. Xiao Tong anxiously pulled at Lu Tianxiang. Young Master Lu, please sit down. This is Mr. Yi Ning, the owner of Conda Hospital. Let us avoid any trouble. She then turned to Yi Ning, her face filled with regret. Mr. Yi, I apologize on behalf of Lu. Today, we were in the wrong. Feeling the gentle tug on his sleeve from Su Wire, Yi Ning and Appo's stern expression softened. He decided to extend a measure of grace to Xiao Tong, considering she was, after all, one of his employees. Yet, not everyone shared this perspective. Lu Tianxiang, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Ning, seethed, so you're the owner of Conda Hospital. It seems you're the one who agreed to collaborate, and I was just looking for an opportunity to settle the score with you. Before Lu Tianxiang could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as a crimson imprint blossomed upon his cheek. Chapter 45. The critical hit of the Koenigsegg one. One, how dare you strike me? Lu Tianxiang glared at Yi Ning, clutching his swollen cheek in disbelief. Throughout his life, who had ever dared to lay a hand on him, especially in such a public setting? Who would provoke the son of Lu Jiandong? All eyes in a room turned towards Yi Ning, their expressions inscrutable. Yet, none intervened. It was not their concern. The auction had yet to commence, and this spectacle unfolded before them. On one side stood Lu Jiandong's son, and on the other, the enigmatic new owner of Conda Hospital. Both were formidable figures. Even Han Yu, seated at a distance, shifted his gaze towards the altercation. Indeed, Yi Ning replied with a cold smile. I have struck you. What of it? Unsatisfied? You insist on enduring a beating to feel content, do you? Initially, Yi Ning had no intention of engaging with Lu Tianxiang, but the latter and Appo's audacity compelled him to respond. Lu Tianxiang was taken aback by Yi Ning and Appo's assertiveness. He was unafraid. Now, in front of all these witnesses, having been slapped, he had lost face. He could not afford to let this humiliation stand. How could he maintain his reputation? You dare to? In a fit of rage, Lu Tianxiang threw a punch towards Yi Ning and Appo's head. Yi Ning reacted swiftly, grasping Lu Tianxiang and Appo's wrist and delivering another sharp slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the hall. As Yi Ning tightened his grip, distinct marks appeared on Lu Tianxiang's wrist. Ow, let go. Lu Tianxiang grimaced in pain. Yi Ning forcefully tossed him back, and Lu Tianxiang stumbled into his seat. Remember, this is the last time. Do not overstep your bounds. Yi Ning and Appo's voice was icy, causing Lu Tianxiang and Appo's hair to stand on end. At that moment, he felt a genuine fear of Yi Ning. Despite his belief that Yi Ning and Appo's background was inconsequential, he could not shake the apprehension. His pride forbade him from fearing a mere pretty boy he had never encountered before. Yes, I yield. Lu Tianxiang feigned submission, but once Yi Ning turned away, he discreetly pulled out his phone. Yi Ning was well aware that Lu Tianxiang would not easily let this go. He had seen the murderous intent in Lu Tianxiang and Appo's eyes moments ago. However, he remained unfazed. The Jiangning Grand Hotel was his territory. Should Lu Tianxiang dare to retaliate, Yi Ning would ensure he tasted regret. This farce temporarily concluded with Lu Tianxiang and Appo's apology. No one anticipated that Lu Tianxiang, reputed as one of the elite sons of Jiangxing, would ever apologize. Regardless of what ensued, this young man who had brought Lu Tianxiang to his knees had certainly captured attention. Nevertheless, many observed with disapproval, understanding that Lu Tianxiang was not one to easily concede. This young man would face repercussions. Attention shifted when a middle-aged woman in a qipao took the stage. With a warm smile and gentle tone, she addressed the guests. Good evening, everyone. I am Wen Yao, the host of this charity auction. After her introduction, the auction officially commenced. Now, let us present our first item, the Tiffany Millennium Necklace, with a starting bid of 500,000. It was evident that those present were not lacking in wealth, as the final price soared to 3 million, far beyond the necklace and Appo's original value. And someone ultimately purchased it. Yi Ning, however, showed little interest in such items, observing without any intention to bid. Notiking naning ya Appo's indifference, Liu Tianxiang scoffed inwardly, confirming his assumption that Yi Ning was merely a broke pretty boy. Apart from his handsome appearance, he seemed devoid of substance, unwilling to part with a few million for such a stunning companion. Only when the hostess presented a hairpin did Yi Ning and Appo's expression brighten. Stealing a glance at Su Wire's flowing tresses, a subtle smile graced his lips. Now this is a true treasure. Wen Yao announced, this hairpin is hand-carved by Master Lu Qinxing, featuring an exquisite ice lotus and Hetian jade. Both the craftsmanship and the quality of the jade are exceptional. Starting at 2 million, with minimum increments of 100,000. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. The name of Master Lu Qinxing alone warranted a price exceeding 2 million. I'm not particularly fond of treasures. I simply support charity. 3 million. It's my wife's birthday, so please do not compete with me. 5 million. After a brief discussion, bids began to flow in. Soon, the price of the ice lotus and Hetian jade hairpin climbed to 8 million. 20 million. Yi Ning raised his paddle, making his first bid. Gasps of disbelief filled the room, including from Su Wire. The hairpin was valued at around 8 to 9 million. Yet Yi Ning had boldly bid 20 million. With a smile, Yi Ning remarked, what are you all looking at? It and Appo's charity. Consider it a good deed. The hairpin was perfect for Su Wire, and Yi Ning had already resolved to acquire it. Any excess funds could be donated, which he deemed quite agreeable. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, the money spent could be returned, rendering him indifferent to the cost. Lu Tianxiang was taken aback by Ning and Amp, Oppo's bid. Wasn't he just a pretty boy? How could he possibly produce such a substantial sum? Even as the owner of Kongda Hospital, it was unlikely he could access that much cash flow. Even Lu Tianxiang, a top second-generation heir in Jiangcheng, only received a few $100,000 as pocket money each month. What gave Ning the right to be wealthier than him? Number 7. Mr. Yi has bid 20 million. Are there any other bidders? 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Yi in seat number 7 for acquiring Master Lu and Oppo's Ice Lotus and Hatian Jade Hairpin for 20 million. Before the auction concluded, Ning promptly completed the transaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 20 million on Su Wire and receiving a critical hit. Awarding a Koenigsegg 1 vehicle. Koenigsegg? Although Ning did not have high expectations for cars, the arrival of a supercar worth over 100 million, with only 6 units globally, excited him. This was the Koenigsegg 1, a luxury that money alone could not procure. Soon, Ning approached Su Wire, gently grasping her hair and delicately inserting the hairpin. Su Wire was overjoyed, although she had suspected the hairpin was intended for her from the start. She could not help but feel moved when Ning gifted it to her. Ning, this is far too extravagant. It and Oppo's has 20 million. Su Wire exclaimed, sticking out her little tongue. Ning shook his head, unfazed. In comparison to your place in my heart, 20 million is of little significance. His words stirred something within Su Wire, prompting her to cling more tightly to his arm. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Lu Tianxiang cast a half-smile at Ning before descending the stairs. Chapter 46. Kick old Yi, that brat may pose a threat to you. Han Yu whispered as he approached Ning. He had noticed Lu Tianxiang and Oppo's expression and hurried demeanor, which clearly indicated some sort of scheme. Although Han Yu's family wealth paled in comparison to Lu Tianxiang's, their businesses had no overlap, so he felt no fear. Moreover, the true controller of Anshin Pharmaceuticals was Annie, not the Lu family. Not a problem, Ning replied dismissively, not even furrowing his brow. At this moment, he was at least on par with Lu Tianxiang and Oppo's father. A mere second-generation heir was insignificant. Seeing Ning's calm demeanor, Han Yu felt relieved. It seemed Ning had a strategy for dealing with Lu Tianxiang. After all, a person capable of securing the coveted 7th seat at this auction must possess some means. As Ning and his companions arrived in the lobby, Wu Yuan, clad in a suit, hurried over. Boss, Lu Jiandong's son has gathered some people and seems intent on confronting you, Wu Yuan said with a light-hearted tone, as if discussing mundane matters. Han Yu stared at Ning in astonishment. Is the Jiangnan Grand Hotel also yours? He recognized Wu Yuan, the general manager of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Yet, this individual was bowing to Ning and referring to him as boss. Before Ning could respond, Wu Yuan interjected. Mr. Yi is not merely the owner of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. He is the sole proprietor of the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street. At this revelation, Han Yu grasped the terrifying scope of Ning's background. In a mere moment, he realized that Jiangcheng Kongda Hospital, Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and Jiangnan Building were all under Ning and Oppo's ownership. The combined value of these assets rivaled that of his own family. What else remained unspoken? This was the first time Han Yu recognized that Ning, a figure who had never appeared in Jiangcheng and Oppo's second-generation circle, might be someone whom most of Jiangcheng could not afford to provoke. Brother Yi, you are truly impressive. Han Yu exclaimed sincerely. He didn't even notice how naturally his address for Ning had evolved from brother to old Yi, and now to brother Yi. Apologies for the interruption, Ning. If you wish to avoid suffering, come out yourself. Lu Tianxiang lounged against the door, a mocking grin directed at Ning. Today, Ning had humiliated him, even delivering 2 slaps. Lu Tianxiang intended to settle this score thoroughly. Moreover, he had set his sights on the beauty beside Ning, planning to take her home to enjoy at his leisure. Glancing at Su Wire, Lu Tianxiang said, Miss, if you behave, I can ensure Yi Ning suffers less later. What do you think? He could see that Su Wire genuinely admired Yi Ning, which only fueled his arrogance. As long as she was sensible, he had no fear of her refusing him. However, Su Wire didn't even glance at him, coldly uttering a single word. Get lost. Lu Tianxiang, furious yet amused, clapped his hands. Very well. I shall make you understand the meaning of regret. He then addressed Wu Yuan. Manager Wu, you see, it's not that I lack respect for you. It's simply that someone is being utterly disgraceful. I want to cause trouble in your establishment. Just let Yi Ning come out, and I will handle things myself. Lu Tianxiang wasn't foolish. Although Wu Yuan was merely the general manager of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the hidden owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street was not someone to be trifled with. Managing a commercial street in the most prosperous area of Jiangxing surely required a significant background. Thus, he had no intention of causing a scene at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. His words were also a way to give Wu Yuan face. Oh, Yi Ning turned to Wu Yuan with a knowing smile. Manager Wu, what is your stance on this matter? Wu Yuan hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Tianxiang was digging his own grave, and he had no intention of being dragged into it. Boss, rest assured, I will handle this, he said, bowing slightly to Yi Ning. To Lu Tianxiang, this scene was utterly incredulous. Wu Yuan was the general manager of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, yet he was bowing to Yi Ning, although he stood at a distance, unable to hear what Wu Yuan whispered. It was evident that Yi Ning held a higher status in Wu Yuan and Amp. Oppos, SIs. How could this be? In shock, Wu Yuan coldly regarded Lu Tianxiang, pointing at him. Everyone, restrain this scoundrel. I want to see how Lu Jiandong has raised his son to dare lay a hand on our boss. Boss. Lu Tianxiang stared in horror at Yi Ning, whose gaze now fixed upon him. The mocking smile on Yi Ning's face was terrifying in Lu Tianxiang's eyes. How could this be? The pretty boy he had underestimated was not only the owner of Conda Hospital, but also Wu Yuan's superior. How ironic. As several security guards restrained Lu Tianxiang, he struggled briefly, his face darkening as he shouted, Yi Ning, don't think you're impressive just because you own the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. I'm not afraid of you. Yi Ning shook his head, stepping in front of Lu Tianxiang, raising his foot to kick him in the stomach. With eyes as sharp as ice, he stated, fear is another matter. But remember one thing, don't provoke me. At these words, everyone present, including Wu Yuan, felt a chill run down their spines. It was hard to imagine that someone as youthful and bright as Yi Ning could be so resolute. Everyone understood that Yi Ning was indeed not to be trifled with. If pushed, he would not hesitate to take action. Manager Wu. Yi Ning turned his gaze to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan took a deep breath. Boss, I'm listening. Treat Lu Gongzi and his entourage outside with utmost hospitality. As for the medical expenses, I can afford it. Yi Ning had already noticed the group of unruly thugs outside, clearly the hired hands of Lu Tianxiang. Rest assured, I will complete the task, Wu Yuan replied, signaling the head of security. After dealing with Lu Tianxiang and exiting the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, Yi Ning unexpectedly received a phone call. Chapter 47 Lu Jiandong. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Lu Jiandong. A deep voice emanated from the other end of the line. Ah, Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, Yi Ning replied with a light chuckle. Remarkably, the Lu family seemed to be quite well informed, as Lu Jiandong had managed to acquire his contact details in less than half an hour. After a brief pause, Lu Jiandong spoke earnestly. It is indeed an honor to meet you, Mr. Yi. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for us to share a meal together? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow at Lu Jiandong and Amp, Oppos, S-words. If Lu Jiandong sought to address the incident concerning his son today, a mere apology would suffice, as Yi Ning was not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. However, Lu Jiandong's formal invitation hinted at ulterior motives. Realizing that Lu Jiandong had likely discovered a stake in Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted subtly. Mr. Lu, there is no need for a banquet. To be frank, as long as you manage your son appropriately, I have no interest in how Anshin Pharmaceuticals develops. In truth, Yi Ning was indifferent to who held power over Anshin Pharmaceuticals in the future. Whether it was Lu Jiandong or Annie, it bore no significance to him. As long as the company remained operational, his 15 stake would continue to yield income. Ning's words appear to provide Lu Jiandong with considerable reassurance. Upon learning that his son had offended a person who held 15 of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Lu Jiandong had nearly lost his composure, tempted to storm into the Jiangnan Grand Hotel and confront Lu Tianxiang. Fortunately, Ning showed no interest in managing the company. Otherwise, all his efforts to secure the chairman and Oppo's position would have been in vain. Mr. Yi, you are indeed a remarkable individual to have achieved such success at a young age. I hold you in high regard, Lu Jiandong said, visibly more relaxed. After exchanging pleasantries, they concluded the call. Seated in the passenger seat, Ning wore an inscrutable expression. His interaction with Lu Jiandong revealed a man of considerable cunning. Throughout their conversation, Lu Jiandong had never mentioned his son, Lu Tianxiang, as if he did not exist. Yet, this very silence rendered Lu Jiandong all the more formidable, a person capable of sacrificing everything for the sake of profit. Upon returning to the villa, Ning assisted Su Wire in preparing a guest room for the night. The following day, he slept in until midday. While having lunch with Su Wire, he received a call from the manager of Koenigsegg. As the property manager of the Yunshang Longjing Villa, Luo Rongrong was performing her routine inspection of the neighborhood when a thunderous roar of an engine caught her attention. Looking up, she beheld a sleek, jet-black supercar approaching the entrance of the community. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was a Koenigsegg. Moreover, it was the Koenigsegg one of only 6 in existence, valued at a staggering sum. Such an extraordinary vehicle should not be found in a second-tier city like Jiangxing. Even cities with populations exceeding 20 million, such as Magic City, lacked such a marvel. Who could it be? Who in their community possessed the means to acquire such a car? Luo Rongrong remained fixated on the entrance, determined to meet this hidden titan. Upon receiving the call, Ning set down his utensils, a look of excitement crossing his face. What man does not relish the allure of a supercar? Although he could easily afford a multi-million-dollar vehicle given his current wealth, he was content with his Mercedes G-Class. However, the arrival of the Koenigsegg one at his doorstep was a thrill he could not conceal. What has you so elated? Su Wire inquired. Kulme, let me show you your husband and amp. Oppo's new ride. Ning exclaimed, disregarding the dishes on the table as he took Su Wire and amp Oppo's hand and made his way to the entrance. 7 or 8 minutes later, they arrived at the community gate hand in hand. Mr. Yi, I am Shenhao, the Asian regional manager for Koenigsegg. It is a pleasure to meet you. The man in a suit, wearing glasses and exuding elegance, introduced himself. Although he was aware of Ning's youth, he was still taken aback by his age upon meeting him. This was the superlative magnate who had purchased the Koenigsegg one. In his 20s, his wealth must surely amount to several hundred billion. Moreover, the beauty accompanying Ning was the most exquisite woman he had encountered in his years of work. Only someone as youthful, affluent, and striking as Ning could be worthy of such a partner. As Ning and Shenhao exchanged pleasantries, Luo Rongrong, standing in the corner, felt a sense of dismay. Moments ago, when she had spotted Ning at the entrance, her heart had nearly leaped from her chest. She now recognized that Ning was undoubtedly the wealthiest individual in the Yunshang Longjing community, without question. If anyone dared to dispute that, let them present a vehicle of the same caliber as the Koenigsegg one for comparison. She had intended to approach and greet him, but upon seeing Su Wire and Oppo's radiant smile and aura of happiness beside Ning, she understood the reason for Ning and Oppo's perpetual indifference towards her. That woman was simply too beautiful. Even Luo Rongrong, who held confidence in her own looks, had to concede that she was no match for Su Wire. Only a woman of such extraordinary caliber could befit Ning. With this realization, Luo Rongrong took a deep breath, composed herself, and discreetly departed. Chapter 48. Red Cherry Bar. Ning. This car must be quite expensive, right? Driving the Koenigsegg one, Ning and Su Wei and amp Oppo's circled the artificial lake, drawing countless envious glances. It is well known that those who reside in this vicinity possess a modicum of wealth. At the very least, they have a modest financial goal. Yet, even among these individuals, the sight of Ning and Oppo's vehicle elicited gasps of astonishment. This is the allure of a supercar valued at over 100 million. Ha! Just a little over a target, ISN and AMP. Oppos, Tiet? Upon hearing Ning and AMP, Oppos, remark, Suwei and AMP, Oppos, shivered slightly, sticking out her delicate tongue. A car worth over 100 million is merely a little? Upon seeing the sports car, she immediately understood it must be pricey. However, Suwei and AMP, Oppos, had only surmised that it might be a few million more than her Porsche 911. She never anticipated it to be in the hundreds of millions. She was aware that Ning was not only a shareholder of the Feiyu platform, but also the proprietor of Jiangnan Commercial Street and Jiangcheng Conda Hospital. Nevertheless, even with such credentials, purchasing a supercar valued at over 100 million seemed excessively lavish. Each time she thought she had a grasp on Ning and AMP, Oppos' wealth, she soon realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. This was utterly surreal. In the afternoon, after Su Wei and AMP, Oppos, returned home, Ning received a pair of jade Pishio sent by Lu Jiandong. Ning smiled softly. It was to be expected. The Pishio was clearly not inexpensive. Lu Jiandong was indeed willing to invest for the position of chairman. A week later, Han Yu, the wealthy second-generation heir Ning met at the auction, invited him to the bar, claiming he would introduce him to some friends within the circle. Throughout his life, aside from that one time of indulgence, Ning had never truly enjoyed the nightlife. Particularly, he was curious about the vibrant bars filled with flashing lights and people dancing to rock music. Not wanting to interrupt Su Wei and Oppos, who was live streaming, he set off in his Koenigsegg 1, roaring. The engine's thunderous sound, accompanied by the cool evening breeze, made Ning marvel at the joys of wealth. Red Cherry Bar, the most renowned bar in Jiangcheng. Every night, countless alluring women flock to this venue. It was a favorite haunt for affluent young men like Han Yu, especially those who arrived in supercars, becoming the prime targets for the ladies. Han Yu, is that Ning really as impressive as you say? A young man with bleached hair, smoking a cigarette, looked at Han Yu with skepticism beside a white McLaren. The news of Lu Tianxiang and AMP, Oppos' beating had spread through their circle. Yet, Han Yu insisted that the individual named Ning was the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street, which seemed hard to believe. How could I joke about that? I was right next to manager Wu Yuan of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel at the time. He personally addressed Yi Gu as boss. Is there any mistake? Han Yu explained with a smile, feeling a sense of respect when mentioning Ning. It was understandable. His family was wealthy. However, the money was primarily his father and Oppos'. Yes. Though he had taken over a portion of the family business, he was still somewhat under the control of others. In contrast, Ning and Oppos' authority was evident from Wu Yuan and Oppos' tone, which conveyed both respect and awe. This indicated that Ning was his superior. A single word from Ning could determine his fate. Naturally, Ning's wealth was entirely within his own grasp, as demonstrated by his willingness to spend 20 million on a hairpin for his girlfriend. Han Yu's invitation to Ning was meticulously planned, not for any collaboration, but rather to cultivate a closer acquaintance. Ning had clearly ascended to a level far beyond those who relied on their parents' fortunes. Associating with Ning promised substantial rewards. Roaring, the engine's sound captured not only Han Yu's attention, but also that of numerous handsome men and beautiful women surrounding the bar. The Koenigsegg, the young man with bleached hair, widened his eyes, excitedly tapping Han Yu's shoulder, oblivious to the cigarette, but that fell to the ground. It was indeed a Koenigsegg, the one he had seen in a video just days prior. This was real. Even the typically composed Han Yu trembled at the sight of the approaching supercar. Someone in Jiangcheng actually owned a Koenigsegg 1. Previously, he had seen a video claiming a Koenigsegg 1 existed in Jiangcheng, but he had dismissed it as nonsense. It was only when faced with such a reality that one could comprehend the challenges of acquiring a limited edition supercar worth over 100 million. In Jiangcheng, let alone the megacities, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to possess such wealth. As Han Yu stood in disbelief, Ning parked the car, stepped out with a smile, and approached Han Yu and his companions. Han Yu, he is coming over. The owner of the Koenigsegg 1 is actually walking towards us. The young man shook the stunned Han Yu's shoulder, his expression brimming with excitement akin to a fan meeting a celebrity. When Ning halted in front of Han Yu, the group quivered, hardly daring to breathe. Han Shul, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? Ning waved his hand in front of Han Yu and Amp, Appos, S.I.'s, smiling. At that moment, Han Yu and Appos, S friends gazed at him in horror, their lips trembling. Han Yu, could it be? Is this really the Yiga you mentioned? Chapter 49, Yi Xiao Han Yu emerged from his stupor, yet the astonishment on his face remained unabated. With a deep exhale, he exclaimed, Brother Yi, you are truly terrifying. If previously Han Yu had been captivated by Yi Ning's identity, now he was genuinely frightened. In his eyes, Yi Ning had become immensely towering and enigmatic. The mere ability to purchase a Koenigsegg one suggested that the power behind him far surpassed that of their small circle of second-generation elites from Jiangxin. Even the top-tier second-generation heirs from the magical metropolis or even the imperial capital would only be comparable to Yi Ning at best. He could hardly fathom Yi Ning and Appos' true identity. If he had once harbored intentions of probing into it, those thoughts had now completely dissipated. Brother Yi, allow me to introduce you, Han Yu began, but Yi Ning waved his hand to interrupt, adopting a casual demeanor. There and Appos, no need for formalities between us. Let us just keep it as it was before. Han Yu and Appos' attitude made Yi Ning feel somewhat uneasy. They were of similar ages, peers who could easily become friends. Yi Ning and Appos' words significantly enhanced Han Yu and the other second-generation heirs and Appos' fondness for him. It is worth noting that many who could buy a Koenigsegg one would often flaunt their wealth with arrogance, displaying contempt for others. Yet, Yi Ning was an exception. All right, Brother Yi, Han Yu replied, his previously tense demeanor relaxing slightly. This blonde fellow is Zhou Chun. His family is in the clothing business. The one in the flashy suit is Liao Xian. His family runs the Lai Jingxuan. And this is Ai Yang. He is in the furniture industry. You could just call him Glasses. After the introductions, Yi Ning followed the group into the Hongying bar. Upon entering the hall, a chubby man in a suit approached with a smile, rubbing his hands in a manner that was both eager and ingratiating. Young Master Han, it has been quite a while since you last graced us with your presence. He then turned to greet Zhou Chun and the others, indicating that Han Yu and his friends were regular patrons. Xiao Wang, let me introduce you. This is Brother Yi Ning. You must not treat him lightly, Han Yu said, placing his hand on the chubby man and Appos' shoulder. Wang Quan and Appos' heart skipped a beat. Following Han Yu and the others, he had assumed Yi Ning was merely a follower. To discover that even a wealthy heir like Han Yu called him brother was utterly shocking. Brother Yi, I deeply apologize for my earlier rudeness, Wang Quan said, bowing in apology. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head, displaying no concern whatsoever. Following this, Wang Quan led the group to the number 1 private booth, the largest and most luxurious in the entire bar. Young Master Han, shall we stick to the usual? Bang Quan Kidath. Brother Yi? Han Yu looked to Yi Ning for approval. Yi Ning simply shook his head, indicating he did not understand these matters, suggesting Han Yu should decide. All right. Han Yu nodded, opting for the usual arrangement. Before long, Wang Quan returned with 4 stunningly dressed women, followed by servers laden with bottles of liquor. 3 of the women were evidently regular companions for Han Yu and his friends, settling down and engaging in lively conversation. The last young woman approached Yi Ning, sitting beside him with a shy demeanor, likely new to the job. What is your name? Yi Ning Inwidet, taking a small sip from his glass. You can call me Ying Ying, the young woman replied, somewhat bashfully. Wang Quan had already briefed her about Yi Ning, stressing the importance of treating him well. Yi Ning nodded and smiled, reassuring her, there's no need to feel shy. I'm here to experience the ambience as well. Observing Han Yu and the others engrossed in joviality with the women, even Liao Xian in his suit had begun to engage intimately. Yi Ning couldn't and Appos' help but feel exasperated. Indeed, he was rather ostentatious. Though Ying Ying was quite attractive, she paled in comparison to Su Wire, and thus, Yi Ning was not particularly interested. Their interaction remained limited to casual conversation, devoid of any physical contact. As Ying Ying gradually relaxed, sharing amusing anecdotes from her life, They enjoyed a few bottles of wine together. After some time, Ning excused himself to the restroom. While washing his hands, a familiar figure flashed in the mirror. Ning turned abruptly to see a stunningly dressed young woman dashing through the corridor, panic etched on her face. Behind her, a tattooed man with a menacing appearance reached out, attempting to grab her hair. Ning's expression shifted, and he swiftly kicked the tattooed man in the abdomen. The impact sent him sprawling to the ground, gasping in pain. Ignoring the assailant, Ning seized the young woman's wrist, half embracing her delicate form. Furrowing his brow, he coldly demanded, Xiao, what is going on? How did you end up in a place like this? The woman in his arms was none other than his cousin. Yi Xiao, enrolled at Jiangxing Medical University. While not among the elite, it was still a respectable institution. With diligent study, she could certainly secure a position in an ordinary hospital post-graduation. Yi Xiao had always been a well-behaved and understanding child. How could she find herself in such a chaotic environment, especially being pursued by someone who clearly belonged to the lower echelons of society? If it weren't for his fortuitous presence at the Hongying bar today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With this thought, Ning's gaze turned even more frigid. Chapter 50. The assertive Yi Xiao was suddenly pulled into an embrace by a stranger, her heart racing in fear. Just as she was about to scream, a familiar voice reached her ears, Ning's. Instantly, a wave of profound grievance washed over her, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls. She tightly embraced Ning and Oppo's tall figure, calling out, "Brother!" Woo-woo. In the cacophony of the bar, Yi Xiao and Oppo's voice barely stirred a ripple, yet to Ning, it resonated powerfully, striking deep within his soul. He could distinctly feel her trembling body and empathize with her fear and distress. He dared not dwell on the thought of what might have happened if he hadn't come today, or if he hadn't encountered Yi Xiao. Xiao, tell me what happened. Ning gently wiped away her tears, his tone soothing. Tell me, and I will seek justice for you. Her brother's words brought her immense comfort. Yet a flicker of something darker crossed her mind. Her face turned pale as she shook her head frantically. Brother, we must leave quickly. We can't Oppo's afford to provoke those people. Being relatives, Yi Xiao was well aware of Ning and Oppo's family background, although their contact had diminished significantly since Ning began working. She understood that he had only been in the world for a few years. What power could he possibly wield against those individuals? Not to mention that he had already struck a tattooed man to save her. Want to leave? If I let you go today, Wooden and Oppo's my beating be in vain? The tattooed man, clutching his stomach, struggled to rise, glaring at Ning with a fierce expression. From their exchange, he recognized Ning as Yi Xiao's brother. But that mattered little. If Qi Xiao desired a woman, even if it were Yi Xiao's own father, he would expect compliance. Ning let out a cold laugh. I never intended to leave. I said I would help Xiao seek justice. Kid, do you have any idea who stands behind me? How dare you demand justice? It was clear that this Tian Wu was merely a thug, undoubtedly backed by someone formidable. Yet, regardless of who it was, Ning felt no fear. He had no intention of letting this matter slide. He beckoned a waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. Then, turning his gaze to Tian Wu, he commanded, Lead the way. Take me to meet your boss. Tian Wu's incredulity was palpable. What did you just say? He had never expected Ning to audaciously demand to meet Qi Xiao. Was this person seeking his own demise? With a swift motion, Ning slapped Tian Wu across the face, his voice ice cold. Are you deaf? I told you to lead the way. Tian Wu, covering his face, glared at Ning. But deep within his gaze, a flicker of fear emerged. He had initially thought Ning was merely posturing. But now it was evident that this individual did not fear Qi Xiao, let alone himself. Seeing Tian Wu still daring to glare at him, Ning raised his hand again. Wait, don't hit. Tian Wu, like a deflated balloon, lost all his earlier bravado. I'll take you there. In his eyes, Ning was a complete lunatic, unreasonable and ready to resort to violence at any moment. Such a person was not someone Tian Wu wished to provoke, at least not in the presence of Qi Xiao. As Ning held Yi Xiao and Oppo's hand and followed Tian Wu towards the private room. Wang Quan hurried to booth 1, his expression anxious. He whispered urgently in Han Yu and Amp. Amp, Oppo's, his ear. What? Han Yu pushed the woman in his arms aside and instantly stood up. Old Han, what is going on? Zhou Chen inquired, noticing the change in Han Yu and Amp. Oppo's demeanor. Brother Yi has clashed with that Qi Yuan kid and is heading towards Qi Yuan and Amp. Oppo's private room, Han Yu explained. Qi Yuan thinks highly of himself, even daring to provoke Brother Yi. Let us go, we need to see this. Liao Xian and Ai Yang also stood up, deeming it necessary to support their friend. They all knew Qi Yuan and Amp. Oppo's family owned several large hot spring resorts in Jiangxing, boasting assets exceeding 10 billion. He was certainly a notable second-generation rich kid in Jiangxing. However, compared to their own backgrounds, the Qi family seemed considerably less impressive, especially when juxtaposed with Yi Ning, who owned a Koenigsegg 1. Upon arriving at the door of the private room, Yi Xiaoxiao felt increasingly fearful, gripping Yi Ning's arm tighter. Moments ago, she had barely escaped from this very place. Don and Oppo's, be afraid, I and Oppo's. Am here, Yi Ning reassured her. His gentle smile enveloped Yi Xiaoxiao like a warm spring breeze. Having a brother felt truly wonderful. Unbeknownst to her, once Yi Ning turned away, his expression morphed into a fierce snarl, his gaze sharp as a blade. Creak! The door swung open, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Yi Ning, causing him to frown slightly. While he didn't amp, Oppo's particularly mind smoke. The heavy haze in the room was somewhat discomforting. Tian Wu, where's the girl? A man in a white suit lounged on the central sofa, a scantily clad woman in his arms, his hands roaming freely. Qi Xiao, I and Oppo's, he brought her back, but Tian Wu stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Qi Yuan licked his lips, a wicked grin spreading across his face. But what? Get lost. Without waiting for Tian Wu to respond, Yi Ning kicked him aside and strode into the room. Standing before Qi Yuan, he looked down at him, his expression tense. So, you are the one who bullied my Xiao? Chapter 51. How to apologize, who are you? Faced with the condescending presence of Yi Ning, Qi Yuan was undoubtedly enraged. Yet, despite his fury, he was no fool like Tian Wu. He could clearly see that Yi Ning was adorned in designer labels. This individual was evidently affluent, though it remained uncertain which wealthy family and Oppo's second generation he belonged to. I am Yi Ning, he replied calmly. Yi Ning. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, the name vaguely familiar. Yet he could not place it at the moment. It mattered little. As long as he wasn't one of those elite heirs, there was room for negotiation. Young Master Yi, I am not unreasonable, Qi Yuan asserted, pushing aside the woman in his embrace. I paid for that girl, so if you desire her, simply hand over 50,000 and she is yours. Individuals like Qi Yuan were certainly not lacking in female companions. While Yi Xiaoxiao was attractive, it would be unwise to offend an unknown affluent young master over a mere woman. 50,000? To buy her? Ha ha ha! Yi Ning scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Qi Yuan and Oppo's expression hardened. What do you mean, young Master Yi? In his view, he had already extended considerable courtesy to Yi Ning, yet it appeared that Yi Ning was unimpressed. Even if Yi Ning wielded some influence, Qi Yuan was not one to cower easily. Qi Yuan, why not bring your mother here? I'll give you 50,000 for her. What do you say? Yi Ning replied li susuri. You're courting death. Qi Yuan slammed his hand on the table, unable to tolerate such humiliation. The few subordinates in the private room rose alongside Qi Yuan, their gazes menacing as they fixed their eyes on Yi Ning. One particularly brash bald youth shouted, Kid, kneel and apologize to Qi Xiao right now, and hand over that girl for his enjoyment, or today will be your last. Before the bald youth could finish his sentence, Yi Ning and Oppo's fist had already met his face. Bang! With that singular blow, the bald youth's nasal bone collapsed, blood gushing from his nostrils. Get him! Without needing Qi Yuan's command, the other subordinates prepared to strike. Qi Yuan, if you dare lay a finger on Brother Yi, you'll be asking for death. Outside, Han Yu and his companions casually strolled in, kicking the door open. Upon seeing Yi Ning standing in scathe in the center, they exhaled in relief. Who dares to obstruct me? Believe it or not, Qi Yuan was momentarily blinded by rage, but upon spotting Han Yu and the others, clarity returned. For regardless of whether it was Han Yu, Zhou Chun, or Liao Xian and Ai Yang, none of these young masters would be trifled with. Even his father sought to curry favor with Han Yu's father. What audacity did Qi Yuan possess to harbor any thoughts of defiance? Brother Yi, are you all right? Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Han Yu and his companions ignored Qi Yuan, making their way directly to Yi Ning's side. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Yi Ning nodded in gratitude before gesturing towards Qi Yuan. Do you know this person? Liao Xian stepped forward, responding, Qi Yuan, his family runs a hot spring business. They possess a modest fortune. Yi Ning cast a glance at Qi Yuan and pulled Yi Xiao closer. This is my sister. If we hadn't encountered this scoundrel today, she would have been in his clutches. What? Han Yu glared at Qi Yuan. Is that so, Qi Xiao? Qi Yuan had already wilted at the sight of Han Yu and the others. Hearing them refer to Yi Ning as brother sent him into a panic. With nowhere to turn, he could only hope for Yi Ning and Appo's mercy. Inside the room, Tian Wu, the bald youth, and the other subordinates were rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. It was absurd. Any one of these young masters could easily dispose of them, not to mention the formidable and enigmatic Yi Ning. Han Xiao, I was merely caught up in this. I implore you to forgive me, Brother Yi, Qi Yuan stammered, trembling as he pleaded. Bang! Yi Ning delivered a kick to Qi Yuan's waist. Qi Yuan stumbled and fell sideways. Yi Ning stepped forward, viciously kicking Qi Yuan in the abdomen. If you wish to plead for mercy, you must demonstrate it. Can you not even kneel? Even Han Yu, who had witnessed Yi Ning's confrontation with Lu Tianxiang, was taken aback by Yi Ning's current ferocity, not to mention Zhou Chun and the others, who were newly acquainted with Yi Ning. The affable impression Yi Ning had initially left them with at the bar was shattered by his brutal demeanor. As for the bald youth and others present in the room since the beginning, they were already rendered dumbstruck with fear, seeing his older brother Qi Yuan being mercilessly beaten. Tian Wu felt somewhat fortunate to be in his position. Please, Brother Yi, I was wrong. I'll kneel. Sorta. Miss Yi, I apologize. No one dared intervene. The room was enveloped in a chilling silence, echoing only with the sounds of Yi Ning's strikes and Qi Yuan's desperate pleas for mercy. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. Yi Xiao finally stepped forward, gently tugging at Yi Ning's sleeve. Seeing Qi Yuan's battered visage, blood streaming from his forehead, she feared that her brother might inadvertently harm him beyond repair. Yi Ning finally ceased his assault, yet Qi Yuan remained on the ground, frantically bowing his head. At that moment, Yi Ning coldly inquired, You claim to be a victim of circumstance. What exactly transpired? Coughing, Qi Yuan spat out a bloodied tooth and hastily explained. Brother Yi, it was her. This woman brought Miss Yi and even extorted 1,000 from me. He pointed accusingly at a gaudily dressed woman with golden hair in the corner, his tone venomous. Chapter 52. The reason the blonde woman was startled when she noticed Yi Ning's gaze shift towards her, her complexion paling in fear. Especially when met with Yi Ning's abyss-like eyes, a chill ran through her. Brother, this is my classmate Zhao Yan. Yi Xiao whispered as she approached Yi Ning. What exactly happened? Yi Ning inwided. I intended to find a part-time job, and she claimed to know of one that paid quickly. I never expected she would bring me to a bar. I wanted to leave, but she insisted I stay. Yi Xiao and Appo's words ignited a fury within Yi Ning. He never imagined that Yi Xiao would find herself in such a place, and it was disheartening to learn she had been deceived, especially by a fellow classmate. Is that so? Yi Ning and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, and Zhao Yan, who had been cowering in the corner, was taken aback, hurriedly stammering, I just came to accompany you for drinks. I didn't mean to. Slap. In a fit of rage, Yi Ning struck Zhao Yan across the face. Do you take me for a fool? The makeup on Zhao Yan and Appo's face was instantly ruined, and her cheeks swelled rapidly. Tears sprang forth from her eyes, but she dared not retort. Instead, she cast a pleading glance towards Yi Xiao, hoping she would show mercy due to their past as classmates. However, Yi Xiao ignored her completely and walked aside. She was not naive. She understood that the current predicament was instigated by Zhao Yan. Although she was grateful for Zhao Yan and Amp Oppo's introduction to a part-time job, it certainly was not for this kind of work. Not to mention, Qi Yuan had mentioned that Zhao Yan had taken a sum of 10,000 yuan from him. For 10,000 yuan, she had sold out Yi Xiao. Such classmate camaraderie was utterly worthless. Yi Ning disregarded Zhao Yan and Oppo's distress and pulled out his phone, dialing Wu Jishir. "Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" Wu Jishir and Amp Oppo's voice came through the line. "Director Wu, do you have connections at Jiangxing Medical University?" Yi Ning asked. "Indeed, I am the honorary vice president there." "That is splendid. There's a student named Zhao Yan. Please expel her," Yi Ning stated nonchalantly. "Understood. I'll personally visit the school tomorrow." Without asking for details, Wu Jishir readily agreed. No, young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please hit me if you must. Just don't expel me. I beg you," Zhao Yan cried, though she was unsure who was on the other end of the line. Yet, she wasn't foolish. She knew Yi Ning possessed the power to carry out his threat. If she were truly expelled from Jiangxing Medical University, all her years of effort would be in vain. She would rather endure a good scolding from Yi Ning than face expulsion from school. Xiao, we are friends and classmates. Please help me, persuade your brother. I implore you," Zhao Yan pleaded, kneeling and moving closer to Yi Xiao, clutching her legs and weeping. But Yi Ning seized Zhao Yan by the hair and pushed her away. "Get out now. This matter ends here. If you utter another word, do you believe I will call the police?" Zhao Yan trembled, sobbing silently. She realized that, given Yi Ning's methods and her own deceit towards Yi Xiao, a police report would lead to severe consequences. Seeing Yi Xiao turning away, Zhao Yan and Amp Oppo's expression fell, and she reluctantly placed 10,000 yuan in cash from her handbag onto the table before leaving in despondence. "Brother, do you want me to teach her a lesson?" Han Yu asked. Yi Ning shook his head. "Let this be the end." He then turned back to Qi Yuan. "Today serves as a minor lesson. Next time, it shall not be so simple." Qi Yuan sighed in relief upon hearing Yi Ning and Amp Oppo's words, grateful that he appeared to be spared. "Rest assured, young Master Yi, there will be no next time." "Very well." Yi Ning reached out, embracing Yi Xiao, and addressed Han Yu and the others. "Let us depart." As they exited the private room, Qi Yuan slumped onto the sofa, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. In the main hall, Yi Ning told Han Yu, "I'll head back for now. We can hang out together next time." Han Yu and the others nodded in understanding. "Brother, is this your car?" Yi Xiao asked, leading him to a Koenigsegg 1, visibly astonished. She didn't know much about cars, but this one was undeniably expensive, likely worth several million. "Is indeed mine," Yi Ning affirmed, offering no further explanation as he drove Yi Xiao away from the Red Cherry Bar. "Let's stop at my place for the night. I'll take you to school tomorrow." How'd that sound? Considering that the school would soon be closing, Yi Xiao agreed to the proposal. Secretly observing Yi Ning, who was driving with utmost seriousness, Yi Xiao felt a newfound mystery surrounding her brother. Not only was he acquainted with Jiangcheng and Amp Oppo's wealthy elite, but he was also quite affluent himself. With just a phone call, he could have Zhao Yan expelled. How impressive. What is on your mind? Yi Ning similed, noticing Yi Xiao's unwavering gaze upon him. "Nothing, just that you seem to have changed so much, brother. By the way, when you go to bars, doesn't T's sister-in-law get angry?" Yi Xiao teased. "Which sister-in-law are you referring to?" Yi Ning pondered. "Of course, I mean He-Man. Is there another sister-in-law I should know about?" Yi Xiao replied, having met He-Man during her visits to Yi Ning and Amp Oppo's apartment. Chapter 53. Yi Xiao and her roommates. I had long parted ways with He-Man. "So, are you single now? Would you like me to introduce you to a girlfriend?" "Not exactly. I have a new girlfriend." "Really? Do you have a picture? I want to see." Upon hearing that Yi Ning had a girlfriend, Yi Xiao and Amp Oppo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Here, the password hasn't changed." Yi Ning handed his phone to Yi Xiao. As she gazed at Sue Wire and Amp Oppo's photo, she was momentarily taken aback. "This girl is stunning." Yi Xiao herself was quite beautiful. Though not a celestial beauty, she certainly possessed natural grace. However, Upon seeing Su Wire and Appo's picture, she realized that there were indeed others who could be this enchanting. Yet, as more photos appeared, a frown formed on Yi Xiaoxiao's forehead. Brother, you truly are a scoundrel. Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but scoff. She was astonished to find 3 different women's photos on Yi Ning's phone, each more exquisite than the last. One of them was even familiar, by Yiluo, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. Any one of these 3 women could easily be considered a top-tier beauty. Not only men, but even she, as a woman, couldn't help but admire them. Yet all 3 had connections to her brother. While Bai Yiluo's photos were nothing out of the ordinary, just some casual snapshots, the photos of Su Wire and Imo Qingqing with Yi Ning were clearly those that couples would take together. Could there be any exception for Bai Yiluo's pictures when placed alongside these? Why do you say that? Yi Ning asked, unabashed. Don't tell me that these 3 stunning women have nothing to do with you, you scoundrel. You are mistaken. Yi Ning shook his head. I won't fall for your excuses. Yi Ning responded earnestly. It's not 3, it's 4. There's also a sister-in-law whose picture isn't here. But I believe there will be one in the future. Huh? Yi Xiaoxiao was speechless. She thought she had misunderstood, only to find out it was like this. Forgive her for her limited experience and shallow understanding. Following Yi Ning back to Yunshang Longjing, Yi Xiaoxiao found the villa before her even more chaotic. Is this really the same cousin she knew? Luxurious cars, grand residences, beautiful women, and campus belles. Her cousin was indeed living at the pinnacle of life. The next day, as Yi Xiaoxiao had classes in the morning, Yi Ning took her to school early. Yi Xiaoxiao didn't Yi Ning say Koenigsegg, but she was familiar with the grand Mercedes they were currently in. It seemed that wealthy students at the school favored driving BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes, and Yi Ning's car was undoubtedly a lavish one. Jiangxing Medical University was also within the university town, and Yi Ning navigated it with ease. Upon arriving at Jiangxing Medical University, Yi Ning escorted Yi Xiaoxiao to the dormitory building. Be cautious when making friends, understood? Avoid associating with dubious people, Yi Ning advised seriously. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled playfully, sticking out her tongue, I know, attempting to charm her way through. If anything happens, just call me directly. If you need a part-time job, I can help you find one. Yi Xiaoxiao was a student at Jiangxing Medical University. Although she had yet to graduate, she could be arranged for an internship at Jiangxing Kongda Hospital, which would undoubtedly benefit her future endeavors. Thank you, brother. Yi Ning patted her head. Go on now. Don't delay your class. Are you going to chase girls? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted. Have you grown up? Daring to tease your brother now. Yi Xiaoxiao dodged Yi Ning's hand, which was trying to pinch her cheek, quickly opened the car door, and said, I'm off. Watching Yi Xiaoxiao skip up the stairs, a hint of tenderness flashed in Yi Ning's eyes. He believed that after this incident, Yi Xiaoxiao's vigilance would undoubtedly be heightened. At the very least, if she encountered a similar situation again, she wouldn't be as passive as she had been yesterday. Upon returning to her dorm, Yi Xiaoxiao found that her 3 roommates had yet to rise. Is this what college life is like? Staying up all night and sleeping in during the day? Get up. Yi Xiaoxiao began to pat her roommates' blankets awake. There's only half an hour until class. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Xiao Xiao, you're back? A short-haired girl propped herself up on the bed, her sleep-laden eyes opening slowly. Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Little Purple, hurry up. You're always the last to wake up. Little Purple rolled out of bed and, while changing clothes, asked, So, how much did you earn working part-time with Zhao Yan yesterday? Let us discuss that later. All I can say is that Zhao Yan has been expelled. What? The other 2 roommates rose in surprise. She went out for a part-time job and ended up getting expelled? What about you? Little Purple asked, her face filled with concern. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. After class, Yi Xiaoxiao recounted the events of the previous night to her roommates, adding that this morning, Zhao Yan hadn't even attended class before being summoned to the dean's office by the school authorities. Only then did Yi Xiaoxiao's roommates fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. That was so perilous, Xiao. Little Purple's face was still etched with worry. But Xiao, is your cousin the handsome guy from the photo you showed us before? One of Yi Xiaoxiao's other roommates asked hopefully. They had all seen the picture of Yi Ning and Yi Xiaoxiao together. and Yi Ning's striking features and tall stature were indeed quite handsome, far superior to any so-called campus heartthrob in their school. It's him. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at her roommate's bright eyes and raised a hand to halt them. It's not that I don't want to introduce him. There's no hope. What do you mean there's no hope? Little Purple tugged at Yi Xiaoxiao's sleeve, pouting. Xiaoxiao, please introduce us. What if it works out? Yi Ning is handsome and wealthy. He is so protective of his sister. What man wouldn't he be appealing? Sigh. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed, feeling helpless. My brother has someone he likes, and you all know her. Quick, who is it? As long as the effort is put forth, no corner can remain unturned. Exactly. No matter which vixen it is, she can't take my Yi brother away. The women's fierce expressions made Yi Xiaoxiao chuckle. It's by Iluo, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. Don't even think about it. You can't compete. Yi Xiaoxiao shuruk had shoulders, shakink had heat. By Iluo, Little Purple patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Your brother's Mercedes ISNTAG class, is it? Huh? How do you know? Did you see it? My brother said it's this model. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. Hiss. Yi Xiaoxiao's three roommates simultaneously gasped. Could it be that the mysterious boyfriend of Bai Iluo, who had been circulating rumors recently, is actually Yi Xiaoxiao's cousin, Yi Ning? Chapter 54. The hypocrisy of Shun Qian. Departing from Jiangxing Medical University, Yi Ning drove to the commercial street of the university town. Though it was still not yet 8:00 damp. Oppo's clock. Many businesses had already opened their doors. Reflecting on the phone call from Su Wei 2 days prior, in which she mentioned that she had hired a moving company to relocate to Emerald City, Yi Ning decided to purchase a bouquet of gypsophila and visit a breakfast shop to buy some food for her, since encountering Bai Iluo's boyfriend, who was on a date with a beautiful woman in the commercial street. Shun Qian's thoughts had been preoccupied. She diligently adorned herself each day, hoping to eventually cross paths with Yi Ning. She even went so far as to block all her former male friends and acquaintances. Although Bai Iluo had never revealed her family background at school, it was common knowledge among classmates that she was quite affluent. The Gucci handbags and Cartier necklaces she donned were staples of her daily attire. Shun Qian felt a pang of jealousy, convinced that such luxuries must have been gifts from Yi Ning, the wealthy second-generation heir. If only she could ascend to Yi Ning's bed, she mused, even as a mistress, she could attain the lifestyle she desired. However, her ex-boyfriend, Zhou Juanhao, had been relentlessly pursuing her, eager to rekindle their relationship, even going so far as to visit her class. Annoyed, Shun Qian resolved to confront him today. The two agreed to meet on the commercial street, and Shun Qian set out early in the morning. Initially fraught with anxiety, her spirits soared upon spotting a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked by the roadside. Scanning her surroundings, she finally caught sight of a familiar figure in front of the breakfast shop. Yes, it was indeed Yi Ning. Elated, she approached him. Hey, the flowers you have are stunning. Where did you buy them? She inquired. Turning around, Yi Ning encountered a flamboyantly dressed woman, reeking of perfume, fixated on the gypsophila in his hands, evidently enamored. Just over there at the flower shop. You can see it if you turn the corner, he replied calmly, gesturing in the shop's direction. Seizing the opportunity to engage Yi Ning in conversation, Shun Qian feigned a pleading demeanor. Could you possibly take me there? I'm a bit lost. I'd oppose. I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to shortly. You can simply walk down the street. The sign is quite conspicuous, Yi Ning said, dismissing her without a second thought. As he collected his steamed buns and soy milk from the vendor, Shun Qian's anxiety grew. Abruptly, a figure appeared within her line of sight. With a quick flick of her gaze, a scheme formed in her mind. Qian, you finally arrived. Look, I bought you this LV bag. It's worth 18,000. Do you like it? Zhou Juanhao approached, handing her a gift box. Knowing her fondness for luxury items, he had spent a considerable sum in hopes of winning her back. Confident that this gesture would rekindle her affection, he entertained thoughts of a romantic evening to follow. However, what he received from Shun Qian was not reconciliation, but a disdainful laugh. Oh, Zhou Juanhao, spare me your antics. I've told you that I don't like you. And I have a boyfriend now. Who is it? Qian, tell me. Zhou Juanhao and Amp. Oppo's demeanor shifted to that of a volatile powder keg upon hearing of her new relationship. This is my boyfriend, Ning. He is richer and more handsome than you, Shen Qian declared proudly, pointing towards Ning by the Mercedes. Yet, she failed to notice Ning and Amp, Oppos, as furrowed brow. The fact that this woman knew his name, while pretending not to recognize him moments earlier, irked Ning. The duplicity and malice displayed by Shen Qian left him feeling quite displeased. Thus, he had no intention of granting her satisfaction. As Zhou Juanhao approached angrily, Ning clarified, I don't know her, nor am I her boyfriend. With that, he prepared to open the car door. However, a hand suddenly grasped the door. Kid, you're quite arrogant, daring to steal my woman, Zhou Juanhao challenged. Ning's expression darkened as he retorted, Are you deaf? I said I don't know this woman. Your issues are not my concern. Ning, you just said these gypsophila were for me. How could it not be related? Shen Qian seized the moment, looping her arm through his. Witnessing this, Zhou Juanhao and Oppos' expression soured, and he threatened, Kid, I advise you to stay away from Qian or else. Get lost. Ning, already testing his patience, could no longer restrain himself and barked back. Taken aback by Ning's sudden aggression, Zhou Juanhao faltered. Knowing he could not match Ning and Oppos' imposing stature, he retreated while pointing a finger. Fine, we'll see about this. Perhaps fearing further confrontation, he vanished into the crowd. Ning, I'm so sorry for the trouble with Zhou Juanhao. Shen Qian feigned concern, brushing her hair behind her ear. How about I treat you to lunch as a thank you for your help today? Her tone dripped with allure, reminiscent of women fishing for compliments in nightlife venues. Ning found her hypocrisy nauseating. Struggling to suppress his revulsion, he shrugged her off. You should leave too. Casting a disdainful glance at Shen Qian, he drove off in the Mercedes, leaving her in a state of shock. Chapter 55. He doesn't end Oppos to even look at you as she watched the taillights fade into the distance. Shen Qian stomped her feet in frustration. Then, suddenly struck by an idea, she pulled out her phone and began composing a post on the campus forum. Dear friends, who understands? Today, I encountered a scumbag man. At the end, she attached a photo of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Little did Ning know that. Following his previous fame from escorting by Ilua back to school, he would again find himself in the spotlight due to Shen Qian and Oppos' post. At Jiangxing University, any news related to Bai Ilua garnered significant attention. This time, the rumor that Bai Ilua's wealthy boyfriend was a scoundrel thrust Ning into the eye of the storm. Ilua, look, the school forum is buzzing about your supposed boyfriend, AI Xian said, handing her phone to Bai Ilua during lunch. Bai Ilua noticed the peculiar expressions from those around her. It wasn't in Oppos' teeth until AI Xian pointed out Shen Qian and Oppos' post that she understood. However, being astute, Bai Ilua would not take Shen Qian and Oppos' words at face value. Even if she recognized Ning and Oppos' car in the photo. What do you think, Ilua? AI Xian asked with concern. Although Bai Ilua repeatedly explained that she and Ning were not in a romantic relationship, AI Xian could still discern that this ethereal woman held feelings for Ning that differed from her feelings for others. This being Bai Ilua's first experience with love, AI Xian naturally wished to protect her from any emotional turmoil. Yet, Bai Ilua remained composed, far from the disappointment or anger AI Xian anticipated. With an unruffled demeanor, she calmly continued to eat her meal while perusing Shen Qian's post. After finishing, she returned the phone to AI Xian, shaking her head. It's fake. Ilua, how can you be sure when you weren't even there? Suddenly, Shen Qian's voice echoed from behind by Ilua. She approached with a tray, sitting down beside her. Ilua, I'm not joking. Your boyfriend is truly disgusting. This morning, he even tried to get physical with me. If I hadn't T-dodged quickly, he might have succeeded. Shen Qian patted her chest, feigning a sense of lingering fear. I suggest you break up with him quickly. He is just a scoundrel who thinks he can flirt with any beautiful woman. Who knows what he is like behind closed doors? Despite her efforts by Ilua and Oppos, expression remained utterly unchanged, not even a wrinkle on her brow. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, she stood up, holding her tray. Xian, are you full? If so, let us go. It was as though Shen Qian were invisible, her words as inconsequential as a whisper in the wind. Ilua, don't you believe me? Shenxian panicked as by Ilua prepared to leave, calling out loudly. I don't amp. Oppos, to believe you. He would even look at you. By Ilua retorted, effectively silencing Shenxian. With a tray in hand and a suppressed smile shared with AI Xian, she walked away with poise. He doesn't even look at you. He doesn't even look at you. The phrase echoed repeatedly in Shun Qian's mind, recalling the disgust evident in Yi Ning's eyes when he told her to leave that morning. She felt a sting in her nose and collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Ilua, you're incredible. Shun Qian must be furious. AI Xian laughed heartily as they exited the cafeteria. Her friend was like a serene fairy when not provoked. But once angered, she would unleash her wrath without mercy. The seriousness with which Shun Qian spoke made it hard not to believe her. Upon arriving at the base of Building 6 in Emerald City, Yi Ning encountered Liao Peng showing two young women around. Seeing Yi Ning, Liao Peng's face lit up with joy. Yi Ning, I was just about to call you to transfer the money. What a coincidence. Since Yi Ning had entrusted the rental rights of Building 6 to him, Liao Peng's income had at least doubled this month, filling him with sincere gratitude. No need. Just transfer it directly to my account, Yi Ning replied with a smile. He trusted that such a prominent establishment as Emerald Bay would not engage in unscrupulous dealings with landlords. All right, your trust makes me feel at ease. I'll take these two lovely guests to the property management now. Yi Ning signaled with an okay gesture and stepped into the elevator. He was eager to meet Su Wei and Oppos, but also wary that lingering too long with Liao Peng might lead the two young women to become overly interested in him. After Yi Ning ascended, the two beauties expressed their disappointment. This young man is simply too handsome. However, they noticed he was holding flowers, clearly indicating he was taken. Otherwise, they would have approached him for his contact information. Young ladies, if you rent here, you'll likely see Mr. Yi quite often, Liao Peng remarked, seizing the moment as he observed their reactions. Oh, he lives here too? One of the ladies inquired eagerly, while the other turned her gaze toward Liao Peng. Ahem, mister. He doesn't an amp, Oppos, he live here, but he owns the entire building. That an amp, Oppos. That's why he asked the landlord. Before Liao Peng could finish, the two beauties had already moved in front of him. Hurry up. Are you not enthusiastic about signing the contract? Liao Peng. Is it truly that simple to attract attention with good looks? Chapter 56. Yuchio knock knock knock. Xiao Wei, are you there? Please open the door. A moment later, the faint sound of slippers scuffling can be heard from within. Yi Ning was just about to call Su Wei, surprised to find her up so early. Creak. The door swung open. Why are you up so early today? Did you miss me? Yi Ning flashed a playful smile and immediately offered the bouquet of flowers in his hand. However, the person who opened the door was not Su Wei, but a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed quite ordinarily. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have come to the wrong place. Yi Ning apologized, turning to leave. The woman then asked, Are you looking for Su Wei? Yes, ma'am. And you are? Yi Ning inquired, slightly intrigued. Upon receiving his nod, the woman smiled and, while picking up a pair of slippers from beside the shoe rack, softly said, I am Su Wei and Amp. Oppos, his mother. Please come in. Realizing who she was, Yi Ning took a step back, slightly bowing. Hello, Andy. My name is Yi Ning, Su Wei's boyfriend. You can call me Xiao Yi or Xiao Ning. Yu Qiu, who had been speculating about the relationship between this handsome young man and her daughter, felt a wave of joy upon hearing Yi Ning and Oppos' introduction. During her daughter and Oppos' university years, she had encouraged Su Wei to find a boyfriend, but despite the numerous suitors, none had succeeded. Even those introduced by friends had been turned down one by one, leaving Yu Qiu quite helpless. At times, she even wondered if her daughter had issues with her sexual orientation. Seeing Yi Ning today finally provided her with an answer. It was not that Su Wei was unwilling to date, but rather that she had not yet met someone she liked. As Yi Ning sat on the sofa, he noticed Yu Qiu holding a teapot and promptly stood up. Auntie, let me help you. All right, please fetch the tea leaves from the cabinet, Yu Qiu replied. Though she wasn't very tall, Su Wei had inherited her father's height, standing at a striking 170 centimeters. After placing the brewed tea on the table, Yuchio had just settled down when the door at the far end of the hallway creaked open. Out emerged a girl clad in a thin nightgown, her hair tousled and sleep still lingering in her eyes. "Mom, what are you doing up so early? It's making such a racket." Suvea ahopteas, pouting with a voice as sweet as a child's. From the moment Ning had first encountered her, he had sensed the depth of her allure. Yet, it was only upon seeing her up close that he truly understood the extent of her beauty. The Mariana Trench seemed shallow in comparison. Moreover, Suwayer and Amp, Appo's skin was fair and delicate, radiant even without lotion. It and Amp, Appo's is a bit dazzling, a bit overwhelming, Ning thought to himself. Cough, cough. Yuchio feigned a cough. "Mom, are you catching a cold?" Suvaya began. But her words halted as she finally noticed Ning seated on the sofa. Instantly, a blush crept from her collarbone to her cheeks. Suwayer quickly hugged herself and dashed back to her bedroom. With a loud bang, the door shut behind her, leaving only a brown teddy bear swaying at the doorframe. "Oh dear, this girl," Yuchio sighed, closing her eyes and shaking her head. Half an hour later, Suwayer finally emerged from her room, fully dressed and stepping lightly into the living room. "Ning, why didn't you let me know you were coming?" she said, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. The nightgown she wore was short and thin, and had she known he would be here, she would have chosen something more appropriate. If it had only been her mother, Suwayer would have felt no embarrassment. However, being exposed to both her mother and Ning in such attire was utterly mortifying. Her cheeks still flushed. Suwayer could not help but roll her eyes at Ning, whose lips curled up in a smirk as if he had hit the jackpot. "Why didn't you tell me you were dating someone? If it weren't for Ning being here today, would you have kept it a secret forever?" Yuchio chided. Suwayer knew her mother was particularly concerned about this matter. Having a boyfriend while being so secretive was simply unreasonable. Besides, with Ning and Appo's striking looks, they appear to be a perfect match. Was she worried her mother would disapprove? "Mom, we haven't and Appo's reached that stage yet." Suvaya defended herself. While that was technically true, Ning and Suwayer had already shared intimate moments. In the very house, she lived and belonged to him. What room was there for doubt? Not reached that stage. From the look on your face, it's as if you've written, "I'll only marry Ning" in bold letters. Yuchio asserted. Suwayer felt even more embarrassed. "Mom, what are you saying?" She then turned to Ning, pleading, "You could help me out here. Do you think it's enjoyable to be lectured by my mom?" Ning nodded earnestly. "I believe Auntie is absolutely right. In fact, I would like to pour you a cup of cappuccino." Suvaya. "Look, even Ning agrees with me. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Yuchio declared, rising to her feet. "Xiao, Ning, why don't you chat with this girl while I go buy some groceries? We'll have lunch here. Auntie, let us eat out for lunch today. I'll treat," Ning suggested. "Those places are expensive and often unsanitary." "You two carry on," Yuchio replied, grabbing her small handbag and hurriedly heading downstairs. Now, only Ning and Suwayer remained in the room. Seeing Suwayer, delicate as a budding flower, stirred something deep within Ning. "What are you doing?" Suwayer stammered, inching back slightly, her head bowed as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her lovely face was as flushed as a ripe peach. How could Ning resist such beauty? With a gentle pull, he drew her into his embrace. Chapter 57. The mother-in-law observes her son-in-law inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that emanated from Suwayer. Ning found himself utterly captivated. "Have you missed me?" he murmured, gently resting his chin against her silky hair. "Yes, I have," Suwayer replied, her eyes tightly shut as she nestled into the warmth of Ning and Appo's embrace. It was only in the company of this man that she felt safe enough to lower her defenses, willingly revealing her most cherished moments to him. Though this was not their first kiss, the softness and warmth of her ruby lips made it hard for Ning to part from her. It was an end Amp, Appo's, until Suwayer nearly gasped for breath that he finally released her with a playful grin. "There and Amp, Appo's, has been some improvement since last time, but you still need practice," Ning declared with a sense of pride. "Oomph, you just enjoy teasing me," Suwayer retorted, turning her face away in feigned indifference. Yet, the flushed hue of her earlobes betrayed her true feelings. "Who didn't end Amp, Appo's, He knew that Yi Ning was the type to take advantage and then play innocent. He must be feeling quite pleased with himself at this moment. The couple continued their tender exchanges until Yu Chio's return prompted them to temper their affections. Under Yu Chio and Amp, Appo's knowing gaze, even the thick-skinned Yi Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment, instinctively rubbing his nose. Su Wire, however, was so flustered that she hastily retreated to her room. Afterward, Yi Ning assisted Yu Chio in the kitchen. Despite his masterful culinary skills ensuring that his dishes surpassed Yu Chio and Appo's in flavor, he graciously allowed her to take the lead as the head chef, content to play a supportive role. Even so, Yu Chio incessantly praised Yi Ning for his capabilities, growing increasingly fond of him as she recognized his thoughtfulness and culinary talents. At the dining table, Yu Chio kept serving Yi Ning generous portions. Watching his bowl pile high, Su Wire pouted in disbelief. Was this truly her mother? It felt as though she were an outsider, while Yi Ning was the favored son. Xiao Ning, how did you and my daughter meet? Yu Chio inquired. At the commercial street, Xiao Wire was live streaming at the time. Yi Ning replied with a smile. By the way, Annie, how about we explore the commercial street together this afternoon? Sure, I haven't had the chance to go out since arriving, she agreed. In the afternoon, Yi Ning drove the mother-daughter duo to Jiangnan Commercial Street. Upon entering the car, Yu Chio discovered the extent of Yi Ning and Appo's wealth, as his vehicle was worth several million. Moreover, the attractive two-seater car belonging to her daughter was also a gift from Yi Ning. Is Xiao Ning's family quite affluent? Yu Chio asked, glancing at her daughter with concern. In her eyes, her daughter, while breathtakingly beautiful, seemed to pale in comparison to Yi Ning in many respects. Furthermore, she had heard that wealthy families often held deep prejudices. What if, in the future, her daughter married into such a family and faced disdain? Mom, it didn't Appo's as fine. Yi Ning's mother is very nice, and he earned all this money himself, Su Wire reassured her. Yi Ning had shared his family's background with her, which was quite similar to theirs. Yet it was astonishing how someone from such humble beginnings had achieved so much in such a short time. Moreover, Su Wire and Appo's current stature in the live streaming industry was largely due to Yi Ning and Appo's unwavering support. Hearing her daughter and Appo's words, Yu Chio felt a bit more at ease. Today, Yi Ning had left a very favorable impression on her. However, she still worried about the significant disparity between their backgrounds and whether her daughter might be mistreated. Knowing that Yi Ning's wealth was self-made only increased her admiration for him. Handsome, capable, and kind to her daughter, such a son-in-law was indeed rare to find. Dear, you must cherish this opportunity. Don't be willful. Give in to him a little, understood? Yu Chio advised earnestly. Su Wire could only nod in agreement. What choice did she have? Her mother was clearly treating Yi Ning as a prospective son-in-law. Little did she know, Yi Ning had other romantic interests. However, she would keep that to herself, choosing not to voice it. Arriving at Jiangnan Commercial Street, as soon as Yi Ning approached the entrance, the security guard recognized him. Hello, Mr. Yi. The guard greeted respectfully. Yi Ning smiled and nodded. You too. It's quite hot out. Why not come inside and enjoy the air conditioning? As Yi Ning exchanged pleasantries with the guard, Yu Chio felt a flicker of curiosity. Observing her mother-esque expression, Su Wire explained with a smile, Mom. This commercial street actually belongs to Yi Ning. Yi Ning's business. If seeing Yi Ning in a luxury car had impressed Yu Chio, this revelation was beyond belief. Owning an entire commercial street was not something achievable solely through skill. Even if she were ignorant of business matters, she understood that this was worth far more than mere millions. It must be worth at least $1 billion. $1 billion? How much money was that? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Yu Chio glanced at Yi Ning, then at her daughter, her expression inscrutable. Mom, what kind of look is that? Sensing the complex emotions in her mother and Appo's gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. Yes, you seem to be looking down on me, she thought indignantly. How could her mother harbor such feelings? Where was the fairness in that? I'm just curious how a remarkable entrepreneur like Yi Ning could be interested in you. Yu Chio mused, resting her chin on her hand, brows furrowed in contemplation. Su Wire thought to herself, oh no, I must be a mere substitute in her eyes. Wasn't and damp. Oppos. Is she still her beloved daughter? Did it have to be so harsh? Was there no justice in this world? The trio laughed and chatted as they strolled along the bustling pedestrian street, painting a vibrant picture against the backdrop. However, as they stepped into the Chanel boutique, Su Wire and Oppos' expression suddenly changed. Chapter 58. What happened with 66 shares of Starry Sky Aviation? Ning immediately noticed Su Wire and Oppos' expression. Su Wire shook her head, indicating that nothing was wrong, suggesting they move on to another store. Ning speculated that perhaps Su Wire had encountered someone she wished to avoid. Since she did not elaborate, Ning refrained from inquiring further. The trio departed from the Chanel boutique and made their way to the adjacent Gucci store. Yuchio had never browsed through such luxury boutiques before. As she picked up a piece of clothing, she was astonished to discover its price soared into 5 figures. Glancing at the other items, she realized that even the most affordable pieces cost several thousand. "My daughter, the items in this store are exceedingly expensive," she remarked, astonished that a single garment could command such a price. Particularly, a small camisole, which seemed to consist of less than a foot of fabric, was priced at an astonishing 50,000. These people are truly benevolent. They could simply rob you, yet still offer you a piece of clothing. "Mom, this is just how these stores operate," Su Wire quietly explained. "For instance, the outfit Ning is wearing is worth at least 300,000. 300,000. Yuchio finally understood the reason behind the affluence of the wealthy. Take Ning, for example. He appeared to be just a dashing young man. Yet a few of his garments represented the total earnings of an ordinary family over several years, or even a decade. "Mom, this shirt looks lovely. Why don't you try it on?" Su Wire suggested as she picked up a purple short-sleeve top. No, I cannot. At my age, I cannot dress as flamboyantly as you young people do." Yuchio quickly waved her hand. Su Wire understood that it was not her mother's reluctance to dress up, but rather the exorbitant price of the clothing that deterred her. Even though she had shared her current income with her mother, the notion of spending tens of thousands on clothing was daunting for someone like Yuchio, who could barely earn that much in a year. Consequently, she could only afford to buy the most ordinary of garments here. "Xiao Wire, why don't you take Ani to try some outfits?" Ning suggested. For him, a few tens of thousands was merely a trifling sum. Even Su Wire could easily afford it now. With the enthusiastic persuasion of Ning and Su Wire, along with the shop assistant, Yuchio eventually agreed. Then, Ning selected several styles that appeared quite appealing, encouraging both Yuchio and Su Wire to try them on. Indeed, the adage holds true: clothes make the man. The mother-daughter duo looked radiant in their new outfits. "Mom, you look stunning," Su Wire praised sincerely. Yuchio gazed at her reflection in the mirror, barely able to believe her eyes. Was that truly her? It felt as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Ning approached Su Wire, leaning in a whisper, "Darling, you look beautiful." The fresh and sunny aura emanating from Ning, combined with his warm breath against her ear, sent a delightful shiver through Su Wire, flushing her cheeks a deeper hue. Although shy, Ning's compliment filled her with joy, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This little interaction between Ning and Su Wire naturally caught the attention of the shop assistant, who looked at Su Wire with envy. To have such a wealthy, handsome man who dotes on his girlfriend was indeed a stroke of good fortune. "Wrap everything up, please, and let us know the total," Ning instructed, startling the shop assistant. Having worked at Gucci for a few months, she had never encountered someone so extravagant. The total for these garments must be in the tens of millions. "Sir, are you requesting to wrap everything?" she asked, stepping forward to confirm, unable to believe her ears. Even the shop assistant, accustomed to affluent customers, was taken aback, let alone Yuchio, who was visiting a luxury store for the first time. Ning and Oppos' words left Yuchio stiff with shock, her fingers gripping tightly. Even Su Wire, who was used to Ning and Oppos' spending habits, couldn't Oppos' help but tremble slightly. Indeed, Ning was still the same Ning. One might think his most impressive feature was his looks, but it was truly his commanding presence when spending money that left a lasting impression. Ning nodded, "Yes, all of it. It won't amount to much." "Won't amount to much? Tens of millions are considered trivial?" Only someone of Yi Ning's caliber could make such a statement. Even Su Wire, a top streamer earning hundreds of thousands a month, could not afford such lavishness. All right, please hold on, sir. The shop assistant was enveloped in a wave of excitement, knowing her commission for the month would surely double. A few minutes later, the shop assistant approached Yi Ning with a receipt in hand. Sir, the total comes to 18 million. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Yi Ning, let me handle it. Su Wire stepped forward. It's all right. Consider it a gift for Ani. Yi Ning insisted, determined to pay. After all, he could earn cash back on his expenditures. Moreover, with Su Wire as his lucky star, the chances of receiving a windfall were substantial. Notification: the host spent 80,000, receiving a five-fold cashback, totaling 400,000. Notification: the host spent 650,000 on Yuchio, receiving a 20-fold critical hit, totaling 13 million. Not bad at all. He had made over 10 million simply by shopping. Was this not a quicker gain than developing a company? Of course, the real prize had yet to arrive. Yi Ning gazed intently at Su Wire. This girl was the true treasure. Sure enough, notification: the host spent 450,000 on Su Wire, receiving a critical hit reward of 66 shares of Starry Sky Aviation, valued at 12 billion. Chapter 59. Father and daughter, 66% of Star Sea Airlines. Even though Yi Ning currently possesses a fortune exceeding 10 billion, the sudden acquisition of absolute control over an airline company is undeniably exhilarating. Yi Ning tilted his head and scrutinized Su Wire, making her feel quite uneasy. Each time Yi Ning purchased something for her, he would display such fervent eyes. Unbeknownst to Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos, thoughts were racing. Yi Ning mused. Could this enchanting beauty be the daughter of fortune? Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a woman's voice interrupted his contemplation. Su Wei, it truly is you. It has been so long. Husband, come quickly and see who I've encountered. Standing beside Su Wei and Oppos, was a young woman adorned with heavy makeup. She appeared to be of similar age to Su Wei and Oppos, possessing respectable looks. Although she could not quite rival Su Wei and Oppos, she was nonetheless a beauty. Like Su Wei and Oppos, this young woman was tall, even slightly taller than her. At that moment, she beckoned to a balding middle-aged man at the entrance. The man appeared to be in his 40s, though not short. His considerable paunch and receding hairline left much to be desired in terms of attractiveness. Were it not for hearing the woman refer to him as her husband, Yi Ning might have mistaken them for a father and daughter. Despite the woman and Amp, Oppos' enthusiasm, Su Wei and Amp, Oppos' expression was far from pleasant. She recognized the two individuals well and was quite familiar with them. The reason she had pulled Yi Ning away from the Chanel store was that she had spotted them inside. To her dismay, they had crossed paths again. The young woman, named El Chien, was a college classmate of Su Wei and Oppos, both studying to become flight attendants. Her husband, Zheng Wanyin, was the business manager of Star Sea Airlines. Wielding considerable power, just a few months prior, he had visited Su Wei's university to recruit flight attendants. Zheng Wanyin was known for his unscrupulous behavior, having had numerous flight attendants under his influence. Particularly, young women fresh to the workforce often found themselves compelled to comply with his advances to avoid termination. From the moment Zheng Wanyin laid eyes on Su Wei and Oppos, he had pursued her fervently. Having lived for several decades, he had never encountered a woman as breathtaking as Su Wei and Oppos. Her pure appearance, tall stature, and alluring figure captivated him entirely. He swore he would have her. However, to his astonishment, Su Wei rejected him outright, showing no interest in his threats. In fact, she eventually left the airline industry altogether, resigning from her position as a flight attendant. This incident had left Zheng Wanyin with a lingering regret. Unexpectedly encountering Su Wei again on this commercial street filled him with delight. The dormant desires within him stirred anew. Classmate Su, oh no, I should now refer to you as Miss Su. What a pleasure it is to see you, Zheng Wanyin exclaimed, approaching El Chien and extending a gentlemanly hand towards Su Wei. Upon seeing Su Wei's delicate and fair hand, Zheng Wanyin struggled to suppress his desire. Yet, Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, completely ignored him, taking the shopping bag from the sales assistant and coldly stating, "I'm sorry, but I don't know you, and I don't have the time to get acquainted." She then turned her gaze toward Yi Ning and Yu Qiu, saying, "Mom, husband, let us go." Husband? Had Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, are already married? Zheng Wanyan finally noticed the casually dressed Yi Ning. With such striking looks, he initially mistook him for a male model from the Gucci store. To his surprise, he learned that Yi Ning was indeed Su Wei and Oppos' husband. As for El Qian, upon discovering that Su Wei and Oppos had such a handsome spouse, she felt a surge of jealousy. Why was her partner a pudgy, balding man, while Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, was married to a young and refined gentleman? It seemed utterly unfair. Coupled with the fact that Su Wei and Oppos had purchased so many items, it was evident that she was quite affluent, likely thanks to the financial support of her dashing husband. For Zheng Wanyan and El Qian, Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, Oppos' declaration of husband struck like a steel blade. However, for Yi Ning, her address felt like the gentle spring breeze, soft, warm, and sweet. If only she would call him that a few more times. Yi Ning donned a gentle expression, lightly taking the items from Su Wei's hands and holding onto hers. "All right, my dear wife." As Su Wei's mother, Yu Qiu silently observed the couple's display of affection. Just then, as Yi Ning and the others prepared to leave, Zheng Wanyan stepped forward. "Young man, you are quite fortunate to marry someone as ethereal as Miss Su. Your blessings are abundant." Yi Ning smiled faintly and retorted, "You are also quite fortunate. A man of your appearance producing such a daughter is nothing short of a miracle." Yi Ning discerned the sarcasm in Zheng Wanyan's words and responded in kind. "You." Zheng Wanyan pointed at Yi Ning, scoffing, sharp-tongued. "Miss Su, your taste is questionable. Your husband is rather superficial. I wonder if your daughter can withstand such frivolity." Yi Ning chuckled coldly. "Ha, very well. I, Zheng Wanyan, have served as the business manager of Star Sea Airlines for quite some time, and I have yet to encounter such an arrogant youth. I have yet to meet someone like you." Yi Ning's expression turned to one of surprise. "Wait a moment. Did you just say you are the business manager of where?" Chapter 60. I am the chairman of Shanghai Airlines. Zheng Wanyan raised his head proudly and declared, "I am the business minister of Shanghai Airlines." "Are you afraid?" Upon noticing Yi Ning's astonished expression, Zheng assumed that Yi was intimidated by his status. It was understandable. Although Yi appeared to have some wealth, being so young, he was likely just a minor affluent heir from Jiangxing. In contrast, Zheng held a prestigious position in one of the nation and Oppos' top 10 airlines. What kind of influence could a mere Jiangxing rich kid like Yi Ning possibly wield? What a coincidence! Having just acquired a 66 stake in Shanghai Airlines, he now encounters Zheng Wanyan from the same company. Su Wei had previously spoken to him about her transition from the flight attendant industry to becoming a live streamer. It seemed that Zheng was the man who had ulterior motives towards Su Wei. If his intentions were purely romantic, Yi might have turned a blind eye. However, given Zheng's awareness of Su Wei's marital status and his continued advances, Yi Ning would not let him off easily. "Mr. Yi, I am Peng Yuran, the manager of the Gucci boutique in Jiangxing. It's a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, a woman in a tailored suit and glasses approached Yi Ning, excitedly shaking his hand. "Mr. Yi, I'm the manager of Chanel, and I welcome your visit." "Mr. Yi, I'm the owner of Van Cleef Arpels. Welcome." Instantly, nearly all the store managers from the first floor of the Gucci boutique gathered to greet Yi Ning. As the sole proprietor of Jiangnan Commercial Street, they regarded Yi as their benefactor. To curry favor with him was essential for their survival. In Jiangcheng, no other commercial street could rival the prosperity of Jiangnan. Opening a store here was not merely about foot traffic, it also conferred prestige as a luxury brand. Su Wei and Yu Qiu were already aware of Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos' ownership, so they maintained their composure. However, Zheng Wanyan and Lu Xian were oblivious. Witnessing Yi being courted by so many business owners left them utterly astonished, particularly Zheng, who suddenly felt that Yi Ning was not the insignificant rich kid he had envisioned. Perhaps stopping Yi and his companions just now was the most foolish decision of his life. "Let us go." Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Zheng attempted to slip away quietly. He feared that Ning might cause him trouble, clearly realizing he was on someone else in Appo's turf. Yet, Ning would not grant him that opportunity. He called out to several patrolling security personnel, "Help me detain those two. Do not let them escape." "Yes, boss." The security team swiftly surrounded Zheng and his companion. Ning approached Zheng with his hands in his pockets, tauntingly asking, "Why aren't you running away?" "Kid, I am the business minister of Shanghai Airlines. You better think carefully." Despite being surrounded, Zheng was confident that Ning would not dare to act against him. Even if he wielded considerable power, could he rival the top tycoons of Jiangshan? At least, Zheng's title as the airline's business minister held weight. I have thought it through." Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing Ning seemingly concede, Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly mocking him for appearing impressive yet being a pushover. Having some money was not a big deal after all. Take Minister Zheng to the security room. Let him relax a bit. If you do well, your bonuses will be doubled this month. Upon hearing about the double bonuses, the security personnel and Appo's eyes lit up as they grinned at Zheng. "Kid, do you believe it? If you touch a single hair on my head, I will have the legal department sue you." However, Ning was not intimidated as Zheng had expected. Instead, he smiled and replied, "I do not believe you, for you have already been dismissed from Shanghai Airlines." With that, Ning waved his phone screen in front of Zheng. The displayed number was that of Mo Ku, the CEO of Shanghai Airlines and its second-largest shareholder. On the other end of the line, Mo Ku's furious voice rang out, "Zheng Wanyan, how arrogant of you to threaten the chairman. You are fired. Our Shanghai temple is too small to accommodate a Buddha like you." Zheng was utterly taken aback. What he just heard? Chairman? Mo Ku had actually referred to Ning as the chairman? Was there anything more terrifying? There had long been rumors within Shanghai Airlines of a mysterious overlord above Mo Ku. Many believed it, yet even more dismissed such tales. Zheng was among the skeptics, thinking that if a mysterious benefactor existed, they would not neglect their own enterprise, especially one valued at nearly 20 billion. But now he realized how wrong he was. The young man before him was indeed the sole overlord of Shanghai Airlines, the super-rich individual who held absolute control over the company's stock. "Chairman, forgive me." Zheng and Appo's words trailed off as he caught the mocking glint in Ning and Appo's eyes, his expression dimming. He understood that no amount of pleading would suffice. A mere business minister daring to covet the chairman and Appo's woman had no chance of survival. Ning did not even spare him a glance. Placing the still-connected phone to his ear, "Have the HR department investigate. Dismiss everyone Zheng Wanyan has hired. Also, gather evidence regarding Zheng and Appo's misconduct for the legal department to take action." Mo Ku and Appo's heart tightened. Was this the mysterious benefactor who controlled the majority of the company and Appo's shares? The first command was so decisive. He was indeed extraordinary. "Yes, I will handle it immediately," Mo Ku replied solemnly. Zheng and Appo's eyes filled with despair. He knew he was finished. Yet beside him, Lucian and Appo's expression was different. This was the man she desired, one who could provide her the life she craved. Gaining courage, she asked, "Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" Ning glanced at her calmly and responded, "Even if you lack a mother, it does not justify degrading yourself. The position of a flight attendant is not suited for you. Write your resignation letter." Su Wire stifled a laugh. Her face flushed red, clearly uncomfortable. "You are truly wicked." After the trio departed, Su Wire leaned closer to Ning and whispered, "I have something even more wicked in mind. Would you like to try it, my dear?" Ning chuckled mischievously, taking a careful glance at Yu Qiu walking ahead. Seeing her unresponsive, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Chapter 61. Meng Du is getting married a week later, at midnight, with the moon shining brightly amidst sparse stars. Ning drove to the riverside. At this hour, apart from a roadside barbecue shop, only the 24-hour convenience store remained open. "Old Four, come sit." Upon seeing Ning approach, a robust man at a small dining table greeted him warmly. The table was already laden with freshly grilled skewers, indicating that they had been waiting for quite a while. Ning walked over, a smile gracing his face as he responded, "Boss, it's truly been a long time." The robust man was Meng Du, Ning's university roommate. Meng Du hailed from the northeast, a genuine son of the region. Besides the boss Meng Du and old 4 Ning, there were also old 2 Li Bin and old 3 Qian Wentao. After graduating, both Li Bin and Qian Wentao had taken the graduate entrance examination and successfully moved away from Jiangxing. Consequently, the connections among them had gradually diminished. Only Meng Du and Ning occasionally met up. "Boss, you've been busy every time I try to get you to meet up. What made you take the initiative today?" Meng Du, who worked as a planner at an advertising company while also being a part-time fitness instructor, had little leisure time and was almost always working. Yet, he earned a handsome income, exceeding 15,000 each month, a respectable sum by any standard. "Today, I called you here for 2 reasons. First, it's been ages since we gathered as brothers to share a meal. Second, I must formally announce that I'm getting married." "Really? Congratulations," Ning exclaimed, raising his glass to toast Meng Du despite his initial intention to abstain from alcohol due to driving. He genuinely felt delighted for Meng Du back in university. Meng Du is somewhat of a reticent individual, the type who would blush when speaking to girls. But everything changed when he introduced the mathematics department's beauty, Tang Yuran, to Ning and the others. This revelation left the 3 roommates utterly astonished. They could not fathom how this quiet man had managed to win the heart of the department's flower. Later, during a dormitory inquiry, they discovered that it was actually Tang Yuran who had pursued Meng Du, a fact that incited both envy and admiration among them. Initially, many were skeptical of their relationship, believing the disparity between them too great. While Meng Du had a commendable appearance, he came from humble beginnings and often worked part-time during university. In contrast, Tang Yuran was a local from Jiangxing, her family owning a property in the city center. Although they weren't affluent, they lived a comfortable life. Moreover, Tang Yuran had numerous admirers, including several wealthy scions. Many in their class speculated that graduation would spell the end of their romance. However, years later, their love remained steadfast, and they were on the brink of marriage. Ning had witnessed their journey and felt genuine joy as they neared their happy conclusion. "So after all these years, you finally managed to win over your mother-in-law?" Ning teased, raising an eyebrow and grinning. Ning had long been aware that if it weren't for Tang Yuran's mother's disapproval, they might have been together already. It was understandable. Meng Du was not a local and came from modest means, so it was only natural for the girl's family to have certain expectations. Fortunately, Meng Du was hardworking and determined, carving out a niche for himself in Jiangxing. At Ning and Appo's remark, Meng Du paused, his expression momentarily faltering. He shook his head, revealing a hint of complexity on his face. "No, it was Iran who secretly took her household registration book and ran away. She had a quarrel with her family and declared her intent to marry me. But deep down, I know she seeks her parents and Appo's blessing." With that, Meng Du raised his glass and downed its contents, slamming the empty cup onto the table with a resounding clink. Ning nodded, observing the dejected man before him in silence. He saw in Meng Du a sense of helplessness, a fiercely competitive and resilient northeastern man grappling with overwhelming pressure. Yet, he was undoubtedly fortunate to have a woman willing to stand by him. The two conversed for quite some time, and, as the effects of the alcohol set in, their dialogue became more casual. "Old 4, I recall rumors that class monitor Jiang Shui had a crush on you. Why didn't you pursue that?" Ning chuckled wryly. Jiang Shui was indeed attractive, but her ambitions were quite pronounced. He remembered that during their senior year, she had approached him alone and asked a singular question: "What do your parents do?" Confused, he had answered that they were farmers. Instantly, her face had fallen in disappointment, and she left without another word. It was only later that he heard others mention that Jiang Shui had harbored feelings for him, finally understanding her intentions at the time. "I couldn't and Appo's dare entertain any notions. Her family status was on a completely different level than mine, so it was unrealistic." Ning spoke with conviction. "And what of the present? I've heard Jiang Shui is returning to the country soon." Chapter 62. You actually own a Koenigsegg one. One, I heard that she is returning to the country and plans to treat us old classmates to a meal. And Teacher Wang will also be attending. What about you? Did you not receive the notification? Ning shook his head, genuinely unaware of the matter. During their university years, he and Jiang Shui had a decent relationship, though it was far from intimate. Thus, the rumors that Jiang Shui had a crush on him might have merely stemmed from a slight admiration for his looks. After all, he was quite the handsome figure back in school. Now, after so many years, it was possible that he had long forgotten her. At least, if Meng Du had not mentioned Jiang Shui today, Ning would not have recalled her at all. Oh, never mind. I want to concern myself with anything else. You must attend my wedding. Naturally, I'll be there to drink. Ning chuckled, raising his glass. The two continued to drink until the early hours, only concluding around 2 in the morning. Ning called for a designated driver and took Meng Du straight to his villa, sending a message to Tang Iran to inform her. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, Ning brewed some tea and leisurely watched Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf in the living room. He nearly spat out his tea upon hearing Mei Yang say she did not want to share a pot with Fei Yang. Suddenly, he heard a door open upstairs and looked up. Meng Du, rubbing his eyes, appeared with a pained expression from the hangover. Oh, you're awake. Ugh, I swear I want tea drinks so late again. I've already made 2 trips to the restroom and still feel unwell, Meng Du lamented, clutching his stomach in discomfort. However, you truly surprise me. They say you've struck it rich, but I didn't expect you to be living in such a grand villa. I had heard from Liao Peng that Ning bought a house in Emerald City. Now it seems at the large flat there is nothing compared to this villa, which is surely worth at least 50 million. With this decor and layout, alas, I lack the cultural background to fully appreciate it. Meng Du admired the intricately carved railing in the corridor, clearly relishing the experience. Such a house would make even the CEO of their company envious. I truly wonder how Ning earned all this? Or could it be that he has always been a super rich second generation? Did he hide his identity during university, only to invite the young master back after 3 years? That seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? What? Are you tempted? Why not buy a place yourself? Ning teased. Meng Du rolled his eyes and descended the stairs, saying, Do you think everyone is as wealthy as you? My goal is merely to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment. That would be splendid enough. He had saved over 100,000, and after a few more years of work, he could likely afford a down payment on a home near Jiang City. The city center was beyond his dreams, even with a down payment. The mortgage pressure would be no joke. By the way, there's congee and buns on the dining table. Do you have any plans for this afternoon? Ning asked, crossing his legs. Meng Du brought the congee over and sat beside Ning, stuffing half a bun into his mouth. After I change clothes, I have classes this afternoon. Ning nodded, saying, All right, then I'll give you a ride after we eat. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to first. Ning stood up and returned to his bedroom, leaving Meng Du with a puzzled expression as he grabbed a bag and exited the villa. Half an hour later, Ning returned home. Let us go. I'll drive you back. Sure. After gathering his belongings, they headed to the parking lot. What? You're driving a Mercedes G-Class. This is every man's dream car. Last night, Meng Du had been too intoxicated to realize what car he was in. Now, seeing the Mercedes G-Class, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He truly adored this car, let alone the G-Class. He couldn't even afford a regular Mercedes. After working for several years, he managed to buy a Chong and Amp, Oppos, and Oshang as his mode of transport, which he considered quite an achievement. Don't just stare at this one. There's another car beside it. Another one? Only after Ning's hint did Meng Du notice a sleek black sports car parked behind the Mercedes G-Class. It was none other than a Koenigsegg one. Old for this is just too extravagant. Meng Du stuttered, his lips trembling. He knew Ning was wealthy, with a villa worth tens of millions and cars worth hundreds of thousands. However, these paled in comparison to the Koenigsegg one, a vehicle that even the richest could scarcely obtain. At that moment, Meng Du truly comprehended Ning's extraordinary status. The teammate he once shared a dorm with had now surpassed everyone, leaving them all far behind. Want to take it for a spin? Ning jingled the keys in his hand. Meng Du rubbed his hands together, absolutely eager. But not the Koenigsegg. I'll just try the G-Class. No worries. Drive it as you like. Ning replied nonchalantly. However, Meng Du shook his head, too intimidated to drive the Koenigsegg. Even the thought made his hands tremble. Such an object worth over 100 million was no trivial matter. Taking the keys to the Mercedes G-Class, Meng Du settled in, closing his eyes to savor the spacious comfort the vehicle provided. His tall frame made this car feel just right. Truly splendid. Let us go. Ning took the passenger seat and closed the door. Okay. Meng Du gestured and pressed the accelerator, roaring off into the distance. Half an hour later, the two arrived at an apartment complex in the west of the city. Chapter 63. Is Sue Wire taking a shower? Come on, let in amp. Oppos. Let's go sit for a bit. Meng Du invited, a cigarette dangling from his lips at the apartment entrance. Ning shook his head, replying, Forget it. You have a gym class to attend later. With that, he retrieved a red envelope, roughly the size of a folder, from the trunk and handed it to Meng Du. You and your fiancé, are getting married. I'm giving you your share of the betrothal gifts in advance. There and amp. Amp? Oppos. Still 2 months ago. Never mind, just take it. Ning insisted, forcing the envelope into Meng Du and Oppos' hands before swiftly jumping into the car and driving away without a backward glance. Meng Du stood there, bewildered, and it wasn't an amp, Oppos' until the taillights faded from view that he realized the envelope seemed rather substantial. Curious, he touched it and found it was quite thick. Could it possibly be filled with cash? How much money could this be? He pondered anxiously as he headed upstairs. You and amp, Oppos, reback. Tang, Iran exclaimed as she opened the door, immediately noticing the envelope in Meng Du's hand. What is this? Such a large envelope. Am I seeing things? Meng Du shook his head. It's from Ning. I haven't and Oppos. Opened it yet. It really is a red envelope. But this is a bit over the top. Is it all cash? Dan zidan in guit. If it is, it must be at least 100,000. I don't know. I haven't opened it yet. With that, Meng Du placed the envelope on the table and cautiously began to unveil its contents. A flash of dark red caught his eye. He pulled out what turned out to be a square property deed, alongside several property transfer contracts and a set of keys. The couple and amp, Oppos' pupils dilated slightly as they exchanged glances, slowly revealing the deed. Written boldly on the document were their names: Emerald City, 400 square meters. Owners, Meng Du and Tang Iran. With each line they read, their hearts raced uncontrollably. This is... Meng Du found himself momentarily speechless. Quick, call Ning. How can we accept something worth nearly 10 million? Tang Iran snapped back to reality, her expression anxious as she repeatedly tapped Meng Du and Oppos' shoulder, her delicate feet tapping nervously against the floor. All right, I'll call him now. Meng Du retrieved his phone and dialed Ning. As Ning drove, he noticed a call from Meng Du and answered. Hello, boss, what an Oppos' up? One Oppos' up. How can you even ask that? Don and Oppos, you know. Meng Du shouted into the receiver. Hello, boss. What are you saying? Hello. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Boss, I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Meng Du and Tang Iran exchanged exasperated looks. Meng Du gritted his teeth and redialed. Hello. The number you dialed is currently busy. Great. Ning has blocked my number. He and amp, Oppos, unban it after the wedding. This guy is ruthless. Meng Du muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ning chuckled as he tossed his phone aside. You think you can outsmart me, boss? You're still a novice. Arriving at Emerald City, he felt an intense longing to see Sue Wire, whom he and T encountered yet that day. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sue Wire and amp, Oppos' voice chimed from inside, sweet and clear like a silver bell. Your husband has arrived. Why don't you come greet me? With a clang, Sue Wire caught sight of Ning's playful grin and rolled her eyes at him. Yet the joy in her heart was undeniable, lighting up her face with a radiant smile. Where's your mother? Ning scanned the room, noticing Yuchio's absence. She left just yesterday. Come in. Sue Wire took the initiative to grasp Ning and Oppos' hand and pulled him inside. As soon as they settled on the sofa, Sue Wire wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, burying herself in his embrace. Why are you so forward today? Ning asked, taken aback. After a long pause, Sue Wire's voice emerged like a whisper. I missed you. Ning was momentarily stunned by her words. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her forehead, holding her close. Suddenly, Su Wire wriggled out of his embrace, turning to sit on his lap. She gazed at his face for a long moment before leaning in to press her soft lips against his. They indulged in a tender kiss for what felt like an eternity until Su Wire finally pulled away, her cheeks flushed yet still maintaining an air of pride. "So, what do you think? Has my technique improved?" Ning was taken aback by her sudden boldness, unsure how to respond. "Of course, you've certainly improved," he said with a mischievous grin. Su Wire beamed, tossing her hair back triumphantly. "I consulted my mother for advice." Ning was utterly astonished. "You sought your parents and Appo's guidance for this? How bold of you! Yet, how did your mother manage to teach you so well?" The couple remained entwined in the living room until evening, and after dinner, Ning stood up. "Are you leaving?" Su Wire asked, her expression filled with reluctance. "Aren't you going to start a live stream?" "I'm not streaming today." "All right, then I'll stay to keep you company." Ning sat back down, reaching out to embrace Su Wire, but she swiftly evaded him, slipping away like a fish. Su Wire got up and quietly walked to the corner, peeking out after a long moment. Gathering her courage, her face flushed as she whispered, You watch TV first, I'm going to take a shower." With that, she dashed away, leaving only the faint sounds of the bathroom door closing and the water running. Ning remained frozen in place for a while. A shower? A shower. Chapter 64. Assistance from the mother-in-law hearing the sound of water cascading from the bathroom. Ning felt restless. He could no longer concentrate on watching Crayon Shinchan and found himself pacing back and forth between the living room and the balcony. Was Su Wire perhaps without a towel? Should he go and offer one? The key issue was that each bedroom was equipped with its own bathroom. Yet Su Wire had chosen to bathe in the public restroom. Was this a subtle hint of something? Coupled with her unusual behavior today, it was evident that she was provoking an honest man like Ning to err. Since his encounter with Mo Qingqing, Ning had not been with a woman, and it had been over half a month. He was quite pent up. Perhaps a cold shower would help him calm down. He casually selected a bedroom and entered the bathroom for a wash. Half an hour later, Ning emerged from the bathroom, wearing pajamas, his gaze remarkably clear. That cold shower had indeed quelled his internal flames. Just as he was about to look in the mirror, the lights suddenly went out with a sharp crack. Perplexed, Ning glanced around. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned a vague silhouette standing quietly at the door. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, captivating his senses and leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Wei Wire?" Ning could not help but gulp. What was she up to? He just calmed down. Su Wire stood there in silence for a long moment before finally exhaling softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Ning, why didn't you come a peek?" Ning. Was sneaking a glance the correct choice? Wouldn't that make him worse than a beast? "Why are you?" Before Ning could finish his sentence, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and she leaped into his embrace. At that moment, Ning realized that Su Wire was completely unclothed. Her smooth skin, slender waist, stunning visage, and those magnificent curves ignited every nerve in his body. Wire. Ning, take me. I'll go buy something." Ning, of course, would not hesitate. At such a moment, what was the use of maintaining a facade of moral rectitude? "No need. My mom has already bought everything." Su Wire's face burned crimson, as red as the evening sun. Although the moonlight was dim, Ning could still see her clearly. How could this woman, usually so shy, muster such courage tonight? "Auntie." "Oh no, mother-in-law, I commend you." Just as Ning gently laid Su Wire onto the soft silk duvet, his phone rang suddenly. Ning, phone. Don't answer." "Oh, come on, answer it. What if it's urgent?" Su Wire nudged his chest, urging him. To her, it was already commendable that someone as busy as Ning could spare time to be with her. There could be important matters at his company needing his attention. Fine. Ning's expression darkened as he picked up the phone without checking who it was. "Who?" "Speak quickly." Interrupted at such a critical moment, it was understandable that Ning's tone was less than cordial. Ha. Third brother, even though you blocked my number, I didn't expect I could reach you through your sister-in-law's phone." A cheerful laugh echoed from the other end, and even without the speakerphone, Su Wire could hear it clearly. When she noticed Yi Ning's face darkening with countless lines of fury on his forehead, she nearly burst into laughter. Mengdu, Yi Ning shouted into the phone, gritting his teeth, get as far away as you can. If you dare call again, I'll harass you every night until you're fed up. With that, he hung up with a decisive click and tossed the phone aside. Glancing at the amused Su Wire beneath him, a fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. Licking his lips, he revealed his fangs. Oh, you like to laugh, do you? Let us see how long you can keep that up. Yi Ning, no, I was wrong. Su Wire feigned a timid demeanor, but it was too late for apologies. The fire of the night had been ignited by her own hand. As the spring breeze rustled through the leaves, the tranquil night sky echoed with the distant cries of a few cats, prompting deep reflection. On the other end of the line, Mengdu was utterly bewildered by the barrage of curses. What on earth was happening? Even if he didn't want to return the property certificate, there was no need for such wrath, was there? He could tell that Yi Ning was genuinely angry. Could a mere joke ruin their brotherhood? No. He had to call back and clarify. Their bond could not be allowed to weaken. Beside him, Tang Iran caught the hint of Yi Ning's words. Snatching the phone away, she shot Mengdu a disdainful glance. How can you be so foolish? If you call back now, you might actually end your friendship. Huh? Why? Tang Iran shook her head in exasperation, too weary to explain to this dimwit. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Ning opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously, feeling immensely content. After half a month, he had finally savored the taste of intimacy again. It was simply delightful. Su Wire, still asleep in his arms, had her beautiful eyes closed, long lashes curling adorably. Yi Ning gazed at her for a long time, unable to resist leaning in to kiss her smooth forehead. Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter with Zhao Na. At that moment, Yi Ning noticed that Su Wei and Appo's tightly shut eyelids were fluttering, and the corners of her mouth were involuntarily curling up. Her cheerful little face was glowing with a rosy hue. It turned out that this girl had been awake for quite some time, but was too shy to open her eyes. Yi Ning simirkit mischievously, a playful spirit igniting within him. He slipped his hands beneath the covers and began to tickle Su Weier's waist vigorously. Ha, Yi Ning, stop. Let go of me, ha. No, don't tickle me anymore, I'm ticklish, ha. Amidst their playful antics, Su Wei and Appo's nearly laughed herself to tears. Her delicate body shifted backward, attempting to escape Yi Ning and Appo's playful grasp. Suddenly, with a swift turn, Su Wei and Appo's found herself tumbling off the bed. Yi Ning reacted quickly, lunging forward to catch her. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her back into his embrace. Are you all right? Yi Ning gently patted Su Wei and Appo's smooth back, offering reassurance. She shook her head, murmuring, I'm fine. Although she claimed to be unscathed, her heart raced incessantly. If one were to measure her heart rate at that moment, it would surely exceed 120 beats per minute. This was not merely due to the scare of almost falling from the bed, but rather from the intimate closeness they now shared. She could distinctly feel each muscle on Yi Ning's body, which was undeniably overwhelming. Upon hearing that Su Wei had not injured herself, Yi Ning finally exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to pull away, he felt her grip tighten around him. Don't! Su Wei, blushing profusely, clung to Yi Ning's neck with her delicate arms, her entire form draped over him. Yi Ning's ear was pressed against her soft, smooth cheek, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her flushed face. This girl had been so bold the previous night, yet now she shyly avoided his gaze. Yi Ning couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her back. He pulled the cool silk blanket up around her shoulders and slowly lay down beside her. It was not until Yi Ning had finished washing up and returned to the dormitory that he found Su Wei and Appo's still reclining on the bed, her hands tightly clutching the cool blanket, revealing only the bridge of her nose and her eyes. Smiling, Yi Ning sat down beside the bed and delicately brushed a few errant strands of hair from her forehead. Aren't you getting up? You go ahead. I'll get up soon, Su Wei and Appo's replied, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she found it hard to meet his gaze. Yi Ning nodded with a smile. All right, I'll head to the supermarket to buy some groceries and prepare a meal for you. Su Wei and Appo's softly acknowledged him, her gaze fixed on Yi Ning, hesitating as if she had something to say. understanding her unspoken thoughts. Yining walked into Su Wei and Amp Oppo's S room and retrieved a clean outfit from the drawer of her wardrobe, placing it on the sofa beside the bed. Leaning down to kiss her forehead, Su Wei and Amp Oppo's slightly lowered the blanket, revealing her stunning red lips. Yining was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept across his face as he leaned closer. The cool, sweet sensation of her lips, combined with the fragrant aura that perpetually enveloped Su Wei and Oppo's, stirred something within Yining. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might lose control. Separating their lips, he playfully tapped her pert bottom through the blanket, laughing, little enchantress. He then stood up and departed. Upon hearing the front door close, Su Wei and Amp Oppo's slowly rose from bed. Carefully opening the door, she peeked into the living room, relieved to find it empty. However, a sudden twinge of pain made her gasp. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she made her way to the bathroom. In the university town, numerous properties suitable for students were accompanied by various supermarkets. Yining chose to walk rather than drive, reaching the supermarket in just over 10 minutes. It was a large establishment consisting of 5 floors, each designated for different categories. Since Yining only needed to purchase fresh produce, he headed straight to the 3rd floor. Considering Su Wei had just experienced her first time, he decided to buy some pork ribs and radishes for a stew. As he approached the meat counter, a familiar figure caught his eye. A woman dressed in a crisp white shirt and jeans, with a small bag slung over her waist, appeared quite capable. Yet, her expression bore a hint of worry as she accepted a prepared pig and Amp Oppo's trotter from the attendant, ready to leave. "Zhao Na, what a surprise to see you here after such a long time." Yining greeted her with a smile as he approached. Zhao Na was the best friend of his ex-girlfriend, Man. Although he held disdain for Man and Oppo's mercenary nature, he had a favorable impression of Zhao Na. She was spirited, diligent, and ambitious, having aided him on several occasions during his relationship with Man, for which he felt genuine gratitude. "Yining." Zhao Na turned, momentarily unable to recognize him. It had been a long time, and Yining had changed significantly. Not only was he more handsome, but his demeanor had also transformed entirely. She knew that he was now wealthy, having once gifted her an exquisite watch worth tens of thousands. However, his current ensemble of designer brands suggested he must be worth at least 200,000. How much money does he actually have? What an Amp Oppo's, that's the matter. Kin and Amp Oppo's. Do you recognize me? Yining chuckled, waving his hand in front of her face when she remained silent. "It's hard to recognize you. We're clearly on different levels now," Zhao Na replied, shaking her head as she came to her senses. Yining was left speechless. "What levels are we talking about? Am I a celestial being or something? Your accomplishments now seem almost divine to me," Zhao Na remarked, her eyes wide with admiration. To her, Yining's rapid rise felt as if a deity had intervened. Chapter 66. A man remains a youth until death. Yining was taken aback. All his accomplishments stemmed from the aid of the system. This realization felt almost divine. Zhao Na was unaware, and her casual remark had nearly hit the mark. "By the way, why do you look so glum? Did your boyfriend dump you?" Yining quizzed, attempting to shift the conversation. In his recollection, Zhao Na had always been a carefree spirit, the kind who could chat amiably with anyone. It was indeed peculiar to see her wearing such a mournful expression. Upon hearing Yining and Oppo's words, Zhao Na and Oppo's expression grew complex. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Yining, could you accompany me to see Man? She is not doing well." Yining, initially curious, felt compelled to help if Zhao Na was in distress. However, upon learning it concerned Man, he felt as if he had bitten into something tasteless and insipid. "I want to be going. Goodbye," he said, grabbing his shopping bag and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Na seized his arm, pleading, "Wait, Yining, Man just underwent surgery, so..." Yining sikofood. "What does that have to do with me?" "So she had surgery. Does that mean she had an abortion? Where is my child?" "Let me tell you, Zhao Na, I am grateful for your past kindness, but that has nothing to do with anyone else. If you have difficulties, just tell me directly, and I will do my utmost to assist you. But as for her, Man, I have no connection with her whatsoever. I hope you will not use her to strain our friendship." With that, Ning extricated his arm from Zhao Na's grasp and departed without looking back. Zhao Na stood there in a daze, watching his receding figure, speechless for a long time. After checking out, Ning exited the supermarket, feeling a heaviness in his heart. It wasn't that he harbored feelings for Man. Rather, he regretted his harsh words to Zhao Na. She had always shared a good bond with Man, and now that Man was unwell, she was simply desperate for help. Reflecting on this, Ning picked up his phone and sent Zhao Na an apology message. Zhao Na, I'm sorry. I got a bit carried away today and said some harsh words. I hope you won't take it to heart. All right, it's nothing, came Zhao Na and Amp. Oppos, S replied 2 minutes later. Ning smiled faintly and made his way to Emerald City. Upon returning to Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, S home, he found her just emerging from a bath, standing in front of the mirror, fussing with a hairdryer. Ning approached her, took the dryer from her hands, and began to dry her hair. This scene felt oddly familiar, and he was suddenly reminded of Mo Qingqing in Yang City, when he had done the same for her at Jinyang Hotel. What's wrong? Su Wei and Oppos, inquired, noticing Ning and Oppos' momentary stillness. Ning snapped back to reality. Nothing, he replied, continuing his task. Through the mirror, Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, noticed his distracted demeanor as he held her hair. She scrunched her nose and let out a soft huff, choosing not to comment further. This scoundrel had undoubtedly helped other women with their hair. How infuriating! Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, thought, her expression adorably pouting as she gazed at her reflection, feeling a mix of irritation and affection for him. Fine, I'll go make dinner. You can watch some TV, she said, attempting to release him, but was met with her hand gripping his. Pouting in discontent, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Seeing her expression, Ning tightened his embrace, finding her peach-like lips and kissing her deeply. After a few minutes, he finally released Su Wei and Oppos, and turned towards the kitchen. As Ning exited the bathroom, Su Wei and Oppos, felt her legs grow weak. Looking at her reflection, her eyes sparkled with emotion, filled with wonder at her boldness. Her beautiful collarbone seemed to glow like a rosy dawn, extending to her earlobes. She cupped her face with her hands, momentarily in disbelief that such audacity belonged to her. Alas, it was all her mother's fault for visiting a few days ago and confusing her with talk of relationships, even preparing her with the necessary precautions. Now, it seemed the big bad wolf had finally caught Little Red Riding Hood. Entering the kitchen, Ning noticed freshly washed bed covers and sheets hanging on the balcony, unmistakably the ones from the night he spent with Su Wei. In the bright sunlight, a faint dark red mark was visible in the center of the sheets. Chapter 67. May I show you what I wear tonight? As noon approached, it was only at the gentle coaxing of Ning that Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, emerged from her bedroom, her movements shy and tentative. Upon seeing the steaming bowl of rib soup laid out on the table, her expression turned to one of disbelief. Earlier that morning, Ning had mentioned buying groceries to prepare a meal, and she had assumed it would merely be a half-finished dish. To her astonishment, the formidable Ning could indeed cook. Not only that, but the presentation was quite appealing as well. The air was suffused with the fragrant aroma of bone broth mingling with radish, causing Su Wei to swallow involuntarily. Noticing Su Wei frozen in place, Ning smiled and gently guided her to sit beside him. He then ladled a bowl of soup and placed it before her. What are you waiting for? Hurry and eat. Or do you expect me to feed you? Definitely not, Su Wei and Amp, Oppos, retorted, aware of Ning and Amp, Oppos' playful teasing, her pride refusing to concede. She picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. The tender meat combined with the sweet broth made her big, sparkling eyes widen in delight. This is exquisite. Ning's cooking is surprisingly delectable. Seeing her reaction, Ning knew this meal perfectly suited her taste. He brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen on her cheek, tucking it behind her delicate ear. Her flawless profile was revealed, with a perfectly sculpted nose that painted a picture of pure beauty. Su Wei felt a pleasant warmth on her cheeks, yet she did not shy away. Rather, she found it comforting, her heart swelling with joy. After lunch, Su Wei nestled against Ning, the unique sweetness of her presence stirring something within him. She sensed the unusual tension in his body, causing her cheeks to flush. Shyly, she turned her head and stole a glance at Ning. Ahem. Ning cleared his throat, awkwardly explaining, "It's uncontrollable, truly." He had anticipated Su Weier would chide him, but instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Ning, my mother bought me a few outfits the other day. May I wear one for you tonight?" Boom. Su Wei and oppose. Her words acted like an intoxicating elixir, shattering his composure in an instant. Absolutely. Ning, replied. His throat dry and desire ignited. In the days that followed, Ning stayed at Su Wei's home not for any particular reason, but to offer her soothing massages after her daily live streams, alleviating her fatigue. One day, while strolling through the square, they were startled by the roar of an engine. Suddenly, a crimson Ferrari 599 zoomed past them. Ning was mildly surprised. This marked the second Ferrari he had encountered in Jiangcheng, the first being by Eloa and Oppo's white Ferrari 488. Though Jiangcheng was not large, it was home to a fair share of wealthy individuals. The likes of Han Yu and his acquaintances were known for their collection of luxury vehicles, including Lamborghinis and Porsches. Just then, Ning and Oppo's phone rang. "Hello, Lo Han. What do you need?" "Yige. Hey. Han Yu and Amp. Oppo's voice on the other end sounded somewhat sheepish. After a moment of hesitation, Ning cut through the awkwardness to spit it out. "Why are you being so coy?" As he spoke, he noticed Su Wei and Amp, Oppo's, glaring at him, her delicate fingers resting on his waist. Embarrassed, Ning chuckled softly and mouthed, "I and Oppo's. I'm just joking, dear." Su Wei and Oppo's, felt her face warm at the endearment, her lips curling into a smile as she lowered her hand from his waist. "Ah, if you're shy, let me take the lead." At that moment, Zhou Chen's impatient voice chimed in. "Give me that." Zhou Chen snatched Han Yu's phone. "Hey, Yigo, it's Zhou Chen. We were hoping to borrow your Koenigsegg for a spin. What do you think?" "Is that all?" Ning replied, bemused that Han Yu had taken so long to convey such a trivial request. "Just take it when you need it." Han Yu and the others were taken aback by Ning's straightforwardness regarding the valuable Koenigsegg one. They had intended to offer him some money for the rental, but Ning, without a second thought, had agreed to lend it to them, no conditions attached. "Thank you so much, Yiga." Liao Xian and Ai Yang, who were nearby, expressed their astonishment. "Tomorrow, they're in Oppo's race on Dongshan. Are you coming?" Han Yu inquired. "I wanted Oppo's to be going. Just come to Yunxiang Longjing tomorrow morning. I'm in Building 7. Yiga, you're incredible, owning a place in Yunxiang Longjing." Han Yu marveled at Ning's words. Though his family was quite affluent, they would never consider spending nearly 100 million on a house, as that amount could resolve numerous unexpected issues. Yet Ning had not only purchased a car worth over 100 million, but also a property nearing that price. This was beyond mere wealth. It indicated substantial cash flow. After a brief chat, they ended the call. "Are you returning tonight?" Su Wei and Oppo's asked upon hearing Ning mention Han Yu and Oppo's visit to Yunxiang Longjing the following morning, implying he would not be staying at Emerald City. "Yes, but only if you join me," Ning replied, lifting Su Weier's chin with a smile. Chapter 68. The Law of Temptation. Shui Weier. This villain, always flirting with me at every opportunity. I, Shui Weier, am not swayed by your antics. Even if I walk back from here, I shall not accompany you to the villa." Half an hour later, Ning drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, with Shui Weier seated beside him, heading towards the Cloud Dragon view. In the back seat, there was a black plastic bag containing not only a change of clothes for Shui Weier, but also 2 cosplay outfits, complete with cat ears and tails. With her face turned away and eyes closed, Shui Weier dared not look at Ning, her delicate fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Through the rearview mirror, she caught a glimpse of Ning's devilish smile. "Pervert," Shui Weier silently cursed. She couldn't fathom where Ning learned these tricks. He seemed tireless in his daily torment of her. And her mother, who was nothing like a mother, had bought so many bizarre items without a shred of shame. It was as if she had forgotten that just days ago, she had willingly donned such outfits. Ning and Oppo's curiosity was piqued. leading him to order over 20 new outfits for Shui Wire, ranging from flight attendants to nurses and catgirls, a veritable cornucopia of choices. Tonight was destined to be another grand spectacle. The following morning, Ning awoke, tousled hair and yawning, to find the room in disarray, clothes strewn everywhere, a testament to the previous night's fervor. Shui Wire lay smiling in a deep slumber, half covered by a cool blanket, blissfully unaware of the expanse of her fair skin exposed. Ning, momentarily blindsided by the sight, inhaled deeply before gently pulling the blanket over her, knowing she must have been utterly exhausted the night before. At 10 in the morning, Han Yu and his companions arrived at Ning and Appo's villa. Upon entering the garage housing the Koenigsegg 1, their excitement was palpable, especially when Ning handed the keys to Han Yu, who felt as though he might kneel in reverence before such a magnificent vehicle. In its presence, their Lamborghini seemed utterly lackluster, as Han Yu slid into the driver and Appo's seat. The exquisite feel of the steering wheel sent waves of pleasure coursing through him, even before the engine roared to life. "Yiga, are you really not joining us?" Han Yu asked once more, bewildered by Ning and Appo's disinterest in racing. Despite possessing such a prestigious car, what is the point of buying it? Just to show off? "Well, it seems plausible," Ning replied, "but you all go ahead. I shall keep my sister-in-law company." "Yiga, you truly have a girlfriend." Except for Han Yu, his friend were unaware of Ning's romantic involvement. Though Han Yu had previously mentioned that Ning's girlfriend was exceptionally beautiful, they had dismissed it as mere exaggeration. Who would forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Now, hearing it directly from Ning, they began to believe. It made sense why he had shown no interest in the escort at the Hongying bar. He was devoted. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Shui Wire heard Ning and Appo's voice and donned her pajamas, peeking out from the window. Upon spotting Han Yu and the others, she smiled and nodded in greeting. "Hello, sister-in-law, good morning." They responded in unison. "All right, you all should be on your way." Ning gestured dismissively, not even inquiring about when they would return the car. As they departed from Cloud Dragon View, Zhou Chun sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg 1, lost in thought. "What is the matter?" Han Yu glanced at him, curious. "Old Han, why do I feel like Yi Ji's girlfriend looks so familiar?" Though he had only seen her once while greeting, Zhou Chun was convinced he recognized her, especially her voice, which seemed to echo from a distant memory. It was undeniable that Ning and Appo's girlfriend was stunning. Logically, someone so beautiful should be unforgettable. "Strange," Han Yu replied with a mysterious smile. "Why Don and Appo's? Do you try to recall her name?" "Her name?" Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. "Shui Wire? What could possibly be special about that?" Moments later, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Old Han, she can't possibly be that Xiao Wire from Feiyu platform, can she?" "Yes, it must be her," Zhou Chun exclaimed, his certainty palpable as he struck his palm with his fist. No wonder she seemed familiar. She was the recently popular super streamer. Zhou Chun was left in disbelief, not only due to Shui Wire and Appo's breathtaking beauty, which surpassed even her on-screen persona, but also because he admired Ning for winning the heart of such a goddess. In terms of looks alone, he had seldom encountered women of such caliber, save for Ai Yang and Appo's sister and Appo's friend, the campus belle of Jiangxing University, or the enchanting, speed-loving woman they would soon meet. As he recalled the image of that red specter, Zhou Chun involuntarily recoiled, as if haunted by a terrifying thought. Chapter 69. Greetings to the Enchantress. The following day, Ning unexpectedly received a call from Lu Jiandong. It turned out that the cunning old fox was inviting him to attend the shareholders and Appo's meeting scheduled for the next morning, with Ning holding a 15% stake in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Making him the third largest shareholder, it was only natural for him to be invited. "Yi, let's agree on this. No collusion. Once I ascend to the chairman's position, your dividends will be doubled. Rest assured, I value integrity above all." After lunch, Han Yu drove the Koenigsegg 1 back to Ning and Appo's residence. As Ning took the keys and was about to bid farewell, he suddenly spotted a red handbag lying beneath the passenger seat. "Wait, Brother Yi, what is wrong? Is there an issue?" Han Yu, fearing he had accidentally scratched something, felt a pang of anxiety. After all, even the slightest scratch on this car would be costly. Don't panic, it's nothing, Ning reassured him, patting his shoulder as he bent down to retrieve the handbag. But whose is this? Huh? Hanyu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ning, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter?" With a sigh, Hanyu confessed, "Brother Yi, to tell you the truth, this car was not just driven by us last night. It turned out they had gone street racing the previous night and had encountered a woman. She had initially been driving a Ferrari, but upon seeing the Koenigsegg one, her eyes lit up with excitement, eager to take it for a spin. Since they were all acquaintances, and the woman had left a rather unsettling impression, they had reluctantly allowed her to take a couple of laps. Upon hearing the mention of a Ferrari, Ning and Apos, as first thought was by Ilua. However, considering that by Ilua didn't he seem the type to enjoy street racing, he concluded it must be the owner of the Ferrari 599 he had seen in the square earlier. All right then, just clarify everything. Is this bag hers? Yes. It belongs to Sister Annie. Relieved that Ning was and Apos. Angry, Hanyu relaxed. Sister Annie? Is she the chairwoman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals? Ning's expression turned astonished. Indeed. Brother Yi, do you know her? I don't. Ning shook his head. I've only heard that her father passed away in a car accident, and she's been having a rough time at Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Of course, it's been tough. Lu Jiandong called this morning, clearly indicating that a shareholders and oppos meeting is being convened to shift the power dynamics, and she must be overwhelmed right now. Indeed, Han Yu Sayed helplessly. If it weren't for the Lu family, Sister Annie wouldn't be in such a predicament. Ning nodded, though he remained indifferent. What does it matter? I'll just watch the drama unfold. I have no preference for who wins. As he was about to hand the bag to Hanyu, he suddenly noticed a photo booth picture attached to the strap. Ning and Apos' hands trembled, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Gazing intently at Hanyu, he pointed to the woman in the photo, his voice trembling. Is this Annie? Yes, Brother Yi, what is the matter? Hanyu had never seen Ning in such a state. He rarely displayed his emotions. Regardless of the occasion, he seldom exhibited such exuberance. Could it be that there was a deeper connection between Ning and Annie? It's nothing. Ning stifled his excitement, exchanged a few words with Hanyu, and bid him farewell. Upon returning to his villa, Ning placed the handbag on his bedside table, gazing tenderly at the photo. In the picture, she donned cascading waves of burgundy hair and a simple red dress, exuding an irresistible allure as she stood there, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Her disdainful gaze suggested a superiority over all else. She resembled a siren from folklore. Enchantress, greetings. At last, I have found you. Annie, without a doubt, was a woman with whom Ning had shared a fervent night after suffering dual disappointments in both love and career. Moreover, she was his first. Though they had exchanged only a few words, every smile and every syllable from this enchantress was indelibly etched in his memory. Annie was his, and his alone. He could endure any mistreatment himself, but he would not allow others to take advantage of her. Thus, Lu Jiandong, your schemes are well calculated. Yet this time, they're destined to falter. As for integrity, does he need to uphold honesty with someone who bullies his beloved? The next day, Ning rose early, dropped Su Wire off at Emerald City, and made his way to Anshin Pharmaceuticals alone. During the morning rush hour, the roads were congested, making progress slow and arduous. The journey that should have taken 40 minutes extended to over an hour. Anshin Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical company in Jiangshan, collaborates not only with various hospitals in the city, but also enjoys a considerable reputation in surrounding provinces. However, over the past year, the company's stock price had plummeted, falling significantly from its peak. As Ning parked his car, he noticed a small BMW pulling up beside him. Emerging from it was Xiao Tong, a woman with whom he had crossed paths several times. Though she was made up, her fatigue was still evident, and her worried eyes conveyed a sense of distress from afar. Hello, Director Xiao, good morning. Ning greeted her with a smile, waving. Only then did Xiao Tong notice the impeccably dressed young man approaching, exuding an air of charm and sophistication. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? She asked, astonished. Is there a business meeting related to Jiangsheng Kanda Hospital today? And who in the sales department has the clout to invite you personally? Chapter 70. The first encounter with Lu Jiandong, of course. I came to see you. Since that day we parted, you have occupied my thoughts day and night. Yi Ning teased with a smile. Xiao Tong pouted, reluctant to respond. Had it been before the auction, she might have believed Yi Ning's words. However, after encountering Su Wire at the auction, such thoughts had faded away. Despite her confidence in her own beauty and figure, she recognized her own limitations in the presence of Su Wire. The reason was simple. Su Wire was extraordinarily beautiful. Her aura of purity was so enchanting that even Xiao Tong would hesitate to tarnish it. It was a fresh and transcendent beauty, akin to a lotus blooming in a pond, elegant and upright, unadorned yet fragrant, standing tall and pure, admired from afar, but never to be disrespected. Such a girl was beyond reproach. If there were anyone whose looks could rival hers, it would be her superior, Annie. Yet, the youthful and pristine charm of Su Wire was unparalleled. One must ponder, with a girlfriend of such caliber, could Yi Ning ever fall for another woman? Clearly, Xiao Tong had misjudged Yi Ning. Had she truly understood him, he would have undoubtedly affirmed, yes, because I am quite fond of your director Annie as well. Director Xiao, where will the shareholders and oppos meeting be held? Yi Ning invited. Xiao Tong, who was speculating on Yi Ning and oppos' purpose for visiting Anshin Pharmaceuticals, was slightly taken aback by his question, but chose not to press further. I will also be heading to the office hall. Let us go together, Xiao Tong replied. Yi Ning nodded, grateful for her guidance. As they made their way, numerous employees cast curious glances at the pair. The beautiful Xiao Tong was seen walking alongside a stranger, and the young man was exceptionally handsome. Coupled with Yi Ning's ever-present gentle smile, many unmarried women couldn't help but admire him. Speculating about the nature of his relationship with Xiao Tong, whispers circulated that Xiao Tong had audaciously brought a pretty boy to the company. Yi Ning paid no heed to the gossip as he followed Xiao Tong to the office building without hindrance. Ahem. Mr. Yi, I apologize. Our company has quite a few young ladies, and this is just the atmosphere here, Xiao Tong said, clearing her throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed to explain. Yi Ning shook his head, unconcerned by such rumors. Being handsome himself, he had faced numerous tales about him during his school years. If he were to dwell on each one, he would have long been twisted into a pretzel of anxiety. May I ask which shareholder invited you, Mr. Yi? Xiao Tong pondered, unaware that Yi Ning was indeed a shareholder. If he were, would he have never been seen at the company? Thus, it must have been a shareholder who had arranged a meeting with him. Ha ha! Why can't I be a shareholder, Director Xiao? Yi Ning laughed heartily, waving his phone in front of the receptionist, signing in as he entered the door. Seeing Yi Ning's fluid actions, Xiao Tong was left dumbfounded. She racked her brain, unable to fathom that Yi Ning was actually her superior. From a former business partner, he had suddenly elevated himself to the position of her boss. Why you redirector Yi? Xiao Tong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Ning waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Ha ha, Director Yi, welcome. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of sophistication, approached Yi Ning, extending his right hand. Yi Ning smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable, but he reached out in return. You must be Director Liu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired you. They greeted one another, appearing as if they were longtime friends despite this being their first encounter. Behind Lu Jiandong, several other shareholders stepped forward to greet Yi Ning, clearly having been informed of his identity, indicating that Lu Jiandong had prepared well for this introduction. At that moment, Lu Jiandong playfully tapped the back of the head of a younger man beside him. Lu Tianxiang stiffened, his gaze towards Yi Ning filled with complexity. It was this man who had embarrassed him at the auction. Not only had he been slapped by Yi Ning, but he had also been taken to a back room for a lesson. Following that, his father not only failed to support him, but reprimanded him fiercely. Now, he had to apologize in person. Despite his reluctance, under his father's pressure, Lu Tianxiang gritted his teeth and bowed to Yi Ning. Mr. Yi, I am sincerely sorry. That day, I acted rashly, and I hope you can forgive my impudence, he said, his voice tinged with a hint of tears, sounding quite aggrieved. However, to preserve his father's plans, apologizing to Ning was his only option. No worries, youthful impulsiveness is quite normal. Just be sure to think things through in the future, Ning replied with an air of wisdom. As the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he would not deign to lower himself to Lu Tianxiang's level. At this moment, he stood on equal footing with Lu Jiandong, in a position of authority over everyone else at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, save for Lu Jiandong and Annie. Chapter 71. The flustered Xiao Tong beside her. Xiao Tong's expression shifted slightly before she quickly regained her composure. However, her heart was tumultuous, swirling with waves of shock and a profound concern for the shareholders' meeting that day. Ning was evidently invited by Lu Jiandong. Regardless of the number of shares Ning possessed, he was likely to align himself with Lu Jiandong's faction. As the chairwoman, Annie's precarious situation now seemed even more daunting. With this in mind, she gritted her teeth and approached Ning. "Director Yi, may I have a moment of your time?" she inquired, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear as she moved closer to him, especially pressing against him in a manner that seemed almost intimate. The proximity was such that Ning could detect a sweet fragrance emanating from her. Such intimacy? There must be something amiss between them. Faced with the curious gazes surrounding them, Xiao Tong felt her cheeks flush slightly. Yet, she did not distance herself from Ning. If she hoped to draw Ning into Annie's camp, now was the time to act. "Oh, what does Director Xiao wish to discuss?" Ning said. "Director Yi, there are many people here. Might we step into my office to speak?" she suggested eagerly. "Ha ha ha." Ning chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "If you wish for my support of Annie, then there is no need for further discussion." He candidly expressed his thoughts in front of everyone, fully aware of Xiao Tong and Oppo's intentions and recognizing her determination. Indeed, she was a loyal individual. Ning felt a sense of relief. Annie and Oppo's position at Anshin Pharmaceuticals had not yet reached a point of no return. At the very least, there were still veterans like Xiao Tong, who had previously served under Annie's father, willing to support her. Upon hearing Ning's words, Xiao Tong turned pale as a sheet. She had yet to articulate her thoughts before being outright rejected, and that too in front of so many employees. A bitter taste lingered in her mouth. Would Annie truly be ousted from the board after today? Just as despair enveloped her, Ning inquired, "Director Xiao, where is Annie's office? Could you show me the way?" Xiao Tong's eyes lit up at his words. Could it be that there was still hope for a turnaround? "Of course, I'll take you there," she replied hastily, leading Ning to the elevator. "Xiao Yan, is the chairwoman in?" Xiao Tong asked a young woman in her 20s anxiously upon reaching Annie and Oppo's office. The secretary, Xiao Yan, shook her head. "The chairwoman went to the conference room 2 minutes ago." "Oh, alas." Xiao Tong and Oppo's face fell in disappointment. She believed that with Annie and Oppo's capabilities, there was a significant chance of winning over Ning, or, at the very least, ensuring that he would not side with Lu Jiandong. Unfortunately, fate had it that Annie had gone to the conference room ahead of time, missing the sole opportunity for negotiation. All their efforts might very well be in vain. However, Ning stepped forward with a smile, saying, "No worries, I'm here to return something. Your chairwoman and Oppo's bag was left with me." As he spoke, he handed over a small red leather bag to Xiao Yan. This unexpected revelation caught both Xiao Tong and the secretary off guard. Annie and Oppo's bag was with Ning? Did this imply a close relationship between them? At 27, Annie had never been known to have any special associations with any man, aside from Lu Tianxiang, who persistently bothered her without receiving any kindness in return. Could Ning be the reason Annie had rejected other suitors? Xiao Tong scrutinized Ning, acknowledging his handsome appearance and immense wealth, which made him a true young elite. Yet, was it not true that Ning had a girlfriend? Could it be that he was playing both sides, one of which was the typically stoic and intimidating Annie? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. However, if this were indeed the case, Ning would surely support Annie. Perhaps he was the pivotal force in her potential comeback today. Ahem, Director Yi. Xiao Tong gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Ning mysteriously smiled, exuding confidence. As long as your chairwoman possesses 35 of the shares, she shall not lose today. The two women exclaimed in unison, nearly leaping in excitement. By saying this, Ning had effectively revealed that he held 15 of the shares himself. Combined with the 37 inherited by Annie from her late father, they had already secured a victory over Lu Jiandong. Not to mention, several minor shareholders were also aligned with Annie. Director Yi, you are truly remarkable, Xiao Tong exclaimed sincerely. It was no wonder Ning had stated that there was no need for further elaboration regarding his support for Annie. This was what he had meant. Even Xiao Yin nodded vigorously in agreement. Ha! Let us not get ahead of ourselves. There's even more impressive news to come. Ning winked at the two of them. Xiao Tong, now a mature woman in her 30s with children, was accustomed to such banter and had developed a certain resistance. However, Xiao Yin, a recent college graduate, felt her cheeks flush at Ning's gaze. Of course, a significant part of her reaction stemmed from Ning and Amp. Oppo's striking good looks, coupled with his mischievous expression, which was simply overwhelming for the inexperienced young woman. Chapter 72. A glimpse of the fair maiden from the moment Xiao Tong and Ning departed from Annie and Amp. Oppo's office, the young secretary and Amp. Oppo's cheeks remained flushed, revealing her profound shyness. As a senior executive at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Xiao Tong, though not a shareholder, had the privilege of attending meetings. The expansive conference room was adorned with a grand oval red wooden table surrounded by over 20 chairs, encircled by several layers of smaller tables and chairs. It was evident that the center was reserved for shareholders, while the periphery accommodated the company and Oppo's management. Xiao Tong and Ning arrived somewhat late, prompting several attendees to rise and greet Xiao Tong, although others remained seated. The atmosphere in the meeting room was charged with tension, akin to a drawn sword ready to strike. Many perceived Ning, who walked alongside Xiao Tong, as a newly appointed junior supervisor. However, instead of taking a seat at the outermost edge, Ning boldly traversed past Xiao Tong and Amp. Oppo's designated area and advanced directly toward the center. This audacious action naturally captured the attention of numerous executives, some of whom exchanged knowing smirks. Does Xiao Tong's promoted junior supervisor possess such audacity? A true novice unafraid of danger. Is he courting disaster? Xiao Jia, hurry and stop that handsome fellow. Those seats are reserved for shareholders. Several leaders, familiar with Xiao Tong, expressed their apprehension, urging her to intervene. Yet, Xiao Tong merely smiled calmly and shook her head, assuring them that all was well. Her tone was remarkably serene, devoid of any hint of anxiety. To her, if Ning lacked the qualifications to occupy such a position, then the minor shareholders of Anshin Pharmaceuticals were even less deserving. Just as the gathering awaited the spectacle of Ning's potential embarrassment, Lu Jiandong stood up. Director Yi, you are rather late. Ha. Gasp. Aside from Xiao Tong, the executives at Anshin Pharmaceuticals turned their gazes toward Ning upon hearing Lu Jiandong and Amp. Oppo's words. What did Lu call this young man? Director Yi? Could he possibly be one of the directors of Anshin Pharmaceuticals? However, Ning seemed oblivious to Lu Jiandong's greeting, instead directing his gaze towards the woman seated at the head of the table, who was deeply engrossed in her documents, her brow furrowed. With her wine-red waves cascading gracefully, she was undeniably enchanting. Despite her lowered head, her exquisite features were unmistakable. Her fiery red lips hinted at an alluring charm. Annie was not merely a siren. She was the most beautiful enchantress in the world. Ning and Oppo's actions caused Lu Jiandong to furrow his brow slightly, his heart sinking. Could it be that Ning had developed an interest in Annie? It was not surprising, for Annie and Oppo's beauty was unparalleled. At best, one might find someone comparable. Yet, would a man as wealthy as Ning be swayed by such breathtaking beauty? Director Yi, allow me to introduce you to our current chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Chairwoman Annie and Lu Jiandong managed a strained smile as he presented the introduction, despite his discontent. Ning and Oppo's lips curved into a subtle smile as he nodded. Approaching Annie and Oppo's seat, he extended his hand and said, "Chairwoman, and it is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Annie finally lifted her head, and when her gaze met Ning and Oppo's, her pupils involuntarily dilated. She immediately recognized him as the man with whom she had spent a wild night. How? How could this be? Chairwoman, and are you not welcoming me? Shall I take my leave? Ning raised an eyebrow, playfully grinning. The entire assembly, including Lu Jiandong, was left in disbelief, sweating for Ning and Oppo's boldness in teasing Annie. However, upon reflection, Lu Jiandong found a certain satisfaction in the unfolding scene. If Annie were to become enraged and oppose Ning, the coveted chairman position he so desired would be within his grasp. Annie, witnessing Ning and Oppo's playful gesture, couldn't Oppo's help but chuckle inwardly. Had it been any other man, she might have reacted differently. Yet, with Ning, she found him rather endearing. Amidst the astonishment of those present, she reached out her right hand to grasp Ning and Oppo's warmly welcoming him. In doing so, she discreetly grazed her fingertips across his palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. This enchantress possessed an undeniable allure. As Ning took his seat, the lingering sensation of their handshake remained, a testament to Annie and Oppo's remarkably soft touch. Her smooth skin, coupled with its coolness, left him yearning for more. After 10 minutes, the shareholders and Oppo's meeting commenced. Following Annie's summary of the company's performance over the past 6 months, she outlined a series of subsequent strategies. Lu Jiandong then led the company's senior executives in their addresses. As the meeting drew to a close and Annie prepared to deliver her concluding remarks, a shareholder sporting a small mustache abruptly rose, slamming his hand on the table. Chairwoman, and you have stated much. Yet it appears to me that none of it translates into tangible profits. We, the shareholders, prefer not to meddle in company affairs, but over the past year, our dividends have scarcely increased. What does this signify? It indicates that your plans and strategies have failed. If we cannot earn under your leadership, it would be prudent to restructure the leadership team and appoint more capable individuals. As soon as this shareholder concluded, others rose to echo his sentiments. Indeed, I support Director Lu's proposal. I do not care about the rest. At the very least, the chairman's position should be occupied by someone more competent. Finally, the anticipated moment had arrived. Ning slowly opened his eyes, taking a sip of his tea, directing a piercing gaze toward the orchestrators of this scene. Chapter 73. Self-directed performance. A silver-haired, deep-eyed senior shareholder forcefully slammed his palm on the table. Pointing at Director Lu, he expressed his disappointment with fervor. Lu Li, the position you hold today is solely due to the support of an Oppo's father. And now what are you doing? This is nothing short of ingratitude. Coughing, the elder leaned back in his chair, trying to ease the pent-up frustration within him. Everyone was aware that Lu Jiandong would take aim at Annie today. Yet, Lu Li and Oppo's willingness to be the scapegoat left the senior shareholder utterly disheartened. These individuals were no different from ungrateful wolves. The medical supplies produced by Anshin Pharmaceutical posed no issues in quality. So why were collaborations with numerous hospitals abruptly terminated? This was not due to external factors. It was clear that someone from within was sabotaging their efforts. Naturally, their blades were aimed at the current chairwoman, the woman wielding the highest authority in Anshin Pharmaceutical, Annie. Lu Li was red-faced from the elder and Oppo's reproach, filled with shame and indignation. Nevertheless, he stood firm, declaring, "Let in Oppo's separate personal feelings from business. We are discussing company performance. I am not only fighting for the shareholders and Oppo's future, but also for the livelihoods of all Anshin Pharmaceutical employees, for the future of the company." Lu Li held his head high, speaking with righteous fervor as if he were truly a self-sacrificing advocate for others and Oppo's interests. Yet, everyone understood that he was merely a hypocrite, swayed by profit and circumstance. Enough. Director Lu, how dare you slander the chairwoman? To everyone in Oppo's surprise, it was Lu Jiandong who intervened. Even Ning and Oppo's expression flickered with astonishment. However, upon reflection, he quickly recognized the depth of Lu Jiandong's character. This man was indeed a formidable figure, intent on assuming that position without allowing others to perceive him as scheming. Lu Jiandong rose and proclaimed loudly, "Currently, Anshin Pharmaceutical faces numerous challenges, but I believe the chairwoman is simply young and lacks experience. If we give her some time, she will surely lead Anshin Pharmaceutical to new heights." While appearing to defend Annie, he subtly hinted at her managerial inadequacies and discreetly painted a rosy picture for everyone present. In today's society, who doesn't recognize that painting an unrealistic vision is simply a form of deception? Some shareholders, uninterested in participating in the rivalry between Lu Jiandong and Annie and merely wishing to reap dividends, found themselves lost in thought. Over the past year, the dividends they received from Anshin Pharmaceutical had seen little growth compared to previous years. How many more years would it take to reach the level of the former chairman? Consequently, many began to contemplate Lu Li and Amp Oppo's as suggestion. Why not consider a change in chairperson? Perhaps it could yield unexpected results. Observing several neutral shareholders deep in contemplation, Lu Jiandong felt a weight lift from his chest. He immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Li. Lu Li understood the unspoken cue, feigning grievance as he implored, "Mr. Lu, it is not that I am disparaging the chairwoman, but our situation is dire. I hope you can empathize with us, small shareholders." Suddenly, Lu Li clapped his hands, feigning a moment of realization. "Mr. Lu, as the company and Amp Oppo's as general manager and the second largest shareholder, you are fully qualified and capable of assuming the role of chairperson." He emphasized, "Yes, Mr. Lu, please take up the position of chairperson and elevate Anshin Pharmaceutical." As Lu Li and Amp Oppo's words resonated, the shareholders aligned with Lu Jiandong eagerly voiced their support. "Please, Mr. Lu, assume the role of chairperson." "Yes, I, Old Qian, am the first to endorse Mr. Lu for the position." Faced with the backing of Lu Li and others, Lu Jiandong displayed a conflicted expression. After much internal struggle, he turned his gaze toward Annie. "Director, and what do you think?" Annie quietly observed Lu Jiandong's theatrics, her heart heavy with resolve. She was well aware that Lu Jiandong sought to usurp her position. This was common knowledge among the upper echelons of the company. The delicate balance of power between their respective shares and the shareholders who supported them was now being threatened. Today, under the guise of prioritizing shareholder interests, Lu Jiandong sought to sway the few neutral shareholders to his side. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. Intrigued, Annie cast a glance at Lu Jiandong and his supporters before decisively slamming a stack of documents onto the table. "Mr. Lu, before you consider my opinion, I invite everyone to review these documents." In the face of Lu Jiandong and Amp Oppo's pressure, Annie remained composed. Many believed she was merely putting on a brave front, but Lu Jiandong did not share that sentiment. It is often said that one in Amp Oppo's adversary knows them best, and Lu Jiandong recognized that Annie was not one to act without purpose. Her calm demeanor indicated that she possessed the means to navigate the current crisis. Earlier, Annie's expression had been as still as a windless lake, eerily calm, which had already instilled a sense of foreboding in Lu Jiandong. Now, as she presented a thick stack of documents, a chill ran down his spine, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 74. And strikes back, "Mr. Lu, why are you dawdling? Hurry and take a look," and urged, her tone chilling and devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere turned tense, sending shivers down the spines of those present. As a wave of icy dread surged from their feet, Lu Jiandong, typically stoic, felt the weight of her words like a death knell, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Swallowing hard, his trembling hand reached for the documents. At last, he grasped the papers. Though they were not cold to the touch, to Lu Jiandong, it felt as if he had plunged his hand into a frigid abyss, the frost biting deep. He longed to retract his hand, yet in front of all those eyes, he found no courage to do so. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled his resolve and held the documents aloft. A glance at the papers was like a violent flash of lightning illuminating his mind, followed by a thunderous roar. This is impossible. Lu Jiandong and Appo's hands trembled uncontrollably, panic washing over him. The documents bore evidence of his bribery towards executives at various hospitals over the past year. Moreover, every hospital that accepted his bribes, except for the Jiangcheng Kanda Hospital under Ning and Appo's control, had signed termination contracts with Anshin Pharmaceuticals. As the crowd murmured in confusion at Lu Jiandong and Appo's reaction, and rose to her feet, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an icy fire, fierce as the blazing sun. Impossible? She seethed, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Mr. Lu, what remains impossible for you? Did you consider the possibility when you engaged in these self-destructive acts? Did you ponder the implications when you incited your worthless son to provoke me? Did you ever reflect on the possibilities when you deceived the shareholders to stand by you, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve your ends? With that, and snatched the documents from Lu Jiandong's grasp and forcefully flung them at the shareholders who had supported him. Open your eyes and behold. This is what your diligent, conscientious Mr. Lu has done in the name of the company and for all of you. N's anger caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, veins bulging in her hands. After delivering her words, she stumbled back, nearly losing her footing. Ning, quick to react, sprang up and caught, and gently guiding her back to her seat. As he observed her bloodshot eyes and pale, exquisite features that revealed her exhaustion, a flicker of guilt crossed Ning's face. This woman must have endured great fatigue to gather such evidence. If only he had sought to understand it sooner through Xiao Tong, perhaps she would not be in such dire straits now. Unbeknownst to him, the room had erupted into chaos, with whispers and exclamations filling the air. There were two primary reasons for this uproar. First, the stack of documents and presented meticulously detailed Lu Jiandong and Appo's misdeeds. Second, the shocking sight of Ning embracing the icy beauty of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, chairman, and left everyone stunned. Strangely, and made no attempt to resist. Their movements appeared entirely natural, as if they were longtime lovers. Only Xiao Tong, seated at a distance, appeared enlightened. It seemed she had not misjudged. The chairman and Ning indeed shared a deeper connection, though she regarded and as a superior in their professional lives. She felt a sisterly affection for her personally. Now that a man willing to care for her and had emerged, Xiao Tong felt a sense of happiness for her. Yet, a twinge of worry followed. Ning had other women in his life, and a woman named Su Wire was no less stunning than Anne. Why with such looks? Must Ning play the part of cad? Sighing in exasperation, Xiao Tong shook her head, realizing some matters were beyond her control. Mr. Lu, you truly are a wolf in sheep and Appo's clothing, the elderly shareholder who had initially supported and said, pointing a withered finger at Lu Jiandong after reviewing the documents. Is this true, Mr. Lu? How dare you deceive us? I can understand your desire for the chairman and Appo's position, but to engage in such duplicitous behavior is beyond comprehension. In an instant, the voices that had once supported Lu Jiandong turned into a chorus of condemnation. The shareholders swayed like reeds in the wind, especially when it pertained to their financial interests. Faced with the onslaught of accusations, Lu Jiandong slumped into his chair, his previously refined demeanor now reduced to despair. Finally, as if recalling something vital, he turned his gaze toward Ning. Yes, Ning. He was the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Ning was a quintessential businessman. With sufficient incentives, he could be swayed. If Ning were to support him, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for redemption. Mr. Yi, as the third largest shareholder of the company, what is your opinion? Lu Jiandong signaled to Ning, desperation etched on his face. Ning stared at Lu Jiandong in disbelief for a long moment. Could this man truly be so foolish? Even a big boss like Lu Jiandong would resort to desperate measures when cornered. A flicker of pity crossed Ning and Appo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. While he could overlook many offenses, inciting his son to provoke his wife was beyond reproach. He would not be the man who wore the green hat. Chapter 75. Truly a fairy hee-hee. Lu Jiandong, I have previously stated that I shall not interfere in your matters. Ning maintained an air of indifference, seemingly detached from the situation. Of course, this was a self-imposed non-interference. Had it been Annie in distress, Ning would have swiftly intervened. Lu Jiandong, believing Ning to be oblivious to his intentions, stubbornly declared, "Mr. Yi, as long as I become the chairman, I will grant you 1/3 of my dividends." 1/3? Ha! Lu Jiandong, how generous of you. Upon hearing Ning and Appo's response, Lu Jiandong felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he met Ning and Appo's teasing gaze. "Lu Jiandong, why not transfer all your shares to me? Perhaps I might consider it, haha." At this point, Lu Jiandong realized that Ning was merely toying with him. Despair washed over him as he glanced around, noticing that not a single person dared to voice their support. Even his subordinates, who usually fawned over him like lapdogs, averted their gazes. Frustration surged within him, and a rush of blood filled his head. Dizziness overcame him, and his vision blurred as he stumbled backward. "Mr. Lu Jiandong." Ultimately, it was Annie who took charge, arranging for Lu Jiandong to be sent to the hospital. Soon after, the shareholders who had followed Lu Jiandong approached Annie, bowing their heads in apology. Ning stood aside, observing them with indifference, choosing not to speak. He was confident that Annie had ample capability to handle these fair-weather friends. All he needed to do was remain by her side. Once everyone had departed, leaving the vast conference room with only Annie and Ning, he finally approached her. Annie looked at Ning, clearly fatigued, yet she managed a faint smile and asked, "So, little brother, how do you find my prowess?" Ning nodded silently, opening his arms to embrace the enchanting woman. Although Annie was not as tall as Sue Wire, her height and heels made her only slightly shorter than Ning. He gently wrapped his arms around Annie and Appo's slender waist, burying his head in her cascading waves of hair. The fragrance of roses enveloped him, creating an atmosphere of exquisite comfort. Annie was taken aback by Ning's boldness. Her body stiffened slightly, and her fair arms instinctively crossed in front of her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After a brief struggle, she surrendered. Annie and Appo's feelings towards Ning were intricate. Perhaps they were just a mere nanometer away from affection, but there was undoubtedly a fondness present. Otherwise, she would not have been so intimately entwined with him that night. Following that evening, while she did not regret her actions, a sense of wistfulness lingered. She had thought she would never see this man again, yet here he was, alive and present, even holding the position of the third-largest shareholder in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. How miraculous! Even more astonishing was the fact that this young man was now holding her tightly, as if he wished to merge their beings. Enough now, this is a conference room, and there are cameras. Annie gently patted Ning's back. Through his thin shirt, she felt the muscles beneath. The first image that flashed through her mind was of that night when she had touched his physique. Suddenly, her cheeks felt warm. What sort of person are you? Engaging in mischief, and then retreating? Do you not know you must take responsibility? Ning slowly released his embrace, tenderly caressing Annie and Appo's cheek, his eyes slightly reddening. "Fairy, you must compensate me for my emotional distress." Fairy? Annie had never been addressed in such a manner before. When her father was alive, others referred to her as Miss, and peers would call her the big sister. Ning and Appo's use of fairy intrigued her, and surprisingly, she found no offense in it. Rather, it brought her a sense of joy. "Little brother, how do you wish for me to compensate you?" Annie asked with a subtle smile, her tongue delicately licking her red lips, exuding an irresistible charm. If outsiders were to witness Annie and Appo's expression and demeanor, they might think they were dreaming and yet to awaken. For the chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals had always been a woman of icy disposition, her face perpetually stern, her actions decisive and swift. Even her footsteps and high heels echoed with authority, as she moved with remarkable agility. Such a frosty visage could hardly show a smile, especially toward a man. What they did not realize was that Annie possessed a duality. When serious, her aura could intimidate the entire company. Yet, when passionate, she resembled the most vibrant red rose, exquisite and breathtaking. Seeing Annie and Appo's demeanor and hearing her enchanting voice, even Ning, seasoned as he was, felt his heart quiver. The heat within him surged, and even the air felt slightly charged. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at her perfect visage, unable to resist drawing closer. No, Annie pressed 2 fingers against Ning's lips, releasing a fragrant wave. Isn't it you who said I should be compensated? Ning countered helplessly. Annie, with a playful smirk, shook her head. Under surveillance, I certainly will not. Upon hearing this, Ning and Appo's eyes brightened. Then what? Humph. Annie turned, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Just as she was about to step out of the conference room, she playfully called back, if you desire compensation, follow me upstairs. Chapter 76. The bittersweet coffee. Ning followed closely behind Annie, encountering numerous employees of Anshin Pharmaceuticals along the way. Most of them had not attended the shareholders' meeting that day. Thus, upon seeing a young man of unfamiliar countenance trailing behind Annie, they could not refrain from speculating about Ning's identity. Look, is that the chairwoman? Who is the man behind her? He is quite handsome. Together with the chairwoman, they make a striking pair. What if he is her brother? Brother, my foot. Did you not see the chairwoman and Appo's bashful expression? Even if he were her brother, he must be quite the catch. Although I didn't notice any shyness from a chairwoman, your analysis seems somewhat plausible. Upon entering Annie's office, her secretary, Xiaoyan, prepared a cup of coffee for each of them before discreetly closing the door behind her. Ning took a sip of the coffee, and a wave of intense bitterness flooded his mouth, overwhelming his taste buds. He furrowed his brow and grimaced, hastily setting the cup down. He feared that should he take another sip, the entire village would be left awaiting their meal. You don't enjoy this? Noticing Ning and Appo's reaction, Annie chuckled lightly, stirring her own cup with a small spoon. I can and Appo's tea appreciate it. The coffee is far too bitter for my liking, Ning replied, shaking his head in distaste. Strangely enough, Ning did not particularly dislike bitter flavors. For instance, he relished the dish of bitter melons stir-fried with eggs. However, coffee as a beverage had never appealed to him since their first encounter. Annie's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned slightly closer to Ning, her slender arm draping over his shoulder. She leaned in, whispering playfully into his ear, "Little brother, I have some sweet coffee here. Would you care for a taste?" With that, she intentionally flicked her tongue, brushing lightly against Ning's earlobe. The soft and warm sensation sent a shiver down his spine, and he turned to gaze at Annie, his expression one of incredulity. This woman was remarkably skilled. Were it not for the crimson stain on the sheets he had witnessed, he might have doubted Annie's prowess. Her driving skills were exceptional, and she deftly understood the psychology of men. Undoubtedly, this was one of the most captivating aspects of her allure. Seeing Ning rendered speechless, Annie playfully tapped his cheek with her index finger, licked her red lips, and whistled a short tune, tossing her head back, her fiery hair swirling around her. Now, tell me, do you wish to try it or not? This gesture was enchantingly captivating. Ning felt an overwhelming urge to transform into Sun Wukong, vanquishing demons. Yes, he declared without hesitation. Annie smiled and nodded in approval. That an Appo's, that's wonderful. She then lifted the lukewarm coffee to her lips, taking a small sip, the faint bitterness lingering on her palate. Next, she swiftly leaned towards Ning, hesitating briefly before pressing her lips against his. A subtle bitterness enveloped them, swiftly giving way to a rich sweetness. Was this the sweet coffee Annie had mentioned? It was indeed immensely delightful. Unable to resist, Ning wrapped his arms around Annie's slender waist, yet feeling unsatisfied, his hands began to wander upward. Stop, Annie interjected, quickly distancing herself. With a teasing smile, she remarked, Little brother, you're being rather mischievous. Coughing slightly, Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment at being caught. Yet, he thought, given the circumstances, how could he not make a move as the most sentimental man in Jiangshan? All right, I've compensated you. Let me rest for a moment, Annie said, intertwining her fingers and stretching her arms forward. Bending down, she removed her high-heeled shoes, revealing a pair of delicate feet clad in stockings. Finding a comfortable position, she rested her head on Ning and Appo's thigh and closed her eyes. Throughout this time, A gentle smile graced Annie and Amp, Oppo's lips, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Perhaps only Ning could witness this other side of her. She resembled a locked diary, accessible only to the one with the key. Ning held Annie's slender waist with one arm while caressing her delicate face with the other, marveling at how beautiful this moment was. Since encountering Annie, Ning and Oppo's world had undergone a profound transformation. Indeed, the origins of everything could be traced back to that fateful night. Fortunately, today he found himself once again in the presence of this enchanting woman, naturally holding her close. Lost in thought, Ning felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the person in his arms had vanished. He could vaguely hear whispers outside the office door. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Annie, clad in slippers, tiptoed inside. Ning reacted swiftly, closing his eyes at once. Although Annie walked softly, he could still discern the faint sounds of her approach. He sensed her presence standing right before him. After a prolonged silence, the fragrance of roses intensified, and a warm breath drew near. A soft touch grazed his face. Opening his eyes, Ning seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around her. Annie exclaimed, only to be silenced by his kiss. Chapter 77. Lu Tianxiang and Amp, Oppo's provocation knock. Inside the office, two individuals were locked in a passionate embrace, lost in their reverie until the sound of a knock jolted them back to reality. Director Lu wishes to see you, came the voice of the secretary, Xiao Yan. From outside, swift as lightning, Annie pushed Ning away, standing up to casually straighten her slightly wrinkled skirt and disheveled hair. With a serious demeanor, she took her seat at the desk. Her actions elicited a silent chuckle from Ning, especially as he observed the icy glare she shot his way, her expression suddenly mirroring that of an unyielding ice queen atop a snowy peak. The speed of her transformation was akin to the dramatic, face-changing art of Sichuan opera, a cultural heritage not to be missed. Ahem, please come in. Annie cleared her throat. Ning, puzzled about the identity of Director Lu, was taken aback when the door opened to reveal Lu Tianxiang, the foolish son of a wealthy family. Upon seeing Ning seated on the sofa, Lu Tianxiang's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. His gaze fell upon the pair of red high heels beneath the coffee table, and it was as if a realization dawned upon him, causing his complexion to darken. In Anshin, who was unaware that Lu Tianxiang had been pursuing Annie. Even if his father, Lu Jiandong, encouraged him, it was merely because he coveted the shares Annie possessed. Yet, deep down, he truly desired her affection. The sight of Annie and Oppo's heels near Ning only fueled his suspicion. What were the two of them doing alone in the office for such an extended period? What else could it be? Engaging in a thrilling game of joy, perhaps? With that thought igniting a flame of fury within him, Lu Tianxiang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Annie, what is he doing here? He asked through gritted teeth, his tone laced with accusation. Director Lu, you should address me as chairwoman. Annie replied coolly, her eyes narrowing. Furthermore, Yi Dong is the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Is it so strange for him to be in my office? Ning found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Lu Tianxiang and Oppo's initial remark. It was indeed accurate to refer to him as the foolish son of a wealthy family. How could a subordinate enter and question a superior without discernment? Even Lu Jiandong would only express doubts to Annie without such a cold demeanor. Lu Tianxiang was rendered speechless by Annie's retort. Noticing Annie's lack of intent for Ning to leave, he opted to change the subject. Chairwoman, my cousin's wife just contacted me, saying she was fired. Is this true? That matter, Annie replied, her interest waning as she focused on her computer screen. Indeed, I personally terminated her. The finance department has already begun settling her wages. Lu Tianxiang, hearing Annie and Oppo's indifferent tone, grew anxious. Why, chairwoman? She is my relative. What your relative? Should your kin be allowed to do nothing all day and still hold a supervisory position? If the company were to operate like that, it would descend into chaos. How would the others perceive this? What about those who genuinely contribute to the company's success? Annie reprimanded. But Lu Tianxiang attempted to interject. Yet Annie waved him off impatiently. Director Lu, there's no room for discussion on this matter. If you have no other business, please leave. Faced with Annie's unwavering stance, Lu Tianxiang could only sigh in resignation. He understood that she was targeting the Lu family. Today, it was merely the dismissal of a minor supervisor. Tomorrow, who knew whom it might be? Yet, he felt utterly powerless. His greatest ally lay in a hospital bed, leaving him to watch helplessly as Annie dismantled the influence his father had painstakingly built. As he prepared to leave, Lu Tianxiang cast a glance at Ning, only to find him entirely focused on Annie, not sparing him a single glance. Treated as if he were invisible, a flame of humiliation ignited within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he donned a smile, addressing Ning. Yidong, I apologize for my previous indiscretion in offending your sister-in-law. I truly regret it. He then bowed deeply, turning to depart with an air of sincerity. Upon his departure, Ning felt a sense of foreboding. Once the office door closed again, he found himself alone with Annie. Stealing a glance at her, he was met with her scrutinizing gaze, her exquisitely beautiful eyes evoking an inexplicable chill, as if he were lost in a frigid wilderness. Ah, my dear wife, what lovely weather we are having today. Ning chuckled awkwardly. Wife, Annie echoed, her tone laden with meaning. Is there something missing? Shoot in amp, oppos, T there be a and amp, oppos, little and amp, oppos, prefix before that title? A little? Little wife. No. Ning shook his head frantically. Disbelief etched across his face. Refusing to admit it, are we? Annie and amp, oppos. S gaze sharpened, her slender finger raised to denote a single digit. I will only ask you one question. Who was the sister-in-law that Lu mentioned? Ah! Ning was instantly rendered speechless. He knew quite well it referred to Sue Wire, but was that something he could admit? Lost your voice, have you? Observing his silence and discomfort, Annie pointed towards the door. The exit is that way. You out. Chapter 78. You said you wanted to teach me a lesson. Ning rose from his seat, circumnavigating the desk to approach Annie from behind. He extended his arms, intending to embrace her. However, Annie turned, her alabaster arms pressing against Ning and amp, oppos, chest, urging him, I need to work now. Please leave. It appeared Annie was genuinely angry. Understandably so. How could a magnificent and resplendent chairwoman share her man with another woman? Ning felt a sense of helplessness, lowering his head as he exited the office. Just as he was closing the door, Annie and amp, oppos, voice unexpectedly rang out from within. Owen, bring your Koenigsegg one. One for me to play with the day after tomorrow. Yes, that an amp, oppos, is it? Annie did not look up, her gaze fixed intently on the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her enchanting eyes occasionally sparkled with amusement, as if she were laughing. Or perhaps not. Ning and oppos' gloom dissipated, realizing she was merely being coy. With a playful grin, he elongated his tone. Got it, my enchanting wife. Annie momentarily hesitated, forcibly suppressing the smile that threatened to rise on her lips. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, allowed a cold snort, and returned to her work. Descending the elevator, Ning hummed a tune, cheerfully striding towards the entrance. Lu Tianxiang had been waiting outside for quite some time, hoping to witness Ning and oppos' dejected expression. To his dismay, however, Ning appeared to be in high spirits, humming a song, his steps light and buoyant, as if he might burst into dance at any moment. Lu Tianxiang gaped in astonishment, scrutinizing Ning and amp, oppos' face for signs of pretense. Impossible. How could someone like Annie remain indifferent upon learning that Ning already had a girlfriend? He must be putting on a brave front. Yes, that had to be it. Lost in thought, Ning reached the doorway. As they brushed past each other, Lu Tianxiang shot him a mocking glance and whispered, Ning, you must feel quite reluctant after being dismissed by Annie. Huh? What? You wish to teach me a lesson? Ning and amp, oppos' expression shifted dramatically as he deliberately raised his voice. Lu Tianxiang was taken aback. Had he ever uttered such a statement? Before he could process it, a violent impact struck his abdomen. Lu Tianxiang stumbled back 2 steps, only to be knocked to the ground by Ning and Appo's kick. Ah! He yelped in pain, clutching his stomach. Ning's face darkened as he raised a hand. Slap! Slap! 2 resounding slaps landed on Lu Tianxiang's face. I let you off last time, yet you still wish to teach me a lesson. Are you not being utterly foolish? Lu Tianxiang and Appo's head spun from the blows, his cheeks swelling painfully, the fire of agony drilling deep into his core. The commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Director Lu has been struck. Someone go help him. Are you foolish? The one who hit him is one of our bosses. I and Appo's heard he has a relationship with Annie. Many witnessed him embracing her today. So impressive. What should we do? Just pretend we didn't see anything and carry on as usual. Indeed, I can no longer tolerate the Lu family. Honestly, it feels quite satisfying to see Lu Tianxiang get it. Even the security personnel in the monitoring room, upon realizing the victim was Lu Tianxiang, discreetly turned the cameras away. Lu Tianxiang had assumed that, due to his prestige in the company, someone would certainly come to his aid. Yet, until Ning finally released him. Shaking his somewhat weary hand, no one intervened. In fact, on the first floor of the hall, aside from the 2 of them, there was not a single other soul in sight. Lu Tianxiang, Don and Appo's. Waste your time trying to teach others a lesson. Sometimes, you may end up with a slap in the face, Ning remarked nonchalantly, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands. Indeed, a slap in the face, albeit of a physical nature. He tossed the tissue into the trash, twirling the keyring of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class with his index finger, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Tianxiang before departing. As Ning and Appo's figure gradually faded from view, Lu Tianxiang finally caught his breath. This madman has finally left. A bitter expression crossed Lu Tianxiang and Appo's face. Could it be that Ning was truly his nemesis? Since encountering Ning, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Not only had he failed to become the foremost heir of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, but now even his father's position as general manager was precariously threatened. Moments ago, he had been humiliated in front of everyone. How could he ever hold his head high at Anshin Pharmaceuticals again? Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin entered Annie's office. Chairwoman, here are the documents you requested. Xiao Yin placed a folder on Annie and Appo's desk and proactively poured her a cup of coffee. By the way, Chairwoman, I heard Director Lu was assaulted downstairs. Annie lifted her head, her expression one of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion. Was it Ning? Yes, it seems Director Lu threatened him, intending to teach you a lesson, and Ning retaliated directly. Xiao Yin elucidated. Is Ning all right? Annie inquired urgently. He is fine. However, Director Lu was kicked and slapped several times by him. As long as Ning is unharmed, Annie sighed in relief, nodding in acknowledgement as she opened the folder to review its contents. Observing Annie's reaction, Xiao Yin mused. Indeed, the chairwoman regards Ning differently from other men. Rest in peace, Director Lu. May you find someone who loves you in heaven. Xiao Yin closed the door and leaned against it, silently praying for Lu Tianxiang. Chapter 79. The basic professional ethics of a scoundrel. As for Ning, he was already en route to Su Weier's residence. Today, he was quite distressed after being teased by that enchantress. Ning urgently needed to cool his ardor. As a scoundrel, it is absolutely imperative that the woman he is about to meet does not catch a whiff of another woman's scent on him. This is a fundamental principle of his profession, and Ning certainly understood this. He arrived at a flower shop and purchased a bouquet of roses, identical in fragrance to that of Annie. With these roses as a gift, there was no way Su Weier could harbor any suspicions. There was simply no chance of failure. Ding! The host spent 999 yuan for Su Wei and Appo's, and received a critical hit, a reward of a villa in the Rose Garden of the Magic City. Another villa, and in the Magic City, no less. Not bad at all. Trading a few hundred yuan for a villa in the Magic City feels like an incredible profit. The chosen lucky star, Su Wei and Appo's, was exerting her influence once again. Holding the roses, Ning turned to leave. The flower shop owner gazed at him for quite some time, her admiration unmistakable. This young man was too handsome. Alas, the roses were not meant for her. What a pity. Hey, don't stare. He has already gone. A young boy of about 14 chimed in beside the shopkeeper. Besides, weren't you fond of that artful brother? What? Are you now interested in another handsome lad? You don't speak nonsense. I'm merely appreciating beauty. What do you know, you little brat? Ning, are you back? Upon hearing the door unlock, Su Weier emerged from her small study. As she spoke, she removed her hairpin, having just finished her live stream. Dressed in traditional Hanfu, she had just concluded her broadcast. Ning placed the roses into Su Wei and Oppo's arms, smiling as he asked, "These are for you. Do you like them?" "Thank you. I love them." Su Wei and Oppo's replied, gently peeling back one of the petals to take a delicate sniff. The fragrant aroma enveloped her, bringing her relaxation and a sweet smile to her face. She placed the roses next to some baby and Oppo's breath and continued to admire her reflection in the mirror while removing her hair accessories. A few minutes later, Su Wei and Oppo's took out the last hairpin. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded down like a waterfall, flowing smoothly and naturally. Absolutely stunning. Ning gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his breath becoming slightly hurried. Just as Su Wei and Oppo's was about to remove her Hanfu, Ning stepped forward decisively and grasped her delicate hand. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Don't take it off just yet. Try wearing it for a while longer, shall we?" Su Wei and Oppo's was initially puzzled by Ning and Oppo's intentions. However, upon meeting his fiery gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. This naughty boy, thinking of such things as soon as they arrive home. Yet, she made no protest, merely lowering her head slightly, her gaze fixed on her small feet, her hands clutching the hem of her dress in silence. Seeing her reaction, Ning understood that she had acquiesced. With a joyful exclamation from Su Wei and Oppo's, he swept her up in a princess carry and entered the bedroom, his heel lifting to close the door behind them with a soft click. Moments later, soft, enticing moans echoed from within the room. When the bedroom door finally opened again, over an hour had passed. Su Wei and Oppo's had changed into comfortable home attire, her hair still damp, exuding the fragrance of body wash. However, her gait appeared somewhat unsteady, as if her legs were weary. Arriving in the living room, she collapsed onto the sofa, feeling drained. From the kitchen came Ning's cheerful singing. Upon hearing it, she gritted her teeth in annoyance. She had initially agreed to wear the Hanfu, yet after their time together, that man had barged into the bathroom while she was showering. Now, utterly exhausted, he seemed invigorated and lively as a bull. Having released his pent-up energy, Ning prepared 2 bowls of fragrant tomato and egg noodles and set them on the table. "Xiao Weier, it's time to eat." Su Wei's stomach had long been growling, and upon seeing the 2 steaming bowls of glistening noodles, her appetite stirred. They sat shoulder to shoulder, enjoying their meal heartily. "By the way, Ning, I have something to discuss with you." Su Wei and Oppo's seemed to recall something. Grabbing her phone from the table, she opened a message and showed it to Ning. "The Flying Fish platform has invited me to their headquarters in the Magic City for an event. Do you think I should accept?" Since Su Weier was asking, it was clear that she wished to go. Moreover, it was a favorable opportunity, and Ning was naturally supportive. "Go ahead. You're a prominent host on the platform now. Participating more can only be beneficial." "When is it?" Ning inquired. "The event is scheduled for mid-next month." Ning nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you then. Will it interfere with your work?" Su Weier expressed some concern. "Not at all. You're more important than work." Ning gently stroked Su Wei and Oppo's hair, his eyes filled with affection. "Ning, you're so wonderful," Su Wei and Oppo's said, deeply touched, and planted a sweet kiss on his cheek. That evening, Ning held Su Wei and Oppo's close as they lay in bed, his heart brimming with contentment. Su Weier rested her head on his chest, and they both watched an animated series playing on his phone. Meanwhile, Ning's other hand was not idle. Akin to a diligent climber scaling a peak. Just as their breaths began to deepen, the screen abruptly shifted, and a video call came through. Ning Oppo's spupis constricted. His heart leaping in his chest, for the caller displayed Annie and Appo's avatar prominently on the screen. Chapter 80. Each has its merits. Annie and Appo's sudden advance startled Ning, causing his left hand to tremble slightly. Su Wire let out a soft gasp, withdrawing her grasp and sitting up to cast a disapproving glance at Ning. She was well aware of the reason behind Ning and Appo's sudden agitation. This woman, referred to as a fairy, must be one of Ning and Appo's romantic interests, right? Even the strikingly beautiful Su Wire had to concede that the fairy in the profile picture was indeed extraordinarily lovely, dressed in a vibrant red dress, with flowing wine-red waves cascading down. Her tall and perfectly proportioned figure was nothing short of breathtaking. Her exquisite face was most captivating for its full, supple red lips, which shone like the sun, radiant and soul-stirring. Truly, she was magnificent. Of course, Su Wire possessed comparable beauty, albeit with a distinctly different style. Moreover, she noticed that while Annie had her charms, they paled in comparison to her own. With this significant realization, a smirk crept on Su Wire and Appo's lips, her expression tinged with a bit of pride. Yet, the thought of Ning's other romantic entanglements dampened her spirits. Although Ning had hinted at this from the beginning, confronting the reality of it brought a wave of melancholy. Alas, Ning was not just a rogue. He was a notorious flirt. Are you not going to answer? Su Wire asked, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy, as Ning remained silent. Sensing her vexation, he affectionately ruffled her hair and stepped toward the balcony. Picking up his phone, "Little brother, I bet you didn't and Appo's. Do you expect my call at this hour? Have you been busy?" The video call connected, revealing Annie's enchanting face on the screen. Clad in a thin nightgown with her hair styled in a bun, her skin glistened like a lotus flower emerging from water. She smiled playfully, her tone laced with teasing. The delay in answering the call, coupled with Ning's sleepwear, led Annie to surmise that another beautiful woman must be lying beside him in the bedroom. "Fairy, you are so beautiful," Ning exclaimed sincerely, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. In such a situation, even he found it challenging to maintain composure. Annie, delighted by his compliment, could not help but feel flattered. This, perhaps, was the essence of a woman's desire to please those she admires. Nevertheless, she scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "Umph. Only those with a guilty conscience would evade the question." Ning chuckled awkwardly. "I have no secrets, but it seems you do." He fixed his gaze on the screen, pretending to swallow hard. "Cut it out," Annie retorted, unimpressed. Such tactics might work on a younger girl like Su Wire, but they had no effect on someone as worldly as Annie. "Save those sweet nothings for your little sister. By the way, is she indeed your sister?" Annie pressed on. Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Su Wire was 2 years younger than him, and he shared a 2-year age gap with Annie as well. "Alas, I was here first," Annie lamented dramatically. Ning realized he had misinterpreted her earlier comment about precedence. Regardless, Annie would always be the elder sister. With her eyes sparkling with curiosity, Annie inquired, "What does she look like? Is she as beautiful as I am?" At this question, an alarm rang in Ning's mind. It was a perilous inquiry. He glanced toward the bedroom, only to find a small ear peeking through the gap in the glass door. That little girl was eavesdropping. Clearing his throat, Ning said earnestly, "Both of you are beautiful, each with your unique charms." Annie giggled, nodding in agreement. If she could be compared to Su Wire, then surely the girl was not lacking in beauty. This flirtatious little brother of hers had quite high standards when it came to women. "Hand me the phone. I want to meet your little sister," Annie said with excitement. Ning's expression turned slightly perplexed. "Shouldn't and Appo's Su Wire be viewed as her rival?" Why did Annie seem so eager to hear that Su Wire was beautiful? Wait a moment. Could it be that his fairy had an inclination towards both genders? Ning felt it prudent to exercise caution. Just as he prepared to concoct an excuse for refusal, he heard the sound of the glass door opening. Su Wire approached him, her demeanor somewhat anxious. Gathering her courage, she grasped his hand that rested on the railing and said softly, "Ning, I would like to speak with my sister too, if that's all right." The pleading look in her eyes shattered Ning's defenses in an instant. "All right, here you go." He handed the phone to Su Wire, remaining rooted in place, eager to overhear their conversation. This was not mere curiosity. It was a precautionary measure, should any misunderstandings arise. He would be the one to suffer the consequences. At that moment, Annie said, "Little sister, find a quiet spot for us to discuss matters between women." Sue Wire pondered briefly before smiling and nodding, clutching the phone as she made her way to her usual streaming room. Upon entering, she shut the door and locked it, ensuring no eavesdroppers could intrude. As for her earlier act of spying on Ning, she had long since dismissed it from her mind. Chapter 81. Beneath the pajamas, Sue Wire moved with an effortless grace, leaving Ning in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the empty bedroom. Is this the unspoken understanding between women? After a prolonged moment of solitude, Ning finally heard the sound of Sue Wire opening the door, accompanied by the melodic laughter of the two women. Sue Wei and Oppos entered the room, her face flushed and her hand covering her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. The heavy weight that hung in Ning and Oppos' heart finally lifted. It was evident that the two were enjoying each other and Oppos' company, fostering a delightful rapport. Regardless of how their future encounters might unfold, at least this was a promising beginning. As the hour grew late, Ning playfully remarked, "Sister One and Oppos, to intrude on your lovely evening together any longer." Sue Wei and Oppos, feeling shy, could not withstand Annie and Oppos' teasing. With a bashful smile, she occasionally cast glances at Ning, who lay on the bed. Her sparkling eyes shone like jewels. "By the way, you must answer the question I asked you earlier," Annie continued to hint. Sue Wire's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Ning pondered what peculiar questions Annie might have posed to Sue Wei and Oppos, Annie and Oppos' voice rang out over the phone, "Little brother, I really like this sister. You mustn't bully her." With that, she hung up decisively, leaving Ning curious about the nature of their conversation, especially as he observed Sue Wire's adorable shyness as she curled her toes in embarrassment. "Xiao Wei, what did Annie just say to you?" Ning asked, gently taking her delicate hand. With a slight tug, Sue Wire fell into his embrace. Upon meeting Ning's starry gaze, she seemed to recall something, her bashfulness intensifying. Her heart raced, and with a coy expression, she stuck out her little tongue, teasingly refusing to reveal anything. "Not telling me? I challenge you to keep a secret." Ning smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He deftly pinpointed Sue Wire's most ticklish spot, the small of her back, and began to tickle her mercilessly. "Ha ha ha! Ning, stop. I'm about to cry." Sue Wire squealed, her laughter echoing with desperate pleas. "Will you tell me now?" he pressed. "I won't." Sue Wire pouted defiantly. "Very well, don't blame me then." Ning feigned a look of mock seriousness. "Wait, when did you change into this outfit?" Ning éclatait in surprise. Beneath Sue Wei and Oppos' loose pajamas, she was unexpectedly wearing a JK uniform. Sue Wei did not respond to his bewilderment but turned her face away, her silky hair cascading to reveal her fair neck. The sight was so enchanting that Ning found himself momentarily entranced. His breath hitched as he slowly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Sue Wei and Oppos melted into his embrace, playfully tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing her pure and exquisite profile. Her cherry-like lips appeared irresistibly luscious, drawing Ning deeper into her allure. With a flick of his hand, he extinguished the lights, plunging the room into darkness. A gentle breeze wafted in, causing the sensitive mimosa plant on the balcony to close its leaves in silence. 2 days later, Ning returned to the villa, driving a striking Koenigsegg one towards Anshin Pharmaceuticals. The streets were bustling with traffic, the cacophony of honking horns filling the air. Amidst the many cars, a black supercar stood out conspicuously, its engine roaring and its stunning exterior captivating the attention of countless pedestrians. "That is so handsome. Darling, if you buy me that car, I'll agree to marry you," a flamboyantly dressed woman purred, her voice lingering as she flirted with the slightly overweight man beside her. He followed her gaze, and there it was, a Koenigsegg supercar, the one no less. "Darling, please him," the woman cooed, shaking the man's hand and showering him with affection. The man remained silent, simply reaching into her handbag to retrieve a mirror, which he handed to her. Look at yourself, and then look at me. Don and Amp, Oppos, to even think about the Koenigsegg one. Do you really believe you're worthy of it? Or that I could afford it? He concluded sharply, disregarding her shocked expression as he shrugged off her hand and walked away towards the bus stop. Ning was well aware that driving such a car would attract a multitude of gazes. Even upon arriving at the Anshin Pharmaceuticals parking lot, many drivers yielded to him, wary of a potential collision. Director Xiao, what a coincidence. We meet again, and in the same spot. Ning stepped out of the car, smiling at Xiao Tong, who had just parked her vehicle. Ning. Oh no, Director Yi, Xiao Tong gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this your car? Yes. It's quite nice, I sent it. Ning replied, patting the car and Amp. Oppo's S roof with a grin. Xiao Tong pouted, nice? That's an understatement. It's absolutely out of this world. Even without extensive automotive knowledge, she recognized that this was not a vehicle she could compare to her modest Mini. In fact, she sensed that Ning's car was far more expensive than the chairman's Ferrari. Otherwise, why would the employees searching for parking spots refrain from parking near him when there were clearly available spaces? Only she, in her naivety, had parked beside him. Chapter 82. I don an Amp. Oppos. Do you want to go anywhere right now? Good morning, Mr. Yi. Upon arriving at the lower level of Annie and Amp, Oppos' office, many employees of Anshin Pharmaceutical approached to greet him. Particularly, several young women in their 20s were notably enthusiastic, eagerly rushing to offer their salutations. Ning smiled as he acknowledged each one, inciting jealousy among numerous single men. However, considering Ning and Amp, Oppos' status, they could only retreat to corners, brimming with frustration but unable to express it. What could they do? Ning was not only strikingly handsome, but also extraordinarily wealthy. Rumors suggested that he was the heir cultivated by a prominent family in either the magical city or the imperial capital. He had come to Jiangsheng, partly for Annie and partly to prepare for a powerful return to his family 3 years later to seize control. Such an elite scion was not someone to be trifled with. Eventually arriving at Annie's office door, Ning tentatively knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Annie's voice called out. Ning pushed the door open to find Annie, clad in a red dress, furrowing her brows as she contemplated the computer screen. Only upon his approach did she lift her gaze. Upon recognizing Ning, her tightly knit brows relaxed, and her stern demeanor transformed into a warm smile. Please have a seat. I and Amp, Oppos, am a bit busy at the moment, she said. Ning nodded, but did not immediately head for the sofa. Instead, he picked up the coffee pot brimming with freshly brewed coffee from the table and poured a steaming cup for Annie. Thank you, she replied, her smile brightening as she took a small sip. For the next 2 hours, Annie exemplified what it meant to be a true workaholic. People flowed in and out of the office, at least 10 individuals, each a key figure in various departments of the company. They greeted Ning on the sofa before engaging Annie in discussions about work. This scene made Ning feel somewhat embarrassed. He himself managed vast assets, including the Feiyu platform and Shanghai Airlines, yet he had scarcely overseen the local Jiangnan commercial street in Jiangqing. Am I being a bit too idle? He pondered. Annie's diligence represented the typical working state of a company president, unlike Ning, who seemed to alternate between periods of productivity and idleness. He had no secretary to delegate tasks to, and perhaps he didn't even require one, as he hardly accomplished anything of significance. Observing the industrious employees contrasted starkly with his own daily frivolities. Suddenly, Ning felt a tickling sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found Annie and Oppos' breathtakingly beautiful face merely 10 centimeters away from his own. She leaned slightly forward, her delicate fingers toying with a small strand of her hair, brushing it against Ning's cheek. Once she noticed he had awakened, she ceased her actions. Just as Ning anticipated that Annie would sit beside him, she instead placed her hands on his sturdy shoulders, knelt on the sofa, and perched herself on his lap. Ning instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her gently into his embrace. When did I fall asleep? Ning asked with a chuckle. Annie pouted her lips, a playful smile dancing on her face as she shook her head. By the time I finished my tasks, you were already sound asleep. Is there any work left? None at all. This afternoon, we shall go racing together. At the mention of racing, Annie and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Ning held little interest in the activity, he was determined to accompany her, as her joy was paramount. All right, where shall we go now? Ning agreed with a nod. Annie and Oppo's face lit up with a flirtatious glimmer as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Little brother, right now I don and Oppo's. Do you want to go anywhere? I just want to be with you." Her tone was alluring, igniting a fiery passion within Ning and Oppo's heart. This truly was an enchanting spirit, possessing an unparalleled charm that even Ning, who had traversed many encounters, found difficult to withstand. Ning cupped Annie's exquisite face in his hands, capturing her full, crimson lips in a kiss. As golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, Annie and Oppo's complexions seemed to blossom even more vividly than before. Unlike Su Wire and Mo Ching, who might shy away in embarrassment, Annie felt a touch of bashfulness as they kissed passionately in the office, particularly given her body and Oppo's subtle, undulating responses that betrayed her inner turmoil. "Little brother, you are quite skilled," Annie remarked playfully as she regained her composure, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Ning recognized that Annie was alluding to his connections with other women, yet he could only shake his head, refraining from rebuttal. Whether it was Annie before him, Su Wire, or Mo Ching and Yongcheng, they were all individuals he could never abandon. Not to mention by Ilaw, who seldom smiled, yet sketched a portrait of him during his slumber. "When Oppo's this? You hold me close, yet still think of other women?" Noticing Ning and Oppo's gaze wandering, as if lost in thought, Annie couldn't and Oppo's help but tease. Sister Wire was right. You truly are a complete playboy. Chapter 83. Dongshan Racing Circuit. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Annie briefly relayed her work instructions to her secretary, Xiaoyan, before departing the company alongside Ning, their shoulders brushing against one another. Unlike their arrival, the atmosphere was markedly different this time. Although numerous individuals approached to greet them, their tones were imbued with a solemnity that was hard to ignore. The younger girls, in particular, dared not approach, merely gazing longingly at the pair's retreating figures, their expressions tinged with melancholy and disappointment. Ning and Annie were an impeccable match. Together, they embodied the quintessential couple, a perfect blend of talent and beauty. The mere thought of competing with Annie was daunting for these girls, who lacked the courage even to face her. As they entered the sparsely populated parking lot, Annie took the initiative to loop her arm through Ning's. Their closeness stirred something deep within Ning, evoking a ripple of emotions across the tranquil surface of his heart. Though not as grand as Xiaowei's, it was sufficiently profound. And as for Mo Ching, well, her petite stature was undeniably charming. Upon reaching Ning and Oppo's vehicle, he willingly relinquished the driver and Oppo's seat to Annie. With a playful pout of her alluring red lips, she smiled brightly. "You and Amp, Oppo's, re such a good boy, moi," she said, planting a delicate kiss on the corner of Ning and Amp, Oppo's mouth, leaving behind a faint crimson mark. Settling into the driver's seat, Annie caressed the steering wheel, her enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze ahead. The engine roared to life, reminiscent of a wild beast from the forest, its growl echoing through the quiet parking lot. "Hold on tight," Annie exclaimed, pressing the accelerator as they sped away. The Koenigsegg 1 became the most eye-catching vehicle on the road, especially with a stunning young woman behind the wheel, prompting many men to exclaim, "Rich lady, please sponsor me. I no longer wish to strive." Ning found himself the object of envy, his handsome features and position in the passenger seat portraying him as a mere trophy boyfriend. This marked Ning and Amp, Oppo's inaugural visit to the Dongshan Racing Circuit, a locale renowned for its breathtaking scenery and picturesque views. The parking lot was already adorned with an array of supercars, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Porsches, and more, all boasting price tags hovering around 6 million, with few exceeding 10 million. None could rival Ning's Koenigsegg 1, a vehicle unattainable merely by wealth. The affluent scions of Jiangsheng were still far from affording such a luxury. "Hey, old Han, look, a Koenigsegg," Liao Xian exclaimed, patting Han Yu on the shoulder as he pointed ahead. "Oh, please, can it possibly compare to Yi Gu S1? Han Yu replied nonchalantly. Yet he couldn't resist glancing in the direction Liao Xian indicated. As he discerned the sleek black silhouette, his pupils dilated in surprise. "Wow, it really is Yi Gu's car." His loud voice drew the attention of Zhou Chun and Ai Yang, who widened their eyes in astonishment. "Why is Ning here? Doesn't he dislike racing? Surely his sweet moments with his sister-in-law take precedence over this," they mused. However, they were well aware that no one else in Jiangsheng could afford such a vehicle other than Ning. As the Koenigsegg one approached, it parked not far from Han Yu and his friends. Moments later, they spotted Yi Ning's suave figure striding toward the other side of the car, opening the driver's door and extending his hand. Confusion clouded Han Yu and his companions' minds. Why was Yi Ning emerging from the passenger side? As they pondered this, they moved closer to Yi Ning. Just then, a delicate, fair hand emerged from the driver's seat, which Yi Ning grasped willingly. The sight left them utterly speechless. The woman standing beside Yi Ning was none other than the formidable Annie. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were hallucinating. Yet, upon refocusing on Yi Ning and Annie, the reality dawned on them. They were not mistaken. Indeed, Annie, adorned in a stunning red dress with her striking red hair, was breathtakingly tall and beautiful. But the fact that they were holding hands, how could that possibly be? "Yiga Dajia, what is going on?" Han Yu inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. The others shared his bewilderment, seeking answers from Yi Ning. Just as Yi Ning found the title Dajia amusing, Annie lifted their joined hands. Smiling as she announced, "Is it not obvious? We are together now." As she gently brushed back her wind-tousled red locks, the air was thick with astonishment. Though they had speculated, Annie's candid acknowledgement left them momentarily stunned. Particularly striking was the joy radiating from Annie as she proclaimed their relationship, devoid of any pretense. Others in attendance, who recognized Annie, were equally taken aback. To them, Annie had always epitomized aloofness, while her beauty was undeniably flawless. Suitors were few and far between, not for lack of desire, but for sheer intimidation. Annie's family lineage placed her at the pinnacle of the Jiangsheng elite, and her master's degree in finance from the prestigious Imperial Capital University easily eclipsed the credentials of all the young men present. Chapter 84. The enigma within the melody, particularly after Annie took the helm at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she transformed into an icy yet captivating chairwoman. With such a prestigious aura surrounding her, the notion of courting her seemed utterly audacious. Even casual conversations left others feeling somewhat intimidated. They had silently elevated Annie to a status akin to that of their forebears. Yet, this formidable figure astonishingly announced her romantic involvement in front of everyone today. Such a revelation was truly unexpected. Many cast sympathetic glances toward Yi Ning, for they doubted he could truly keep up with Annie. Even Han Yu and others speculated whether their friend Yi was being overly bold. Could he truly thrive alongside such a dominant personality? Moreover, Yi Ning had a stunningly beautiful live-streaming host hidden away in his own abode. This thought only intensified their concern for Yi Ning. "Are you really this audacious?" they mused. "Do you not fear capsizing your ship?" Yi Ning felt bewildered by their gazes, but paid them little mind. After exchanging pleasantries with Han Yu and the others, he was led by Annie to a nearby apartment. The building, predominantly white and modest in height with only a dozen stories, boasted a spacious footprint. As they entered, a slender, middle-aged man clad in a suit approached them briskly. "Xiao, everything you requested has been prepared," he said with an air of ease. Annie smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you, Uncle Chu." The man smiled back, shaking his head. "Not a bother at all. We are, after all, your employees. Just let us know what you need." His gaze swept over the intertwined hands of Annie and Yi Ning before resting on Yi Ning himself, a look of approval gracing his features. "So, you must be Yi Ning. Indeed a fine young man," he remarked. "You flatter me." "Uncle Chu," Yi Ning replied with a smile. Despite not knowing the man before him, he felt reassured by following Annie's lead. "Ah, yes, Uncle Chu continued, reminiscing, if your father were here, he would undoubtedly bless you. Uncle Chu had been Annie's father's driver since before she was born, and he had been the one to escort her to and from school during her childhood. He had watched her blossom from an infant to the formidable chairwoman she was today. Regrettably, over the years, he had never witnessed Annie harbor affections for anyone, a fact that had weighed heavily on him as he regarded her as a daughter. Now, however, he could see that Annie had found a boyfriend, and it was evident to him how much she cherished Ning. Upon hearing Uncle Chu and Amp Oppo's words, Annie inhaled deeply and quietly affirmed, yes, he certainly would. Her tone was tinged with melancholy, and Ning understood she was missing her father. He tightened his grip on her hand, conveying warmth through their connection. Annie noticed and smiled gently at Ning and Amp Oppo's earnest expression. In that moment, she was no longer the frosty chairwoman nor the enchanting siren, but simply a vulnerable girl yearning for her father's presence. Go change your clothes. The race begins in half an hour, Uncle Chu urged, glancing at his watch. All right, Uncle Chu. See you shortly. Annie waved as she responded. Ning nodded in agreement. Uncle Chu, we'll head up now. Hand in hand, they entered the elevator, where Annie began to share stories about herself. It turned out that the vast Dongshan racing circuit was a birthday gift from Annie and Oppo's father for her 25th birthday. Tragically, just a year later, her father passed away in a car accident. Annie, who enjoyed driving herself, felt no need for a chauffeur. Uncle Chu had volunteered to assist in managing the racing circuit, which clarified why, in the serious environment of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, Annie displayed no semblance of superiority before Uncle Chu and treated him with utmost respect. As the owner of the Dongshan racing circuit, Annie had her own designated office. Upon entering, the room was spacious and bright, particularly enhanced by the row of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the distant mountains, including a prominent tower on the opposite hillside. The scenery here is truly splendid, Ning exclaimed with genuine admiration. Do you like it? Should I have Uncle Chu reserve a room for you? Annie asked playfully. Ning shook his head, smiling at her exquisite features. No need, we can share a room. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer. Little brother, we're here to race. Don't you think you're wasting time with such antics? Annie laughed, her arms encircling his neck. Ning flashed a charming gooding. But I am preparing to drive. Am I not? Oh, so you believe your driving skills to be exceptional? Annie teased, her tongue playfully licking her lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ning winked at her. You should already know how skilled I am behind the wheel. With that, they leaned in, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. Moments later, Annie emerged from the bedroom clad in athletic wear, her red hair tied back, exuding an aura of spirited vigor. Even though the outfit concealed her flawless figure, it remained breathtaking. Truly, she was enchanting. She looked stunning in anything. Chapter 85. The old Taoist is about to succumb. The Dongshan racing circuit is divided into professional and non-professional tracks. Both tracks require reservations and queues. As the owner, Annie, naturally does not have to wait in line. The professional track is already in use by seasoned racers, who frequently travel across the country for competitions. Although Annie possesses commendable driving skills, there remains a significant gap when compared to professional drivers. It is hardly surprising, as they train daily, far surpassing any amateur. When it comes to talent, it is expected that anyone who can compete has some innate ability. Nonetheless, it is impressive for a female driver to achieve such proficiency. At least Ning can attest to this. Annie and Amp Oppo's driving skills are truly exceptional. As the two arrived at the parking lot, an announcement echoed, signaling the opening of the racing track. Brother Yi, are you heading onto the track? Han Yu inquired, noticing that Ning had also changed into sports attire. The resounding roar of engines from the professional track reached their ears. Ning shrank his neck and shook his head, replying, No, I'll just cheer for you all. Han Yu, looking disappointed, asked, Then why did you change your clothes? After a moment and Amp Oppo's contemplation, Ning replied earnestly, I fear I might soil my suit worth hundreds of thousands. All right, Han Yu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Following this, he and the others walked towards their respective cars. Are you really not coming with me? Annie asked as she approached the Koenigsegg one. One. I and Oppos. Am not going, Yi Ning replied firmly. If you accompany me for a few laps, I will take you home tonight. Annie whispered enticingly in Yi Ning and Oppos' ear, her charm palpable. This left Yi Ning momentarily stunned. Since their reunion, this enchantress had been incessantly luring him. But each time, it was merely a taste without the full experience. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of sympathy for Su Wei and Oppos. Now, with such an offer, it was indeed a test to the old Taoist and Oppos' resolve. As a seasoned wanderer of the world, vanquishing demons was part of his duty. Yi Ning nodded gravely, saying, I want and Oppos to go. Who will? The enchantress teased, come. Join me on the bed. In the car? Amused by Yi Ning and Oppos' unwavering gaze, Annie shook her head and climbed into the car. The engines roared loudly in the parking lot, a symphony of power as over 10 supercars simultaneously appeared at the starting line. Among them, Yi Ning and Oppos' Koenigsegg one drew the most attention. Many spectators whipped out their phones, eager to capture the moment and flaunt it to friends. It was indeed a top-tier vehicle. Even just to lay eyes upon it was a privilege. With a beat from the announcement system, the array of supercars surged forward like wild stallions. Yi Ning gripped his seatbelt tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. As Annie accelerated, he felt as though he might take flight. Don and Oppos. Panic, we are still far from done. Annie reassured, her confidence evident. Her fingers danced over the steering wheel as if gliding across water, effortlessly maneuvering through the track. Stealing a glance at the dashboard, Yi Ning noted the speed had reached around 220. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Yet Annie was not content, continuing to accelerate and overtaking the cars in front of them. It was clear her skills surpassed many amateur enthusiasts. She truly was the owner of the Dongshan racing circuit. Finally completing the last lap, Annie's Koenigsegg one crossed the finish line first. Upon exiting the car, Yi Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Are you all right? Annie asked, noticing him massaging his temples. Her eyes held worry, tinged with a hint of guilt. I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest, Yi Ning replied, shaking his head. After sipping a couple of gulps of mineral water, he felt considerably better. Despite feeling slightly woozy, the thrilling blur of scenery racing by was exhilarating. After resting for over 20 minutes, Yi Ning and Oppos' condition improved. Remembering Annie and Oppos' earlier proposition, he felt a stir of anticipation. Clearing his throat, he deliberately coughed a couple of times. Enchantress shooting into Oppos' we head back? Meeting Yi Ning and Oppos' eager gaze, Annie understood his thoughts. What? Are you so eager, little brother? She teased with a playful smile. Yi Ning nodded earnestly, confirming his impatience. This left Annie momentarily speechless. Was that truly her intention? Rolling her eyes at Yi Ning, her beautiful eyes sparkled with charm. Then why are you hesitating? Hurry along, Don and Oppos. Do you want to return sooner? The two made their way to Annie's room, where they bathed and changed. After her shower, Annie emerged in a dress, finding Yi Ning standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, drinking from a bottle of water. The light illuminated him, his Adam and Oppos' apple moving distinctly with each swallow. For a moment, Annie was mesmerized. Her man was undeniably handsome. She slowly approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her face against his back. All done. Yi Ning inwaited. Annie replied. Then shall we go? She added, still not releasing her hold. No, let me hold you a little longer, she insisted. Yi Ning gently caressed her smooth, fair arms, replying softly, can't we save this for later when we get home? At that moment, Annie whispered in his ear, when we get home. It should be you embracing me from behind. Yi Ning's hands suddenly trembled. The old Taoist was on the brink of surrender. Chapter 86, Mi Rong. The critical reward at the financial building. Yi Ning and Annie arrived at the apartment lobby, where they encountered Chu Zhongji, the manager of Dongshan Racing Track. Uncle Chu. Both Annie and Yi Ning greeted in unison. Ah, Xiao and Yi Ning, are you leaving? Que Zhongzi smilait de Wahmdi. Ever since he learned about Annie's romantic involvement through their phone conversation yesterday, he had been in high spirits, especially after seeing Ning, which caused a constant smile to grace his face. Even the employees at Dongshan were privately discussing how cheerful manager Chu seemed today. "Yes, I want to introduce Ning to my stepmother," Annie replied. Chu Zhongji nodded, realizing the significance of this moment, and sighed heavily. Xiao Rong and Amp. Oppo's his life. Well, let an Amp. Oppo's. Let's not dwell on that. His gaze shifted back to Ning. You must treat Xiaoan well. Regardless of the outcome in the future, do not hurt her. Chu Zhongji and Amp. Amp. Oppo's. S words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. He understood that for the younger generation, relationships often came with their share of breakups. If Ning and Annie ultimately found themselves incompatible, it would be unavoidable, but he wished for Annie to remain unscathed and at least not perpetually unhappy. Ning nodded earnestly. Uncle Chu, rest assured, I will cherish her. Since meeting Annie, I have discovered the world is indeed a beautiful place. This statement was not without merit. Had he not bound himself to the system that day, his current life would not exist, nor would he have encountered Mo Qingqing, Su Wire, or Bai Iluo again. The chance to meet the enchanting fairy would have been lost as well. Annie stood nearby, her lips curving into a smile upon hearing Ning and Amp, Oppo's, S words. Her captivating eyes sparkled like blooming peach blossoms, enchanting all who beheld them. Good. With that assurance, I am at ease. Chu Zhongji and Amp, Oppo's, S deep voice resonated as he patted Ning and Amp, Oppo's, S shoulder. It's getting late. You should head back. Chu Zhongji glanced at his watch and smiled. Xiaoan, please send my regards to Xiaorong. Understood, Uncle. Goodbye. After parting from Chu Zhongji, they found many others queuing in the parking lot. However, Han Yu and his companions had likely left to enjoy themselves elsewhere. Annie handed the car keys to Ning, signaling for him to drive. Following her directions, Ning discovered that her home was in the same district as his villa in Yunshang Longjing, a relatively short distance apart. It made sense, considering this was a high-end residential area developed by numerous real estate companies, a gathering spot for affluent merchants in Jiangxing. Annie's family background was illustrious, so it was entirely reasonable for them to own property in this vicinity. Unlike the Yunshang Longjing villas, Annie's house resembled a traditional Chinese courtyard. Though not towering, it occupied a vast area, particularly with its charming bridges and flowing waters that delighted Ning. It would not be a bad idea to purchase a residence here. Nia, you've returned today. A graceful woman, dressed modestly with her hair elegantly pinned up, emerged from the main hall, appearing around 37 or 38. Upon seeing Annie, Mi Rong beamed with joy. Since Annie had taken over her father and Oppo's position, she had been exceedingly busy, rarely returning home except on holidays, usually residing in the employee dormitory of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. As Mi Rong approached, she noticed a handsome young man standing beside Annie. Just as confusion washed over her, Annie spoke first. Mom, this is Ning, my boyfriend. Annie took Ning and Oppo's arm and playfully poked him in the side. Understanding her cue, Ning presented the gift he had bought on the way. Hello, Aunt Mi, I am Ning, Annie and Oppo's boyfriend. You can call me Xiaoning. Truthfully, under normal circumstances, Ning would never refer to Mi Rong as aunt, as she was only a few years older than him and should logically be addressed as sister. However, given her status as Annie and Amp, Oppo's stepmother, he had to show respect. Mi Rong stood frozen for a moment, and only after Ning presented the gift did she snap back to reality. Nier, you actually found a boyfriend? Her astonishment left Ning perplexed. Even though Annie was the formidable chairwoman of a company and not the most approachable person, her sudden choice in a boyfriend shouldn't elicit such a reaction, especially since he was undeniably handsome. It was only natural for Annie to develop feelings for him, right? Perhaps realizing her reaction was somewhat excessive, Mi Rong gathered herself and smiled sheepishly. Accepting the paper bag from Ning, she tidied her hair slightly. I'm sorry, Xiaoning. I must have startled you just now. No, Aunt. Annie's presence is quite commanding. It's indeed challenging for other men to approach her, Ning replied, shaking his head with a smile. Mi Rong regarded Yi Ning with a somewhat curious expression before lowering her gaze to the silk scarf drawn from the bag. Her face lit up with pleasure as she expressed her gratitude. Xiao Ning, thank you. I truly love this gift. Ding. The host spent 26,000 yuan for Mi Rong, triggering a critical reward. The financial building in Magic City. The financial building in Magic City. Although Yi Ning was unaware of the specific location of the Rhine Financial Building, the name alone implied it was of considerable significance. Ultimately, he would accompany Su Wire to Magic City for a Flying Fish live streaming event and could take the opportunity to explore his own investments there. After all, he owned a villa in that very city. Chapter 87. The gentle breeze in the evening. Chef Mi Rong, along with Annie and Yi Ning, busied themselves in the kitchen. Yi Ning was astonished to discover that Annie, the chairperson, was remarkably adept at chopping vegetables and cooking, indicating that she frequently prepared meals at home. The phrase beauty and wisdom aptly describes such a fairy. Yi Ning wore a grin, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. When Mi Rong began to stir-fry, she shooed Yi Ning and Annie out of the kitchen. The two nestled together on the sofa, watching television. Yi Ning felt a gentle weight on his shoulder as Annie rested her palms upon him, exhaling softly in a manner that seemed to invite praise. Hee, little brother, did you expect that I could cook too? Yi Ning nodded with a smile, wrapping his arm around Annie's slender waist, genuinely surprised. Hee, this is just a pleasant surprise. What shall we do if an even greater surprise awaits? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. Raw rice turned into cooked rice. Annie's voice was soft, yet it struck Yi Ning's heart like a sharp arrow. After speaking, her luscious lips brushed lightly against his cheek. With a playful giggle, she rose from his embrace and returned to the kitchen. It took Yi Ning a few deep breaths to calm his restless heart. This fairy possessed an overwhelming charm. If not for Mi Rong and Amp, Oppos, as presence in the house, he would have already swept Annie off her feet. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring 6 dishes and a soup, yet the three could not finish it all. After the meal, at Mi Rong's suggestion, Annie took Yi Ning for a stroll nearby. As they walked by the artificial lake, Annie recounted her past with Mi Rong. It turned out that Annie and Oppos' biological mother had passed away from illness when Annie was just 4 years old. Her father raised her alone. As the family business grew, her father became increasingly busy, often squeezing out time to spend with his daughter. When Annie turned 10, the 20-something Mi Rong came to their home as her nanny and gradually developed feelings for Annie and Oppos' father. However, after Mi Rong and Oppos' status changed, Annie harbored feelings of dislike and even intense aversion towards her. Nevertheless, Mi Rong never complained and instead cared for Annie with even greater devotion. Eventually, Annie suggested her father have a child with Mi Rong, but Mi Rong declined, stating that having Annie as a daughter was enough. Therefore, although Mi Rong was not related by blood, her standing in Annie and Oppos' heart was no less than that of her biological mother. Despite Mi Rong and Oppos' limited education, Annie and Amp, Oppos' affection for her was heartfelt. As Annie spoke, her voice grew softer until it faded away. The moonlight was bright, and the last gentle breeze of late spring caressed the lake surface. The brilliant reflection shimmered, creating rippling waves. Annie gazed intently at the lake, her eyes, as soft as the water, glistening with a hint of red. She was thinking of her father. Yi Ning gently wrapped his arms around Annie from behind, his strong embrace encircling her delicate waist. Resting his head on her smooth shoulder, he closed his eyes and whispered, "Fairy, I will take good care of you in place of your uncle." Yi Ning's voice was soft, yet it weighed heavily on Annie's ears, resonating like a mighty hammer striking her heart. Annie discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her slender pinky, her beautiful eyes fluttering closed as she leaned slightly back against Yi Ning. The breeze flowed gently, and the waters remained still. Yi Ning, tonight and Amp, Oppos' breeze is truly gentle. The cool wind lifted a strand of her red hair, carrying a faint scent of roses into the distance. Yi Ning responded softly. Yi Ning, kiss me. In the secluded tranquility by the lake, a couple shared a passionate kiss, their lips meeting tenderly. They closed their eyes, savoring the soft breaths exchanged between them. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman snuggled closely together, painting a stunning picture beneath the endless moonlight. After a quarter of an hour, they held hands as they made their way home. After exchanging greetings, Mi Rong observed with surprise as Annie led Yi Ning into her bedroom, a glint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. She quickly smiled, nodded, and left the living room. Inside Annie's room, Yi Ning could no longer contain his curiosity. "Fairy, why do I feel like Annie and Amp? Appo's gaze towards me is peculiar." He recalled Mi Rong and Appo's strange expression upon their first meeting today. Initially, he thought he had misread her, but witnessing her astonished look again confirmed his suspicions. For some reason, he felt a twinge of unease. "Is it?" Annie asked, attempting to suppress a laugh while feigning interest. "It is." Yi Ning nodded emphatically, his expression resolute. Noticing Annie's lips twitching between smiles and restraint, he realized she must be aware of the reason behind Mi Rong's gaze. With a grin, he playfully advanced towards Annie. "Spill it. Otherwise, you won't have a good time tonight." Yet, instead of being intimidated by Yi Ning's fierce demeanor, Annie playfully wrapped her arms around his neck. "Little brother, I want to see how you plan to make my night difficult." Yi Ning took the opportunity to place his hands on Annie and Appo's delicate waist, teasing her sides in a manner reminiscent of how he had with Su Wei and Appo's. Annie was somewhat ticklish, though her reactions were noticeably less intense than Su Wei and Appo's. She merely closed her eyes, biting her lip, her fair face slightly twitching. After several seconds, Annie finally conceded. "Little brother, stop tickling me, and I and Appo's, I'll tell you." As Yi Ning ceased his playful assault, Annie and Appo's voice resonated in his ears. "Actually, I once had a romantic relationship." Chapter 88. Annie and Appo's secret. Yi Ning nodded. Annie was 2 years older than him. It was quite normal for her to have had a romantic relationship. "It and Appo's nothing," he said nonchalantly. "On the day we met, I had just ended a relationship myself." Annie hesitated to meet Yi Ning's gaze, stammering, "I had a boyfriend. What about your ex-boyfriend?" Not comprehending her implication, Yi Ning inquired. Taking a deep breath, Annie clarified, I had a girlfriend." "You? Huh?" The stark contrast momentarily left Yi Ning speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide as he stared at Annie. She lowered her head slightly, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, concealing her flushed face. After a while, Yi Ning finally asked, "So you and Appo's, saying your ex was a girl?" "Yes." Annie and Appo's voice was barely audible, her head nodding slightly, though it was uncertain. Fortunately, they were close enough that otherwise, Yi Ning would not have caught her response. With confirmation, Yi Ning exhaled heavily, finally understanding why Mi Rong had been looking at him with that peculiar expression. She knew Annie had previously been attracted to women. Thus, when Annie introduced Yi Ning, Mi Rong, and Appo's remark of "you actually found a boyfriend" was not focused on the relationship itself, but rather on the gender aspect. "Family, who understands? My girlfriend used to be a little flower, and she was the one pursuing. What about your ex-girlfriend?" Yi Ning felt this question sounded rather odd. "You needn't and Appo's worry. She is already married," Annie replied softly. Yi Ning retorted, "Did I say I was worried?" Suddenly, he felt a sense of alertness. Could this enchanting being truly be attracted to both genders? What if his Xiao Wei, his Qing Qing, or even his Bai Luo were to be swept away by this enchantress? The thought genuinely stirred a hint of concern within him. "Are you scared?" Noticing Yi Ning and Appo's wary expression, Annie pondered briefly before comprehending his thoughts. "Cough, no." Yi Ning shook his head, feigning calm. Annie and Appo's pupils shimmered as she rose on her toes, gently pressing her lips against his, only to retreat immediately. Wrapping her delicate arms around his waist, she leaned her ear against his solid chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, explaining, "You really need an Appo's worry. First, my ex was my close friend, and she is now married. We Haven and Appo's been in touch for a long time. Secondly, as I mentioned this morning, I only wish to be with you now." Yi Ning was enlightened. It appeared that Annie and Appo's S words carried that deeper meaning. Indeed, if she were not genuinely inclined to be with him, she would not have brought him home to meet me Rome. Reflecting on this, Ning lifted his hand to caress Annie and Appo's delicate face, his fingers gently tracing the soft nape of her neck, capturing her fiery, sweet lips once more. Annie felt a thrill of joy. Her hands rose slowly, instinctively embracing his neck in response. Their breaths grew heavier. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap echoed from the door. They both halted, instinctively opening their eyes and straining to listen. Xiao Ning, and I fear you young ones may not comprehend. If you purchase something, remember to retrieve it from the doorknob. Me Rong and Amp. Appo's voice faded as her footsteps retreated. Ning touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. In truth, Me Rong Ning and Amp, Appo's, have worried, as they had already stopped by a small store while out buying a gift for her. What to do? What can be done? Annie rolled her eyes at Ning. Since my mom has already bought it, let's just bring it in. Though Mi Rong had entered her bedroom, she kept a narrow crack in the door, ever attentive to the sounds outside. Upon hearing the door to Annie and Appo's room open, accompanied by the rustling of plastic bags, she revealed a satisfied smile and quietly closed her door. On Annie and Appo's end, Ning embraced her once more, but she pushed him away with a hand. You should hurry and shower. Do you not wish to sleep? Annie laughed. Fine, let an Appo's wash together. With that, Ning gently guided Annie towards the bathroom by her slim shoulders. No. Annie shook her head firmly. You go to the other bathroom. ISN and Amp, Appo's, it all the same? Are you going or not? Annie glared at him with her beautiful eyes. All right, fine, Ning relented. As he left, Annie stealthily approached the door, pressing her ear against it for a long time before mysteriously retrieving a red sailor outfit, a pair of cat ear headbands, and a cat tail toy from her bag. When Ning returned to the room, towel in hand, drying his hair, he was suddenly met with the sight of Annie clad in the sailor outfit, adorned with cat ears, and a tail trailing behind her as she emerged from the bathroom. Her steps were light, and every movement exuded allure reminiscent of a crimson rose. Breathtakingly beautiful. Gulp. Ning's gaze became dazed, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. Sensing his captivated reaction, Annie's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling. Little brother, do I look good? Enchantress, you are simply exquisite. Then what are you waiting for? Annie opened her arms wide. Ning stepped forward, crouching slightly to lift her into his embrace. In the late spring, the tranquil night was pierced by the first cicada's call, heralding the arrival of summer. Chapter 89. Returning home in early June, with Ning and Appo's assistants, Yi Xiao and several of her close friends successfully commenced their internships at Jiangxing Conda Hospital. Moreover, Ning treated the young ladies to a lavish feast at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Initially, Yi Xiao and her companions were somewhat reserved, but as they grew more comfortable, they eagerly bombarded Ning with questions, particularly inquiring whether he was in a romantic relationship with Bai Yiluo, the belle of Jiangxing University. Ning could only clarify that their relationship had not yet reached that level. Speaking of Bai Yiluo, it had been many days since he last saw her. Although they frequently communicated via phone, Ning found himself yearning for the enchanting figure clad in a white dress. It was amusing to recall that the seemingly expressionless beauty had once mentioned she would allow him a kiss upon their next meeting. As these thoughts lingered, his longing intensified. Alas, was this truly yearning? It felt more like a craving for her physical presence. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he reminded himself that he needed to return to his hometown in Yanqing. With the college entrance examination approaching for Yi Xiaohua, his return was a necessity. Although Ima had advised him to bring Su Wei and Appo's, on his next visit, Ning contemplated the presence of Mo Qingqing in Yanqing and decided against it. Even though both women were aware of his multiple relationships, he could only imagine the potential awkwardness if they were to meet. Driving across provinces was exhausting. So this time Ning had decisively arranged for a flight with Shenhao Airlines to Jincheng in Sichuan province. Ning and Appo's striking appearance was remarkable, and his attire, composed entirely of high-end brands, easily amounted to several 100,000. Naturally, A young man of such wealth and beauty in first class attracted the attention of numerous attractive flight attendants, particularly those who were single and seeking a lucrative match. Their gazes upon Ning resembled that of wolves spotting their prey, glimmering with desire. Had he not adopted an aloof demeanor, it was likely that one of the more audacious attendants would have approached him for contact information. Nevertheless, upon disembarking the plane, Ning still received a note from a young lady. With a playful raise of her eyebrows and a flirtatious tone, wished him a pleasant journey. However, Ning remained unmoved, quietly discarding the note in a trash bin as he exited the airport, lacking even the inclination to glance at it. It was not that the flight attendant was unattractive. In fact, she could easily score an 7 out of 10. Yet, when compared to the likes of Su Weier, she paled in comparison. Had this been the old Ning, he might have entertained the idea of exchanging contact information, but his standards had since been refined, leaving him uninterested in anyone who did not match Su Weier's caliber. Upon landing in Jinshan, Ning spent nearly 800,000 on a silver BMW X5, a gift for his father. Given that Yima did not possess a driver and Oppo's license, she would not be able to drive the vehicle regardless. Although Ning had previously mentioned his intention to purchase a car, his father had adamantly opposed the idea. Yet, by bringing home the new car, his father had no choice but to accept it. After all, it would be a shame to let it sit and use in the garage. Ding! Host spends 786,000 yuan, receiving a 5-fold cashback, totaling 3,930,000 yuan. In that moment, Ning could not help but feel a sense of elation. For million yuan considered merely adequate, he remembered a time when 400 yuan sufficed for nearly half a month in Oppo's rent before he had bound himself to the system. Perhaps he was still adjusting to the smaller vehicle after being accustomed to driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Speaking of which, even a Koenigsegg one did not feel as comfortable to him as his G-Class. Arriving at the entrance of the old neighborhood, Ning suddenly recalled that his family had long since moved to the luxurious mirroring Water Bay villa. As he prepared to turn the car around, a young woman in Oppo's voice called out to him, "Ning, is that you?" Du Ying, upon seeing the confident man behind the wheel, could not suppress her exclamation. The current Ning was a stark contrast to her memories of him. Although his appearance had not changed much, merely a different hairstyle, his demeanor radiated a level of confidence that was worlds apart from the weariness she had observed in his eyes during previous encounters. Since graduating and entering the workforce, every time he had returned home for the holidays, Du Ying had noted a hint of fatigue in his gaze. Yet now, Ning exuded the essence of a successful individual, and the brand-new BMW X5 further attested to the flourishing life he was leading. Ning lowered the partially open car windows, revealing Du Ying dressed in a light blue short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts. Her hair tied in a ponytail and stylish glasses perched on her nose. In her hands, she carried items she had just purchased from the nearby convenience store. Her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at him. Waving at Du Ying, Ning greeted her with a smile. "Sister Ying, you're back too?" Du Ying and Amp, Oppo's father, and Ning and Amp, Oppo's father shared a good relationship, and the two families had once resided in the same neighborhood. Du Ying had always been an exceptional student, the pride of her family. Eventually, she graduated from a prestigious university and secured a position with a prominent company in Jinshan, promising a bright future ahead. She had become a well-known high achiever in their old neighborhood, a reputation that was partly due to her father and Oppo's somewhat boastful nature. However, this was a minor flaw in an otherwise commendable character. Chapter 90. A Guide to Maternal Identification. Ning, is this your car? Upon hearing Ning's greeting, Du Ying was finally certain that she had not mistaken him for someone else. At the same time, a tempest of emotions surged within her. She could not comprehend what had transpired in Ning and Oppo's life, but she was unequivocally certain that at least in the early days of the year, he had lacked the means to purchase a luxury car worth several $100,000. "It could be considered mine," Ning nodded. "This vehicle is intended for old Yi, yet it is indeed registered under his name." With Ning and Oppo's confirmation, Du Ying exhaled a breath of relief. "You are truly impressive. What is the matter? Ying, why are you taking so long with your shopping?" At that moment, a slender man with an elegant demeanor approached Du Ying and took the plastic bag from her hands. Ning, allow me to introduce you to my fiancée, Shenhao. Shenhao, this is my childhood companion, Ning. Both Ning and Shenhao nodded in greeting. Shenhao was of similar height to Ning, possessing a refined appearance, his attire impeccably pressed. He seemed to be a meticulous individual. In his readiness to assist, Du Ying suggested he treated her well. Otherwise, Du Ying would not have worn that blissful smile while introducing him. At least, in Ning and Oppo's initial impression, he found this man quite agreeable. Then, Sister Ying, I shall not interrupt your time with your husband. Farewell. By the way, Ning leaned out of the window, grinning. Don and Oppo's. T forget to invite me for drinks at your wedding. Ha ha. With that, Ning drove away in his BMW X5, gradually disappearing from view. As Shenhao gently tugged at Du Ying and Oppo's sleeve, he said, "Let us go." Du Ying thoughtfully nodded, then suddenly grasped Shenhao and Oppo's elbow. What do you think about asking Ning for assistance? Perhaps he could help us. Shenhao pondered for a moment, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The funds required for this game are substantial. It is beyond the reach of most people. Even if your childhood friend can afford a luxury car at a young age, producing tens of millions in cash would still be quite challenging. At his words, the spark in Du Ying and Oppo's eyes dimmed, and a look of despondency washed over her face. Shenhao was correct. Even if someone possessed such wealth, why would they invest it in them? Yet now, they truly found themselves at a loss for alternatives. After departing from the old neighborhood, Ning took half an hour to arrive at Jingshui Bay. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? As Ning and Oppo's car came to a stop, a dapper security guard approached the window with a friendly inquiry. Before Ning could respond, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, resembling a minor executive, strode over. He addressed the guard first. Xiao Zhang, please assist Mr. Yi in registering his license plate number in the system. I will handle things here. Understood, Manager Qian. Once Xiao Zhang had gone, Manager Qian bent slightly at the knees, smiling as he addressed Ning. Mr. Yi, I am Qian Jin, the property manager of Jingshui Bay. Kindly wait a moment while Xiao Zhang inputs your license plate information. Then you may enter. Ning returned a smile, slightly puzzled. Manager Qian, how did you recognize me? When we entered your parents' and Oppo's information, we also recorded yours and your sister and Oppo's. As fate would have it, I happened to see a photo of you and your sister. What Ning did not know was that Manager Qian was not merely being fortuitous. He had specifically reviewed photos of Ning's family. After all, as the property manager of Jingshui Bay, if he could not recognize the family residing in Villa Number 1, he would hardly have the right to be in his position. At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand crackled with the voice of the earlier security guard. Manager, Mr. Ye's license plate has been registered. He may proceed. Very well, Qianjin responded, then bowed to Ning. Mr. Yi, welcome home. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ning nodded slightly, gently pressing the accelerator as the BMW X5 smoothly entered the community. 2 minutes later, he finally arrived at Villa Number 1. Ning stepped out and knocked on the dark security door. Who is it? Came his mother and Oppo's voice from within. Mom, it's me, your son. Upon hearing Ning's voice, his mother cracked the door open slightly, peering out to assess her surroundings. Mom, I'm right here. You don't even recognize your own son? I know you're here. I'm looking for my daughter. Where is she? His mother fixed her gaze on Ning, questioning him. Xiaohua, isn't she at school? Hey mom, let me in. Ning knew well that his mother was not referring to Yi Xiaohua, but rather to Su Wire. He laughed casually, attempting to brush it off. Oomph. His mother scoffed coldly. She knew her son all too well. You didn't bring Wei back, did you? Well then, goodbye. With that, the sound of the door slamming echoed, and had Ning not stepped back a pace, he might have collided with it. The identification was complete. There was no doubt she was indeed his mother. Chapter 91. Ning, I truly miss you in less than 10 seconds. Yi and Oppo's mother opened the door once more. Hey, Mom, Ning greeted with a cheerful smile, adopting a somewhat ingratiating demeanor. Yi and Oppo's mother shot him a glance, her expression one of playful annoyance, before turning away with an elegant air. As he lowered his gaze, Ning noticed a pair of brand-new men and Oppo's slippers on the floor, warming his heart. Although Yi and Oppo's mother pretended to be irritated with him, her care for her son was evident in every little detail. After changing into the slippers, he heard her voice calling out, "Shall I boil some dumplings for you?" Having missed lunchtime, Ning hadn't mentioned his return, so he had not expected a meal. Fortunately, Yi and Oppo's mother often prepared dumplings and stored them in the freezer. Sure, Ning, a culinary master, couldn't and Oppo's help but salivate at the thought of his mother and Oppo's dumplings. Within 20 minutes, a steaming bowl of dumplings was placed before him. The aroma of red chili oil mingled with scallions ignited his appetite. Despite having eaten a little on the plane, nothing compared to the tantalizing dumplings before him. Seeing Ning relish his meal, Yi and Oppo's mother sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, a gentle smile gracing her face. "By the way, son," she inquired, "I noticed you're driving a BMW now. Wasn't your last car a Mercedes? Have you got a new one?" Though she was not well-versed in car brands, the prominence of these two models was undeniable. As she asked, her brows furrowed slightly. She knew her son was quite wealthy, but felt that changing cars too frequently was unwise. It seemed wasteful. No matter how much money one had, it would eventually run out. Moreover, it suggested a fickleness that she found disconcerting. After all, the Mercedes still looked nearly new. It was hard to believe he had grown tired of it so quickly. "No, and Oppo's is hot," Ning replied, his mouth full of dumpling. "This car is for Dad. Mine is in Jiangxing." A look of satisfaction spread across Yi and Oppo's mother and Oppo's face. "When your father comes home, he will surely be delighted." "Really? Didn't Oppo's refuse when I suggested he buy one last time? Do you really believe him?" She scoffed. "Since you left, he's been nagging me about it every day. He just can't bring himself to admit it." Ning was speechless. He had not expected his father to possess such a prideful nature. That was quite an eye-opener. Indeed, when old Yi returned home that evening, he immediately spotted the BMW X5 in the garage. Upon learning that it was a gift from Ning, he muttered about the wastefulness of it all. Yet, he couldn't and Oppo's help but touch and examine the car, thoroughly enjoying himself as he sat in the driver and Oppo's seat, playfully spinning the steering wheel, grinning like a child who had just received a lollipop. As early summer settled in, temperatures rose. Yet old Yi seemed a bit chilly. His fingers, clutching a cigarette, trembled incessantly. That night, he eagerly took his mother out for a drive, completely disregarding their son, who felt like an invisible presence. Ning silently shed tears of sorrow. Was this what it meant to be a parent? To love each other while the children remained mere afterthoughts? Alone in the house, Ning watched the latest episodes of his favorite shows while chatting with several girlfriends. When Qingqing learned he was back in Yangcheng, she immediately expressed her desire to see him. Realizing it was getting late, Ning informed her that he would meet her the next morning. Qingqing did not respond to the message. About half an hour later, his phone rang. He quickly answered, surprised to find it was Qingqing on the other end. "Hello, Qingqing?" On her side, the background noise was lively, with the sounds of a square dance echoing, indicating she was outside. "Ning, guess what? I and Oppo's downstairs at your building." Her playful voice rang out, bright and melodious. Downstairs? Ning suddenly realized that he had forgotten to inform her of his move. She still thought he lived in the old neighborhood. At that moment, his heart swelled with warmth. Qingqing had come to see him at night, disregarding everything else. What was he still hesitating for? "Qingqing, stay nearby and Don and Oppo's leave. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. "What? Ning, aren't you at home?" she asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. "I and Oppo's. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I forgot to tell you I moved. I and Oppo's. I'm not at the old place anymore. Then I should head back." Qingqing pouted, sounding quite forlorn. "No, Qingqing, go to the convenience store nearby and just tell them you're waiting for me at his house. Uncle Ma is really nice." Upon hearing Ning and Amp, Oppo's insistence, a smile broke across Mo Qingqing's adorable face as she replied sweetly, "Okay, be careful on your way." Ning called his mother to let her know. He hopped onto his electric scooter, heading toward the old neighborhood. As night deepened, the chirping of crickets resonated from the roadside bushes. Ning, in his haste, had not worn a light jacket, and it felt a bit chilly riding the scooter. Thinking of Mo Qingqing waiting for him alone, he wished he could rush to her side immediately. The last song of the square dance played, and the dancing ladies began to disperse in pairs, making their way home. Mo Qingqing felt anxious, glancing at her phone and then back at the storefront. She hoped Ning would arrive quickly, but also wished he would take his time, fearing for his safety. This conflicting emotion left her restless. Finally, a small cluster of lights appeared in the distance, growing closer and brighter, slightly blinding her. Mo Qingqing shielded her eyes with her delicate hand and, through the haze, spotted a tall figure, Ning. Overjoyed, she sprang to her feet, ready to run towards him. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back to the elderly man at the store entrance and said, "Uncle Ma, Ning is here. Thank you." Not all. He waved off her gratitude, tapping his pipe against the steps. "Go on," the lad and Amp, Oppo's arrived. As Ning dismounted, Mo Qingqing reached him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed up at his face in silence, her longing palpable. "Qingqing," Ning called softly, opening his arms to embrace her petite, delicate form. "Ning, I truly miss you." Mo Qingqing's voice quivered with emotion. It was filled with undeniable happiness. Chapter 92. Looking forward and backward, Mo Qingqing stood at approximately 1.60 meters, possessing a petite physique that could be described as unremarkable in certain aspects. Yet, her skin gleamed like jade, delicate as fat. Particularly striking was her porcelain doll-like visage, exquisitely crafted in its beauty. It is often said that when God shuts a door, he opens a window. Was she lovely? The fragrance wafting from the airport was sweet and soft, reminiscent of baby lotion, enveloping the senses with a soothing aroma. After a while, Ning took Mo Qingqing's small hand and led her to the convenience store's entrance. "Thank you, Uncle Ma, for taking care of Qingqing," Ning expressed with a smile. Uncle Ma looked at Ning with a hearty laugh, his murky eyes revealing a depth of insight. "Young lad, this girl is charming and polite. Quite impressive," he praised, savoring his cigarette with a contented expression. Upon hearing Uncle Ma and Amp, Oppo's words, Ning intertwined his fingers with Mo Qingqing and Amp, Oppo's affirming, "Qingqing is indeed the best girl in the world." He nodded with certainty, silently adding in his heart, "One of the best." Alas, what do we do? We seem to be following the path of the scoundrel. With a vast pond of choices, one must tread carefully in speech. It is truly disheartening. In the future, should such matters arise, please do bring more. Noticing the pride on Ning's face, Uncle Ma beamed with a warm smile, his pupils shimmering as if reminiscing about decades past, when he held his wife and Oppo's hand on their first visit home to meet the parents. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing felt bashful from their conversation, her gaze fixed intently on her canvas shoes, as if she could discern a flower blooming from them. After exchanging a few casual words with Uncle Ma, Ning spent a few coins to purchase 2 bottles of beverages, receiving a cashback of nearly 100. Tonight, and Amp, Oppo's late-night snack is secured. "Qingqing, are you hungry? Let me take you to eat something," Ning inquired. The moment the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. It dawned on him that after consuming a bowl of dumplings for lunch, he had not ingested a single grain since. His parents, Yi Lao and Yi Ma, had gone out for a lavish meal, entirely disregarding their famished son. "Wasn't Amp, Oppo's this a bit excessive? Let us go. I'm feeling a bit hungry too," Mo Qingqing replied sweetly. Though her appetite was small, she hadn't felt hunger until now. Yet, seeing the longing in Ning and Amp, Oppo's eyes, she finally smiled and agreed. "Let us go for barbecue. I know a place nearby with decent flavors," Ning proposed. "Sure." At the mention of barbecue, Mo Qingqing and Oppo's dark little eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she didn't eat much, she couldn't resist the temptation. She recalled her early university days when, within half a semester, she had visited every snack shop around the school. There was even a time when she ventured to another campus just to taste a delicious cold noodle dish. As the neon lights in the square dimmed, the largest screen above ceased its advertisements. Under the tranquil night sky, the nightlife by the river was just beginning to stir. Mo Qingqing settled on the back seat, her slender arms tightly wrapped around Ning and Oppo's waist, clinging to him without release. The sensation transmitted through her embrace made Ning faintly aware of a slight, pitiful rise and fall. This was rather touching. Yet, he certainly wouldn't complain. Mo Qingqing did not require sensuality. Her innocence was her greatest virtue. Moreover, there existed an enchanting allure in her subtlety. Upon reaching their destination, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the square and Oppo's emptiness. The crowd bustled with life, patrons engaged in lively discussions, brimming with the essence of the marketplace. Ning chose a riverside spot, placing their order with the proprietress. Mo Qingqing gazed enviously at the busy chef by the grill and the proprietress, who attended to guests while occasionally wiping the chef and Oppo's brow. "Miss, you are truly beautiful." A sweet, childlike voice interrupted Mo Qingqing and Oppo's thoughts. She looked down to find a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, sporting 2 playful pigtails. Her skin was not exceptionally fair, yet her bright, large eyes, coupled with her chubby little face, exuded charm. Mo Qingqing's gaze softened as she leaned forward, giggling. "Thank you, little sister. You are cute too. What is your name? How old are you? Where are your parents?" "My name is Mo Yusin, and I'm 4 years old. My parents are earning money," the little girl replied, pointing at the busy proprietress with a lisp. "What a coincidence. My surname is also Mo." Mo Qingqing exclaimed, surprised, as she took Mo Yusin and Oppo's small hand in hers. Just then, the proprietress approached with a tray of perfectly grilled skewers. "Yusin, didn't I tell you not to run around? What if you bump into the big brother or sister?" She chided gently, placing the platter before Ning and squatting down with a serious expression. Afterward, she turned to Ning and Mo Qingqing, apologizing. "I'm sorry, you too. My daughter can be quite naughty." She wore an exasperated expression. "Ha ha ha, it's all right. Children should be lively." Ning chuckled, waving off her concern. Mo Qingqing chimed in, "Yes, Yusin is so adorable. I really like her. We are practically family, right, Yusin?" She affectionately ruffled Mo Yusin's hair, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Mom, can I play with the big brother and the beautiful sister?" Mo Yusin pleaded, looking down and pouting. "No, the big brother and sister are very busy." The proprietress began to respond, but Ning interjected, "It's fine, proprietress. Let Yusin stay here with us for a while. We'll keep her company." Chapter 93. Return to your home. The proprietress appeared slightly troubled. However, she was not distrustful of Ning and his companion. On the contrary, she held a favorable impression of Ning, having seen him visit her establishment for barbecues on numerous occasions. Even if she did not recall his name, she merely felt it would be a hassle for the two of them. Yet, upon witnessing Mo Qingqing holding her daughter's hand, her face radiating pure joy, she finally nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble you both," she said, expressing her gratitude before turning her gaze to her daughter. "Yusin, you must behave well and stay close to your brother and sister. Don't wander off." After the proprietress walked away, Mo Qingqing invited Mo Yusin to sit beside her. "Yusin, come. This grilled beef is delicious," she said, deftly skewering a piece of meat with her chopsticks and placing it into a disposable paper bowl, offering it to Mo Yusin. The little girl shook her head in refusal, replying, "Pretty sister, my daddy and mommy don't want me to eat things for strangers." Yet her large, beautiful eyes remained fixated on the beef in the bowl, her mouth watering uncontrollably. "Mother is correct. Eating food from strangers can attract bad people," Ning declared, adopting a playful, clawing pose. As the menacing expression faded, he gently tousled Mo Yusin and Oppo's hair. "However, your mother has entrusted you to your brother and sister, so they are no longer strangers. It's perfectly fine to have a little. Is that true?" Mo Yusin turned her head towards Mo Qingqing, her small face filled with anticipation. "Indeed, go ahead and eat." Mo Qingqing encouraged with a smile. Yay! Mo Yusin clapped her hands joyfully, appearing ecstatic. She clumsily picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, her face lighting up with satisfaction. 10 meters away, the proprietress observed the three of them chatting and laughing, her expression softening. In this line of work, afternoons and evenings were the busiest times. In the past, with elders at home, they could assist with the children. Now, with her parents absent, she had to squeeze time to pick her daughter up from kindergarten. Let alone play with her. There was simply no opportunity. This evening marked the happiest moment Mo Yusin had experienced in days. Perhaps she would discuss with her husband later about taking 2 days off to take their daughter out for a proper outing. By the time Ning and his companion finished their meal, it was already 11:00 and Oppo's clock at night. Ding! The host has spent 126 yuan and received a threefold cashback of 378 yuan. It was a pity there was no critical hit, but it was still satisfactory. Little Yusin appeared reluctant to part ways, yet she grasped the proprietress's clothing and waved goodbye with understanding. However, it was Mo Qingqing's behavior that intrigued Ning. She turned back every few steps, especially once she was on the electric scooter, glancing back occasionally. Are you that reluctant? Perhaps you should consider having a child. Ning teased. Absolutely not. Mo Qingqing blushed. With her current responsibilities of caring for her mother while juggling a part-time job, she had little energy to contemplate motherhood. Moreover, with her upcoming postgraduate entrance exams, there was even less time to consider such matters. Noticing Ning and Oppo's silence, Mo Qingqing tugged at his shirt, applying a slight pressure. Biting her lower lip, she finally mustered the courage to whisper, "Wait until after my exams, then we can." Her voice dwindled, and her head lowered further. A cool breeze brushed against her face, yet her cheeks burned with embarrassment, as if they were aflame. Then what? Ning and Oppo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You, Mo Qingqing huffed, lightly punching Ning and Oppo's sturdy back. You are insufferable. You know that discussing this makes me shy, yet you persist in probing. Go ahead and ask. I enjoy seeing you blush, he chuckled, relishing in her flustered state. Passing a bustling shop, Ning told Mo Qingqing to wait on the scooter while he hurriedly dashed inside. Glancing at the 4 characters on a shop sign, Mo Qingqing immediately knew what he intended to buy. She shot him a glare, her stunning face flushed crimson, yet she did not stop him. Instead, a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. "Haha, young man, you are indeed fortunate." The shopkeeper, peering through a translucent curtain, discreetly gave Ning a thumbs up upon spotting Mo Qingqing beside the electric scooter. Indeed, Ning winked at the shopkeeper, sharing a knowing smile with the stranger. "Here, take this." Ning handed a black plastic bag to Mo Qingqing. "I don't want it." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Mo Qingqing replied with unwavering resolve. Ning narrowed his eyes, leaning in close to Mo Qingqing and Oppo's ear, whispering, "So, does this mean you're ready to bear me a chubby little boy?" His warm breath sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling tingly all over, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her face flushed beautifully, deepening to a radiant hue. "Ning, if you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore," Mo Qingqing retorted, a mix of shyness and indignation in her voice. "Oomph, hurry and take me home." "Home? Who's home?" he teased. "Of course. You're home," Mo Qingqing stammered, biting her lip, her limbs feeling weak and tingly. Under the bright moonlight, Mo Qingqing, blushing and bashful, clung tightly to Ning and Oppo's back, refusing to engage with his banter. Chapter 94. Do you like it? Upon returning to the old neighborhood, Ning produced a rusted key and unlocked the door. The interior remained largely unchanged and was quite tidy. It seemed that old Yi and Yi Ma occasionally visited. It's not surprising, as their social circle was primarily in this area. Particularly, Yi Ma's card-playing friends were all here. This was her greatest passion, and she would not abandon it simply due to a move. Although the affluent ladies in the villa district also enjoyed playing cards, their stakes were considerably high. While Yi Ma certainly did not lack funds, she played solely for amusement, not for gambling, thus her interactions did not align with theirs. Just as he closed the door, Mo Qingqing leaped into Ning and Oppo's embrace. She was Wait, was she not colliding with him? Feeling her soft form in his arms, Ning realized that Mo Qingqing was incredibly warm. Coupled with her fragrant aura, his gaze became entranced. Ning, right now, I want her whispering words shattered Ning's defenses in an instant. His steadfast resolve crumbled to dust. He effortlessly lifted Mo Qingqing, leaning down to kiss her delicate lips as he made his way toward the bathroom. The following morning, while still enveloped in slumber, Ning sensed something unusual. He abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils widening in shock. Qingqing, you upon hearing Ning and Appo's astonished tone, Mo Qingqing raised her head, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Timidly, she inquired, do you like it? Ning instantly felt parched, his breath heavy. Soon after, amidst the disheveled bedroom, the scene of springtime romance reemerged. Approaching noon, Ning took Mo Qingqing by the hand and stepped outside. As they reached the garden at the foot of the building, they encountered Du Yingying and Shenhao. Ning, is this your girlfriend? Du Yingying gazed at Mo Qingqing, inwardly marveling at her beauty. Ning nodded in affirmation, facilitating introductions. Qingqing, you are truly stunning. And how is your skin so flawless? Du Yingying praised sincerely. Though Du Yingying was already quite attractive and often garnered attention on the streets, Mo Qingqing eclipsed any girl she had ever seen. Despite her average height, her proportions were exquisite, especially her enchanting face, delicate and unblemished. Heje Yingying, you are also very beautiful. Shenhao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing her compliment. Du Yingying smiled subtly, aware that she was considered beautiful by many. However, she recognized the stark contrast between herself and Mo Qingqing. This girl was the kind of breathtaking beauty one could never forget, even in a city like Jinshan, teeming with stunning women. Ning, you are truly fortunate to win the affection of such a beauty, Du Yingying remarked earnestly. Mo Qingqing took a small step forward, hurriedly explaining, no, it's not like that. I am a lucky one for being accepted by Ning. Du Yingying looked at Mo Qingqing in astonishment, surprised by how fiercely she defended Ning. How deeply must she feel for him? It was as if she were willing to lay bare her heart for Ning. Ning, you must cherish her. In today's society, girls like Qingqing are rare. Ning felt a swell of pride, responding, indeed, Qingqing has always been my white moonlight. He gently brushed Mo Qingqing and Appo's hair back. This girl was simply delightful, and he felt incredibly fortunate to have crossed paths with her. Ning gazed at Mo Qingqing's profile, his expression gentle. Observing this, Du Yingying and Shenhao felt as though they were witnessing a feast for the eyes. Even though they were also a couple, they found themselves somewhat satiated by the scene before them. Forget it. I won't hold you up any longer. I fear if I converse with you further, I might as well skip lunch. Just as she was about to turn away, she paused, recalling, by the way, Ning, isn't Xiao Guo about to take her college entrance exams? Yes, in a couple of days. Ning nodded, having returned to cheer on his sister. You two siblings, one already working and the other soon off to university time, certainly flies, Du Yingying mused, gazing into the distance. Indeed, Ning was about to agree when he sensed something amiss. Wait, that doesn't seem right? Du Yingying raised an eyebrow. What is not right? You're clearly not 2 years older than me. Why do you speak as if you're ancient? Have you been possessed? Ning appeared to discover a terrifying secret, his eyes widening in alarm, pupils constricting as he grasped Mo Qingqing's soft hand and stepped back cautiously. I'm not possessing anyone. Du Yingying kized. Hey, if you dare to possess Xiaoguo, I will never allow it. Fine, I won't argue with you. I can't win against you anyway. Du Yingying relented, taking Shenhao and Appo's hand and turning to leave. Shenhao discreetly raised his thumb behind his back, silently giving Ning a thumbs up. He was usually reticent, often unable to match Du Yingying's lively spirit. Today, witnessing someone put her in her place brought him a sense of satisfaction. What? Are you pleased? Just as Shenhao reveled in his thoughts, an icy voice interrupted his reverie. Shenhao jumped slightly. Am I? Du Yingying smirked. My relatives have left at her words. Shenhao shuddered involuntarily, his heart sinking. He bitterly chuckled to himself. They say that before marriage, One faces obstacles, and after marriage, one finds salvation. Yet here he was not even married yet, and already beginning to feel apprehensive. Chapter 95. The arrival of the college entrance examination 2 days later. Under the radiant sun and clear blue skies, the students of the third year of high school gradually made their way to the examination hall. As in previous years, the venue for the students of Yangqing High School was set at Yangqing Foreign Language School. On that day, Old Yi drove early to the school, and soon he spotted buses adorned with banners arriving at the entrance. Ning was searching for any buses from Yangqing High School when he felt a light tap on his shoulder. "Brother, did you expect to see me right behind you?" Yi Xiaoguo exclaimed, dressed in a blue and white school uniform with a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. She was thrilled to see Yi Ning before the exam. Although her brother seldom voiced his support, his presence outside the examination hall on such an important day filled her with joy. "Let us go," Yi Ning said, affectionately ruffling Yi Xiaoguo's thick hair. "Mom and Dad are here too. I'll take you to them." Yi Xiaoguo playfully tilted her fair chin, stepping forward to link her arm with Yi Ning's. "By the way, where and Amp, Oppos, S. Chanqian." Yi Ning inwided. Yi Xiaoguo gazed at him meaningfully for a moment before responding, "Brother, I assume you're not asking about Chanqian, are you?" Yi Ning felt a bit embarrassed. Since Yi Xiaoguo wasn't an Amp, Oppos, T with Mo Chanqian, it followed that Mo Qingqing had also arrived at the scene. His inquiry about Mo Chanqian had merely been incidental. "I knew it," Yi Xiaoguo replied with a look of disdain, her expression revealing a hint of concern. How had she not noticed her brother and Amp, Oppos, S. flirtatious nature before, flirting with Sister Wei while courting Sister Qingqing, and there might even be other beautiful sisters she was unaware of. What if something went awry one day? In just a few steps, they spotted Yima and Old Yi standing by the roadside. Yima, dressed in a simple skirt and holding a floral umbrella, exuded elegance. Old Yi, in casual attire and sunglasses, appeared quite dashing from a distance. "Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." Upon seeing their daughter eagerly approaching with Yi Ning and Amp, Oppos, S. hand in hers, both parents smiled warmly. "Let me take a good look at my daughter," Yima said, stepping forward to hand the umbrella to Yi Ning while examining Yi Xiaoguo's charming face. Old Yi gently patted his daughter's shoulder, advising her earnestly, "Do your best, but don't put too much pressure on yourself." Yi Xiaoguo and Oppos' grades were commendable, as long as she performed normally. Gaining admission to a reputable university was well within reach. Rest assured, this semester has been filled with exams almost daily. This one feels no different from the others. Yi Xiaoguo replied with a nod. The family intended to offer her reassurance not to be nervous, but upon hearing her confident words, they smiled and held their tongues. It was clear that none among them, including Yi Ning, understood the current examination formats and strategies better than Yi Xiaoguo. "Hey, Xiaoguo, time to gather." They faintly heard a voice calling for Yi Xiaoguo from a distance. Upon looking, they indeed saw a delicate and charming girl waving her hand high in the air. It was Mo Qianqian's younger sister, Mo Qianqian. Beside her stood a graceful figure clad in a light green floral dress, her shoulder-length hair styled in cute braids. Mo Qingqing and Amp, Oppos, S. fair skin glowed under the sun, and together, the sisters resembled the most exquisite twin lotuses. "Wow, that girl is lovely. Her sister must be breathtaking too." Yima noticed the Mo sisters, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Mo Qingqing. "Yes, that's South my close friend Qianqian. And as for her sister, you should ask my brother. He knows her better than I do," Yi Xiaoguo hinted teasingly as she elbowed Yi Ning playfully. With a sly smile, she skipped away towards Mo Qianqian. Yi Ning realized he was in trouble when the conversation shifted to Mo Qingqing. Sure enough, moments later, Yima and Amp, Oppos, S. gaze turned sharply towards him. "Son, what did your sister mean by that? Explain it to me," she demanded. "What do you mean?" Yi Ning stammered, shooting furtive glances at Old Yi, who remained indifferent and even began whistling nonchalantly. "Let us not beat around the bush. What's your relationship with that girl?" "We and Oppos, high school classmates," Yi Ning replied, trying to downplay it, but Yima pressed further, "Classmates, but that and Oppos. It's just one layer, ISN and Oppos. T it?" Caught off guard, Yi Ning felt his cheeks flush, awkwardly smiling. Surely, his mother could read him like a book. It was implausible for him to have a mere ordinary relationship with such a girl. Recalling the comments made during a mahjong game yesterday about his potential future daughter-in-law and aunt, Appo's beauty, she now realized that Mo Chingching and Appo's look surpassed mere charm. Well, not quite the same, he mumbled, scrambling for words. Son, what about Wei Wei? Did you break up? Yima scrutinized the Ning and Appo's sighs. Cough, cough. No, he replied hastily. Huh. Yima let out a scoff, playfully poking his temple with disapproval. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring that girl over to show your father and me. We can't let her stand in the sun all day. All right. Yi Ning hurried off, leaving Yi Ma with a look of resigned exasperation. In the past, she would have smiled at her dreams at the thought of such a beautiful girl liking her son. Now, however, she found herself at a loss. As she gazed at Mo Chingching, holding hands with Yi Ning in the distance, her thoughts drifted to the pure-looking Su Wei and Appo's, leaving her head spinning. Just as she turned away, she caught old Yi nodding approvingly at the couple. What? Are you envious? Yamanaru it hideous. Old Yi, startled, retorted me. What would I be envious of? They're an Appo's, nothing to envy. Let's hope not. With Yima shifting her gaze, old Yi felt a wave of relief. As they conversed, Yi Ning approached hand in hand with Mo Chingching. As they drew closer, Mo Chingching and Appo's features became even more striking. Her large eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, her nose delicately shaped, and her lips petite. Particularly captivating was her flawless skin, soft and radiant. She lowered her head slightly, half hiding behind Yi Ning, appearing a tad shy. Chapter 96. Mo Chingching meets the parents after Yi Ning gently squeezed her small hand. Mo Chingching finally mustered the courage to take a step forward. Uncle, Auntie. Hello, I am Mo Chingching. Her palms were damp with nervous sweat, and as she faced Yi Ning and Appo's parents, her voice trembled, revealing her delicate little teeth. Her translucent ears flushed with an undeniable redness, embodying a profound shyness that was utterly endearing. In that moment, Yima was completely captivated by Mo Chingching. This girl inspired no feelings of discontent whatsoever. She could not fathom what her son had done to earn the devoted affection of such a pure-hearted young woman. My dear, come here, don't be afraid, Yima said, stepping closer and taking Mo Chingching and Appo's hand with a joyful expression. Mo Chingching glanced back at Yi Ning, who nodded encouragingly. With her head bowed, she allowed Yima to lead her. They took their seats in the back, engaged in a textbook-like interrogation. When Yima learned that Mo Chingching had given up further studies for the sake of her mother, Li Qingru, who was ill, she couldn't and Appo's help but feel a pang of sympathy. Although this girl appeared fragile on the surface, her spirit was remarkably resilient. Having just entered society, she had taken on the heavy burden of her family. Though she did not ask, it was evident to Yima that her son had lent a helping hand. Otherwise, how could so many families afford the exorbitant medical expenses? What would they have done if such circumstances had befallen the Yi family in the past? For the next 2 days, the entire family, including Mo Chingching, accompanied the examination at Yang City Foreign Language School. When the final English exam concluded and the announcement rang out, signaling the end of the college entrance examination, Yi Shaohua, beaming with relief, took Mo Qianshan and Appo's hand, and the two exited the school together. Yi Ning and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Their expression suggested that both girls had performed admirably. Dad, Mom. Hee. Yi Shaohua hoped it joyfully. Hello, Uncle, Annie, Mo Qianshan said, her demeanor much more composed as she greeted Yi Ma and old Yi. Their gazes soon fell upon the entwined fingers of Yi Ning and Mo Chingching. See, Qianshan, I told you we would become true sisters, Mo Chingching declared. To which Mo Qianshan nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiating pure joy. Since their last encounter, she had sensed her sister and Appo's affection for Yi Ning, and now, seeing them together, she felt genuinely happy for Mo Chingching. Let us go. I prepared some delicious food for the two of you as a reward, Yima announced. Due to the limited space in the BMW X5, Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing suggested they take a taxi. Inside the cab, Mo Qingqing closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she leaned against Yi Ning. Her delicate fingers gently caressed his hand resting on her abdomen, relishing the moment. Yi Ning, now that the exams are over, are you planning to return to Jiang City? Mo Qingqing and Appo's tone was slightly melancholic. She understood that Yi Ning would not linger in Yang City for long. Naturally, Yi Ning was reluctant to part with Mo Qingqing and suggested, "Why don't you and Annie come with me to Jiang City? I can help you find an apartment where you both can stay." Not only for Mo Qingqing, but Yi Ning also hoped to persuade his parents to move to Jiang City. Yet, they insisted that Yang City was their home, one they could not abandon. Even if Yi Ning amassed great wealth in the future, he envisioned returning to this small city in his old age. This city held all his childhood memories, encapsulating every fragment of his youth. Before attending university, his world had revolved entirely around Yang City, and, as he aged, he wished for his world to shrink back to its familiar confines. My mother probably wouldn't agree. Mo Qingqing shook her head, understanding her sentiment. Yi Ning acknowledged that such feelings were entirely normal. After declining the offer, Mo Qingqing continued, "However, in a couple of months, my mother should be much better. At that time, I'll take her to Jiang City for a trip and visit you. Is that all right?" Her small face brimmed with hope, as she wished to avoid a prolonged separation from Yi Ning. Even if they could not meet daily in Jiang City, their interactions would certainly become more frequent. "All right," Yi Ning replied, resting his forehead against the top of Mo Qingqing and Appo's head, affectionately rubbing against her. He was determined to support her decision. Before long, the taxi arrived at the Golden Sun Hotel. "Hello, Mr. Yi." A tall man, nearly 2 meters in height and clad in a suit, approached. Behind him stood no fewer than 10 executives dressed in formal attire. Upon spotting Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing in the back seat, the imposing figure personally opened the car door and boomed a greeting, his voice resonant and startling, even causing the taxi driver to glance back in surprise. From the rearview mirror, the driver observed the striking young couple, sensing that they were anything but ordinary. The girl, though dressed modestly, possessed an exquisite beauty, while the man exuded an aura of authority, effortlessly commanding attention. The current scene confirmed the driver's suspicions. It was indeed unusual for a prominent businessman to take a taxi with his girlfriend. As Yi Ning helped Mo Qingqing out of the vehicle, unable to resist the sight of his friend and Appo's flamboyant demeanor, he playfully punched his chest. "Look at you. Becoming the general manager has really changed you." The sturdy figure was none other than Yi Ning's good friend, Li Hu. Initially, Yi Ning had thought that Li Hu still needed time to grow, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his progress. At least he had not made any significant blunders. Li Hu scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. He was still learning the ropes of hotel management, but he was determined to fulfill Yi Ning's requests diligently. Not only because Yi Ning owned the Golden Sun Hotel, but also because they were brothers. If he were incapable of managing such tasks, he would rather resign and return to a life of manual labor. After exchanging greetings with the staff behind Li Hu, Yi Ning was led to the hotel's top-floor private dining room. The room, nearly 100 square meters, contained only a round dining table at its center. Inside, 2 elegant and tall waitresses stood by, while old Yi Ma, Xiaohua, and Xianshan were already seated, awaiting their arrival. "Brother, you're here," they called out in unison upon seeing Yi Ning enter the room. "Son, quickly bring Qingqing over here." The warm scene before him filled Yi Ning's heart with comfort. This was the life he had always aspired to. "Let's go," Yi Ning said, taking Mo Qingqing's hand as they exchanged smiles and walked over together. After Li Hu raised a toast, he found an excuse to step out of the private room. At the dining table, Yi Xiaohua, the liveliest among them, radiated joy, while Yi Ma forbade her from drinking, causing her to pout as she guzzled down soy milk. Even Mo Qianshan, who was usually shy, enjoyed a hearty meal, freed from the pressures of the entrance exams. After the meal, old Yi, having had a few drinks, allowed Yi Ma to take him home in a taxi. Mo Qingqing held a thermos containing takeout for Li Qingru as she sat in the front seat, while the 2 younger girls giggled and whispered in the back. reveling in the sweet atmosphere that enveloped Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing, who were blissfully unaware of the world around them. Chapter 97. The Objective at Jiangxing University. Upon encountering Li Qingru once more, it was apparent that her complexion had improved significantly compared to a month prior. Her overall demeanor radiated vitality. The arrival of the Yi siblings was met with great warmth from Li Qingru. Over the past month, although Mo Qingqing remained reticent, Li Qingru discerned that her daughter harbored a deep longing for Yi Ning. Each time she received a call from him, it was as if she had been injected with a stimulant, her excitement palpable. Xiao Ning, my daughter has always been sensible, though she occasionally exhibits a touch of willfulness. If any disagreements arise between you two, I hope you will be patient with her. With her eldest daughter entirely focused on Yi Ning, Li Qingru wished for their relationship to flourish without being perturbed by trivial matters. If you were to part ways, it would undoubtedly be my daughter who suffers the most. Yi Ning nodded earnestly, gently enveloping Mo Qingqing in Amp, Oppo's, a small hand between his own. Auntie, rest assured, I will cherish Qingqing dearly. Li Qingru and Amp, Oppo's, heart swelled with relief at his words. Feeling slightly bashful at being held by Yi Ning in front of others, Mo Qingqing and Oppo's, fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink at his assurance, akin to the beauty of a blushing flower. While she made a slight attempt to withdraw her hand, she soon found it firmly grasped by Yi Ning and surrendered to his hold. Deep down, however, she was filled with joy, her shyness merely a veil over her elation. Mo Qianqian, too, was delighted for her sister, beaming at the sight of her sister and Oppo's averted gaze. Only Yi Xiaohua rolled her eyes. She believed her brother's promise to treasure Qingqing, but couldn't help but wonder if he uttered similar sentiments to her sister Wei Er. You smell like her perfume. Is that my imagination? The thought of any other sisters made her uneasy. Brother, do drive carefully. If you crash, no one will be able to rescue you. Declining Li Qingru and Oppo's invitation to stay longer, Yi Ning noted the encroaching dusk and took his leave with Yi Xiaohua. Initially, he suggested a day out with Mo Qingqing, but she mentioned having classes. Working part-time as a teacher at an educational institute, Mo Qingqing was content with her decent pay, though it lacked benefits. She felt compelled to complete the semester before considering resignation, as changing teachers so close to final exams would significantly impact the students' learning. Fine, I will pick you up after your class. On their way home, Yi Xiaohua inquired, Brother, what do you think about me applying to Jiangxing University? While not the pinnacle of institutions, Jiangxing University was certainly respectable, and with Yi Xiaohua's capabilities, her chances of acceptance were promising. Absolutely. I can arrange a flat near the school for you. If you prefer not to stay in the dorms, you can move out. He owned several spacious apartments in Emerald City, allowing Yi Xiaohua to choose freely. As for villas, there aren't any nearby the university, and the commute would be tedious. Really? That's wonderful. Yi Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can move in with Qianqian. We will be roommates again. Wait, are you implying that Qianqian is also considering Jiang University? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Yi Xiaohua nodded affirmatively, yes. Her grades are similar to mine, with only a slight difference of about 10 points. She has even expressed interest in applying after hearing about my plans. All right, Yi Ning replied, affectionately ruffling Yi Xiaohua and Oppo's hair. Do your best, and if you get accepted, I will surprise you. What surprise? At the mention of a surprise, Yi Xiaohua and Oppo's eyes gleamed with anticipation. She was acutely aware that her brother was no longer the frugal worker deliberating over purchasing a shirt that cost a mere few dozen yuan. Now, he effortlessly drove cars worth millions and resided in opulent villas. How about this? If you get into Jiangxing University and learn to drive during the summer, I will gift you a sports car. What do you think? A sports car? How much will it cost? Yi Xiaohua could hardly contain her excitement. Given her tomboyish nature, the allure of a sports car was irresistible. Just imagining driving it to school filled her with exhilaration. Seeing her sister and Oppo's enthusiasm, Yi Ning couldn't and Oppo's help but chuckle. Yet, he understood her excitement was quite normal. After all, it was not that women didn't appreciate cars. Otherwise,
Why would so many insist on having a vehicle and a home before marriage? Though they might not delve deeply into automotive knowledge. Who wouldn't amp? Amp, Oppos. T relish the idea of driving a luxury car. As long as you enjoy it, the price is of no consequence. Ha ha, brother, you are simply the best. Love you. Yi Xiaohua playfully winked at him, her heart racing at the thought of becoming a genuine car owner, especially a supercar. Just the anticipation made her long. Slender legs tremble with excitement. Chapter 98. Yi Ning and Oppos. Doubts more than a month prior to the college entrance examination, Yi Xiaohua had not returned home. Thus, today marked her second visit to Mirrorwater Bay. During her previous visit, when she purchased the house, there were still numerous pieces of furniture yet to be acquired. Now, witnessing the fully equipped villa, she felt a childlike excitement, darting about and exploring every room, particularly upon seeing the meticulously crafted bedroom just for her. She sprawled on the bed, reluctant to rise. Embracing the brand new pillow, she buried her face in it, inhaling its subtle fragrance. "Do you like it?" Yi Ning inquired, sitting beside her and gently stroking her head. "MHM," Yi Xiaohua replied, lifting her head slightly to rest against Yi Ning and Oppos' palm, closing her eyes and playfully tilting her head. "I used to scoff at those in my class who boasted about their wealthy families, but now I realize how wonderful it is to be affluent," she reflected thoughtfully. Although her family had never been in dire straits, their circumstances were hardly enviable. Otherwise, she would not have forsaken her dance classes to focus solely on academic pursuits. Yi Xiaohua had genuinely experienced the transformation of her family from ordinary to exceedingly prosperous. Now, they even employed a regular cleaner who came weekly. This lifestyle was something she had never dared to dream of. It can only be said that her brother, Yi Ning, was extraordinarily impressive. In just a few short years, he had amassed wealth that would take other families' generations to accumulate. If Yi Ning were to hear Yi Xiaohua's thoughts, he might retort, "Dear sister, you are far too modest. The wealth I possess is something many families could never hope to attain in 100 lifetimes." The following day, after lunch, Yi Xiaohua dragged Yi Ma to the driving school to register. This left Yi Ma unable to battle the chaos of their old neighborhood, muttering incessantly. Around 4 in the afternoon, the only one remaining in the villa, Yi Ning, ventured out towards the educational institution where Mo Qingqing worked. Thankfully, it was not too far. A bus ride of less than half an hour brought him to his destination. He finally escaped the clutches of 2 overly eager women who had been vying for his contact information on the bus. Upon disembarking, merely recalling their ravenous gazes sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing that Mo Qingqing also commuted by public transport, Yi Ning chided himself for being so careless. It was high time he considered purchasing a vehicle for her. Even if she were to relocate to Jiangshang in the future, he could always buy her car there. As it was a training institution, Mo Qingqing's classes were primarily scheduled for weekends, resulting in a sparse attendance of students during weekdays. As Yi Ning stepped out of the elevator, the receptionist and Oppos' eyes sparkled with interest. First and foremost, there was Yi Ning and Oppos' strikingly handsome appearance, which could rival any romantic novel and Oppos' as protagonist. Secondly, his attire, while seemingly ordinary at a glance, revealed itself upon closer inspection to be an Armani shirt and casual trousers, paired with Versace shoes, not to mention the dazzling watch on his left wrist, the name of which eluded her. It was hard to believe he could be an ordinary person. "Sir, may I ask how old your child is?" "We offer classes from elementary to high school," the receptionist inquired, assuming Yi Ning was there to consult about a younger sibling and Oppos' education. With a smile, Yi Ning shook his head. "No, I'm here to see someone, teacher Mo Qingqing. Do you know her?" Upon mentioning Mo Qingqing's name, a mischievous thought flickered in Yi Ning and Oppos' mind. If only she were to don a teacher in Oppos' attire. Cough, cough. When had he become so lacking in self-control? It seemed that in the presence of Mo Qingqing and her friends, he had always been rather weak-willed, especially around the enchanting one. "Ah, looking for teacher Mo? Then please wait here. She will be finished with her class in half an hour," the receptionist replied, her demeanor shifting noticeably. She gestured towards a sofa in the corner of the lobby, her tone becoming dismissive. Yi Ning sensed the change in her tone and felt perplexed.
especially as he noticed her returning to her post to whisper with another receptionist, occasionally casting glances in his direction, deepening his confusion. Furrowing his brow, he picked up a magazine, but found himself unable to concentrate, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that Qingqing had poor rapport with her colleagues? That seemed unlikely. With her amiable disposition, it was hard to imagine her being in conflict with anyone. In the midst of his contemplation, another receptionist approached, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. "Sir, would you care for some water?" Ning stood up, gratefully accepting the cup. Just as he was about to turn away, he asked, "Excuse me, could you spare me 2 minutes? I have a question regarding Mo Qingqing." Naturally, he was keenly interested in anything pertaining to her. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, but, swayed by Ning and Appo's earnest gaze, eventually nodded. "Thank you," Ning said, eager to inquire. "How does teacher Mo Qingqing usually feel while working here?" "Feel?" The receptionist appeared puzzled. She understood that his inquiry was about Mo Qingqing, yet she had not anticipated such a simple question. With some skepticism, she replied, "Well, she seems fine. In fact, Teacher Mo is one of the most popular teachers among the students here." Chapter 99. The pursuit of education. It is indeed true that one of the most beloved teachers among students is also the one most looked down upon by our office. At that moment, a male teacher, holding a book in his left hand and a teapot in his right, casually walked by and uttered a remark. Ning and Appo's gaze sharpened instantly. After taking a deep breath, he inquired in a measured tone, "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" "Reasoning? Huh." The male teacher scoffed, a mocking expression on his face. "Seeing how concerned you are about her, you must be one of her admirers, right?" Ning was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, "I do indeed have feelings for Mo Qingqing." The teacher shook his head with an air of resignation, saying, "You're out of luck. Mo has a very wealthy boyfriend now. How could she ever be interested in someone like us? I thought we had a mutual affection at one point, but to my surprise, she discarded our relationship for a mere 500,000. As for you, your chances are even slimmer. Just give up." His emphasis on the words boyfriend was unmistakable, clearly insinuating that Mo Qingqing was being maintained by someone for that amount of money. Ning felt a cold laughter bubbling within him. If Mo Qingqing were truly that kind of person, would she have waited for Ning to return to Yangshan? It was clear that Wei had explicitly offered her 500,000 to be with him. The truth was evident. This man was lying, not only fabricating stories, but also tarnishing Mo Qingqing and Appo's reputation. "Are you implying that you were once with Mo Qingqing?" Ning rose, his right hand clenched into a fist resting tightly on his thigh. A closer inspection would reveal the prominent veins on the back of his hand. His gaze toward the male teacher was icy, his pupils resembling a bottomless abyss, piercing to the core. "Indeed, we were together during our university days, often spending weekends at hotels." The male teacher was in the midst of his grandiose tales when Ning suddenly struck him across the face. The sound of the slap echoed through the room, and in a fit of rage, Ning kicked the teacher down to the floor. The teacher, caught off guard, sent the teacup flying from his hand, shattering upon impact. He cried out in pain, attempting to rise, only to find Ning's knee pressing down on his chest. With a flurry of slaps, Ning unleashed a storm of retribution. After several strikes, the teacher in Appo's face was swollen and bruised. "Stop! Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and pull Teacher Chen away." The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the office, who rushed forward to separate them. A female principal, appearing to be in her 40s and wearing glasses, confronted Ning. "Sir, may I ask why you are engaging in such violent behavior in our school? This is a place of education." Her anger was palpable. After all, Ning had assaulted one of her employees. As the principal, it was her duty to protect her staff. "Principality, I will file a complaint against him. You're finished, I will not forgive you." The male teacher, emboldened by his supporters, spoke defiantly. "Education." Ning slammed his hand on the desk, causing the glass teacup to rattle. What a farce. If this is the kind of deceitful, slanderous teacher we have, I shudder to think what kind of students he will produce. Pointing an accusatory finger at the male teacher, he seethed, "I will consult a lawyer right now. Do you dare to claim that you did not slander Mo Qingqing? Are you brave enough to say that?" Seeing Ning and Oppo's fervent defense of Mo Qingqing. The male teacher felt a pang of apprehension. He was well aware that his words were fabricated. He had merely harbored unreciprocated feelings for Mo Qingqing, having pursued her only to be rejected. A month prior, he had confessed his feelings, only to be told that she had a boyfriend. This revelation had devastated him. The community was aware of Mo Qingqing and Amp, Oppo's family and Amp, Oppo's urgent financial needs. And so he had concluded that she was being supported by someone for monetary gain. In a fit of revenge, his narrative had morphed into a betrayal of their past relationship. When he encountered Ning, he had intended to flaunt his superiority, hoping to deter Ning. To his astonishment, Ning retaliated with violence and exhibited a profound protectiveness over Mo Qingqing. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs with Mo Qingqing?" he retorted defiantly. Despicable individuals are often invincible. Ning had never anticipated such loathsome behavior from this man. Perhaps he had spun his web of lies so intricately that he had begun to believe them himself. However, Ning would not indulge him. A punch sent blood streaming from the teacher and Oppo's nose. "Listen closely. I am Ning, Monta King is partner. Do you wish to confront me?" Each word was enunciated with precision, sending shivers through both the male teacher and the female principal. Yet, the principal maintained her composure, stating firmly, "Mr. Yi, if you strike again, we will have to take serious measures." In the face of the principal and Oppo's threat, Ning and Oppo's fury transformed into a grim smile. "Very well." He then pulled out his phone and dialed Li Hu and Oppo's number. With a grave tone, Ning instructed Li Hu. In the midst of a meeting, Li Hu gestured for silence among the employees. "Yes, boss. Cease all work immediately and bring the hotel's legal and security teams to Yangwang Education Institution. If any disturbances are caused to our guests, do not bother with explanations. Simply issue a 5-fold compensation." After conveying his orders, Ning hung up, casting a dispassionate glance at the flabbergasted principal and the trembling male teacher. This incident demanded resolution. Otherwise, as the owner of Jinyang Hotel, where would his dignity reside? What explanation could he provide for the slander against his beloved? Chapter 100. The cost. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly youthful and handsome man before them would exhibit such overwhelming authority. Even more alarming was the revelation that this man was the proprietor of the Golden Sun Hotel. Ning reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed, his right hand resting on the mahogany armrest, his index finger tapping rhythmically, producing a soft, drumming sound. "Mr. Yi, this matter may be a misunderstanding," the female principal stammered, her heart racing upon hearing Ning claim the title of owner of the Golden Sun Hotel. In Jiangcheng, the hotel might be considered commonplace, but in Yangcheng, it was synonymous with high expenditure. It could be said that at least 60% of the more formal high-end gatherings in Yangcheng were held at the Golden Sun Hotel. Could the hidden owner of such a prestigious establishment be someone a mere training institution principal could afford to offend? Moreover, the commanding presence exuded by Ning was even more potent than that of the CEO of a prominent educational institution. This young man might truly be telling the truth. His true identity likely transcended that of a mere hotelier. Misunderstanding? Ning scoffed, his expression laced with derision. "I heard this individual speak ill of my beloved right before my eyes. And now you come to me claiming it is a misunderstanding? Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Slander? Defamation?" The principal finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "What on earth is happening?" she questioned, turning towards the male teacher, Mr. Chun, demanding an explanation without delay. Trembling, the teacher stammered through the details of the incident. By this point, he could no longer weave lies. If he dared to fabricate further, a confrontation with Mo Qingqing would expose the truth. Silence enveloped the room aside from the teacher and Oppo's trembling words. And everyone present could see the principal and Oppo's expression darkening, her countenance becoming increasingly stormy. The teacher and Oppo's panic escalated to the point where he could no longer maintain his footing, stumbling and collapsing onto the floor. His bruised and battered visage was almost comically absurd.
You. Upon finishing the teacher-s account, the principal pointed a trembling finger at him, her face pale with fury. Chen Junjie, do you not realize that defaming others is a criminal offense? Not to mention, Teacher Mo is a part-time educator at our institution and your colleague. Is your jealousy truly this overwhelming? The principal was utterly disillusioned. She had intended to commend Chen Junjie for his teaching quality at next week's meeting and had even prepared a reward for him. She never expected to encounter such a deeply disappointing incident today. Mr. Yi, the principal began but was swiftly interrupted by Yi Ning's dismissive wave. You need not utter any apologies. I have no desire to hear them, he replied impatiently. And you, Chen Junjie, since you dare to slander my beloved, prepare to face legal action. I shall ensure you understand that adults must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I apologize to you and to Teacher Mo. I will compensate. Chen Junjie exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear at the prospect of a lawsuit. The reality of his slanderous actions left him with no room for defense. If this matter were to reach court, his life as he knew it would be irrevocably altered. Even if he avoided imprisonment, pursuing a career in teaching would be impossible thereafter. Ha, compensation? A sardonic smile flickered across Yi Ning's lips. Do I appear to be a man in need of a few coins? You would do well to discuss this with my legal department. Anyone who dares to offend my woman shall undoubtedly pay the price. Chen Junjie sat there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Yi Ning, his face ashen, utterly drained of strength as he knelt on the ground, engulfed by despair. With Yi Ning's unwavering resolve, it was clear he would not be let off lightly. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierced the tension. The principal exchanged a glance with her secretary, who hurried towards Mo Qingqing's classroom. Mo Qingqing, momentarily bewildered, quickly sensed that something was amiss upon seeing the secretary's panicked expression. As she stepped into the hall, Li Hu and his colleagues, clad in matching suits, emerged from the elevator. The principal's demeanor shifted at the sight of them. She had been fervently hoping that Yi Ning was merely posturing. Yet the unfolding situation shattered her final glimmers of hope like fragile bubbles. Good day, boss. Li Hu and his colleagues greeted in unison, their impressive presence instantly intimidating the faculty of the Sunshine Education Institute, who gazed in disbelief at Yi Ning's strikingly handsome and stern visage. Was this truly the staff of the Golden Sun Hotel? Only Yi Ning could command such respect. Who is the head of the legal department? Yi Ning inweeded. Boss, I'm the head of the legal department. Qin Yao, replied a bespectacled woman with short hair and a businesslike appearance, standing beside Li Hu. Very well. Yi Ning's expression remained impassive as he nodded. I entrust this matter to you, with but one objective. Exert every effort to ensure that this despicable individual pays dearly for his actions. Without needing Yi Ning to specify, everyone present understood precisely who he referred to, for only Chen Junjie bore the marks of panic and confusion, his face a canvas of bruises.